Below the city tower, two armies faced each other. A wife was held hostage. Yet this general showed no mercy, killing his own wife with a single arrow. What a stone-cold heart. The woman, married for 18 years, finally saw her husband again, only to be used as a bargaining chip in war negotiations. The enemy pressed a dagger against the woman's neck, shouting to General Shao outside the city, "If you withdraw your troops, I'll spare your wife's life." But in the next moment, they were left holding only a corpse. For the sake of national righteousness, General Shao Mingyuan of the Northern Campaign ended his wife's life by his own hand. In the end, he returned to the capital triumphantly as a champion, while his wife Qiao remained forever on that city wall. When the woman opened her eyes, she found herself reborn as Qiao Zhao, relative of the Northern Campaign general. She became Li Zhao, a 13-year-old girl who was kidnapped and being taken to Jiaofeng by traffickers. Li Zhao listened to passers-by talking about her brother and former husband, gradually becoming lost in thought, but was threatened by the trafficker to eat quickly. She immediately snapped back to reality, thinking of ways to escape. Just then, she learned a noble person was nearby, and suddenly an idea flashed in her mind. So she tried every way to stall for time. Finally, Qi appeared. He was the only son of Princess Changrong. With exceptional looks, he was pursued by countless young ladies. If she just approached him casually now, she would surely be dismissed as just another admirer. So she quickly stood up to block Qi Can's path. She shouted, "Uncle, save me." Unexpectedly, the capital's most handsome man was called Uncle in public. The uncle was immediately deflated, while his two companions burst into laughter. She repeatedly dodged behind him, pointing at the pursuing trafficker. "Uncle, save me. He's a human trafficker. I'm actually the daughter of Assistant Minister Li from the capital. If not for being kidnapped, I wouldn't be in this situation." The trafficker still called Li Zhao daughter in a convincing manner, trying to make the noble believe this was just a child's drama. Chikin spoke casually, saying that the three brothers never liked to meddle in others' affairs. Hearing this, the trafficker felt relieved and was about to take Li Zhao back to teach her a lesson. Then came the man's voice from behind. "I don't like meddling, so let's just go straight to the magistrate's office." Seeing the trafficker break into a cold sweat, the young noble leaned forward. "What? You dare not?" The small-time trafficker thought to himself, "This is bad." Just as he was about to turn and run, he was stopped by Qi Can and his companions, who gave him a severe beating. Li Zhao successfully escaped danger, but hearing that Qi Can and others were heading to Jiaofeng, it triggered some thoughts in her mind. Qiao Zhao hadn't expected to wake up as Li Zhao, a 13-year-old girl, a young girl on a donkey being trafficked. Fortunately, she was saved by Qi Can and his two companions. Then she set off on the road to her original hometown. But Qi Can insisted she wear peasant clothes to avoid stealing attention from his reputation as the capital's handsome man. They took the waterway for speed, but Qi Can, this troublemaker, insisted on playing chess with brother Xiaolon, and they wouldn't eat until the game was finished, making Xiao Lu complain continuously. Li Zhao asked innocently from the side, "So we can eat once the game is finished?" Xiao Lu nodded helplessly, but before he could react, the little girl had already placed a white piece on the board. Heavens! One of Qi Can's taboos was interrupting his chess game. The little girl was in trouble now. The air paused for several seconds. Qi Can turned his head sarcastically. "Chess pieces aren't toys. If you like playing so much, why don't you go play alone on the boat?" He thought this little girl was really not cute at all. First calling him uncle when they met, showing no gratitude after being saved, and now daring to interrupt his chess game. Just as he was about to act up, Xiaolon exclaimed in amazement, "How brilliant! The white piece won." Qi Can trembled and quickly looked at the board. Unexpectedly, the white pieces that were destined to lose had been turned around by this girl. Compared to everyone's amazement, Li Zhao only expressed their foolishness in a more subtle way. However, the three would later discover that this girl's amazing qualities went far beyond just this. After disembarking, Qi Can couldn't wait to bid farewell to her. However, Li Zhao mysteriously claimed that without him, their mission wouldn't succeed. Xiao Lu and Xiaolon were nervous for Li Zhao, because Qi Can's second greatest taboo was people being deliberately mysterious. Qi Can darkened his face and said, "If you can tell me where we're going next, I'll consider taking you along." Li Zhao confidently named the Qiao family in Apricot Forest. Don't ask how she knew, because in her previous life as Qiao Zhao, she had seen Qi Can persistently begging her grandfather for paintings. And based on Xiao Lu's earlier fragments of conversation, she was even more certain they were heading to her own home. So she easily attached herself to Qi Can's horse, prompting him to ask why she chose his horse when there were 3 brothers. She replied casually, "After all, one is unlike 2. This made Chi more convinced that this girl wasn't cute at all. About to return to the Chiao family, joy mixed with some reluctance. Returning to her hometown under another identity, she found only ruins at the entrance. Neighbors spoke of a great fire that destroyed the Chiao family. Such destruction, even in this second life. Would she still be separated from her loved ones? Countless emotions intertwined in her heart, momentarily losing strength. She gripped Chi Can's arm, so tightly it hurt. Coming to her senses, she learned from the neighbors that her elder brother and younger sister had survived. Li Zhao was overjoyed. She hurriedly confirmed, "So young Master Chiao and Miss Chiao are still alive?" Miss Chiao is fine, but young Master Chiao's face was ruined. The word struck like lightning. Her brother's beauty had rivaled Chi Can's in the capital. Such a handsome young man's face was now ruined. Chi Can asked where young Master Chiao might go now. Li Zhao instinctively said the capital. Realizing it was inappropriate since she now had no connection to the Chiao family, she quickly changed her words. "I want to return to the capital." "Brother, sure. When are we going back?" Chi Can thought this girl was truly heartless, claiming to admire Master Chiao earlier, but now just wanted to go home after this incident. Li Zhao guessed that her brother probably didn't know about her death yet, so he would surely take their younger sister to the capital. She had to get back quickly to find him, but once back on the boat, Chi Can questioned her. "Didn't you say this journey wouldn't work without you? So what's the result of bringing you along?" Xiao Lu and Xiao Lan complained that Chi Can was good in every way, except for his terrible temper. Li Zhao remembered hearing that when Chi Can's mother, Princess Changrong, married, she had defied the emperor to marry a scholar. Though the marriage was happy, after her husband's death, the princess discovered he had another family outside, with 2 children. Devastated, she then openly pursued handsome men and lived a life of pleasure. This was partly why Chi Can had such a bad temper. Li Zhao asked him why he sought Master Chiao this time. Chi Can clearly didn't want to waste words on this little girl, but from his conversation with Xiao Lan, she learned that Xiao Lan had accidentally destroyed Master Chiao's painting, and they were seeking another one for his mother. So Li Zhao asked to see the damaged painting, promising she could replicate it, though Chi Can strongly refused. And Xiao Lan consoled that it didn't matter if she couldn't. Moments later, an identical magpie painting appeared before them, leaving them truly astonished. Meanwhile, several guards stood respectfully to one side, awaiting orders from their master in the garden. The man listened to his subordinate's report. Since the Chiao family incident, he had stationed men near Shinga Forest, believing the fire was no accident. Chi Can and his 2 companions leaned against the boat, looking at the sky, discussing the little girl they had picked up. She was truly extraordinary, not only matching the gifted Xiao Lan in chess, but also able to perfectly replicate Master Chiao's paintings. Could such a talented girl really just be a minor official's daughter? Just then, Xiao Si came to report, "Young master, something seems wrong with the lady in the room." I called many times but got no response. Before Xiao Si could finish, the 3 quickly arrived at the fence gate. But at the doorway, Shirkin suddenly stopped. What if this was one of those tricks girls often used on him? He'd push open the door, catch someone bathing, and then they'd demand he'd take responsibility. Xiao Lan said he would go, believing Miss Li wasn't that kind of person. They pushed open the door. Unexpectedly, Li Zhao was already unconscious inside. Seeing this, Xiao Lu and Xiao Lan panicked. "Quick, you find a doctor. I'll go buy a maid to help." In a flash, both disappeared, leaving Chi Can standing there bewildered. "Well, little girl, you're quite capable. In just a few days, you've got these 2 running errands for you." But seeing her flushed face on the bed, he couldn't help feeling worried. He touched Li Zhao's forehead. It was burning hot. Unexpectedly, the unconscious Li Zhao suddenly grabbed his hand, then placed it on the bedhead, making the capital's handsome Chi Can blush deeply. Just then, the foolish Xiao Lu returned quickly, grinning that he got lucky and met Dr. Li right away. However, thinking that this old man had refused even the Empress Dowager's request for consultation, he feared the doctor wouldn't come. "So I just knocked him out with a chop and carried him here." The doctor slowly rose. "Oh, so you know me, young friend." He had intended to leave in anger, but seeing the girl's symptoms on the bed, his interest was genuinely piqued. Her body was fine, but her soul seemed displaced, similar to the soul separation he'd studied for years. Then Li Zhao woke up, seeing the old man before her. She instinctively called out Grandfather Li. This alarmed the old man, who grabbed her shoulders asking, "Who are you? What did you just call me?" Only one person had ever called him that. The master of deception, Li Zhao, immediately played dumb. "Grandfather who? I didn't say anything." The old man thought he might have misheard. However, he felt this girl resembled the Qiao girl somewhat. Learning that Li Zhao was just traveling to the capital with Qi Can's group, he suggested she travel with him instead. Qi Can found this old man ridiculous. He'd only treated a fever and headache, yet wanted to take the person away. So he said it didn't matter to him, but worried the girl wouldn't agree. Unexpectedly, the heartless girl immediately said, "I'm willing to go with the doctor." Qi Can nearly coughed up blood in anger. "Aren't you afraid he might be a human trafficker who'll sell you? That's impossible. Someone as wise as Brother Qi wouldn't let a trafficker examine me." Qi Can's smile froze. This girl really had him figured out. Now leisurely drinking tea in the tea house, listening to commoners vividly describing how the great general righteously killed his own kin. But compared to him, Dr. Li across the table wasn't so calm. Upon hearing that General Xiao had shot his wife, the nearly 60-year-old man emanated killing intent. With a crack, he crushed his teacup. "You say General Xiao killed his wife? What great general! I say that boy was just incompetent, letting his wife get captured by enemies." Li Zhao coughed twice, reminding Grandfather Li to read the situation, but the angry doctor wouldn't listen. Soon they were driven away by the young general's fans. At that moment, under the poplar tree at the tea house, General Yuan Chao, known as the Smiling Tiger, wore pure brocade. "So she died. I thought whether she married or not, she would live a good life. It's too late now. What's the use of thinking about these things?" Back in the carriage, Li Zhao cheerfully consoled Grandfather Li. "Don't be angry." "How can I not be angry? Xiao Mingyuan gets promoted, gets rich, loses his wife, and might return to the capital to become a prince consort. By then, who will remember? Who can remember that girl? That girl was so clever, learning everything instantly. How could that bastard bear to shoot her with an arrow? I wonder about his swordsmanship. That girl Qiao must have been in so much pain then." Li Zhao's eyes softened. She thought it wasn't a complete loss. Otherwise, how could she see Grandfather Li care so much? After a while, the doctor asked, "By the way, young lady, I don't know your name yet." "I'm Li Zhao, single character Zhao." Hearing this, not knowing what he expected, he asked, "Which Zhao?" "The Zhao from The Wise Illuminate Others with Their Brightness." "The Zhao from The Wise Illuminate Others with Their Brightness." The little girl's face gradually overlapped with the girl in his memory, making it hard to distinguish who was who. Recalling the Northern military campaign, people talked about General Xiao's past. Xiao Mingyuan joined the army at 14, replacing his father, and became famous in one battle. Though the general left for battle on his wedding day, which was unfair to you. If he had hesitated even briefly, the city's people might not have survived. Actually, the general was softer-hearted than anyone. The soldier spoke eloquently. Once, Xiao Mingyuan lay in the snow for a day and night to save a human child. He had also swum across cold rivers underwater and personally beheaded the leader who humiliated civilians. He even spent his entire fortune providing winter supplies for dishonored women. The world only remembers the young general's glory, but we who were close to him know his body's full of scars. The general told us he never failed the country or its people, except for failing you alone. Indeed, how could one hate such a man who lived for country and people? Yet the young woman still felt frustrated. Why did his sword move so fast? As they were talking, the carriage suddenly stopped. It happened to coincide with General Xiao's triumphant return to the capital. The crowd had blocked the road. People on the street were cheering jubilantly. Xiao Mingyuan rode majestically on his tall horse. Including the siege, this was their second meeting. So her husband was actually quite popular. But why did she find him so irritating? Seeing young women throwing flowers at him. The young woman had an idea. She picked up a cactus from the ground and threw it. The battle-hardened man instinctively caught what he thought was a projectile. But the next moment his hand was full of thorns. That feels much better. The young girl calmly called the old man to flee, making Dr. Li laugh heartily. Even number 13 following behind found it thoroughly satisfying. After many twists and turns in her reborn life, Qiao Zhao finally returned to the Li Mansion's gate. "We're returning your third, Miss Home." The yawning servant was stunned. Then he ran inside, shouting across the courtyard. But hearing the news, The old madam first paused, then said to bring them in first to avoid embarrassment at the gate. She hadn't expected the third daughter to be brought back by men. If this news spread, it would ruin her reputation. But at the door, the servant escorting them said the master of the house must come out to receive her. Hearing this, the servant sighed. Not only was the master not home, but after the third miss had been missing for days, it was uncertain if the masters even wanted her back. Moreover, the third miss was someone everyone disliked. Your household is one of scholars. Our master brought your young lady back from far away. Is this how you treat guests? However, inside the courtyard, her mother, hearing news of her daughter, no longer cared about etiquette. She rushed out to the gate. In her memories, Li Zhao actually hated her mother. It was a parent's love. This mother's care for Li Zhao was beyond reproach. Just her intelligence was somewhat concerning. Finally, the old madam came out. Hearing a master had brought her granddaughter home, she was extremely grateful and invited them to come inside. But seeing it was an elderly man among them, she finally felt relieved. She thought it was perfect. Having an elderly master as escort would silence the neighbors' gossip. Xiao Zhao energetically got down from the carriage, and just as she bowed to the old madam, her mother pulled her into an embrace, weeping bitterly. Xiao Zhao closed her eyes too, savoring this moment of warmth. However, after returning home, she was scolded by the old madam. "You unfilial child, kneel down now." Wen Yin, her mother, held Xiao Zhao protectively, saying her precious daughter had traveled so far and endured who knows what hardships to return. How could she, as a mother, bear to watch her be punished? The old madam was exasperated, thinking this girl's temperament was all due to her mother's spoiling. However, Xiao Zhao's actions surprised the old madam. The young girl promptly knelt down. She said grandmother was right to scold her, and she knew her previous willfulness had caused much trouble for the family. Grandmother's love for me, I understand well. If I've caused you heartache, then I'm truly unfilial. After hearing these words, the old madam was speechless. She hadn't expected the girl to be so sensible after returning. She then kindly inquired about Dr. Li's background. That grandfather Li was named Junhe, a divine doctor appointed by the emperor years ago. The old madam was shocked. It was actually the renowned Dr. Li whom all officials respected. Just then, a maid came to report that people from the East Mansion wanted third miss to go over. That absolutely cannot happen. Old madam, if you take Zhao to the East Mansion, she'll be finished. Mother Wenyin hurriedly tried to stop it. The Li family consisted of East and West Mansions. The masters of both houses were brothers, now deceased. The East Mansion was ruled by Madame Jiang, who held the title of Shangju and had great authority over the West Mansion. The West Mansion was ruled by Madame Deng, who stood before them. Widowed young, she had raised 2 sons alone. Li Zhao's father was the elder, and her current mother was his second wife. The old lady pondered for a moment. Who said I'm taking Li Zhao to the East Mansion? She's already fainted from kneeling as punishment. This brought relief to their faces. In the East Mansion, the 2 old madams sat facing each other. Madame Deng explained the girl had fainted, but Madame Jiang remained insistent. The third miss was missing for so long. If we let her stay in the mansion, it will be difficult for the other young ladies to find marriages. The underlying meaning was clear. They wanted to drive Li Zhao out. However, Madame Deng objected. I understand your concerns, but the girl was saved by Dr. Li. Driving her away now might anger the old master. Madame Jiang and Wen Yin were surprised, but this third miss is already damaged goods who can't be married. This Madame Deng is truly stubborn about protecting her own. Then she needn't go to school anymore. Keep her confined to her courtyard to prevent more trouble. In the courtyard, Xiao Zhao was practicing ambidextrous combat when the door was suddenly kicked open. A man rushed in and grabbed Xiao Zhao. Big sister's engagement was called off because of you, and you're here playing chess? Xiao Zhao was confused and stood frozen upon hearing this news. At this moment, the eldest Miss Li Jiao caught up, out of breath, and stood in front of third brother. She smiled hypocritically at Xiao Zhao. Third sister, don't blame him. He's just worried sick. Xiao Zhao slapped away the woman's extended hand, saying she understood that third brother was blindly concerned for big sister. After all, they shared the same mother. Hearing this, Li Jiao was secretly surprised. Li Jiao seemed to have changed greatly since returning. It's good that third sister doesn't blame us. If mother knew, she would surely punish us. Li Zhao's acting was so poor that even though Xiao Zhao was unfamiliar with inner household politics, she found it unbearable to watch. She's not our mother. Now that big sister's engagement is broken, I think the mother-daughter pair must be the most pleased. Because Li Zhao's birth mother was the second wife, this third young master had always been dissatisfied with his stepmother. Xiao Zhao sighed slightly. I disagree with third brother. The most satisfied person right now isn't us mother and daughter, but rather the big sister standing before you. Li Xiaowen's eyes widened in shock before she could speak. The simple-minded third brother was already raging, saying Li Zhao had ruined big sister's good marriage prospect and still had the nerve to gloat. However, Li Zhao knew clearly that big sister's fiancé was Jia Shu, the youngest son of Chang Chuanbua, a notorious playboy in the capital who had been harassing respectable women since he was 13. Don't you remember big sister crying behind the rockery because of this marriage? Under the sunlight, Xiao Zhao smiled brilliantly. Isn't big sister happy to have broken off the engagement with such a person? Third brother, still not grasping the situation, continued relentlessly. What nonsense are you spouting? Should we beat drums and gongs to celebrate a broken engagement? Isn't getting rid of such a scoundrel worth celebrating with drums and gongs? What do you say, big sister? Li Jiao broke into a cold sweat as her true intentions were exposed. She had meant to incite her brother to cause trouble, but hadn't expected her little trick to be discovered so easily. She hurriedly pulled her brother away in embarrassment. Li Hui had no idea that his supposedly kind-hearted sister was actually quite malicious behind the scenes. The original host kidnapping was definitely no accident. On the Flower Festival day, Li Jiao had invited the original host out, but she normally didn't get along with Big Sister and hadn't wanted to go. However, Li Jiao deliberately spread rumors that Du Feiyang, the son of the Gu Changhua household and the original host cousin, would be there. This made the original host change her mind. The Flower Festival was extremely crowded. In the noisy, crowded atmosphere, kidnapping a young girl was all too easy. After the original host disappeared, Li Jiao made a big show of announcing that the Li family's third miss was missing, effectively cutting off any path for the original host to return home. Now that she had returned, not only had Li Jiao escaped the Changchun Earl's family's influence, but she also played the victim to win people's sympathy. The twisted schemes within this mansion were truly chilling. Even if the original host had a bad personality, she shouldn't have been plotted against to death at such a young age. Now that she occupied the original host's body, she naturally couldn't make peace with those who had harmed her. As Li Jiao walked out of the courtyard, she pondered to herself. Was it her imagination? The formerly willful and spoiled Li Jiao had not only returned unharmed, but her eyes seemed to see through everything. It couldn't be. That fool Li Jiao could never have seen through her flawless plan. The voices of father and third brother interrupted her thoughts. But upon seeing father, Li Xiao immediately squeezed out 2 tears, rubbing her eyes while sobbing, acting as if she had suffered a great injustice. What's wrong? It's all because of Li Xiao's return that Big Sister lost her engagement. She even just bullied Big Sister. Father, you must seek justice for Big Sister. Li Jiao remained silent, playing the pitiful and weak victim, while Li Hui added fuel to the fire. This caused Father Li's expression to darken. After comforting Li Jiao, he wore a stern face and said he would go teach Li Jiao a lesson. But upon entering the courtyard, his eyes lit up. The young girl held white pieces in one hand and black pieces in the other, with an extremely serious expression. Father Li watched Xiao Zhao playing chess against herself without interrupting. When Xiao Zhao placed a piece, he could no longer contain himself and exclaimed in admiration. He stopped Xiao Zhao from rising to greet him. Then he sat down himself, picked up some pieces, and began playing against Xiao Zhao, completely forgetting his original purpose for coming. A moment later, Father Li stood up laughing heartily, repeatedly saying how refreshing it was. He left feeling satisfied and content, leaving behind a confused Xiao Zhao wondering if her father had come just to play chess. Humming a tune and in high spirits, Father Li suddenly remembered something and stopped in his tracks. Oh no, I forgot to scold that troublemaking daughter. But going back now to lecture her would make me look petty as a father, especially since we just enjoyed playing together. How awkward. Not only did she get kidnapped, but she successfully used this opportunity to break off the engagement. After everyone knew the broken engagement wasn't her fault, she played the victim and acted weak. This preserved her reputation while not affecting her chances of finding another match. In the end, she made everyone despise Li Jiao. The perfect poison scheme made her feel quite proud. But just then, a maid came to report that the master had left third Mrs. Quarters. Strangely, he showed no signs of displeasure, but rather returned to the mansion whistling and smiling. Li Jiao's previously smug expression immediately darkened. She cursed internally that since that dead girl's return, everything seemed oddly different. "How are you, big sister? I heard about your broken engagement. It's all because of that jinx Li Jiao. I'll go seek justice for you right now." This came from the second and fifth young ladies of the East Mansion. Before Li Jiao could answer, they turned to leave. Li Jiao tried to stop them but failed, so she let them storm out. On the surface, they seemed close to her, but if she hadn't been inferior to them in music, chess, literature, and art, they wouldn't have treated her well. But what did it matter? They were easily manipulated with just a little provocation and false kindness. Meanwhile, Qiao Zhao gave her maid a bag of silver and instructed her to find some discreet people to gather information and report back about events outside. If nothing unexpected happened, her elder brother should be at their grandfather's mansion by now. Xiao Mingyuan had returned victorious yesterday, making today the best opportunity to reveal the truth about the Qiao family fire. As the young lady was lost in thought, the door was suddenly pushed open with a bang. The second miss stormed in and furiously accused Qiao Zhao, saying how dare she return, asking if she knew what she had done to Big Sister. Qiao Zhao silently looked at Li Jiao, then under the young lady's shocked gaze, picked up a teacup and took a calm sip. This action nearly made Li Jiao faint from anger. She then furiously slammed the table. "Li Third, have you no manners? Is this how you treat guests?" Qiao Zhao remained completely calm. Holding the teacup, she spoke leisurely. "So second sister is also one who sets rules for others but not herself. A double standard indeed." Li Jiao's face was full of disbelief. How dare she speak to her like this? How dare she? As Li Jiao's expression fluctuated between dark and light, Qiao Zhao elegantly held up the used teacup. "Second sister, have some tea." But this scene appeared as pure provocation in Li Jiao's eyes. Without another word, she reached out and knocked away the teacup the young lady was offering. However, in the next moment, the scalding tea seemed to have found its target. Second Mrs. Scream echoed throughout the Li mansion as she clutched her foot and hopped around. But the wet floor was extremely slippery. With a swoosh, she took another tumble, falling head first right in front of Li Jiao, who had just entered. Seeing this, Li Jiao hurriedly came forward with concern, but showed no intention of helping the young lady up. The young lady struggled to stand using both hands. However, the next moment her hand touched broken porcelain pieces. The pain made the young lady grimace again. By now, Li Jiao was about to explode with anger. Disregarding everything else, she pointed at Qiao Zhao and demanded to know if she was deliberately trying to kill her. Though Qiao Zhao was laughing inside, she maintained a calm exterior. After all, she had knocked over the cup herself. Qiao Zhao very patiently tried to explain, but Li Jiao didn't care whether it was intentional or not. She raised her hand to slap Qiao Zhao's face. Qiao Zhao merely tilted her head slightly, causing the young lady's hand to hit the screen instead. Another shriek rang out. "Oh my, second sister, how did you get hurt so badly? Send someone to fetch a doctor." Li Xiao suppressed her rising smile and inner satisfaction, trying to stir up more trouble. There would be quite a show once the old madam arrived. Second Miss forcefully stopped the maids who wanted to clean up. In just a moment, the entire Earl's mansion knew about Second Miss's injury. As soon as the old madam entered, she saw the mess on the floor. She frowned and asked the maids why they hadn't cleaned the room. Second sister said to leave the evidence. Qiao Zhao answered honestly. Hearing this, Madame Deng said no more, but walked to Li Jiao's side and asked with concern about her injuries. "Great aunt, look at my hands and feet. It's all Li Jiao's fault. It hurts so much." However, after seeing that Li Jiao's injuries weren't serious, she turned and instructed Madame Gui behind her to treat them. Seeing that the person who came was rough-looking with large hands and feet, her eyes showed nothing but disdain. Having already failed to get her way with Qiao Zhao, plus the sudden pain, her emotions became uncontrollable. Just as Madame Gui lifted her foot to examine the injury, she violently kicked Madame Gui in the face, sending her flying several meters back. She didn't forget to berate Madame Gui for being rough and clumsy. Everyone always said Third Miss was arrogant and proud, but it seems Second Miss is the truly tyrannical one. We'd better stay away from her in the future. As the servants whispered among themselves, old Madame Jiang and the first Madame finally arrived. "Oh my dear Jiao Jiao, Let us see where you're hurt. Seeing her grandmother, who always supported her, arrive, Li Jiao immediately burst into loud sobs, saying it was all Li Jiao's fault. Third girl, what happened? Seeing her granddaughter injured like this, the old madam glared fiercely at Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao remained composed and replied respectfully. Li Zhao stormed into my room for unknown reasons. Seeing her so angry, I offered her tea to calm down, but she couldn't hold the cup and it spilled and broke, hitting her foot. Nonsense! You deliberately let go of the cup to hit me with it, and intentionally made me fall and cut my hand. Whether from anger or grievance, Li Jiao's tears were flowing like a small river. Hearing this, old Madame Zhang's face turned extremely dark. Third girl, you better tell me the truth. If there's even half a lie, even your grandmother won't be able to protect you. Since you say so, I won't cover up for second sister anymore. Xiao Zhao then explained everything in detail, stating that big sister Wu Mei was present and could verify. However, second miss wasn't worried at all. Given her position in the East Mansion, they wouldn't dare to tell the truth. Indeed, Wu Mei and Li Shu were too timid to speak up. But Li Jiao wouldn't miss this opportunity to kick someone while they're down. She hurriedly stepped forward, saying that third sister deliberately dropped the cup, and that second miss never meant to hit Li Jiao, and that second miss sat down after being helped up and didn't move again. These twisted words left Li Shu utterly astonished. Big miss, you black-hearted girl, why are you framing your third sister? Madam, he rushed to stand in front of Li Jiao. Old Madame Ding quickly stopped them sternly, thinking to herself how Madam he appears out of nowhere, like a ghost, whenever it concerns her daughter. Second Miss was extremely pleased at this moment. Big Miss was on her side, and little sister was too timid to speak up. Now no one could prove she was lying. Third girl, what do you have to say for yourself? If we don't punish your mistakes severely, you'll never learn and keep repeating them. We discipline you because we don't want to ruin you. Old Madame Jiang spoke formally, showing a cold smile. Today she would personally teach this girl a lesson, to make her understand what rules really mean. Great Inn is right. Li Zhao nodded in agreement with old Madame Jiang's view. Then she walked unhurriedly to the screen. Pointing to a spot, she said that's where Second Miss hit her. Second Miss was confident, saying she was too injured to have the strength to hit anyone. Big Miss quickly chimed in to support her. So Big Sister means Second Miss never came to hit me? Big Miss, now intimidated by Li Zhao's presence, spoke in a lower voice but still insisted. Second Sister never got up after sitting down. She told Li Zhao to stop making trouble and being disrespectful, angering grandmother and great aunt. Very well then, what is this? Li Zhao stepped aside, revealing the bloody handprint Second Miss had left on the screen when she struck. The young lady, whose plot was exposed, repeatedly denied it, saying no one could prove the handprint was hers. However, the truth was clear. Second Miss had unreasonably wronged an innocent person. At this point, old Madame Jiang finally spoke, sternly interrupting Second Miss's nonsense. Enough! How dare you still try to argue when things have come to this? Second Miss pitifully called out grandmother and dared not speak further. A dead silence fell over the room. Old Madame Jiang's face was dark as water, her venomous gaze turning to Big Mississippi. Big Miss's face turned red with embarrassment, her body so tense she dared not breathe. This Li Zhao had become so cunning since returning, easily controlling both of them. Old Madame Jiang walked awkwardly to old Madame Ding. Sister-in-law, Second Miss doesn't know better. I'll take her back now for proper discipline. Watching old Madame Jiang's discomfort, old Madame Ding maintained her composure while rejoicing inside. She had suffered under old Madame Jiang's thumb all her life, never expecting Li Zhao would turn the tables. You're right. Take her back quickly for proper education before she goes completely astray and makes a bigger mistake. She threw old Madame Jiang's earlier sarcastic words right back at her. Being in the wrong, old Madame Jiang could only suppress her anger and return to the East Mansion with Second Miss, thoroughly humiliated. As soon as they returned, old Madame Jiang's fierce voice rang out from the East Wing. You wretched girl, kneel down now. The old lady sat high in the main hall, looking down at her kneeling granddaughter and daughter-in-law. Lifting her teacup, she asked Second Miss if she knew where she went wrong. Second Miss quickly expressed that she shouldn't have lied to frame her sister, but before she could finish, old Madame Jiang interrupted her. Foolish! Old Madame Jiang slammed down her teacup. She advised Second Miss that if she's not smart enough to harm others, she must eliminate all evidence when she does. Never show weakness, admit defeat when lost, and don't make a fool of yourself with nonsensical arguments. Second Miss listened in astonishment, thinking, my goodness, grandmother, you have so many tricks up your sleeve? Old Madame Jiang said no more, but advised Second Miss to practice her calligraphy diligently. In a few days, on Buddha's birthday, if her scripture was chosen by the monks and presented to the Grand Princess, it would surely bring her great fame. Second Miss's face immediately lit up with excitement. Old Madame Jiang watched the empty-headed Second Miss's enthusiasm. This fool clearly hadn't grasped her cunning essence, but she wasn't discouraged. No matter what, they had to be better than the West Mansion. Even if it was just mud, it had to stick firmly to the wall. While the East Mansion was full of ambition, the West Mansion was experiencing a tragedy. Big Miss knelt before old Madame Deng. She kowtowed sorrowfully, admitting her mistakes. She said she had acted wrongly because she was upset about her broken engagement, but now she had come to her senses and begged grandmother for punishment. Old Madame Deng sighed, understanding her unhappiness after the broken engagement. She specifically warned Big Miss never to help others bully her own sisters again, as it would give the East Court something to laugh about. Big Miss repeatedly agreed, but secretly thought that given Li Zhao's personality, she wouldn't let this go easily. When that time came, she would act pitiful again to make everyone think Li Zhao was being unreasonable. At this moment, Big Miss stepped forward and tenderly took Li Zhao's hand, saying, "Third sister, sister was confused and made a mistake. Please forgive me." Unexpectedly, Li Zhao smiled sweetly and said to let the matter pass. This scene surprised old Madame Deng as well. She hadn't expected Li Zhao to remain so composed after such wrongdoing, and felt sympathetic. She gave Li Zhao an inkstone left by her husband as comfort, which Li Zhao accepted graciously. Big Miss nearly ground her teeth to powder. That was grandfather's heirloom, which grandmother treasured dearly. She had shamelessly asked grandmother for it many times, but was never given it, yet now it was given to Li Zhao. Big Miss returned to her room, full of resentment. Expecting third brother to arrive soon, she brushed aside her bangs to make the bruise on her forehead more visible. She put on a pitiful, delicate appearance. Sure enough, when third brother saw Big Miss's affected manner, knowing she must have been bullied again, he angrily went to confront Li Zhao. A moment later, he demanded, "I want to ask you both, mother and daughter, how badly do you want to harm Big Miss before you're satisfied? Did you cause the injury on Big Miss's head? Did you bully her again?" Madam, he became furious immediately. Nonsense. It was that black-hearted girl who tried to frame my Zhao Zhao. But in third brother's mind, Big Miss was as fragile as a white lotus, incapable of harming others. He only accused Madame He and her daughter of twisting the truth. Li Zhao couldn't be bothered to argue further, saying, "Go ask grandmother yourself about what happened." First, third brother went to ask grandmother about the situation, then came specially to apologize. Red-faced with shame, he said he had misunderstood Li Zhao. They reconciled over a bowl of spicy soup. Just after third brother left, the old madam sent over the promised inkstone. This made Li Zhao breathe a long sigh of relief. The hardships of the journey and the scheming after returning home had exhausted this 13-year-old girl, both physically and mentally. Fortunately, everything was over now. She then interestedly tapped the inkstone, noting its crisp sound and lustrous appearance. It seemed the old madam was sincerely trying to make amends. Perhaps life in the Li household wasn't as bad as she had thought. But as she was playing with the inkstone, her father stopped her in time, saying, "This is your grandmother's treasure. You mustn't tap it carelessly." Li Zhao smiled gracefully, explaining to her father that she was judging its quality by the sound. The crisper the sound, the better the quality. She added that grandmother had given her an excellent inkstone. He naturally knew the quality of this inkstone, as he had coveted it for years without success. Yet surprisingly, mother had given it to his daughter. Seeing her father's envious look, Li Zhao was quite amused. The little girl immediately offered it with both hands. She said if her father would tell her some interesting stories, she'd let him keep the inkstone for a few days. "I don't have any interesting stories, but there is a recent tragedy." The young girl held the inkstone, listening attentively. Unexpectedly, her father began talking about the Qiao family. He said that now his siblings had escaped from a fire and gone to the minister's mansion. This confirmed his earlier suspicions that Big Brother had indeed gone to seek help from their maternal grandfather. He wondered if they had received news of his supposed death. He also mentioned that today, Minister Ko had requested an imperial investigation into the fire. A royal inspector had been appointed to investigate the case, and that person was none other than his current uncle, Li Guanyan. It seemed like fate that her current relative would be investigating her previous family's case. On the outskirts of the capital, a plainly dressed man was riding swiftly on horseback. Suddenly, his brows furrowed. A sword's energy struck a nearby tree trunk. "What are your intentions? You've been following me since I left the city gates." The man in black was the 13th general of the Jinning Guard. "You worry too much. I'm merely out for a countryside excursion. Spring is in full bloom. Are you also out for a spring outing, General?" Xiao Mingyuan didn't believe the man's words, but said glumly, "I'm going to bring my wife's coffin home." Hearing this, Number 13 frowned deeply. The general is truly sentimental, his voice dripping with undisguised sarcasm. After they parted, the man fell into memories. His first meeting with Xiao Zhao had been just as helpless. Though they had no romantic feelings at that time, if he hadn't intervened, who knows how the enemy general would have humiliated her. It was regrettable that he had to kill his wife with his own hands. The man sighed, burying his remorse deep in his heart. The previously clear sky suddenly began drizzling. Today, Li Zhao happened to be wearing matching clothes with the man. After spending several days preparing scriptures for Buddha's birthday, she finally had time to tend to the flowers and plants in the courtyard. However, the old madam came looking for her, saying, "Child, how could you joke with your grandmother like this? You actually sent Master Qiao's genuine calligraphy." Xiao Zhao was startled. That calligraphy was indeed from her hand. So under her grandmother's shocked gaze, she explained that she had been practicing Master Qiao's calligraphy style for years. "If you could write so well, why have you never shown your literary talents before?" The young girl pretended to be shy, saying she feared her sisters would be angry and make things difficult for her. Her grandmother was charmed by Li Zhao's cute demeanor, surprised to see this side of Third Miss. Though she said this, grandmother's underlying meaning was still that she hadn't invited her to attend Buddha's birthday celebration. But Li Zhao was confident that if the Grand Princess saw her calligraphy, she would surely invite her. On Buddha's birthday, grandmother indeed only took first and second miss. Second miss was still indignant, remembering how Li Third had thoroughly defeated her that day, making her want to tear her apart. "Big sister, don't worry. One day, I'll teach Li Third a harsh lesson to avenge you." But Big Miss was now afraid of Li Zhao, saying Third Sister had changed greatly and it would be better for Second Miss to avoid provoking her. What's there to fear? That day she just had dumb luck. Just then, a beautiful figure approached them from afar. It was Du Feixue, the legitimate daughter of the Gu Chanhua household. She first looked around, and only after confirming Li Zhao wasn't present did she break into a smile. Then, holding Big Miss's arm intimately, she spoke ill of Li Zhao, saying Li Zhao's previous reputation as a bully wasn't unfounded. The noble ladies had just been discussing that whichever family's daughter gained the Grand Princess's favor would become famous throughout the capital. But when the monks brought out the copied scriptures, grandmother was dumbfounded. This calligraphy was clearly from their Li family. She had carefully examined both first and second Mrs. writing, and even glanced at fourth and fifths. Now it seemed it could only be third Mrs. work. "Old madam, which young lady from your household is it?" a monk urged impatiently from the side. Unexpectedly, after a brief pause, Madame Jiang announced second Mrs. name. This infuriated their relative's mother. This shameless woman had no integrity. Just as she was about to interrupt Madame Jiang, "Second Miss, come here quickly." Second Miss was overjoyed at the news, never expecting that she would be the one chosen. But the next moment, she was shocked by the calligraphy. This wasn't her writing at all. However, Madame Jiang kept urging from behind. Second Miss had no choice but to reluctantly follow the monk to meet the Grand Princess. After the monk left, grandmother caught up with step-grandmother, wanting an explanation from the East Court. But step-grandmother claimed Third Miss's reputation was too poor, so it was better to give the opportunity to someone more useful. Grandmother was once again shocked by her shamelessness. "Should I thank you for this?" Step-grandmother turned around, looking at her darkly. One brush can't write two different characters. Sister-in-law should understand this clearly. Soon after, Second Miss was brought back. Everyone was all smiles, saying they were fortunate to hear about Second Miss's experience at the temple. But the young lady remained silent with a gloomy face. The old madam said, "This young lady is not the one we're looking for." The previously cheerful noble ladies were now shocked, their mouths agape. This joke had gone too far. Only grandmother was secretly laughing behind the crowd, thinking That's what you get for being opportunistic. At this point, Second Miss finally crumbled under pressure and fell to her knees. It turned out that when she arrived, the Grand Princess had asked her to write poetry, and after her true abilities were exposed, she was immediately sent back. With this, her reputation was completely ruined. At this point, Grandmother finally stepped forward to explain that there had been a mistake. It was their third Mrs. Work. In the carriage heading to Dafu Temple, the young maid spat disdainfully. Some cultured lady she turned out to be. To think she would stoop to impersonation. Fortunately, the Buddhist master saw through her deception. Meanwhile, Li Zhao sat with her eyes closed, resting. Since returning to the capital, she had been confined. Now she had finally managed to leave the Li residence, getting one step closer to her family. Upon arriving at Dafu Temple, people saw the Li family's third miss for the first time, gossiping about Li Zhao's confinement. If not for the divine doctor's help, who knows how bad her reputation would have become. Led by the monks, they smoothly arrived at the Grand Princess's location. Are you the owner of this Buddhist scripture? Though the Buddhist master wore plain clothes, she couldn't hide her former grace and beauty. Xiao Zhao bowed. The scripture is offered to Buddha. I dare not claim ownership. This scripture was merely copied by me. Master, rest assured there won't be any mistakes this time. Then, at the master's request, she wrote out the Bringing in the Wine by the Blue Lotus Scholar. Do you not see the bright mirror in the hall reflecting white hair? Morning black silk turns to snow by evening. What is your relationship with Xiaozhua? Don't tell me you learned this from copying. Such divine and natural flow cannot be achieved through mere imitation. It turned out this former princess had chosen to become a nun after failing to master her grandfather's style. The reason Li Zhao was so certain the master would see her was precisely because she knew this inside story. But facing the questioning, she still needed to respond. Master, would you believe some people are born with extraordinary talent? Hearing this, the master's pupils contracted sharply. Yes, he had once been such a brilliant talent. Remembering the past, the master's eyes filled with tears. Young benefactor speaks truly. Some people are indeed heaven-blessed from birth. I was narrow-minded. She then invited Li Zhao to come to the temple every 7 days to copy scriptures with the princess. By the way, what is your name, benefactor? My surname is Li, given name Zhao. Hearing this, the master was startled again. Is it the Zhao from the wise illuminate others with their brightness? After receiving Li Zhao's confirmation, the master turned away, asking no more questions, only specially instructing Li Zhao to come regularly. Then she ordered a nun to personally escort the young lady back. When Li Zhao appeared before everyone again, the noble ladies who had been gossiping about whether Li III would embarrass herself were stunned. This third miss was actually escorted back by Master Wu Mei's nun. It's worth noting that even for noble ladies, it's difficult to just see Master Wu Mei, let alone receive a special audience. Having her attendant escort back to the old madam, saying the master really likes the young benefactor's calligraphy and wishes to invite her to come to the temple every 7 days to copy Buddhist scriptures. Would that be convenient? Step-grandmother naturally agreed happily, though she couldn't help but think to herself, if only it had been one of the other young ladies of the household who received such favor. That would have been perfect. That day, for the greater good, the man had shot the young lady dead on the city wall. Now, to honor his late wife, he personally traveled 100 li outside the city to receive Xiao Zhao's coffin for burial. Wherever they passed, people were moved to tears. Everyone knew Xiao Mingyuan was a renowned general protecting the country, and the only person he had ever failed was the woman in that coffin. But he could never have imagined his deceased wife's soul had transmigrated into another young lady, who was now curiously looking at her own coffin. At this moment, Li Zhao seemed to be pushed from behind by someone, falling by the roadside. This caught the man's attention, their first official meeting. On their wedding day, for the sake of the people, Xiao Mingyuan had gone to battle before completing the ceremony. Now meeting again, everything had changed. Won't the body decay? As they passed by, Li Zhao couldn't help but ask. This question left Xiao Mingyuan bewildered. The girl before him looked no more than 13 or 14, yet she asked such a strange question. Li Zhao's behavior displeased the crowd. "Young lady, please don't disturb our general." However, Xiao Mingyuan was quite patient, explaining that thousand-year ice in the coffin kept the temperature low, preventing his late wife's body from decaying. But the cold poison he contracted while collecting that thousand-year ice had left him with a chronic illness that hadn't healed to this day. Though helpless in other matters, he could at least preserve her appearance, so Qiao Zhao's family could see her one last time. "I see." The strange young lady, seemingly satisfied with the answer, respectfully turned and left without another word, leaving Xiao Mingyuan completely confused. On the way back to the Li residence, the young maid curiously asked her miss why she had acted so inappropriately earlier. Li Zhao said it was just carelessness, but internally wondered about the person who pushed her and their motives. While the young lady was pondering, a figure caught her attention. It was another acquaintance from her past life. Years ago, while gathering herbs for her grandfather, she had accidentally encountered this person injured and gave him some homemade medicine. They had coincidentally met several times after that. She only knew the man was called 13, nothing else about his identity. But just that moment of distraction revealed something suspicious to 13. The young lady's pupils had contracted suddenly, clearly the subtle reaction of unexpectedly meeting someone familiar. Even though she tried to hide it afterward, that natural initial reaction couldn't be faked. This meant the girl must know him. But how could a minor compiler's daughter, who had only left the capital once due to being kidnapped, know him, a Jinling guard who had been away for years? Although 13 was one of the top members of the Jinling guard, even he couldn't make sense of this strange sense of familiarity. "Little miss, haven't we met before?" Seeing him, Li Zhao rolled her eyes. What a busybody. Given young Li Zhao's social circle, it was impossible for her to have any connection with this person. The only possibility was after being kidnapped. "What's your surname, uncle?" 13's face darkened. Was he really that old? "It's Jiang." But just from this surname, Li Zhao had already mostly figured out this uncle's identity. Surname Jiang and being 13, plus this nosy and curious personality. He was most likely from the legendary Jinling Guard. Though they were acquaintances, it was only from a few brief encounters. Getting involved with a Jinling Guard would surely bring endless trouble. "Don't know you, uncle." The young lady immediately turned tail and ran. But her action hurt 13's feelings. Was he really that repulsive? So he quickened his pace to catch up with her. "Cut the nonsense. From now on, call me Brother Jiang. I noticed you didn't call that Xiao guy uncle earlier. I'm the same age as that guy. You're discriminating against me, you know?" The young lady immediately leaned back defensively. After all, that man was still technically her husband. How could she possibly call him uncle? "You're different. Too many girls chase after him. I'm afraid of being killed by their embroidered shoes." This response made 13 chuckle mischievously. "So, uncle, can I leave now? Call me Brother Jiang." Then, "Brother Jiang, can I leave now?" But 13 still wasn't satisfied and asked again if she really hadn't met him before. "Brother Jiang must be joking. I'm a well-bred young lady who never leaves home. Where would I have met you?" 13 was amazed at how smoothly this girl could lie. Never leaves home? Then who was it that got kidnapped earlier? The young lady was secretly pleased, knowing he wouldn't dare expose her. But wait, Shurkan and the others going south was purely for entertainment and wouldn't have caught the Jinling Guard's attention. So what exactly had caught Jiang 13's interest? Could it be that the Jingming Guard was watching her old home near the Qiao family? If so, getting close to him might reveal some inside information about the mansion fire. She suddenly moved closer to 13. "Well, we can get to know each other. Brother Jiang, I'm Li, the third daughter. My father is Li Xiuchuan, and we live in Apricot Alley. What about you?" This time it was 13's turn to lean back. This girl was too forward. He wasn't here to propose marriage. Was there any need to be so detailed? "Oh, I just remembered there are dumplings cooking at home. Got to go." Back home, she sought comfort from her grandmother's hugs and affection. However, at this moment, Dia tactlessly played the weak one, saying those coffins looked scary and they should head home to rest. But she didn't understand the old madam's patriotic sentiments. Without the sacrifice of those fallen soldiers, how could they enjoy such peaceful lives? Especially that Lady Qiao Zhao who died for the country. She was truly a heroine who matched any man. Li Zhao listened in bewilderment. She wasn't that noble. Although she had been prepared to die for the country, she was killed by that man before she could even express her intentions. Thinking about it now, throwing that cactus at him that day was too gentle. After returning home, she learned through the maids that Li Zhao had been prepared even before she sent someone to fetch her. This showed the third Mrs. Cleverness. She had been acting coy and seeking hugs earlier, but apparently had already planned everything about the great fortune temple matter. Well, it's good to have someone clever in the household. Meanwhile, the clever one in the East Mansion was crying miserably. Those mocking and sneering looks were something she had never experienced before. It's all that wild girl Lee-san's fault, mother. I want to go to the West Mansion to settle scores with Lee-san. Why should she gain glory by stepping on my face? But this time, her mother unexpectedly didn't indulge her, only saying she should stay in the East Mansion and study well for a while. The second miss was stunned. She was actually being confined in Jinan Marquis Manor. After some time investigating, Xiao Mingyuan finally uncovered a clue. It turned out his subordinate Su Luofeng had used his general's token that day to lure Xiao into someone else's ambush. Unfortunately, this Su Luofeng was an orphan. Tomorrow, then, continue the investigation. Check the brothels and pleasure boats in Beiding City. He had seen Su Luofeng's family letters before. If he was an orphan, where did these letters come from? They must have been used to pass messages. Early the next day, her old father eagerly came to visit Li Zhao, having heard about her impressive showing at the Great Buddha Temple yesterday. He specifically took time off to come seek her guidance. National affairs are everyone's affairs. I've decided to strive for improvement for the country and the people. Li Zhao was speechless. Having such an impulsive old father was quite headache-inducing. Then she asked her old father to tell her another story as payment. He told of how yesterday, while the champion Marquis was escorting soldiers back to the city, a confused young lady suddenly rushed up and stopped him in front of everyone. Li Zhao was stunned. How did this gossip end up being about her? Miss, it's time for your lessons, the maid came over and said. He also brought her a melon, saying she was champion Marquis Xiao Mingyuan's wife, who had been posthumously titled as Imperial Marchioness by the current emperor. The literary young lady's face immediately darkened. What was the point of posthumous titles? She could still feel that lingering pain in her heart. Miss, your school bag. Second miss had terrible luck yesterday and is in a foul mood, so please be careful today. At the East Mansion's girls' school. You, Lee-san, you really dare to come? This is the East Mansion. How dare you act so casually? Li Zhao smiled innocently. I really am fine. Big sister said second sister was in a bad mood. I thought you wouldn't come. Hearing this, second miss immediately glared at big sister in fury. Before big sister could explain, second miss slapped her across the face. This showed how arrogant second miss was, striking even her close relatives without hesitation. In class, the old teacher also followed current events and specifically asked to see Li Zhao's calligraphy. Unable to refuse, Li Zhao had to comply. But upon seeing Lee-san's handwriting, second miss seemed to catch something. Lee-san, this handwriting is completely different from yesterday's manuscript. So that Buddhist scripture wasn't written by you after all. No wonder you refused to write when asked. You're a fraud. Li Zhao didn't respond. She just picked up the brush and swiftly wrote another piece. The onlookers were amazed to find that Li Zhao could write in two completely different styles. Second sister, didn't you say at the Great Buddha Temple yesterday that you hadn't paid attention to the scripture's writing? How are you so familiar with my handwriting today? Were you trying to impersonate me yesterday? This public exposure made second miss so embarrassed that she coldly snorted and returned to her seat. Big sister watched in amazement. Mother was right. This Lee-san had become incredibly clever since returning to the mansion. Better not provoke her. Now that the war was over, he came to apologize wearing mourning clothes. He said he had properly arranged Xiao Zhao's coffin and wanted to personally express his regrets to her only two remaining relatives. Following the servant to the brother-in-law's villa, unexpectedly, Xiao Mo was already waiting at the door with a sword. You failed to protect my sister. Xiao Mingyuan faced it calmly. Yes, he had failed to protect Xiao Zhao. Do you regret killing my sister? The man's brow furrowed deeper. After a moment, he said he had no regrets. Though he didn't regret it, he would feel guilty for life. But when he said he had no regrets, Xiao Mo thrust his sword straight at the man's heart. Blood splattered in the next moment. The man didn't move at all, allowing his brother-in-law's sword to pierce him. Why didn't you dodge? Did you assume I wouldn't kill you? The man still didn't speak. When you shot that arrow, did you assume people would only praise your righteousness? Did you assume even your wife's relatives would have to forgive you? Xiao Mingyuan finally lowered his head. He hadn't thought that far. He hadn't had time to think at all. After a moment's silence, the brother-in-law couldn't bring himself to continue. After all, the man's actions weren't wrong. Better a quick death by arrow than letting Xiao Zhao fall into enemy hands and suffer humiliation. But still, he had lost his most beloved sister. He took the man inside to dress his wound. My sister was a good girl. Don't ever forget her. But Xiao Mingyuan knew this well. That day on the city wall, the young lady who fell into the den of wolves showed no sign of distress or fear. She was even braver than his most valiant warriors. I won't forget. Mingyuan will only have one wife in this life, Xiao Zhao. Please rest assured, brother-in-law. Watching the man's back, Xiao Mo fell into deep thought. Was he really going to remain celibate for his sister, unwilling to marry again? But just as Xiao Mingyuan left, little sister Xiao Wan rushed over urgently. After learning about the man's situation, she ran after him. Stop right there. So you're Xiao Mingyuan. Seeing it was Wei Zai who came, Xiao Mingyuan crouched down to communicate with the young girl at eye level. But unexpectedly, in the next moment, the girl charged forward in one swift motion. She punched him right in the chest, muttering about avenging her sister. Like brother, like sister, they both aimed for the same spot. Xiao Mingyuan's newly bandaged wound began bleeding again from the girl's punch. But strangely, when the girl saw the blood, she rolled her eyes back and fainted. A moment later, the ice-blooded girl Xiao Wan suddenly sat up. Brother, where's that bad man? Seeing his sister's lack of manners, her brother couldn't help but start nagging. He killed our sister. I won't call him brother-in-law. Besides, he's not as tough as people say. I knocked him down with one punch, and he bled so much. Inside the neighboring yamen, the man in black, who was tracking Xiao Mingyuan, reported everything that had happened to number 13. The man couldn't help but smirk. If he had known, he would have gone to watch himself. He really wanted to see Xiao Mingyuan get beaten up. He ordered his subordinates to stop monitoring that area. Then number 13 opened the window and quietly enjoyed the sunset. If he hadn't been the infamous Jin Yui when he first met Xiao Zhao, perhaps things would have been different. At least he wouldn't have died. In the following days, life became peaceful. Second Miss pretended to be sick and stopped going to school after losing face, while Big Miss stopped causing trouble after witnessing Li San's capabilities. Life suddenly became quiet. A few days later, it was time to visit Shuang Temple. The old father specially took leave to come back, anxiously telling Li Zhao not to be nervous. He thought to himself, if only Li Zhao were a son, they could play chess together every day or watch him practice calligraphy. Thinking of this, he sighed deeply. What a waste. This would have been perfect. If you're not comfortable at Shuang Temple, you don't need to go any more in the future. Li Zhao smiled gently and agreed. It seemed this adoptive father really cared about her. A moment later, at Shuang Temple, they only allowed Li Zhao to enter alone, so she sent her maids to explore the temple fair. Old and I, seeing this, thought more highly of Li San, kind-hearted, sensible in her actions. No wonder the elder took the liking to her. While the girl was copying scriptures with the Buddhist master, outside, a beautiful young lady with her maid came to see the master. The visitor was the current emperor's 9th daughter, Princess Jinjin, who often came to discuss scriptures with the master. She was surprised to find visitors today and became curious. So she sent her maid to ask Master Xuanzang if he knew the visitor's identity. Yes, they are two female benefactors. Shorter than you, thinner than you, younger than you, and prettier than you. The monk's words were like swords to the maid. At this moment, the girl wanted to turn into a demon and destroy Buddhism. Fortunately, Binglu's appearance saved the little monk. The little maid happily brought several bags of pastries. Little master, I brought you some treats. Just then, a man tapped Binglu's shoulder, saying his master had questions. The girl exploded in anger. Don't you know about proper conduct between men and women? Your master isn't my master. They can't just question as they please. Then she turned to look at the man's master. The next moment, she was stunned by the woman's aura. Young lady, you're so beautiful. Her love-struck expression left the 9th princess speechless. But to be fair, although the little maid was eccentric and crude, she had good taste. Just as she wanted to ask more questions, Binglu suddenly clutched her forehead and collapsed. Meeting such a beautiful person for the first time, I'm literally stunned by your beauty. Actually, Binglu had noticed something was wrong when she came in and deliberately acted foolish. As Li Zhao's head maid, how could she let others extract information from her? She's faking it, the guard said calmly. But the 9th princess was displeased. What do you mean? Are you saying I'm not beautiful enough to make someone faint? The man was speechless. Why were these women so vain? Don't they know this is a sacred Buddhist place? A moment later, they saw Li Zhao finally coming out. The maid immediately revived and went forward to say that the beautiful young lady had been waiting for her for a long time. When Yin stepped forward and bowed, "Your Highness, this humble subject greets you." Her words surprised the princess, who asked how she recognized her. "I heard that the ninth princess often comes to Shuaiying Temple to pray for the Empress Dowager's blessings." Her response was flawless, but the princess was very displeased. "Did I tell you to rise?" Li Zhao was stunned. "Why won't your highness let this subject rise?" The woman broke into a cold sweat. This wasn't like in the palace where she could freely scold servants. It wouldn't be good for her reputation outside. So she changed the subject, asking why the girl was granted an audience. The princess felt bitter that the Buddhist master made her wait so long for this country girl. Seeing that the ninth princess wasn't a good person, Li Zhao stated she was only called to copy scriptures, then turned and left, giving the princess no chance to speak further. This infuriated the princess, but considering her status and location, she couldn't make a scene in the temple. So she chose to follow Li Zhao to see which family she came from. In the crowded temple fair, this was Li Zhao's first time out since her soul transmigration. "Miss, look, what a handsome young man." Li Zhao looked over. It was Qi Kan, Zhu Wu, and Yang Er. The purple-haired youth smiled and nodded repeatedly. "Though this lady isn't much, her maid has good taste." Before they could continue, Cousin Bai interrupted their conversation. Li Zhao rolled her eyes, wondering why this ninth princess wouldn't leave her alone. Shirkan merely glanced indifferently. "Oh, it's the ninth princess." Unexpectedly, the woman rushed forward, pointed at Li Zhao and said, "I'm here for you. Come with me." Li Zhao could only helplessly nod, briefly apologize to Qi Kan, and prepare to leave with the princess. But just then, a cold male voice called out, "Li, don't go. Come with me." Li Zhao broke into a cold sweat. After not seeing him for days, he was still so willful. The ninth princess was so shocked her jaw nearly dropped. Had she heard correctly? Her cousin, who usually showed no kindness to women, actually asked this little girl to go with him? "Why are you standing there? We're inviting you for tea." Yang Er and Zhu Wu also joined in, saying it was too crowded here and suggesting they find a tea house to chat. Li Zhao was dumbfounded, wondering when she became so popular. Under the man's impatient urging, she could only follow. After all, he was her lifesaver. The ninth princess became anxious. Who was this person? First specially received by the Buddhist master, and now her cousin was eager to take her away. As she tried to follow, Shirkan turned back coldly and said, "You weren't invited for tea." The man's coldness brought tears to the young princess's eyes. Though she and her cousin weren't childhood sweethearts, he didn't need to be so cruel. Was she worth less to him than this country girl? Meanwhile, the young man was annoyed that Li Zhao, whom they'd finally invited, was walking close to Zhu Wu. "You demon woman, stop right there." The sudden high-pitched female voice startled everyone. Then everyone burst into laughter. "Cousin, this demon woman is suspicious. Don't stay with her." Li Zhao was exhausted by this neurotic ninth princess. Having no choice, she stepped forward to invite. "If your highness is interested, perhaps you'd like to join us at the tea house?" But the invited princess looked horrified. "No, this princess isn't interested." Bidding farewell, Li Zhao felt hurt, wondering if the ninth princess truly had some mental issue. Because the little maid was too excited seeing the handsome man. She felt her mistress was quite successful, not only meeting the champion marquis through that accident, but also having fate with this handsome, purple-haired young master. She started comparing them in her heart. But when Shiken heard this, he was very displeased. After not seeing her for a few days, when did she learn to use such tactics? His contemptuous gaze was unconcealed. Li Zhao smiled slightly. A few days apart, and Little Purple's tongue has gotten even sharper. "Don't worry, Brother Qi, I only use these tactics on other men. I promise I won't use any tricks on you." These words made the two onlookers laugh uncontrollably. No matter the encounter, Qi can always seem to be completely outmaneuvered by this girl Li Zhao. After arriving at the tea house, they happened to discuss cooking skills. Zhai Zhao claimed she could cook too. Though her skills were poor, and she almost burned down the kitchen, she insisted she could cook. Yang Er and Zhu Wu were very supportive, asking what dishes the young lady was best at. The little maid excitedly stated that her mistress was best at making char siu venison. But Qi Kan's expression turned melancholic upon hearing this. It turned out that years ago, while traveling south with his mother, they unfortunately encountered remnants of the Su Wang faction. All their guards were killed, and mother and son survived for 5 days on only char siu venison. When the food ran out and help still hadn't arrived, his mother cut her wrist to let him drink her blood, helping them survive until rescue came. But after that, his mother, who had been willing to shed all her blood to protect him, never showed him a kind face again because of his father. Can you make char siu venison? Li Zhao thought the man was going to mock her again, but unexpectedly he asked about this. It's a good dish. The expectation in his eyes was obvious. But Li Zhao just lifted her teacup for a sip, saying the dish was indeed good, completely ignoring his hint. The two others laughed hard. This girl was truly Qi Can's nemesis. The man's face darkened as he stared at the girl. This ungrateful wretch had once said she couldn't repay his life-saving grace. Did she think a mere painting would settle the debt? No way. Li San, have you heard the saying that a life-saving grace should be repaid like a gushing spring? If one can't repay it, what should be done? The little maid quickly answered, I know. One should offer themselves in marriage. Then she suddenly realized, oh my, miss, when did you save this young master? Everyone burst into laughter, while Qi Can's face turned black with embarrassment. After the teasing, Li Zhao quietly waited for Qi Can's next words, already familiar with his unreasonable demands. The man rested his chin on his hand and lazily said he wanted Li Zhao to make him char siu venison next time. He said this was just interest on the life-saving debt. As for how to repay the actual debt, he needed to think about it more. You won't default on this, will you? Li Zhao replied, I wouldn't dare default on a life-saving debt. Whatever Brother Qi asks, I'll do my best if I can manage it. After leaving the restaurant, the little maid was still excited. Miss, that Qi young master's smile was so beautiful, I could hardly breathe. But when Li Zhao told her Qi Can's identity, the little girl immediately slumped over. Kneeling in the corner, she cried out that all was lost. One is royal nobility, the other a marquis. How to choose between these suitors? Miss, it's too difficult. Why not take them both? But Li Zhao remained perfectly calm. Her current status was worlds apart from both men. As for that noble Xiao Zhao, he was already dead. In this life, she no longer expected to marry. She had too many things she wanted to do, no time for marriage. The next day, Xiao Mingyuan sought out his childhood friend Qi Can regarding his brother-in-law's matter. Due to his inconvenient status, he wanted to ask him to go to Prince Rui's mansion to request Dr. Li's help. He heard that Dr. Li had returned from the south and had saved a girl along the way, adopting her as his goddaughter. He must be a kind and compassionate old man. At these words, Chikan rolled his eyes. You won't say that after meeting that old codger. The next day at Chunfeng Lu, who exactly wants to see this old man? Being so secretive, is it the champion marquis? Does he not want to see me? Upon hearing it was the murderer of his beloved granddaughter, the old man's face instantly turned cold. Want to see him? Oh, I very much want to see him. I've been worried I wouldn't get a chance to deal with that little punk. Didn't expect him to deliver himself to my door. After entering the room, Xiao Mingyuan bowed and dismissed the others. After sighing at being used as a tool, the man said he wanted to ask the doctor to treat his brother-in-law. Old Li was startled. Which brother-in-law? Mingyuan had only one brother-in-law, Xiao Mo, the son of the late capital relocation imperial censor Lord Xiao. Unexpectedly, the old man jumped up at these words. Late? You better explain this clearly. Just then the old doctor learned about the Qiao mansion fire and deaths. He didn't give Xiao Mingyuan too much trouble, only requiring him to disguise himself as a guard to see Li Zhao. After all, he had promised the little girl he would visit often. But when Qi can guess the old doctor's destination, he became anxious. Because according to that little maid, Li San had previously thrown herself at Xiao Mingyuan. He absolutely wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. How could that dog Xiao Mingyuan be better looking than him? I can accompany you instead. Having a great general dress up like this is improper. But the old doctor firmly refused. You want to see my little girl? No way. You're dressed like a peacock showing off. What's the point of you coming along? Chikan said his good brother was too honest and might be taken advantage of. I won't be taken advantage of, Chikan. Don't worry. Chikan trembled with anger. This dog was betraying him after crossing the bridge. He had just helped him so much. and this is how he was treated? Their friendship was over. The little proud one turned around and left in a huff. At the Lee mansion, the old doctor looked around. The place seemed right, but this old lady wasn't as pleasing to the eye as the last one. The unofficial grandmother dared not voice her anger, saying this was the East Mansion, and the girl the doctor sought was in the West Mansion. Since the divine doctor was rare to meet, she had suffered from eye disease for years and wanted to ask for treatment. But Old Lee didn't care about such social niceties. Upon hearing he was in the wrong place, he turned to leave. "Oh, I came to the wrong place." After this troublesome driver reached the West Mansion, seeing the grandmother there, he finally brightened up. After explaining why he came, the old lady ordered servants to fetch Li Zhao. However, at this time, the curious area behind the screen upon seeing the doctor's guard was stunned. This was no guard at all, but the champion marquis she had seen on Buddha's birthday. She immediately thought about going up to chat with him. "Grandpa Li, you're here?" A crisp young girl's voice rang out. It was Li Zhao who had been called. The old and young held hands and exchanged greetings. When her gaze fell on the guard, she was quite surprised. But after one glance, she turned away and ignored him, this murderer. Xiao Mingyuan also curiously looked at Li Zhao. After all, their two encounters had left quite an impression. An area in the corner also observed this scene. She thought the champion marquis really did remember Li San just because of that clumsy flirting in public. Thinking this, she deliberately made noise behind them, then came forward to explain she had accidentally knocked over a vase. This successfully drew everyone's attention. The old lady took the opportunity to introduce her granddaughter to the guests. Arya acted obedient, stepping forward properly to greet Dr. Li. "Greetings, Grandpa Li." But she was met with the old doctor's cold response. Stroking his beard, he said to just call him Dr. Li. He only needed Li Girl as his granddaughter. "No, your mansion has too many Li Girls. I'll just call you Zhao Zhao." But upon hearing Zhao Zhao, Xiao Mingyuan's face suddenly darkened. "She's also called Zhao Zhao." He couldn't help but look up at the young lady. But after making eye contact, he quickly turned away, thinking to himself how rude he was being today. It must be because this Miss Zhao left such a strong impression every time they met. Li Zhao clearly caught this scene. She had thought Xiao Mingyuan didn't know her name. Perhaps her elder brother had told him. She wondered how her brother was now, and whether the house fire was intentional or natural. The young lady had many questions she wanted to ask the person before her, but neither her identity nor the timing was right. "Please forgive us, divine doctor. These girls lost their grandfather early and only called you grandfather out of fondness." Seeing Arya's embarrassment, the grandmother couldn't help but come to her rescue. Just then, a servant came to report that the unofficial grandmother from the East Mansion had come to visit. The grandmother knew exactly what the East Mansion's old lady wanted. "Go tell her I'm busy with guests. Have her wait in the side hall." The maid outside spread Yuan Wei's message everywhere. The old doctor had a bad temper. Earlier, when Arya just called him grandfather, he had embarrassed her terribly. Well, talented people often have their quirks. "I'll wait in the side hall first." But after waiting for a long time with no news, she ordered servants to investigate. New to the West Mansion, she wasn't allowed to go there, probably for her own good. But she was just comforting herself with this thought. Meanwhile, on the other side, they had begun. "Please join us for the meal, young man." Grandmother doesn't want to slight the divine doctor's guard either. Old Li waved his hand, indicating to ignore him. So grandmother looked questioningly at Li Zhao. But Li Zhao closed her eyes, pretending not to see. That man had once killed her with his own hands. She wasn't kind enough to invite him to eat. While others were eating delicacies, he, though a marquis, could only stand aside and watch. However, the White Lotus heir, you couldn't let such a good opportunity pass. So she secretly instructed the servants to specially prepare a meal for this guard. Xiao Mingyuan looked at the food before him, realizing someone must have recognized his identity. But in the Li mansion, his only connection was with Li Zhao. Looking at the quiet girl eating, he thought this young lady who had thrown a cactus at him was actually quite friendly. This Xiao Mingyuan, who only had eyes for Li Zhao, made you suffer silently. All her efforts had only benefited that dead girl Li San. After the meal, the two prepared to leave. Before leaving, Old Li mentioned he would be staying in the capital for a while, and to have Xiao Mingyuan relay messages if needed. Li Zhao was stunned. She really didn't want any interaction with this man. After all, he had killed her once. It could happen again. But for the old doctor's sake, she had to agree. Back in the main hall, the old lady sipped her tea and asked about the guard's identity. It turned out the old lady had also noticed Xiao Mingyuan's unusual bearing. "He's the champion marquis," Li Zhao said flatly, as if introducing a neighbor's pet. The old lady almost choked on her water. She had made the capital's famous general eat at a small table. Then she thought, since he was hiding his identity, it should be fine. Could it be that he deliberately accompanied the doctor to visit because he was interested in her third daughter? Just then, a servant reminded her that there was still someone waiting in the side hall. Then they all hurried to the side hall. The unofficial grandmother eagerly praised Li Zhao, showing great concern, taking a long time to get to the point. It turned out she had developed cataracts with age and wanted the old doctor's help. "Zhao Zhao, the doctor is your godfather. We're all family here. You'll surely help grandmother with this, right?" Li Zhao was quite unhappy inside. She hadn't expected the old lady to use moral coercion. These days, the concept of filial piety could really pressure young people. "Of course I will. Leave it to me, grandmother." Li Zhao smiled gently. At that moment, the unofficial grandmother seemed to see light. She then showered Li Zhao with more praise. After the unofficial grandmother left, grandmother's tone became somewhat reproachful, asking Li Zhao why she agreed so readily. Li Zhao counter-asked her grandmother if she would object to the grandmother's eyes being cured. But she couldn't say such things directly, so she had to play dumb while knowing better. "If grandmother is willing, I'll ask Grandpa Li. If not, I'll drop the matter." Grandmother was stunned, not expecting the little girl to put her in such a position. Of course she didn't want that. Though she was just a woman who didn't understand politics, from her eldest son's occasional complaints, she knew how many dangers lurked in court now. The doghouse had dominated the cabinet for years, and several officials were constantly in open and secret conflicts, while the emperor focused on cultivation, refusing to establish a crown prince. If Li Guangyan from the East Mansion wanted to advance further, he must choose a side to align with. If the East Mansion lady's eyes were cured, she would inevitably cause trouble for her husband and son. If the East Mansion chose the wrong side, the West Mansion would suffer too. Why should they gamble alongside the East Mansion? The sick one was that old lady from the East Mansion, not them. But such things couldn't be said directly to her granddaughter. "Zhao Zhao, tell grandmother honestly, are you willing?" "No," Li Zhao replied without hesitation. "I think it's better if Great Aunt focuses on opera performances. That way, the family can remain peaceful." The old lady was shocked by Li Zhao's words. What did the third daughter mean? She couldn't possibly share her thoughts, could she? But then she remembered the third daughter was only 13 years old. How could that be possible? "Child, your words confuse grandmother. The eldest uncle from East Mansion has been sent to investigate a case, and we don't know when he'll return." At this moment, the old lady finally understood. Third Miss mentioning Li Guangyan now clearly showed she understood the peculiarities involved. "Yes, grandmother also thinks it's better to keep life peaceful." She looked at Li Zhao with emotion. This granddaughter was truly an uncut jade. What a pity that people were too blind to see what a blessing it would be to marry this girl. Then she asked how the young lady would handle today's matter. Li Zhao was confident. Old Li telling her to contact Xiao Mingyuan actually meant he wouldn't be at Prince Rui's mansion anymore. With old Li's personality, he would definitely take this chance to slip away. When the East Mansion's old lady goes to Prince Rui's mansion tomorrow to seek him, she'll surely end up embarrassed. Seeing the young lady's secretive smirk, the old lady affectionately rubbed her head. Since she didn't want to explain, she wouldn't ask. If she said it, she must be able to handle it. Just as Li Zhao left her grandmother, she ran into her fuming father. Having just lost an argument with Tong Liao, he was quite unhappy staying there. Li Zhao was speechless. Every time this happened, she never knew how to comfort her father, who had left work early. Her father, clenching his fists, said he was just bragging about his daughter's abilities while playing chess with Tong Liao. When Tong Liao flipped the chessboard and arrogantly challenged him to bring his daughter to face death. Then he turned to Li Zhao with a pleading look. Since he had already boasted, could she help him out? Then he looked at his daughter with tears, saying if she didn't help, that official would expel him from the Hanlin Academy. Li Zhao finally realized her father had offended the vice minister of the Hanlin Academy. The young lady was exasperated. She hadn't caused trouble for her father, yet this unreliable father was frantically making enemies for her outside. "If you don't want to go, it's fine. I'll just resign from my position." That was blackmail, definitely blackmail. After setting the time and place, she had no choice but to agree. This troublesome official next door. "Sir, I discovered the champion marquis acting strangely." Then, he reported Xiao Mingyuan's visit to the Li Mansion. "In that case, keep watching the Li Mansion these days." "And why were you wandering around the Li Mansion?" The subordinate smiled and said, "Isn't it because you're interested in that, Miss Lee?" He was immediately kicked out the door after saying that. Outside, the man rubbed his bottom and sighed. Their master liked to say one thing, but mean another. Men's words were truly deceiving. In the restaurant, on this rainy day, what was the feeling? Xiao Mingyuan was shocked. So the divine doctor had already seen through his physical condition. If only he really had the ability, hopefully he could cure his sworn brother's face. The old doctor slammed his cup on the table. "You're quite ruthless yourself." Originally, he had planned to avenge Xiao Zhao by giving him rat poison, but seeing the man's decent behavior now, he'd let him off for now. "I can treat your illness too, but I can only treat either you or your sworn brother. Then treat me," the man said matter-of-factly. But Old Lee explained that if the cold poison wasn't removed, it wouldn't just be about enduring pain. His lifespan would be greatly affected. "No need to consider. I invited the divine doctor to treat my brother." Old Lee was furious, thinking this dog wouldn't even beg him. But death would be fine. He could accompany Miss Chiao then. Thinking of this, he shook his head again. What nonsense about accompanying Miss Chiao. She wouldn't even look at him. The food was served. Old Lee, waving a chicken leg while talking, said, "Aren't you always fighting in battles? Why are you so sensitive? Weren't you quite efficient when killing your own wife?" Xiao Mingyuan's pupils suddenly contracted. He then quickly gulped down his wine. His eyes seemed filled with endless loneliness. Seeing this, Old Lee stopped talking. He had originally planned to give this young man a good lesson, but after voicing his discontent, it didn't feel as satisfying as he had imagined. The old and young man sat there staring at each other. Just then, "Why isn't anyone serving food at the Lee mansion?" Chicken entered gleefully. "Who said there's no food?" The old lady even asked Lee's third daughter to host us. Chicken glared at Old Lee. This old man, would he die if he didn't annoy people? This Lee mansion really has no manners. Actually having Lee San come out to entertain guests. It's truly improper. "Chicken, I want to ask you to deliver a message to Prince Rue. Ask if he could, for my sake, let the divine doctor leave freely." "Are you crazy?" Chicken pulled Xiao Mingyuan towards the door. Outside, Chicken grabbed Xiao Mingyuan's collar and asked if he had lost his mind. He was no longer that teenage boy, but the undefeated champion marquis. Didn't he understand what the champion marquis's face meant? "You're selling yourself to Prince Rue." Xiao Mingyuan explained this was to let divine doctor Li treat Jiuxiong. He had already agreed to Li's conditions because besides him, probably no one else in the world could cure Xiao Mo. But is it worth it? Have you thought about the consequences? Xiao Mingyuan had his own plans. Now that Xiao Mo was the only male heir left in the Qiao family, their future prosperity depended entirely on him. Patting his good friend's shoulder, "Don't worry, I won't let myself get trapped." But Chicken pushed him away in disgust. "Don't let this happen again. If you get in trouble next time, don't say you know me. By the way, when you ate at the Lee house today, was there char siu lofu?" Xiao Mingyuan thought about it and confirmed he did eat char siu lofu. Chicken felt the world turn dark again. He had planned to have Li Zhao make that dish when collecting interest. He never expected the char siu lofu he'd been dreaming of would be eaten by this pig first. Meanwhile, the young lady had just awakened from her dream. She had dreamed again of that day when troops approached the city. Xiao Mingyuan stood on horseback below the city. Behind him were masses of Daliang soldiers and fluttering military flags, all testifying to this young commander's vigor. At that time, she wanted to tell him that if he ever met his parents and siblings, to tell them not to be sad. He died for Daliang's victory. But that person's sword came too fast, there wasn't time for anything. When she woke up, her parents and relatives were gone, leaving only her elder brother and younger sister. She wondered how badly her brother's face was injured. She must find a way to ask Grandfather Lee to treat him. Just then, Zhu brought lily porridge. It turned out Zhu was on duty last night. She probably saw her tossing and turning, unable to sleep well. Touched by the maid's thoughtfulness, she decided to personally teach Zhu sewing. But Bingley beside them wasn't happy. She was clearly the young lady's head maid, and she chirped that she wanted to learn too. Li Zhao laughed at the little maid's adorable silliness, saying everyone has their own strengths, and understanding each person's characteristics is key to teaching them properly. Bingley felt her head tingling. Oh no, was she about to grow a brain? But if talking about what she was best at, it would be breaking stones with her chest. Who would have thought that the seemingly delicate Bing, Li had such incredible strength? So, Li Zhao decided to teach her the family's traditional self-defense techniques. Bing Li cheered with joy at first, but then her face gradually turned skeptical. How could this delicate young lady know martial arts? She must be joking. She looked at Miss Li Zhao with a red face, thinking even her bragging was beautiful. But little did she know that back then, Xiao Zhao, during those 2 years at the Jina Marquis Mansion, Xiao Mingyuan's third brother would practice dancing and boxing in the training ground every day. Though he didn't have photographic memory or natural talent for martial arts, but swordsmanship focused more on eyesight and mindset. After some practice, he could gradually hit targets accurately. However, this body was much weaker than before and needed more practice. At least when facing danger, running away wouldn't be too difficult. Arriving at the study, Di Zhao picked up the brush and quickly scribbled. She perfectly recreated the moves she had seen on rough paper. She instructed the little maid to start practicing immediately, saying she would correct any mistakes. Given time, she could handle 3 to 5 ordinary people. Bing Li's forehead was covered in black lines, wondering if this was too hasty. But then she thought her young lady was a scholar, and she wouldn't understand scholarly matters. Moments later, Li Zhao went to the main hall to greet her grandmother. She handed a letter to her grandmother, saying it was what Wild Grandmother had asked for, and it was ready. However, she couldn't guarantee whether Divine Dr. Li would come to see Tai Zi. In the East Mansion, seeing Tai Zi, Wild Grandmother looked satisfied, thinking Li Zhao was quite filial and sensible. She ordered servants to rush Tai Zi to Prince Rui's mansion, but moments later, the servant hurriedly returned, saying the Divine Doctor had already left Prince Rui's mansion. Hearing this, Wild Grandmother angrily smashed her cup. She couldn't believe such a mishap occurred after she had humbled herself to ask Little Bei for help. Was even heaven playing tricks on her? The next day, Grandmother cheerfully looked at Li Zhao, asking if she had anticipated this outcome. But Li Zhao just smiled sweetly, pretending to know nothing. Grandmother laughed heartily. She used to think the third daughter was annoying, but after returning this time, she seemed like a different person, unbelievably clever. So she told Li Zhao that since the weather was nice lately, she could take some silver to go shopping and buy fabric for needlework at home. The young lady's face turned black with embarrassment. Even Bing Li, that clumsy maid, looked down on her needlework. The next day, the young lady took a carriage to the bustling market. Today was the day to meet that unreliable father. But having lost her daughter once, her mother was worried. Although her daughter was dressed as a young man this time, she was still too young. She only relaxed after seeing that unreliable father. The young gentleman stepped forward with a bow, looking like a proper capital city young master, impressing her father. He gave a thumbs up, praising repeatedly, suggesting his dear daughter dress like this from now on so he could take her out to play chess more often. But this scene was witnessed by the Jinling guards who were watching the Li household. Indeed, this Li San was suspicious, dressing as a man for no apparent reason. So they hurriedly returned to report to the office. Upon hearing the news, 13 remained outwardly calm. He pointed at the door, telling his subordinates to leave smoothly. But after they left, he couldn't help but wonder who exactly she had gone to meet. Originally bringing his daughter for revenge, they waited, but Minister Su didn't show up. So the old father eagerly suggested they play first. One move stunned her. She wondered how much luck her father had to safely reach his current position. The person coming was his superior, yet father just sat calmly in the private room waiting. Then he opened the window and sighed. The next moment, she heard a very familiar voice. It was Jiang 13 from the Jinling guards. But looking at him glancing around, he seemed to be searching for someone. So the young lady greeted him naturally, asked the handsome brother downstairs if he'd like to come up for tea. Just as 13 agreed with a grunt, he heard the young lady say her father was also there. Hearing this, 13 almost stumbled. He wasn't prepared to meet the parents yet. Seeing this, her father also poked his head out, asking about the identity of the person downstairs. Upon learning that 13 was just a recently acquainted brother, the old father angrily stuck his head out, then forcefully slammed the window shut. He turned around and gave Li Zhao a flick on the forehead, warning her not to talk to strange men. 13, seeing this from below, could only retreat strategically in silence. He found a nearby tea stall to kill time. Just as he sat down, he saw the young lady pushing her father out. At the tea house, he was quite surprised to see who they were waiting for. It was Minister Su, he from the Ministry of Rights. Minister Su, who also served as the head of Hanlin Academy. Meeting Li Fu at a tea house wasn't strange, but why bring his daughter dressed as a man? Thinking about this, his heart jumped. Damn, this old fellow couldn't be trying to sell his daughter, could he? Inside the tea house, Minister Su doubted whether Li Zhao was truly Li Fu's biological daughter. How could someone as cunning as Li Guangwen have such a gentle and elegant daughter? Moments later, facing the outcome, Minister Su was sweating profusely, reluctantly requesting another round. The result remained the same. No matter what tricks Minister Su used, Li Zhao always managed to secure a draw. At this point, Li's father couldn't hold back anymore and started bragging, claiming his daughter could easily handle Minister Su. Li Zhao was exasperated. She had drawn 3 games for what? She silently looked at Minister Su. With her father's intelligence level, she wondered why Minister Su even bothered competing with him. Sui laughed heartily, praising Li's father for raising such a good daughter, then curiously asked for Li Zhao's name. The old father excitedly said, Li Zhao, Zhao as in sun and moon shining brightly. Li Zhao lowered her head silently. She wasn't that Zhao, but rather the Zhao meaning wise one who enlightens others. Then Minister Su asked about Li Zhao's chess training. Li Zhao obediently answered that she had only read a few chess manuals since childhood. Minister Su nodded, realizing she was naturally talented. He then mentioned his granddaughter was about the same age and suggested they could practice together when free. Minister Su's granddaughter, Su Luoi, was a noble lady of the capital and a member of the Fushan Society, a group of talented women. This was one of Li Zhao's purposes for coming. It was said Su Luoi was extremely fond of chess, and after meeting, would likely invite her to join the society. Though she wasn't interested in the lady's refined pursuits, the Fushan Society had no fixed meeting place, but rotated between noble ladies' mansions. This would give her chances to get close to her elder brother's young sister. After leaving the tea house, since they had made her father proud today, he spontaneously suggested taking little Li Zhao for a feast, saying the nearby Baiwei restaurant had the best mutton soup. But Li Zhao wasn't interested. Though her old father was having fun, her mother had been waiting anxiously at home all day. And besides Li Zhao's mother, 13 had also been waiting all day at the nearby tea stall. He couldn't figure it out. Surely parents wouldn't work together to sell their daughter? Having no choice, he ordered his subordinates to keep watching Li San, fearing this girl who looked so much like Li Zhao might get into trouble again. At the minister's mansion, hearing her grandfather's introduction, Su Luoi became quite curious about Li San. If she was truly as skilled in chess as her grandfather said, why not recommend her to the Fushan Society? Then she would never lack worthy opponents. She then cozied up to her grandmother, saying she wanted to invite Li San to their mansion tomorrow. Her grandmother was agreeable, but she still advised the young lady to pay attention to Li Zhao's character, saying that no matter how talented, she shouldn't associate with someone of poor character. Hearing this, Minister Su chuckled. Having dealt with countless people in his years in officialdom, he believed Li Xiuquan's daughter would be of good character in every way. Traces of his past life were everywhere here. The mint in the corner was growing stronger and stronger. The honeysuckle on the trellis was still blooming vigorously. He wondered what kind of person he really was. He had stayed alone in this small courtyard while the man was busy fighting against the barbarians. Only after he was gone did he begin to understand him. Getting closer, although he was killed by the man himself, the cause of death was definitely not as simple as sacrificing for the country. Now he had discovered that Su Luofeng, who was caught after forcibly changing his route, had already rebelled in the north. And the courtesan he had corresponded with was also dead, which greatly increased the difficulty of the man's investigation. Just then, someone reported unusual activity at his late wife's memorial hall. Xiao Mingyuan rushed to the memorial hall urgently, but it turned out to be just his third brother Xiao Shiyuan sneaking in. When caught, he wasn't worried at all, and even accused Xiao Mingyuan of being heartless. He just wanted to come see his second sister-in-law. It was Xiao Zhao who had always taken good care of this brother when alive. But Xiao Mingyuan didn't care. If you want to visit, no one's stopping you. Why come in the middle of the night? Then he lifted the little brat up and dropped him roughly. Xiao Shiyuan, his bottom now bruised, couldn't believe Xiao Mingyuan actually dared to hit him. Aren't you afraid I'll tell mother? The man showed contempt. Xiao Shiyuan, how old are you? What does it matter that I'm 14? A murderer like you wouldn't remember such things. Since you're already weaned, are you still going to cry to mommy after getting hit? Whatever your reason, don't let this happen again. At this moment, Xiao Shiyuan finally cowered. The man before him was a demon who killed without blinking. If he talked back more, who knows if he'd end up buried in a hole. Second brother, I don't care who you marry in the future. In my heart, there will only ever be one second sister-in-law. The man didn't respond and turned to leave. However, things didn't end there. After Xiao Xiuan returned home, rubbing his bottom, his mother was sitting properly waiting for him. Seeing her son injured, she showed concern. The youth was about to speak, but remembered his second brother's mocking words. Finally, he swallowed his words and just said he had fallen accidentally. But after all, he was still a child in his teens. After his mother left, he couldn't hold back anymore, sat on the ground, and called for servants to bring medicine. But this scene was witnessed by the nanny his mother had left behind. After understanding what had happened, the madam became furious. I can't believe that beast dared to threaten the third young master. I should have drowned that little beast at birth. After dismissing the servants, she asked those nearby how that matter had been arranged. Madame Hua whispered that everything had been arranged properly. They had found a genuine Yangzhou courtesan, the best of the best. Any normal man would be unable to resist. The madam's eyes flashed coldly. Watch her carefully. Don't let anything go wrong. Then she took a sip of tea and said coldly, "That bastard Xiao Mingyuan has been in the army camps where there's not even a female fly. I don't believe he'll be unmoved by the famous Yangzhou courtesan. Once he's involved, that so-called mourning period will become a joke. Let's see how he handles it." The next day, a servant excitedly brought a letter, saying it was from the minister's mansion. But when opened, the young lady was stunned. It wasn't the expected invitation. Instead, it was a faded note about her second sister's divorce. Bingyu looked at the letter with disgust. So it's from the second young lady. Had I known, I would have thrown it in the latrine. At that moment, in the East Mansion, the second daughter looked at the invitation in her hand. She wondered what kind of luck that third sister had. Since being kidnapped, instead of staying quiet, she kept making a name for herself. Somehow she had connected with Su Luoi and now was quietly trying to join the Fushan Society. The vice presidents of this Fushan Society all had extraordinary backgrounds. The Prime Minister's granddaughter Lan Xinong was the proudest. Minister Su's granddaughter Su Jinghong was the coldest. The Taining Marquis's seventh daughter Zhu Yin was the most beautiful. The commander's only daughter Jiang Shiran was the spiciest, and the Minister of Right's granddaughter Su Luoi was the most devoted. If any noble lady caught the eye of one of them, she could rise quickly in the capital's noble ladies' circle. CG angrily called for her maid to bring scissors. Just as she was about to destroy Li Zhao's invitation, a startling voice came from outside, saying third Miss Li had arrived. In her panic, she could only stuff the letter under her pillow. Third sister, what brings you here so early? Seeing Ya's flustered expression, Li Zhao knew the invitation must be here. I have an invitation from the Minister of Rights. Is it here with you, second sister? The servants had accidentally delivered their letters to the wrong person. But upon seeing it was Su Luoyi's invitation, she had schemed to destroy it. Even when Li Zhao came personally to ask for it, she still pretended not to know. But now Li Zhao noticed the wrinkles under the pillow. She said second sister really liked to joke around, and surely it must be hidden under the pillow. So, what if I have your invitation? You can't take it by force. This is the East Mansion. Go ahead, complain to grandmother if you dare. Just as Arya was chirping her provocations, Li Zhao silently took out an invitation, showing Arya that she had her invitation too. Arya stood frozen. This third, Li must have waited for her to finish talking trash before deliberately showing the invitation. Furious with embarrassment, she threw Li Zhao's invitation at her. Take your invitation and leave smoothly. Tianxiang Hall wouldn't welcome someone like you anyway. Li Zhao chuckled, left Arya's invitation, and departed. Arya was fuming inside. Every time Third Li came, nothing good happened. The thought of going to Minister Lu's house with Third Li made her sick to her stomach. But when she saw the contents of her own invitation, the young lady was dumbfounded. Moments later, Arya was crying to her concubine mother, saying she could never show her face again. She had just arrogantly said Third Li wasn't welcome, not realizing that what Third Li had was her rejection letter. Her mother could only softly comfort her, saying not to take the rejection to heart, and that after the Buddha's birthday events were forgotten, they would find her a better marriage prospect. I can't accept this. Why was it fine when you withdrew, fine when Li Zhao was kidnapped, but only I'm so unlucky? Third Li clearly knew about my rejection and came quietly to laugh at me. Concubine Wenyin's expression gradually turned cold, and if the letters hadn't been delivered wrong, daughter wouldn't have known that Su Luoi invited her to the minister's mansion. After comforting her daughter and sending people to investigate, they learned that yesterday her husband had brought Li Zhao and her mother back to the mansion. It seemed this third Mrs. Methods were not simple. They would need to keep a closer eye on her in the future. Meanwhile, Azu was helping Li Xiao dress up for today's appointment. Binglu had changed into new clothes and happily asked if she looked pretty today. But Li Xiao said she planned to take Azu with her today. Binglu, who had been so happy just moments ago, froze. Then with tears in her eyes, she advised Azu to take good care of her mistress. Li Xiao gently pinched Binglu's cheeks and said, "Be good and watch the house." Then she left the courtyard with the nervous Azu. Moments later in the minister's mansion, is this third sister Li? Li Xiao was slightly startled. Her previous self had met Su Luoyi several times, but now it seemed the other party had completely forgotten about it. After exchanging pleasantries, they entered the main hall. When Azu took out the specially brought gift, seeing the frost-condensing paper in the brocade box, Su Luoyi's opinion of Li Xiao improved. "I didn't expect Third Li to be such a refined person." Then, pointing at the chessboard, she indicated that her grandfather had mentioned playing 3 drawn games with Li Xiao, and she was very curious, as it had been long since she'd encountered a drawn game. This game was also according to Li Xiao's wishes, as she could use this chance to gauge the young lady's temperament. Would she cry if she lost? If her temper flared up and she didn't recommend her to join the Fushan Society, all her efforts would be wasted. But Su Luoyi hadn't expected that, though she'd only heard about it from her grandfather. Third Li's chess skills would be so remarkable. With each move she made, Li Xiao would quickly follow with her piece, without any hesitation, as if she had already anticipated where she would place her moves. However, playing against such a skilled opponent was undoubtedly thrilling. But just as their match was getting intense, a maid announced that guests had arrived, and the elderly madam requested her presence. Seeing this, Li Xiao could only reluctantly stand up to leave. It seemed today's match would end prematurely, but Su Luoyi had no intention of letting her leave, asking Li Xiao to wait a moment while she went to check. When she reached the back garden, the young lady saw no guests and turned to return to the chess game. At this time, her grandmother revealed her intention. What better way to test someone's character than when the host is away and the guest is left alone? Su Luoyi was startled, feeling her grandmother's method was somewhat inappropriate. Unexpectedly, the elderly madam began tearing up, saying that with her parents rarely home, an old woman like her had few options, but she couldn't let someone of poor character lead her astray. Seeing this, the young lady could only comfort her, saying, "Don't say that. Being by your side is the greatest blessing for me." Meanwhile, for Li Xiao, the real show was just beginning. A maid entered carrying tea. She seemingly accidentally fell, just as the tea was about to spill on Li Xiao. Azu rushed out to block it, getting herself completely soaked instead. But Li Xiao's first reaction was to help the fallen maid up. As the maid tried to stand and apologize, she accidentally knocked over the chessboard. Li Xiao didn't mind at all, merely saying it was fine as long as no one was hurt. The maid reported everything to the elderly madam, who finally felt relieved. This girl's character seemed quite good. Since that's the case, why are you so flustered? The little maid looked apologetic, knowing how passionate her mistress was about chess, and she had accidentally knocked over the board. As expected, when Su Luoyi learned of this, she was shocked. They had played such an intricate game, and now recreating it would be almost impossible. Thinking this, she hurriedly returned with her maid. But upon entering, she was stunned by the scene before her. Li Xiao was sipping tea while Binglu, in changed clothes, was recreating the chess game. Looking at the board, the young lady was certain this maid had actually reconstructed the game perfectly. Third sister Li's maid can play chess too? Asa bowed and said she had only learned a few casual lessons from her mistress. Su Luoyi was lost in thought. If someone who had only learned for a few days could recreate their game, what level must her master be at? 2 hours later, Su Luoyi stared intently at the board position. After a long silence, she suddenly reached out and scattered all the pieces, then turned to Azu. "Miss Azu, could you recreate the game for us?" Seeing her mistress nod in approval, Azu stepped forward, one hand playing black, one white. In moments, she restored the game to its previous state. "Sister, I must admit I'm impressed." She couldn't help but be impressed. Though Azu's chess skills still needed work, under Li Xiao's guidance, she would become formidable in time. Finally, they reached the moment Li Xiao had been waiting for. "Third sister Li, you must know of the Fushan Society. Would you be willing to join?" After receiving Li Xiao's affirmative answer, she said to just wait patiently, as she would gather others to recommend Li Xiao. Thank you, sister. I look forward to broadening my horizons in the Fushan society. Su Luoyi didn't respond to this, thinking perhaps it would be they who would have their horizons broadened. After seeing Li Zhao off, Su Luoyi took out an envelope, instructing her maid to deliver it to the Tai Ning Marquis mansion, believing Ms. Zhuyin would surely agree after seeing it. By the next gathering, Li Zhao should be a member of the Fushan society. On the way home, a young man selling candied hawthorns stopped Li Zhao. Young lady, would you like to buy some candied hawthorns? Li Zhao was speechless. Young man, we've met before. Wen Yin broke into a cold sweat, saying he was just a candy seller and couldn't possibly know Li Zhao. Your memory is poor, young man. Didn't we just meet yesterday in front of the Five Flavors Tea House? It turned out Li Zhao had recognized him at first glance. This young man was the one who had been watching her yesterday. She was now certain because his shoes were identical to what Jiang 13 wore yesterday. He must have been the one who notified 13. A candy seller wouldn't blacken his face. People are more likely to buy from someone with a clean face. Watching the young lady's departing figure, the young man finally understood. He had thought his superior was underestimating him by assigning him to watch a mere girl. Now he realized this task was far more challenging than others. The next day at the Yamen, 13, learning that Li Zhao had visited Minister Su's mansion again, still couldn't figure out her motives. It's my incompetence. Before leaving, Miss Li even reminded me not to blacken my face when selling candied hawthorns. Wen Yin, 13, chuckled. This girl is so much like Xiao Zhao. Meanwhile, at the Tai Ning Marquis mansion, though you always crush me at chess, against Su Luoyi, your skills might not be enough. The speakers were Zhu Wu and his sister Zhuyin. Just then, a servant delivered a letter, which happened to be from Miss Su. Zhu Wu was skeptical about the young lady's words. In the capital, if anyone could beat him at chess, it would probably only be that girl. Come to think of it, though they'd spent considerable time with Miss Li, they only knew she was third in her family, but still didn't know her full name. How strange. Luoyi has invited me to jointly recommend someone. Brother, can you guess who? Zhu Wu shook his head, unable to guess. It's the third Miss Li from that day at the Buddha Hall, whom Master Wu Hui summoned. Do you remember her, brother? If a man killed his wife for the sake of the common people, then observing mourning for his wife was his penance. But his mother went to great lengths to ruin his reputation, even finding courtesans to seduce him. Learning of her son's drunkenness today, she immediately summoned him. On the day of Qiao's funeral, what did you think of the person who knocked over the spirit tablet? In DeLiang, the one who knocks over the spirit tablet is recognized as the heir. Since his marriage to Xiao Zhao was hasty, they hadn't even met before then. Under his mother's pressure, Xiao Mingyuan finally broke his silence, saying he would knock over the tablet himself. His mother nearly choked on her tea and flew into a rage. Your father and I aren't dead yet. What nonsense are you speaking? After calming down a moment later, she said she had already chosen his elder brother's youngest son for the task. Xiao Mingyuan naturally understood his mother's intention. With his current title, she was forcing him to pass it to Ziji in the future. These family power struggles disgusted him. In his youth, his elder brother had always been wary and difficult with him, fearing he would inherit the position of heir. I disagree. I still plan to do it myself. Perhaps mother has forgotten. If the deceased has no children, their closest person can substitute. But his mother's mockery met him. Closest person? Wasn't she the one you killed with your own hands? Their conversation ended unpleasantly. Later that night, a pretty figure appeared outside his room. Second young master, your maid has brought you sobering soup. Xiao Mingyuan sat up, his feverish body giving him a bad feeling. Hearing footsteps inside the room, the woman outside smiled slightly. Once he opened the door, no man could resist her. But the next sound she heard was the bolt being locked. The girl was dumbfounded. What kind of response was this? Second young master, please open the door. Madam personally ordered me to bring this sobering soup. I won't be able to explain myself if I return with it. The woman kept knocking, not believing any man could resist temptation. Unable to bear her persistence, Xiao Mingyuan opened the door. To the girl's shock, he grabbed her, then threw her out of the courtyard like garbage. Come one step closer, and I'll kill you. His cold voice made the young woman tremble with fear. Then the man went to the well, drew up a bucket of cold water, and poured it over his head. How could there be such a mother? Not only did she laugh with delight in her room earlier, but she also found a woman who resembled his dead wife to bring him sobering soup. It was laughably crude. Early the next morning, his mother, with sleepless eyes, asked Xiao Mingyuan if he had thought clearly about yesterday's matter, and whether he had any respect for her as his mother at all. Xiao Mingyuan lowered his eyes and said he wouldn't dare disrespect her. What wouldn't you dare? Last night, I kindly sent someone to bring you sobering soup. How did you treat that maid? She then angrily complained to the young madam about how Xiao Mingyuan abused servants, but the young madam just laughed it off. Let it pass. My son was drunk last night. He probably mistook her for an enemy soldier and threw her out reflexively. His mother was furious. That casual throw had nearly killed the expensive courtesan she had bought from Yangzhou. The young madam laughed again, saying that's how men should be, decisive and ruthless. His mother's forehead creased. At times like this, she wanted to kill both father and son. After catching her breath, she brought up the tablet-knocking matter again. But this time his father intervened, saying if they let Xiao Mingyuan's elder brother's son do it, it might cause trouble if Xiao Mingyuan remarries and his children in the future. The matter was put aside, but as they passed each other, his mother gave Xiao Mingyuan another sideways glance, thinking this unfilial son was getting increasingly cunning. In his study, Xiao Mingyuan had already developed some dark suspicions. He ordered his subordinates to secretly arrest and question Manager Shun to confirm his thoughts. The next day, his subordinate came to the study, out of breath, but upon entering, he hesitated, not knowing how to begin. Speak. I already have a general idea. After investigation, a guard named Xie Wu had raised suspicions. Following the leads, they discovered Xie Wu's relation to Manager Shun. Even Xie Wu's entry into service was arranged by Manager Shun, and he was one of the guards who had escorted Xiao Zhao to the Northern Territory. After yesterday's interrogation, Manager Shun revealed the mastermind. At this point, the subordinate fell silent. No need to continue. I understand. Before he could finish speaking, blood surged up from his chest. Seeing Xiao Mingyuan's expression, the subordinate couldn't hold back. General, you must take care of yourself. We need you, and the people of Daliang need you too. He completely understood the general's feelings now. How could Xiao Mingyuan swallow this? Would he have to kill the mastermind himself? But that was his own mother. The investigation pointed directly to his mother. At this moment, the man's world collapsed. Did his mother want him dead? But if she wanted to kill him, why harm someone else? No, not someone else. That was his lawfully wedded wife. Time flew to the day of Xiao Zhao's funeral. The streets were bustling with activity. A procession in mourning clothes carried Xiao Zhao's coffin, with Xiao Mingyuan leading as the one to knock over the tablet. This war god of Daliang, Li Zhao watched in disbelief. She hadn't expected him to go this far. Traditionally, only sons would perform the tablet-knocking ritual in ordinary families. Xiao Mingyuan was also surprised to see the young woman, but the next moment his eyes fell on that scarred face. Tears welled up in his eyes uncontrollably. It was his long-unseen brother Xiaomu. The crowd whispered about the ghost-like, ugly person in the crowd, saying, "That must be young Master Qiao." Just 2 years ago, he was as renowned as young Master Qi. Who would have thought he'd end up looking like this? The young woman suddenly raised her head. My brother only had his face ruined. He hasn't done anything shameful. Those who commit evil deeds aren't afraid to show their faces. Why should my brother hide? While he was staring and crying at his elder brother, an artist in the crowd was studying him intently. Li Zhao was quite moved too, but didn't understand why the young woman was crying while looking at Xiao Mingyuan. No, she wasn't looking at the champion marquis. She was looking at Xiao Mu. But why would the daughter of a mere Hanlin Academy compiler keep staring at the disfigured young Master Qiao? But on this day, he really wasn't in the mood to investigate further. At this time, Qi Kan and his 2 companions also saw Li Zhao in the crowd, but for some reason, the young woman's face was covered in tears. As Li Zhao and her servants were moving with the crowd, suddenly a figure blocked their path. The young woman pushed past Qi Kan, who was blocking her way, and continued following Xiao Mo. Qi Kan was instantly furious. This girl completely ignored him until her 2 mates kept reminding her. Only then did she turn back to see Qi Kan, saying, "Brother Qi, why are you here too?" Qi Kan was nearly mad with anger. He had been in the funeral procession all along. Did this silly girl really not notice his existence at all? Why did you come to watch such a spectacle? The young woman said she was just shopping and happened to encounter it. But in Qi Kan's eyes, she had been staring fixedly at the champion marquis. Li San, I advise you to give up. From what I know of Xiao Mingyuan, he won't be remarrying anytime soon. You probably don't know, but he specifically requested from the emperor a year of mourning for his wife. Hearing this, the young woman's face remained calm, but her words struck Qi Qin directly. Whatever the champion marquis does is none of my business. And it seems it's none of Brother Qi's business either. Sure enough, these words drove Qi Qin away in anger. Fine, I won't care anymore. Even if you get carried away by wolves later, I won't even blink if my surname isn't Qi. The funeral procession continued moving forward. Finally, his eyes met with Qiao Mu's. Looking at the young woman before him, Qiao Mu suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. But in the blink of an eye, the young woman was pulled away. At this time, his little sister came over and tugged at his clothes. She said she wanted to see her sister one more time, asking why her brother wouldn't let her look at their sister. Sister loved beauty, just like Wan Wan. Now sister doesn't look good and doesn't want us to see her. We should just keep her most beautiful appearance in our hearts. But the young girl made a startling statement. But I think I just saw sister. I saw her crying while walking in the crowd. She didn't believe her sister was dead. Her sister was such a capable person. How could she die so easily? The little girl's words also caught Xiao Mingyuan's attention. His eyes searched around, but couldn't find Miss Li's figure anymore. He had thought Miss Li resembled his wife, and apparently, it wasn't just his imagination. Meanwhile, a rough, large hand was pulling Li Zhao away from the crowd. The owner of the hand was Dr. Li. Old Li looked at Li Zhao with reproach. He said she was a young lady who knew no shame, crying while looking at a man. Li Zhao didn't know how to explain, only saying she felt sorry for young Master Qiao's ruined face and couldn't help but cry out of sympathy. Zhao girl, grandfather might not understand much, but I think a girl your age should be more reserved. Crying over a man in the street. How will you face others if this gets out? Li Zhao agreed repeatedly. Just as Old Li thought his teaching was effective, she asked, Grandfather Li, can you treat young Master Qiao's face? To preserve his corpse, he endured cold poison to extract ice for himself. To treat his elder brother's illness, he who never wanted to scheme had to owe favors to the prince. And now, to ensure a grand funeral for himself, he personally dressed up despite people's pointing fingers. At this moment, Li Zhao's heart felt very uncomfortable. I can treat Xiao Mo's wounds, but I need a special medicinal ingredient that can only be found in the southern seas. And it must be processed on the spot, so I'll be leaving the capital for some time. Old Li's words pulled Li Zhao from her thoughts. But with grandfather Li gone and unable to reunite with her brother, she would be all alone again in the capital. But out of concern for the old man, she raised the issue of safety during the journey. Unexpectedly, the old man pointed to the guard beside him, saying this quick medicine pounder would be his bodyguard. Li Zhao only took a simple glance, but guessed this person must have been sent by Xiao Mingyuan. But this action surprised Old Li greatly. The more he interacted with the young woman before him, the more she reminded him of Qiao Zhao. Meanwhile, Li Zhao was quietly thinking. She still couldn't get close to her brother now, but she could use this opportunity to follow grandfather Li and meet her brother. The old doctor must be curious about the Qiao family fire incident. She smiled gently and said, Grandfather Li, if you travel far, Zhao Zhao will miss you. But these words instantly pulled the old doctor into a flood of memories. He couldn't help but tear up. Could there really be such similar people in the world? This was why he unconsciously wanted to be close to this girl. At this moment, Li Zhao turned her gaze toward the crowd. Grandfather Li, did you see that person? He's from the Jingming Guard. I've accidentally encountered him several times. I heard people targeted by the Jingling Guard will have big trouble. That person seems to be watching young Master Qiao constantly. This finally alerted Dr. Li. If Qiao Mo was being watched by the Jingling Guard, it was most likely related to the Qiao family fire. Could that disaster really have had something suspicious about it? He immediately ordered his guard to bring Qiao Mo to see him after the champion marquis's wife's burial. Moments later, in the restaurant, the two finally received word from the guard. Hearing movement outside, Li Zhao's nervous manner left the old man puzzled. The person the doctor wanted to see had fainted after the general's wife's burial and had been taken away by the general. The old doctor didn't have time to look after Li Zhao, telling her to go home first before hurriedly leaving with the guard. But Li Zhao couldn't stop worrying about her brother's safety, so she made a guess. With her brother's sudden collapse, Xiao Mingyuan would likely seek treatment at the nearest medical hall. Based on his route back to the city, he would most likely choose the Jixing Hall. Arriving at Jixing Hall, seeing the coarse cloth clothes at the door, Li Zhao knew her guess was correct. But due to her identity constraints, she could only watch and pray from the entrance. Inside the medical hall, Xiao Mo had been revived. The man thought he had caught a cold from excessive grief. But after Dr. Li's examination, he shockingly discovered that Xiao Mo had been poisoned with a colorless and odorless poison that only activated when the body was weak. If Dr. Li hadn't come, death would have been his only outcome. Fortunately, the old doctor had completely removed the poison. But this confirmed that the Qiao family fire must have had human involvement. Then the old doctor asked about what happened that day, and Xiao Mo fell into reminiscence. He didn't know why, but his father had happened to send him out for treatment those few days. He only knew that when he returned one day, the house was on fire. He risked his life, rushing into the inferno, and managed to save his only surviving younger sister. Seeing there were no leads, the old doctor rose to leave. Next time I return, I'll treat your burn scars. You're quite fortunate. 2 people pleaded for you. Xiao Mo hurriedly asked. If the champion marquis asked the doctor to help, he could understand that, but he didn't know who the other person was. The old man stroked his beard, saying only that it was his granddaughter, who thought it was a pity about his good looks. Xiao Mo finally understood. So it was a young lady. He could introduce his younger sister Qiao, want to be her companion, but he wondered who had poisoned him. Walking out of the courtyard, Xiao Mingyuan hurried forward to inquire about the situation. Only after learning that Xiao Mo was out of danger did he breathe a sigh of relief. Then the old doctor told the man that he was leaving soon to gather herbs and entrusted his granddaughter's safety to his care. Unexpectedly, Xiao Mingyuan showed a troubled expression, mentioning propriety between men and women. Stop talking nonsense. I'm not asking you to marry her. Just stand up for her if you hear she's being bullied or given trouble. Just as Xiao Mingyuan walked out of the medical hall, Li Zhao stopped him. Li Zhao, having studied medicine herself, could see at a glance that the man was in poor condition. Her inexplicable feelings grew stronger. Learning that the old doctor had already left through the back door, the girl hesitated for a while before finally asking about the patient's condition. Xiao Mingyuan found it strange. Though the girl seemed to ask casually, he felt this question was somehow very important to her. So he told her that Xiao Mo had been saved by the doctor. Only then did the young lady smile, saying she had hurriedly parted with Dr. Li just to come and ask about the situation. Although she tried hard to conceal it, he felt she was trying too hard to hide something. Does Miss Li have anything else? Not anymore. The young lady seemed to have resolved some concern. Logically, she should have answered no rather than not anymore. This meant she originally had something, but now had nothing after learning about Xiao Mo's news. Could this young lady be an admirer of Xiao Mo? But the man's contemplation made the young lady uncomfortable. She didn't know what this fellow was thinking, but it felt strange. She then bid farewell to the man, planning to leave. Let me have someone escort you. Xiao Mingyuan thought about fulfilling his promise to help, but the young lady rolled her eyes dramatically. This was too casual. They'd only exchanged a few words, and he wanted to send someone to escort her home. How shameless. No need, I have my own maid. Goodbye. The young lady turned and left huffily. But this behavior left Xiao Mingyuan puzzled. Was it because he hadn't expressed gratitude for the special dishes Miss Li had prepared when he dined at the Li residence last time? Thank you, Miss Li, for your hospitality that day. The yam was delicious. At these words, it was Li Zhao's turn to be confused. What nonsense was this about delicious yam? He didn't know that while she had deliberately ignored him that day, the head maid had secretly prepared special dishes for Xiao Mingyuan. Meanwhile, the guards behind him were extremely excited. Their general was finally showing interest in a lady. Bingyu was shocked by their reactions. Hey you all, have you forgotten what uniforms you're wearing? Is this really appropriate for this occasion? As the young lady waited for her carriage, Jiang 13 appeared behind her. Miss Li, I've discovered something interesting. You not only recognized me at first sight, but you also know young Master Qiao. To this, the young lady calmly replied that young Master Qiao's excellence made him hard not to recognize. As for Jiang Shisan, she only met him on Buddha's birthday and still didn't know his full name. Then listen well. My name is Jiang Yuanchao, currently residing at Grand Governor Zhang's mansion. Does Miss Li have any more questions? The The young lady quickly said she had no questions and tried to leave, but he said, I still have many puzzles for Miss Li to solve. Unexpectedly, Li Zhao turned the tables. Now I do have a question. Brother Jiang keeps appearing before me and always has so much to say. This makes me think you secretly admire me. This illogical response confused 13 completely. Could there really be such a thick-skinned young lady in this world? How perverted would he have to be to have feelings for a young girl? But thinking carefully, the young lady before him was indeed noteworthy. Slender figure, beautiful face, though still quite young. But her delicate, graceful, calm, and clever nature was enough to attract attention. But wait, how did he get sidetracked again? How did you know I was from the Genie Way? A young lady who knew he was from the Genie Way not only wasn't afraid, but dared to tease him. That definitely counted as teasing, right? 13 thought irritably. But the young lady playfully held up 2 fingers. Because I spotted Brother Zhang's subordinates twice. 2 times in a row. That useless fool Jiang He. I should make him clean toilets every day. The famous Genie Way mainly handles investigations and confiscations. Surely you wouldn't trouble a mere compiler's daughter. 13 chuckled. Grasping her delicate chin, he asked, Then can you tell me why, as a mere compiler's daughter, you cried so heartbrokenly upon seeing young Master Qiao? Li Zhao's eyes lost focus. Indeed, the Jingming Wei were the most hateful, acting recklessly without any restraint. Perhaps in their eyes, there was no distinction between men and women, so they could casually touch girls. But as 13 looked into the young lady's eyes, he seemed to fall into them for a moment. In that instant, he saw that familiar figure again. Suddenly her face felt extremely hot in his hand. He quickly let go. The young lady turned away, even her ears beginning to turn red. Just then, Bingyu finally arrived with the carriage. Seeing her savior arrive, the young lady hurriedly bid farewell to 13 and tried to leave. But just as she was about to board the carriage, a rapid clip-clop sound approached from the distance. Surprisingly, Jiang 13 caught up again, leaping forward to snatch the small whip from the coachman. Seeing her young mistress about to be taken away, Bingyu finally came to her senses. Who are you? I haven't even gotten in the carriage yet. But Jiang 13 stood unmoved, teasing that the little maid had quite a temper. You young ladies are so naive. What if this coachman is a bad person? If he takes you to somewhere else, you won't even have time to cry. The coachman was speechless. He was just trying to earn a living. Why did he have to be caught up in this couple's flirting? Behind the crowd, several guards watched the carriage in shock. Wasn't this lady supposed to be their general's love interest? How did she end up leaving with Master 13 from the Jingling Way? They thought to themselves their general was too timid. Others personally acted as coachmen, while he just sent some underlings. Brothers, charge! We must regain face for our general. Inside the carriage, Bingyu was grumbling. She now greatly disliked this reckless coachman. She really disliked this Jingling Way officer. When Yan's movements suddenly froze. What Jingling Way? Wasn't that the organization known for confiscating property and executing entire families? After getting confirmation from her young mistress, the young maid was terrified. Heavens, how could her mistress dare to provoke anyone? Then she suddenly realized, if a Jingling Way officer was willing to be her mistress's coachman, didn't that mean he was pursuing her? In an instant, she wasn't worried anymore. Maybe this Genie Way officer would have to beg for her help. They arrived at the Li residence. Li Zhao gave Bingyu a look, signaling her to avoid paying the coachman's fee. But this simpleton walked straight to Jiang 13 and placed 3 copper coins in his hand while he watched in shock. The real coachman was dumbfounded. That was supposed to be my money, my horse. Meanwhile, Li Ming, responsible for secret escort duty, returned to the mansion and reported about Jiang 13 acting as coachman. Hearing this, Xiao Mingyuan fell into deep thought. It must be related to the divine doctor. Otherwise, there was no explanation for why the Jingling Way was watching Li Zhao. He would need to pay more attention too, or he wouldn't be able to face the divine doctor if something happened. Keep an eye on Miss Li's movements from now on. Report to me immediately if anything happens. The men bowed in acknowledgement. Then Chi raised his fist to his left chest. We will protect the general's happiness. Xiao Mingyuan was stunned. Were these people crazy? They weren't even this enthusiastic when fighting enemies. A few days later, it was time to copy scriptures at Li again. By coincidence, they ran into the 9th princess. The two had nothing in common to talk about. But on the way back, they encountered an accident. In the pouring rain, a luxurious carriage ahead was struck by a falling linden tree. A maid lay unconscious by the roadside, so the mistress and maid got out to check. Unexpectedly, It was the ninth princess with a broken leg. The maid by the roadside was barely breathing, clearly close to death. The guard picked up the blood-covered ninth princess and walked straight to their carriage. The girl on the ground had already stopped breathing. Bing Yu's face turned pale white. "Miss, I'm scared. Let's go back." Although the little maid was usually carefree, she had never seen a dead person before. Meanwhile, the guard had cleared the road obstruction and was about to pass by them with his whip raised. How shameless! Not only did he take our carriage, but now he wants to leave us in this wilderness. Bing Yu was indignant, but the guard paid no attention and was about to push past them. "Wait, the princess's injury can't be delayed. She might not make it back to the city without immediate treatment." Li Zhao couldn't bear it and stopped the guard, getting into the carriage. By now, the ninth princess had lost her previous arrogance, thinking it better to trust this which than gamble on making it back to the city. Maybe she really could stop the bleeding wound. But when Li Zhao took out her silver needles, the princess panicked, frantically backing away. Then she stammered to her guard, "Knock me out. I'm a bit scared." Without the patient's interference, Li Zhao quickly inserted silver needles around the princess's wound. Soon enough, the bleeding stopped. The carriage set off again, struggling forward through the rain. Inside the carriage, the ninth princess opened her mouth, but couldn't say the words of gratitude. Just then, a thunderbolt struck in front of the carriage. The horse instantly lost control, breaking free from its reins and galloping wildly. The carriage lost its balance and toppled over. When Li Zhao came out of the carriage, she saw the maid's corpse embracing the trembling Bing Yu. "Save my mistress." Unfortunately, Li Zhao was young and had a delicate frame, making it impossible to move the cold corpse. "Don't panic. Aren't you very strong? Calm down and push it away." Hearing this, the maid finally came to her senses and used all her strength to push it away. Unexpectedly, the corpse fell onto Li Zhao. As the two were fumbling in confusion, a figure in a straw rain cape appeared, quickly moved the corpse aside, and steadily embraced the young lady in his arms. But the moment the man held her, Li Zhao couldn't help but frown deeply. How could a stranger just pick up a young lady like that? Meanwhile, the man was thinking that this young lady weighed less than his sword. "General, my leg isn't injured. I can walk by myself." The man responded in a deep voice, followed by some rustling sounds. He put his bamboo hat and rain cape on the young lady. On the other side, the princess's already broken leg started bleeding again from the carriage accident. Seeing this, Li Zhao quickly took off her rain cape and put it on the princess. But she could only use her blood-stopping needles once. After temporarily bandaging the wound, they needed to return to the city quickly. But their old horse was nowhere to be found. The guard stared at Li Zhao, thinking she must be very poor to use such a broken-down carriage. "Take my horse," Xiao Mingyuan offered again, while everyone was in a difficult situation. After the two left, Li Zhao suddenly shivered. Her current body was too delicate. Even with regular care, she was still frail. But in the current situation, there was nowhere to hide. "Wait here for a moment." The man turned towards the carriage, picked up wooden boards from the ground, making clanking sounds. Shortly after, Xiao Mingyuan picked up the weakened young lady from the ground. After covering them both with torn fabric, the man became a human rickshaw puller, carrying them forward through the rain. Bing Yu was moved to tears. At this moment, she forgot all about Qi Canon 13. This man before her was the only choice for her mistress's husband. At this moment, her stomach was in knife-like pain. She silently watched the figure ahead, her emotions complex. This man who once killed her without a word, and the man silently moving forward now. Their images gradually overlapped. That time he killed her, this time he saved her. Perhaps she could consider forgiving him. Shortly after, the three arrived at a dilapidated house. Coincidentally, they met two hunters taking shelter from the rain. After some conversation, the three were invited inside. However, one of them couldn't take his eyes off Li Zhao after seeing her. Feeling the intensity of that gaze, Xiao Mingyuan turned and glanced at the man. The man awkwardly scratched his head, saying he had some dry clothes to give to Li Zhao and her maid to change into. Before Li Zhao could respond, Bing Yu wrinkled her nose in disgust, saying how could her mistress wear clothes used by a man? "Let's change into them." Hearing this, both Bing Yu and Xiao Mingyuan were secretly surprised. He had thought he would need to persuade this Miss Li extensively. Unexpectedly, she was very different from the noble ladies he knew in the capital. capital. After all, Li Zhao had already died once. What could be more important than staying alive? She not only needed to live well for her family, but also needed to investigate the mystery of that fire and see her brother's face healed. After Li Zhao's persuasion, Bingyu finally agreed reluctantly. After the two changed into their clothes, Xiao Mingyuan produced a fur coat from somewhere and had Bingyu take it to Li Zhao. "Young master, please go rest. I'll bring you the soup when it's ready." But the man firmly refused. He walked to the stove and tended the fire, deliberately turning his back to them. "You two should stay together. After all, beauty and wealth can tempt people. The best I can do is not give them the chance to make mistakes. Better to part ways peacefully." The two looked at the man's back and exchanged glances. Then they picked up fire pokers and walked towards him. Inside the house, Li Zhao had changed into dry clothes, and the pain in her abdomen had somewhat subsided. Just then, sounds of fighting came from outside. When Bingyu went out to check, she saw Xiao Mingyuan holding one man and stepping on another. He asked Bingyu to get the rope from the corner and tied them up securely. A moment later, Xiao Mingyuan entered the room. "Your carriage was tampered with. There are signs of deliberate damage." Li Zhao was startled. Her first thought was of Dia. They were both in the Western Garden, but thinking about it, it seemed unlikely. How would a young girl think to tamper with a carriage? Having no leads, she decided not to dwell on it and simply sighed in response to the man's news. "Miss, are you feeling unwell anywhere else?" But he was met with Li Zhao's silence and Bingyu's glare. Xiao Mingyuan then realized his question might have been too forward. So the young lady changed the subject. "Young general, why are you here?" The man fell silent. After a long while, he slowly spoke. "I went to light eternal lamps at the Great Fortune Temple." Xiao Mingyuan began telling a story from the past. One year, on Buddha's birthday, his cousin went to the Great Buddha Temple to pray for blessings. Due to the crowd of young ladies watching, he got so flustered he lost his shoe while running away. They didn't know each other then. He had only gone to catch a glimpse of his unknown fiancée at his friend's urging, but unfortunately never met her. After chatting, the man rose to leave. Bingyu watched them with a knowing smile. General Xiao and Miss had such a nice conversation. But the next moment, Li Zhao started vomiting violently. "I knew it. These clothes are too dirty. How could our young Miss handle such smell?" But unexpectedly, the man who had just left returned, carried the young lady in his arms, and placed her by the stove to warm up. He had noticed her stomach discomfort earlier and deliberately left to avoid embarrassing Li Zhao. His thoughtfulness was annoyingly thorough. Then the man seemed to remember something and indicated he needed to step out. After he left, Bingyu mysteriously said they might not be safe with General Xiao gone. So she asked Li Zhao for the fire poker. After 2 dull thuds, the girl returned looking refreshed. "I gave them each a blow with the poker. Now we're safe." Outside, after searching, the man finally found some wild ginger that could help ward off cold. "We've finally found you." The guard was Chun Guang, Xiao Mingyuan's attendant, who came looking for him when he hadn't returned. After talking, they learned that Chun Guang was actually responsible for tampering with Li Zhao's carriage. He did it to create an opportunity for Xiao Mingyuan to play hero, but it almost caused a disaster. Li Zhao was quite surprised seeing the wild ginger in the man's hand. This herb was particularly effective for relieving cold-induced waist and abdominal pain, and could also help with blood circulation. Could he really know about such things? Xiao Mingyuan looked troubled, wondering if Li Zhao would hit him with the fire poker after he confessed. "Miss Li, when I mentioned signs of tampering with your carriage, did you have any clues?" Hearing this, Li Zhao fell into deep thought. She actually had a vague guess. For someone to tamper with the carriage, it most likely happened after arriving at the Great Fortune Temple. Otherwise, the carriage would have broken down on the way there. That means it was most likely done by Xianka. He thought it was the princess, but she had taken their carriage midway. After thinking it through without any leads just then, the man spoke in a hoarse voice. "Actually, your carriage was damaged by my subordinate." The young lady's eyes turned cold as she instinctively grabbed the fire poker nearby. "May I ask why?" Li Zhao was one unreasonable explanation away from losing her temper. Was this fool trying to flirt with her? However, the man explained that his subordinate had mental issues. The young lady swung the fire poker, speaking like a detective. "I remember you said you came to the Great Buddha Temple alone. Why is there suddenly talk of a subordinate?" Xiao Mingyuan broke into a cold sweat. This girl would be a first-rate talent, even in the military. He then explained what the old doctor had told him, but didn't mention anything about playing hero. He claimed his subordinate only wanted to make the coachman look incompetent so he could infiltrate the Lee household as a replacement. Miss Lee, I'm truly sorry. I've already sent that fool back. Whatever punishment you decide for us regarding the carriage, I will accept without complaint. Li Zhao looked at him, growing increasingly annoyed. Speaking so boldly to a young lady. Really any condition? What if I asked General Xiao to marry me? Would you agree? The man quickly replied, Miss Li must be joking. If he had agreed, Li Zhao's fire poker would have smashed his head the next moment. So, General, don't make such absolute promises in the future. How about becoming my coachman instead? She had seen how unreliable her current coachman was. Though the man's subordinate had some mental issues, his martial skills must be decent. Bingyu had just started learning martial arts and wouldn't be useful for a while. Xiao Mingyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now Chen Guang could openly protect Miss Li. Of course, he needed to warn him first, as that fool sometimes had strange ideas and might do more stupid things. A moment later, the carriage finally arrived. However, Li Zhao couldn't be woken up. Xiao Mingyuan carefully touched the girl's forehead. It was burning hot. He quickly carried her to the carriage. As for the two hunters, he ordered them to be taken to the military camp for training, and later sent to the northern Shidatse region to atone for their crimes. In the restaurant, Dr. Li had just opened his medicine box. Bingyu was surprised to see a pouch in the medicine box. Dr. Li Miss also has a pouch exactly like this one. She took out Li Zhao's pouch, explaining that her miss had specially used fish skin to make it waterproof. Before she could finish, old Li snatched it. After comparing them for a long time, his expression grew increasingly complex. Except for age, the stitching and workmanship were identical. He looked at the girl on the bed. Though color had returned to her face, she showed no signs of waking. After sending the little maid out, Dr. Li immediately used gold needles on the girl's acupoints. Soon after, the girl slowly woke up. Child, where did you get this pouch? Li Zhao showed no guard around old Li, smiled faintly, and admitted she made it herself. How did you think to sew fish skin inside? And don't you think these pouches are too similar? Dr. Li's heart was in his throat. This pouch was given to me years ago by my grandfather's other granddaughter. Yes, Grandpa Li, this old pouch looks well preserved. Dr. Li fell silent, staring at the girl in a daze. After a long silence, he finally spoke in a hoarse voice. Zhaoer, is it you? Li Zhao's eyelashes trembled, and tears began rolling down her cheeks. Yes, Grandpa Li. Finally, there's someone in this world before whom I can be completely myself. Zhaoer. Dr. Li wept, his expression incredulous, muttering, how is this possible? Then the old man took a deep breath. Suddenly, he burst into wild laughter. So his research over these years wasn't just a fool's dream. But Dr. Li's laughter was too maniacal. It startled those outside, who rushed in through the door. Get out, all of you! I haven't finished treating her yet. Young Master sure felt something wasn't right. He clearly saw that Li Zhao was already awake. But upon seeing the poison needles in old Li's hands, he immediately chose a strategic retreat. Just as everyone was about to leave, old Li pointed at Xiao Mingyuan. Everyone except him. Get out. Before he finished speaking, the girl behind him started coughing. After some thought, he ended up chasing everyone out. Only Bingyu was confused. She understood sending others away, but she needed to attend to her miss. In the room, Old Li tried several times to ask something, but didn't know where to begin. Does he know your identity? They clearly referred to Xiao Mingyuan. The girl pursed her lips. She said she hadn't told him. After all, they were always strangers. If not for Grandpa Li asking him to look after her, there wouldn't be any connection between them. They would just be strangers who met once. How could you be strangers? Don't you hate him? This was the first time the girl faced this question. She had never hated Xiao Mingyuan. Dr. Li had never been to Beiding and didn't know Daji was more cruel and terrifying than the legends. When he fell into Daji's hands, a quick death would have been fortunate. She just tended to recall those unpleasant memories when seeing him. That's normal. How could there be no resentment? Then the old man excitedly promised Li Zhao, just endure for a few more years, and that little bastard would die from the cold poison. Then no one would stand in his way. His life or death would depend on your word. If you want him dead, I'll cure his cold poison. If you don't want to, I don't care if he lives or dies. Li Zhao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Grandpa Li was still so willful, but Li Zhao wasn't petty. How could she act selfishly for personal revenge? "Grandpa Li, please cure his cold poison. The common people can only live peacefully with him around." Old Li stroked his beard, surprised that this girl had learned his grandfather's open-mindedness so well. Now knowing Li Zhao's true identity, Dr. Li's anger towards Xiao Mingyuan flared up again. He said there was no rush with that fellow. Let him suffer for now. They'd deal with it after he returned from the south. Li Zhao rubbed her face. He wasn't in a hurry. Of course, treating her brother's face came first. Remember, when you face difficulties, go to Xiao Mingyuan. Be righteous about it. He owes you. Then the old man opened the door. He scrutinized the young talents from the capital. These 4 youngsters seemed decent enough. If one of them could become Zhao's husband, it would be a good outcome. The first choice would naturally be Xiao Mingyuan. Though his temperament suited the old man's taste, that bastard was too ruthless. If he hurt Zhao again, where could they seek justice? Shirkan was even worse. Good looks couldn't feed anyone and would only attract a flock of women. He shook his head. Marrying him would mean having to keep him happy. Too troublesome. Young heir wouldn't do either. Too reckless. A single silver needle could take him down. Zhu Wu seemed decent though. Gentle as jade, should be considerate. Seeing the old doctor silent, nodding and shaking his head, Bing Yu's face turned pale. Could something be wrong with her, miss? Shut up, Chikan said darkly as Zhao and Kai entered. But seeing Li Zhao was fine upon entering, he put on his indifferent face again. Thought something happened to you. Looks like you're fine. Li Zhao was all too familiar with his tsundere attitude. Brother sure came specially to see me? Hearing this, Chikan looked disgusted, saying he just happened to come for a drink. But seeing the two nodding to each other across from him, Chikan finally had a bad feeling. These two had. Outside the strange tavern, Li Zhao specifically reminded Xiao Mingyuan about the old doctor. The southern road wasn't safe, and she wanted him to arrange more guards in secret. But the man said he had already made arrangements and told her not to worry. Then, he casually asked about the girl's name. Zhao, as in illuminating from the wise recruit others through their illuminating virtue. In that moment, a strange feeling surged through the man's heart. The girl's words merged with what Xiao Mo had said that day. After the girl left, young Master Qi sourly approached. What were you two talking about so secretly? Looking like some tragic farewell. What did you say? That ungrateful brat. Xiao Mingyuan just helped her in the rain? What's the big deal? Like it was something special. I saved her from kidnappers, and she wasn't nearly as grateful. Back at the Li residence, the whole family was in turmoil. They sighed in relief, seeing Li Zhao return safely. After all, third miss had gone missing once before. The eldest daughter came forward with fake concern, saying father and third brother were still out looking for her. When Li Zhao explained about helping someone and the carriage breaking down, she gave a calculated lecture about being careful outside, saying how dangerous it could be in remote areas, mentioning how grandmother and third Mrs. experience still frightened her. Though her words seemed caring, to Li Zhao's ears, they were full of sarcasm. Soon after, third brother returned, apologizing for not finding third sister. He sighed in relief upon hearing she was already back. This scene displeased the eldest daughter greatly. Now, even her own brother cared about Li San. Just then, a maid shouted that the master had been escorted home by the Jingming guards. Everyone was terrified, thinking the master had committed some capital offense. But their father walked in proudly. He said while searching for his daughter, he had an argument with the Jingling guards. Finally, their leader stopped it and personally escorted him home. Oh no, my Zhao hasn't been found yet. The old madam could no longer contain herself. She slapped the old father's face. What were you doing out there? Did today's rain wash away your brain? Early the next morning, just as Li Zhao woke up, Zhu brought bad news, saying she overheard servants gossiping that yesterday's carriage passenger was a young man. Then Bing Yu came in breathlessly, angrily explaining that old Qian had spread this rumor while drunk. But he only mentioned traveling with a young man. Li Zhao immediately sensed conspiracy. If old Qian had spread it, he clearly knew the passenger was the 9th princess. The 3 servants hurried to the old madam's quarters. Before entering, they heard old Qian apologizing, saying he spoke nonsense while drunk. But when the old madam asked who he drank with last night, old Qian stammered uncertainly. Moreover, he'd been threatened by that guard Chen Guang, who said he'd take his life if he spoke a word. But when trying to recall last night's events, he couldn't remember anything, not who he drank with or when. Just then, Li Zhao entered. Grandmother quietly asked about yesterday's events. I will explain yesterday's matters to my elders, but slandering the master cannot be tolerated. Upon returning home, Zhao received the eldest daughter's challenge. She had spread rumors throughout the mansion about his outing with a young gentleman, growing more outrageous by the hour. But this was clearly orchestrated. If old Qian had really spoken while drunk, why would he omit the actual events and only mention a young man riding in the carriage? Li Zhao deduced that old Qian probably hadn't said anything at all. The rumors were fabricated by several servants to deliberately smear Li Zhao. They conveniently blamed it on the forgetful old Qian while keeping themselves clean. If this matter spread, Li Zhao's already poor reputation would be completely ruined. Grandmother, yesterday I was unwell and couldn't explain. Actually, the passenger in my carriage was the 9th princess from the palace. The servants were stunned, finally realizing the gravity of their mistake. At this moment, Mother remembered that these 3 servants were from the eldest daughter's quarters. I wondered why Zhao, who just suffered, had to have her reputation tarnished again. So this is the reason. The old madam was furious upon hearing this. She immediately summoned the eldest daughter. When she arrived and saw the scene, her eyes narrowed, wondering if old Du had said something he shouldn't have. Before anyone could speak, Yang Qing angrily pointed at her, saying, "She's black-hearted, ordering servants to defame Li Zhao's reputation." Hearing this, the eldest daughter knelt down tearfully, hurriedly explaining to the old madam that she knew nothing. Old Du has already confessed. What more do you have to explain? This is impossible. Grandmother must have misunderstood something. That's when the old madam revealed that the passenger was actually the 9th princess. The eldest daughter was shocked. So the person Li San vaguely mentioned yesterday was actually the 9th princess. She then looked at Li Zhao in shock, thinking this must have been bait. If she had revealed the passenger's identity yesterday, how could they have made such accusations? So it was the 9th princess in 3rd sister's carriage. Why didn't she mention it yesterday? Li Zhao explained that traveling in the rain was already undignified, and it would be even more embarrassing for a princess to ride in someone else's carriage. She believed the princess wouldn't want this mentioned either. She had planned to tell grandmother privately, but rumors were already flying when she returned. Never mind whether 3rd sister mentioned it or not. Just say whether you ordered this or not. At this moment, everyone was extremely tense. Even their fingers began trembling slightly. Just then, the wet nurse beside her rushed toward old Du. She slapped him repeatedly, saying, "You old fool, didn't I tell you to confess everything truthfully if exposed? You shouldn't implicate the young miss no matter what." After beating him, she knelt before the old madam. She explained they acted on their own because they feared Li Zhao's rising status would leave their young miss without a place in the family. The eldest daughter embraced her nurse sympathetically, saying, "Grandmother, the nurse is old and frail. If you must punish someone, punish me instead." Their act made Li Zhao's scalp tingle. The old madam clearly couldn't bear to punish the eldest daughter. After a moment, Chinine said to send them back where they came from, trying to brush it off lightly. Grandmother, sending big sister's nurse back to Uncle Gu Chong isn't appropriate. The eldest daughter looked up at Li Zhao in surprise, thinking she was pleading for mercy. Grandmother, I think the punishment is too light. In everyone's shocked gaze, Li Zhao continued. She explained that since the nurse couple were originally from Gu Chang's household, sending them back for retirement wasn't punishment, but rather a reward. If defaming a young lady's reputation brought such benefits, wouldn't other servants follow suit? Grandmother, please punish them severely, not just for my sake, but to maintain household discipline. Otherwise, more scheming servants will freely slander us sisters for their own gain. After a long silence, the old madam narrowed her eyes, admitting she hadn't thought it through. She ordered 10 lashes for each of them before sending them back to watch over Hiyu's old home. The eldest daughter couldn't accept this verdict, but before she could speak, the old madam cut her off. This outcome was already lenient for her sake. Otherwise, they would have been sold to another household for menial work. Grandmother, could you spare the nurse from the beating? I beg you. She is my wet nurse after all. No, came the firm reply. I would lose face. Big sister's nurse commits a wrong and still cares about face. I just took a nap and rumors spread throughout the mansion. Is my reputation worth nothing? With big sister crying and kneeling like this, Others might think I'm the one who did wrong. If everyone acted like you, kneeling after wrongdoing and pushing blame onto others, what use would we have for laws and courts? Grandmother, wouldn't you agree? The old lady nodded instinctively, but Li Zhao wasn't finished. She said grandmother's fair judgment was actually for Big Sister's own good, to stop her from using crying and making scenes as a trump card. If she acts like this at her future in-law's house, won't she be laughed at? These words hit grandmother like a thunderbolt. If she behaved this way at home, she'd be even worse at her in-laws. Who would pity her then? What are you waiting for? After they were taken away, the sound of beating mixed with screams echoed. Each strike seemed to affect everyone watching. Though the eldest daughter had no mother, she was always grandmother's favorite, and her servants had always acted superior. Now, for offending the third daughter, they were beaten and sent back home. Everyone secretly felt that from today, the Li household would change. Only the old madam watched Li Zhao with complex emotions. Li San had lost her previous arrogance, but her methods were undeniably effective. However, being kidnapped had ruined her reputation, making marriage difficult. Having such a capable person in the Li household might not be a bad thing. But for the third daughter, it was tragic. In her prime years, she would have to remain in the household, likely never having a good marriage. Zhao, how should we handle old Qian? Everyone was shocked, looking at grandmother in disbelief. Since when did she need Li San's opinion on dealing with servants? Meeting grandmother's gaze, she suggested letting old Qian retire. Grandmother hadn't expected her granddaughter to be so lenient, given that old Qian had left her in the rain yesterday. Even if unintentional, he shouldn't be let off easily. Is it because of me, third sister? Big sister asked softly, each word cutting deep. For the same mistake, why was her nurse punished so severely while old Qian was easily forgiven? Of course it's because of you. Otherwise, these servant dogs who slandered me wouldn't get off with just beatings and being sent home. At minimum, their tongues should be cut before letting them leave. As for old Qian, he didn't forget due to carelessness, but because of his illness. How can we judge a sick person by normal standards? The old madam had truly grown fond of Li Zhao. She had both thunder-like authority and Buddha-like compassion. That troublesome granddaughter had truly grown up. Just as the old madam was feeling emotional, a servant reported that the old doctor had sent Li Zhao a delivery requiring her personal signature. When they went over, boxes of all sizes filled the courtyard. The old doctor had sent all the rewards from Prince Rue, fine silks, precious medicines, and even several boxes full of silver. The most valuable was probably the unassuming box of books containing the old doctor's lifetime of experience. However, just as grandmother was about to thank the delivery man, the old madam learned he was also a gift from the doctor. The old madam was stunned. Why had he sent a man as a gift to her granddaughter? Chen Guang quickly explained that when the old doctor learned about the Li household's coachman's condition, he specifically sent this man to be third Mrs. Coachman. Before the old madam could recover from her shock, a second group arrived. They said that since Li Zhao had saved the 9th princess yesterday, Imperial Consort Li had sent people with thank you gifts. After the eunuchs left, opening the boxes caused another round of gasps. Pearl hairpins, exotic incense, and precious blood jade bracelets. Everyone was numb. The Li household's wealth had multiplied in moments. However, back in her quarters, Li Zhao wasn't excited. She instructed her maid to divide all the treasures into portions, sharing with everyone in the household except Big Sister. Bing Yu hugged the box like a miser, saying giving everything away was worse than killing her. Ignoring Bing Yu's greed, Li Zhao said, "Move these books to my room. These are the real treasures." On the opening day of Fushan Society, Li Zhao arrived in her new carriage. But unexpectedly, she was immediately met with difficulties from the host. It turned out the destination was Gu Chombua's mansion, which was Big Sister's maternal grandfather's home. Big Sister's cousin Du Feishue was also a society member, recommended for her excellent horsemanship. But upon seeing Li Zhao, she became visibly angry. She questioned why Li Zhao came to her house, clearly knowing about Big Sister's nurse's incident. Seeing this, Big Sister hurriedly pretended to protect Li Zhao, saying she brought third sister along to play. Du Feishue sneered, telling Big Sister not to mind Li Zhao's face, saying such uninvited people were truly shameless. Isn't today Fushan Society's opening day? If I'm not mistaken, the location is your mansion. Miss Du keeps talking about shamelessness, which seems rather inhospitable. Hearing this, Du Feishue became more unrestrained, saying Li Zhao wasn't her guest, and Fu Shan society had nothing to do with her. Li Zhao came uninvited, yet expected a welcome. When Big Sister tried to speak again, Du Feishue quickly interrupted her cousin. Stop covering for her. She clearly saw you coming to the gathering and wanted to join in. Otherwise, why didn't you share a carriage? In her mind, Big Sister was always the weak one who'd been bullied since childhood. At this point, several noble ladies stopped to watch the drama unfold. Why are you still protecting her? You're the legitimate eldest daughter, while she's just from a charity clinic. Why should she always be above you? These words were overheard by Jiang Shiran, who had just stepped out of her carriage. Miss Jiang, daughter of Jinling Guard's commander, was pampered like a princess, but also motherless since childhood. She frowned at Li Zhao. As Du Fei continued her aggressive stance, Li Zhao calmly produced her entrance card. Miss Du is right. I'm not here to accompany Big Sister. May I enter now? Du Feishue's face changed dramatically. She secretly questioned Big Sister about this, but Big Sister was equally confused, unaware Li Zhao had obtained an invitation. Du Feishue could only stubbornly question whether Li Zhao had stolen the card from somewhere. I gave it to her. A gentle voice spoke up. It was Su Luoi. The young lady casually stepped forward and linked arms with Li Zhao. Upon seeing her, the previous onlookers suddenly began flattering them, each starting to praise Li Zhao. Big Sister hadn't expected such a quick reversal, all because of Su Luoi's vice president status, making everyone suddenly eager to curry favor. As the gathering began, Du Feishue, as the host, was responsible for explaining the rules to new members. According to tradition, new members had to draw lots to select an old member. The old member would then give them a challenge. Li Zhao drew the character Jiang. It referred to Miss Jiang from the neighboring Yamen. However, Miss Jiang suggested keeping the challenge as a reserve program since it had been long since new members joined. Then, Lan Xinong, granddaughter of the first minister, posed a riddle. Phoenix falls on Wudong, no Phoenix falls. Someone stood up. I face mountains connecting water and moon, water connecting mountains. Finding these word games too boring, Lan Xinong suggested each team must match at least 2 pairs, with 3 pairs earning an extra point. While others struggled with the matching, Lan Xinong suddenly called on Miss Li. Unexpectedly, Big Sister responded instinctively. Oh, I forgot. Our new member came with her sister. At these words, Big Sister's face turned bright red. She was the only non-member of Fu Shan society present, and her sense of inferiority made her wish she could disappear into the ground. Since you're sisters, you're the same. I heard Li Xiuquan was once ranked 3rd in the imperial examinations. With such a talented father, Miss Li must be equally gifted. Lan Xinong's mention of the Li family was clearly mocking Big Sister, as everyone knew her father was a notorious good-for-nothing. Not only was he brainless, but he also publicly criticized First Minister Lan, which was why Lan Xinong particularly disliked the sisters. Big Sister noticed everyone had already matched 2 pairs, saying she couldn't think of anything better at the moment. But Lan Xinong persisted, seemingly determined to humiliate these daughters of a court official, wanting to exact revenge for her father. She said while others might fail, these sisters, whose father was a top scholar, should succeed. After all, like father, like daughter. Compared to Big Sister, who could only laugh, Li Zhao sat calmly beside her, steady as a rock, with an attitude of don't worry, I'll handle this. Phoenix falls on Wudong, no Phoenix falls, right? I offer Jade joins Jade beads, beads join Jade, sky joins blue water, blue joins sky, or house locks mountain top, mountain locks, and flowers fill courtyard, courtyard fills flowers. Actually, I think there's one more suitable for Miss Lan. Dragon hides in Western Cave, Western Xianlong. Especially the last line. When Lan Xinong implied Li's father had no real talent, Li Zhao's response was the perfect comeback. Though Li's father was currently a minor official, who knew if he was just a dragon in shallow waters? Everyone expected Lan Xinong to continue challenging her, but instead, she gave a light smile. So 3rd Miss Li was hiding her talents. You, as the younger sister, have much more real ability than your elder sister. Despite these words, after Du Feishue's scene at the entrance, everyone knew Big Sister had lost her birth mother early. They assumed Li San had taken Big Sister's resources, which explained why she outshone her half-sister so much. Hearing this, Big Sister's face turned blood red with shame, realizing Li San had been playing dumb, waiting for her to embarrass herself. We each have our strengths. My elder sister's needlework is exceptional. 10 of me couldn't match her. Li Zhao spoke truthfully, as her own needlework would make even dogs shake their heads. So, Miss Li, do you agree with the saying women's virtue lies in lack of talent? Li Zhao's mouth twitched, realizing this lady was much more difficult than Big Sister. So she counter-questioned, that saying has a matching line. Men's virtue lies in having talent. What's Miss Lan's interpretation? At these words, everyone was shocked, both by her wit and her boldness. Everyone knew Lan Xinong's grandfather, Lan Shan, was second in talent only to the late great scholar Mr. Qiao, yet was severely criticized by loyal officials and generals. The great treacherous minister Lan Xinong looked embarrassed and had to forcefully end the topic, lest it lead to discussion of her grandfather. Then, under the expectant gazes of the noble ladies, Li Zhao had to offer another opening line. Look at sky. Sky looks empty. Empty sky is sky to look. As soon as she finished, the ladies were stunned. It was a chain couplet. They said this girl Li San must be here to show off. Such an opening line was practically impossible to match. How could they continue playing? There was no game experience at all. Li Zhao finally breathed a sigh of relief. The world was finally quiet. She hadn't come here to show off. Finding a way to connect with her cousin who could save the family was the real purpose. But when she looked toward her cousin, she noticed Ouyang Weiyu had disappeared from beside her. After looking around, she found the girl sneakily standing near Lan Xinong's seat. Earlier, when Li Zhao entered the room, she had accidentally overheard that this Miss Ouyang's father was at odds with Lan Shofu. He had already been arrested by the Jingling Guard, and yesterday's argument between Li's father and the Jingling Guard was because Li's father disapproved of this matter and spoke out righteously. Lan Xinong was now in high spirits. If Ouyang Weiyu wanted to do something to Lan Xinong, this would undoubtedly be the best opportunity. Ouyang carefully took out a small paper package. White powder fell directly into the cup, but just as she relaxed, a dark hand silently took away the teacup. Ouyang turned and saw this, her face suddenly changing. She hurriedly chased after Li Zhao's departing direction. Third Miss Li, quickly return the teacup to me. Ouyang appeared, completely flustered. But Li Zhao just smiled faintly and raised the teacup to her lips. The young lady rushed forward and knocked the teacup from Li Zhao's hand. As the teacup fell to the ground, white smoke rose, curling upward. Even Li Zhao hadn't expected the cup contained arsenic. Miss Ouyang, this cup of tea was prepared for Miss Lan, wasn't it? Seeing Li Zhao destroy the evidence of her poisoning attempt, Ouyang showed no gratitude. Instead, she coldly questioned Li Zhao. Perhaps you also want to curry favor with the Lan family's daughter? Seeing Li Zhao's silence, the girl became more agitated. Prime Minister Lan Shan harmed loyal officials and took bribes, and his son Lan Songquan is even more treacherous and cunning. Almost all the Prime Minister's evil deeds were Lan Songquan's ideas. Today I just wanted to poison his daughter. Why did you stop me? No particular reason for meddling. Perhaps I learned it from my father. Hearing this, Ouyang hesitated. Indeed, it was because of Li's father's earlier righteous argument with the Jingling Guard that made her feel favorable towards Li Zhao. She wasn't an unreasonable person, but she had come today prepared to die. I won't let Lan Xinong leave here alive today. If you keep interfering, you're just helping the wicked. Li Zhao ignored this and asked what any of this had to do with Lan Xinong. Since she enjoys the glory brought by her grandfather's generation, shouldn't she also bear the price of revenge? So Miss Li is such a misguided do-gooder. Li Zhao sighed. She felt Ouyang's focus was wrong from the start. Even if she poisoned Lan Xinong today, it wouldn't help her father's imprisonment. Moreover, Lan's father had many concubines and countless children. Though Lan Xinong was the only legitimate daughter, she wasn't that important to her father. Furthermore, her father's case wasn't settled yet. If she killed Lan Xinong now, the Prime Minister and his son would only deal more harshly with the Ouyang family. Miss Ouyang, I just can't bear to see a young girl in her prime throw away her precious youth. I'm not just talking about Lan Xinong, but about you too. Li Zhao, having experienced death once, understood the preciousness of life better. If someone isn't afraid of death, they should live even better to prove their worth, rather than acting rashly and wasting their youth in this brocaded garden. Ouyang suddenly felt lost. She had come seeking revenge with hatred, but was it truly meaningless as Li had said? Returning to the hall, everyone had grown impatient waiting, as neither team had come up with a matching line. Seeing everyone's expectant looks, I have a matching line, though it's not very good. Lan Shinong, tortured by the opening line, snapped, "Stop rambling and just say it," clearing her throat, thinking this girl was truly hateable. She almost wanted to let Ouyang poison her. The opening line was, "Look at sky. Sky looks empty. Empty sky has sky to look." My matching line is, "Seeking help is hard. Hard to seek help. People meet hardship. Seeking help is hard." As the words fell, she fixed her gaze on Du Feishue. Well matched. Ko Zimo excitedly stood up, but seeing everyone's stares, she quickly sat back down with a red face. Everyone applauded. They had heard Li San was vulgar and disrespectful, but now they saw this wasn't true at all. With Li's talent and skill, they assumed she had been holding back to let her motherless sister shine. Even Lan Shinong praised repeatedly. "Miss Du, how about this matching line? People meet hardship. Seeking help is hard." Isn't that exactly about Du Feishue? Lan Shinong despised such people. She troubled the Li sisters because of their father's grudge. But Du Feishue, as the host and big sister's cousin, chose to stand by while her cousin was embarrassed. The talented ladies present, after Lan Shinong's reminder, all understood and looked at Du Feishue with contempt. As the couplet activity continued, only Ouyang stood stunned, repeatedly pondering Li Zhao's matching line. Seeking help is hard. Wasn't that exactly her current situation? Seeing Jiang nearby, she recalled Li Zhao's earlier hint. As the jingling guard commander's daughter, her status rivaled that of princesses. Just as the young lady was struggling with how to speak up, Jiang Shiran walked to the center, showing an impatient expression as she urged everyone. "I've already prepared the test questions, yet you're still not finished here. How boring." This comment displeased the talented ladies. Poetry and couplets were their pleasure, but due to her status, none dared offend her. Seeing this, Du Feishue became eager to please, asking Miss Jiang what preparations were needed. She had specially changed all the name tags to Jiang for this moment. Jiang Shiran didn't stand on ceremony, asking if there was a training ground. She had no interest in the four arts. Her test was about courage. Looking at the eccentric Miss Jiang, Li Zhao thought she must be dealing with someone with Chinibu syndrome. At the training ground, Jiang Shiran pointed at rows of weapons. She said she couldn't learn those refined ways, and to test courage, they needed something real. She would place peaches on Li Zhao's head and shoulders, then test her aim with a blunt sword. Hearing this, everyone froze. Using third Miss Li as a target, even a blunt sword could blind someone. Li Zhao wasn't a coward. She wouldn't back down from any other activity, but being a target was different. The pain of an arrow piercing the heart. In this world, who else had experienced that and lived to tell about it? Miss Jiang had unknowingly hit her weak spot. Li Zhao's fatal weakness was her desire to see her brother, and she didn't want to give up this chance now. Compared to seeing her brother, nothing else mattered, including the fear of death. If Miss Li is afraid to try, it's fine. None of my previous challenges were passed anyway, but you can still become a member of Fushan Society. I can do it, Li said calmly. But the literary ladies all came forward to dissuade her, saying this test wasn't mandatory, and her earlier performance in the couplet challenge was enough to join. Even Dia couldn't help but try to stop her. If anything happened to Li Zhao, he would be the one punished when they returned. Don't worry, everyone. I trust Miss Jiang's swordsmanship. After Li Zhao placed the peaches on her head and shoulders, she watched as Jiang drew her bow and sword, aiming at her. In that moment, Li Zhao felt like she was back on that cold city wall. Li Zhao was trembling now. Bodily instincts couldn't be overcome by reason alone. She silently cursed Xiao Mingyuan, that bastard. The first shot was fired, and the peach on her head fell. Although she now had a good start with Ko Zimo, following the proper steps would take too long. This was exactly the opportunity she needed. The second shot was fired, and unexpectedly, an accident occurred. The blade grazed her face, and blood splattered from her cheek. Screams erupted as chaos broke out among the crowd. Jiang Shiran rushed forward in disbelief. Upon seeing the girl's injury, her knees went weak. "What's wrong with you? I told you not to move." The more composed Lan Shinong called for Du Feishue to fetch the mansion's doctor. As luck would have it, Yang Er and Zhu Wu were also guests at the mansion that day. Seeing Du Feishue in panic, they quickly stopped her to ask what happened. After all, today's guests were all from important families, and if trouble arose, their sister would be responsible. Just as the girl mentioned Li Zhao's name, two figures rushed toward the crowd from both sides. Arriving at the scene, they saw that the injured person was indeed Li Zhao. Yang Er anxiously tried to approach, but was stopped by Zhu Wu. Being too familiar with Li Zhao in this situation would make things difficult for him later. Su Luoyi took out a handkerchief, but after Li Zhao removed her hand, the crowd gasped again. With such a large wound on her face, wouldn't Li San be disfigured? Seeing this, Jiang Shiran became even more angry. She insisted with her bow that it must have been Li Zhao who moved, as she would never miss otherwise. But she was met with only silent disapproval. This showed everyone once again her arrogance. Not only did she not apologize after hurting someone, but she blamed the victim entirely. Only Li Zhao remained expressionless. She almost wanted to laugh, even if her status was lower than others present. Making a 13-year-old girl a target, submission was never in her vocabulary. Trying to gain face by stepping on her dignity was a fool's dream. But this opportunity to kill two birds with one stone felt good. Enough! Yang Er finally exploded. You hurt someone and still act so righteous, using a living person as target practice. Who gave her such courage? Was it Liang Jingru? Zhu Yin observed from the side, noting it was the first time he'd seen young Master Yang so angry. While his brother Zhu Wu pretended to be indifferent, Shirzhe knew how worried he was. Clearly, these brothers knew Li Zhao from before. However, at this moment, Li Zhao suddenly bid farewell to Du Feishue. Du Feishue naturally refused, saying if they let Li Zhao leave while injured, what would others think of the Guzhangbo mansion? But Li Zhao was unusually insistent, saying, everyone here can testify that I volunteered for this. I won't blame anyone. Miss Du began to leave, but as she passed by her two friends, she gracefully bowed to thank them. Yang Er, acting on impulse, said, Miss Li, let me take you home. Seeing such a young girl being so dignified, while they, who had been friends for so long, were constrained by etiquette and could only watch her being bullied. At worst, they could treat her as a sister. As for marriage, she was too young. They weren't perverts like Chi Can. But when Du Feishue saw Zhu Wu also wanting to escort Li San, she instantly became unsettled. Could her cousin have feelings for Li San? She quickly offered to escort Li Zhao herself instead of calling servants. Outside the mansion, Chun Guang's expression changed dramatically upon seeing Li Zhao's injury. Just as he was about to lecture these young ladies, he heard Li Zhao's request to return home. The young lady's carriage was too small, and he wasn't a mansion servant. He wouldn't deal with this pretentious young miss. When Yang Er and Zhu Wu saw Chun Guang, they realized the young general had arranged guards for protection, so there was no need for them to escort. But when Du Feishue learned her cousin wouldn't go, she cursed Chun Guang's ancestors. This damned coachman had ruined her plans. After boarding another carriage, she learned that Dr. Li had given all his treasured medicines to Li San, which explained why she insisted on returning home to treat the wound. Could it be that she really had some magical medicine to remove scars? Upon learning that Li Zhao's face was disfigured at the Guzhangbo mansion, her usually gentle mother appeared calm, but had secretly decided that even if the Jinlin Guard was powerful, even if it would break their family apart, they couldn't treat her daughter this way. This arrow to Li Zhao's face hurt more than one to her heart. She would be failing as a mother if she couldn't avenge her daughter. But this time, the old madam surprisingly didn't object. This matter certainly couldn't be left alone. She promised Li Zhao that although they weren't a prestigious family, they wouldn't let this injustice go unpunished. Li Zhao's heart trembled at these words. Just as she was about to say something, a servant announced Miss Du had come to apologize. After Li's mother forcefully endured listening to the girl's nonsense, she angrily smashed the medicine the girl had brought. Li Zhao visited their home and just happened to draw Jiang Shiran. If there wasn't something fishy about this, she wouldn't believe it for 100 years. Since you chose to stand by and watch then, why pretend to be kind now by bringing gifts? Get out! If you dare come to the Li mansion again, I'll kill you. Diyu was terrified. She had never seen her mother like this before. Then, pretending to be weak, she said she hadn't taken good care of Li San. Li's mother showed indifference. She never had expectations for Diya anyway. Turning to the old madam, she insisted they must demand an explanation for today's events. The old madam pondered briefly, then ordered servants to notify Li's father and Li Hui. When a daughter of the house is bullied, the men of the family should know. She planned to sit in protest at the Jinlin Guard's office. While the family was busy dealing with Li Zhao's situation, only Diyu was scheming. If they offended the Jinlin Guard, not only might father's position be at risk, but the family could be ruined. Should their whole family suffer for an ugly, disfigured person? So Diya immediately went to find Li Zhao. wanting her to persuade grandmother. Moments later, several people arrived at the front hall. Before Li Zhao could speak, Dia rushed to say that Li Zhao wanted to stop them from making trouble. Grandmother smiled gently, but said now wasn't the time to swallow this insult. Whether father's position was kept didn't matter. If they gave up seeking justice for their daughter just to keep that tiny official position, then this family might as well break apart. At this moment, Li Zhao was finally moved. How fortunate she was to be born into this family. But since speaking would aggravate her wound, Li Zhao picked up brush and paper and began to write. It turned out she hadn't agreed with Dia earlier. She came only because it was hot and wanted to bring cooling oil to grandmother. This made grandmother laugh heartily as she rubbed Li Zhao's head, telling her to wait for news at home. After grandmother left, Dia immediately showed her true colors. She thought Li Zhao was too selfish, seeking revenge for personal satisfaction without considering the family's well-being. Hearing this, Li San started writing quickly again. Dia didn't understand that some things shouldn't be stopped. If you keep stopping such matters, the family would eventually lose its backbone. Dia reluctantly asked if Li Zhao could really handle it if the family offended the Jinlin Guard and faced consequences. She wouldn't stop the elders from seeking justice, nor would she let the Jinlin Guard harm the family. Besides, she had long wanted to meet this commander of the Jinlin Guard. At the Jinlin Guard office, the old madam led her people toward the entrance with an imposing presence. "Please inform Master Jiang that I wish to see him," she said. Both guards thought the old lady was joking, as few dared to come challenge the Jinlin Guard. Only when she mentioned her granddaughter's disfigurement did the guards realize this was indeed something Miss Jiang would do. But upon learning she was just a compiler's daughter, the two guards exchanged glances and waved her off, telling her to stop making trouble. A mere compiler's family member daring to cause trouble here? As more people gathered, the two guards grew increasingly impatient. However, the old madam calmly sat down. "I'm here for justice today. Whether we're from an official's family or common folk, you can't treat us like cats and dogs for your amusement." The onlookers, now understanding the situation, stood by supporting the old madam. Seeing their persuasion failed, the two guards were about to force them away. "Who dares touch my mother?" A shout came from afar as Uncle approached angrily, carrying a lunchbox. "I was the third scholar in the imperial examinations and have been a compiler for over 10 years. Lock me up if you want, but let me tell you this. Unless I die in prison, once I'm released, I'll still seek justice for my daughter." At the Li mansion, upon learning of third sister's disfigurement, the third young master rushed home urgently. Seeing the once beautiful young lady now with a horrific wound on her face, he was too choked up to speak. Though he had never liked this sister, feeling she always bullied Dia, seeing her current state made him want to cry. After all, she was his own sister. How could they let outsiders bully her like this? Meanwhile, knowing Li Zhao was injured and wouldn't go out for a while, the clever Chen Guang immediately ran to report to Xiao Mingyuan. The man listened with cold eyes but didn't blame Chen Guang, as there were some gender-related matters he couldn't interfere with. He told Chen Guang to return and protect Li Zhao, while he planned to go to the Jinlin Guard office personally to demand an explanation. Outside the office, after the family's commotion, more and more onlookers gathered. At this moment, one person's appearance silenced the crowd. His black robe and gilt sword indicated his high position in the Jinlin Guard. Jiang 13 bowed to Li's father, saying his subordinates were ignorant and asking for forgiveness. But Li's father wouldn't fall for it. He wasn't one to be fooled by sweet words, especially since this young man had been plotting against his daughter. Then, 13 suggested the family enter the office to wait for the commander's return to discuss further. The old madam refused, wanted to create a scene and let everyone know, both to punish Jiang Shiran and force Commander Jiang to apologize. But unexpectedly, 13's attitude changed faster than turning a page. He was reasonable at first, but seeing persuasion failed, he promptly called for archers. The crowd that had been eagerly watching quickly dispersed. Everyone knew these guards were killers. Li Fuxing said they were indeed no good people, yet wanted to be friends with his daughter. Just as everyone was in a difficult situation, a carriage appeared in the distance. Seeing this, 13 sighed helplessly. This family was endless. First the grandmother, then the mother, and now the brother. But when he saw the figure in the carriage, he felt regret. Although he was used to life and death, seeing the young lady's face destroyed like this, he felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. "Miss Li, your wound shouldn't be exposed to sunlight. Perhaps you should persuade your grandmother to come inside first." Before he finished speaking, Lee's father interrupted forcefully. He wouldn't allow this man to speak with his daughter. At this moment, several guards remembered, isn't this the troublemaker from that rainy day? That day, Lord 13 not only didn't blame him, but personally escorted him home. So it was all because of Miss Lee. Li Zhao looked at Jiang 13 with emotion. No wonder he had achieved the 4th rank official position at such a young age. In just moments, he had resolved most of the situation grandmother had created. His lightning-quick methods were impressive, but now grandmother had largely achieved her goal. Whether the commander would apologize wasn't important anymore. What mattered was that everyone had seen the Li family stand up for themselves. Now what grandmother and the others needed was to retreat safely after meeting the commander. So she nodded to 13. Seeing Li Zhao's calmness, grandmother chose to trust him unconditionally. After all, she had witnessed Li Zhao's intelligence lately. Feeling the man's gaze fixed on her wound, Li Zhao curiously looked back. But 13 couldn't meet her eyes and hurriedly looked away. However, when he accidentally glimpsed the sachet at her waist, 13's mind exploded. This sachet belonged to the person he had been thinking about day and night. Without thinking, he grabbed the young lady's wrist and walked into the office. He just wanted to understand what was going on. This scene shocked his subordinates. Their lord was too hasty. He should at least wait until they went inside. Sure enough, Lee's father was furious. He struggled to rush forward and beat 13. But 13 didn't look back, ordering his subordinates to take the family to wait. Li Zhao hadn't expected the man's sudden madness, and the unexpected movement pulled at her wound. Unable to speak, tears welled up in her eyes from the pain. The man ignored this and pulled off Li Zhao's waist sachet. This belongs to my beloved. When and where did you get this? A life-saving grace from before the new year had made 13 deeply in love with Xiao Zhao. Even after learning of Xiao Zhao's death, he regretted not expressing his feelings earlier. But now he saw Xiao Zhao's sachet again. How could 13 remain calm? But he never imagined that the girl before him was the very person he had been thinking about day and night. And Li Zhao hadn't expected that after so long, this fool would remember so clearly. Seeing Li Zhao's silence, 13 gradually lost patience. Even though he was quite fond of Li Zhao, it was based on his feelings for Xiao Zhao. Miss Li, you're clever. Your family is still having tea next door. Hearing this, Li Zhao became angry. Indeed, none of the Jinlin guard were good people. She removed the man's hand that had trapped her against the wall, then drew a vine on his palm. Only then did the man realize he had been too impulsive, forgetting Li Zhao's fresh facial wound. But this remorse was fleeting. I've seen this sachet before. How do you know Xiao Zhao? Or what's your relationship with Xiao Fu? The young lady calmed down and asked 13 what his relationship was with Xiao Zhao. Jiang 13 was stunned by the question. His only relationship with him was probably that he had fallen for Xiao Zhao. I like him. Really, really like him. Li Zhao was stunned by this answer. This sudden confession caught her off guard. When 13 saw the young lady's expression, his sense suddenly returned. He must be crazy to say such things to a 13 or 14-year-old girl. He then covered his embarrassment and waited for Li Zhao's response. Unexpectedly, the young lady wrote, "It's a long story." 13 remained silent for a long while, then finally nodded. Indeed, this wasn't the right place to talk. Just then, there was a violent knock on the door. A subordinate reported that Li's father had taken the matter to the governor. Hearing this, both of them hurried to Qiantang. Watching them leave, the subordinate sighed. He had warned against acting rashly in front of her father, and now everyone knew about it. As soon as they entered, they saw Mother pointing at Commander Zhang's nose and scolding him. When the two returned, everything descended into chaos. Li's father went into rage mode again, wanting to eat 13 alive for being such a scoundrel. Enough! Commander Zhang finally couldn't bear it anymore. Seeing everyone stop, he then said that today's incident was just girls playing around, yet they had made such a scene at the office. This would only ruin his daughter's reputation. A cold glint flashed in Commander Zhang's eyes. If it was just about this incident, he could apologize. But what angered him more was Jiang 13, who had never shown interest in any woman before, now having improper thoughts about another girl. This was his future son-in-law. If Li Zhao threatened his daughter's position, he wouldn't allow such a person to live. Seeing Commander Zhang's expression, 13 thought this is bad. He showed murderous intent toward Miss Li. making 13 regret his earlier impulsiveness. At this moment, grandmother pulled Li Zhao forward, questioning Commander Jiang if such scars were just playing around. If it were his daughter who was injured, would he dismiss it so easily? All they wanted was a sincere apology from Jiang Shiran. How about this? I'll apologize on my daughter's behalf and let 13 prepare some gifts as compensation. Now I understand why your daughter is so arrogant. Like father, like daughter. Just as the man was about to explode, the stubborn father jumped out again. You'd better throw our whole family in prison. Maybe people will believe I'm planning to rebel against the throne. Jiang Tangwen trembled with anger. Who would believe a mere editor could plot rebellion? But today's events were already known to all. It would be impossible to cover up. Moreover, if the new emperor ascended, this would be perfect evidence. The old lady must have counted on this, which was why she dared to act so boldly in the office. So the man decisively agreed to their request. There would be other chances to deal with his family in the future. The matter was settled, but as everyone was about to leave, Li Zhao made an unexpected move, calmly meeting Commander Jiang's eyes. That one look rekindled Jiang Tang's murderous intent toward her. Being able to face him so calmly, no wonder 13 took special notice of her. Even though her face was ruined, it wasn't acceptable for her to attract 13's attention in other ways. At this moment, Li Zhao made her move. She had written a note beforehand. Its contents would be enough to protect Li Jia from future retaliation. She believed Jiang Tang would be shocked when he saw the note's contents. Just then, a guard reported that Champion Marquis Xiao Mingyuan had come to visit. Commander Jiang had barely sent off one group. Before the family could catch their breath, the Champion Marquis arrived. This young man before them was the Iron Blood Yama that everyone feared. The entire North relied on him for deterrence. Even a small commander couldn't afford to offend him. Xiao Mingyuan didn't waste words, getting straight to the matter of Li Zhao's injury. Wenyin Jiang Tang was startled. He hadn't expected the Champion Marquis to come for this reason. He hurriedly said he had failed to teach his daughter properly and would have her personally apologize later. Although Jiang Tang said so, Xiao Mingyuan still warned coldly that Miss Li was under his protection, and Jiang Tang better not touch her or her family. Commander Jiang was petrified. What kind of cursed day was this? First, he was scolded by a mere editor. Now the mighty northern general had come unprecedented just to tell him to discipline his daughter properly. After Xiao Mingyuan left, Jiang Tang didn't care much about today's events. Instead, 13's attitude toward Li Zhao caught his attention. Regarding this, 13 could only lie, saying he feared Miss Li might do something foolish, so he urgently took her aside to persuade her. But Jiang Tang remained skeptical of his words. After all, this was his successor whom he had groomed since childhood. He couldn't let this duck fly away. 13, I'll arrange to settle your marriage with Ran soon. Outside the office, Chen Guang mysteriously waved to Xiao Mingyuan. Pointing at the sedan chair, he said Miss Li was waiting for him. Then he ran to the sedan chair, telling Li Zhao that his general had business with her. Xiao Mingyuan's mind went blank. This guy's sequence seemed wrong. But when he saw Li Zhao's injuries, Xiao Mingyuan's heart trembled. The injuries were so severe. Then the two just stared at each other awkwardly. Chen Guang watched anxiously from the side. His general was truly hopeless. He had deliberately made up that excuse to create an opportunity for them to meet alone. Seeing the general's murderous glare, Chen Guang quickly made his escape with a laugh. It was really tough being a small guard. Without him, this romance would surely fail. After a moment of silence, Xiao Mingyuan spoke first, saying he had already handled the aftermath, and the Jinling guard wouldn't trouble her anymore. Although Li Zhao already had a countermeasure, it was interrupted by Xiao Mingyuan's arrival. It seemed this trump card could be saved for later use. But truth be told, it felt really nice to have someone thinking of protecting her and solving problems in advance. Then the man explained that he hadn't considered things thoroughly enough, as he had no female guards. However, Li Zhao could select trustworthy maids to train with Chen Guang, and he would send more people later. These words kept the little mute girl busy nodding and shaking her head. Yet the man only needed a moment's thought to understand her meaning. You mean let the maids train, but there's no need to bring in people from elsewhere? The young lady nodded happily. After they left in the carriage, in front of another carriage, the Jinling guard reported this scene to Jiang Tang. Hearing that Xiao Mingyuan had personally acted as a coachman, he finally gave up. It seemed this young girl was completely untouchable now. After returning to Jiang Manor, Jiang Shiran intimately held 13's hand, which greatly angered Jiang Tang, watching from the side. This unfortunate daughter, only having eyes for her love interest, not even asking about her father standing right there. He had brought 13 back today to have him personally tell his daughter about the engagement, to pave the way for the upcoming apology visit. His eyes were full of encouragement when looking at 13. But 13 felt like carrying a 1,000-pound burden, making it impossible to speak. Did he really have to marry his adopted sister? Although his adoptive father had shown him great kindness and his sister had feelings for him, for some reason, trying to speak about it was incredibly difficult. I want to arrange your marriage. Just as 13 was struggling internally, Jiang Tang spoke, startling both of them. Then Jiang Shiran became overjoyed, repeatedly asking 13 to confirm if it was true. There's also bad news. Later, 13 will accompany you to apologize to Li Zhao. Jiang Shiran immediately became anxious. It was clearly Li Zhao who had acted recklessly and caused him such embarrassment, yet now they had to apologize to her. Jiang Tang knew his daughter would be very unwilling. He deliberately said that if she didn't want to go, then 13 would have to go alone. But being a young girl, she was easily fooled by the old fox and agreed with a pout. Walking out of the room, 13 quietly gazed at the sky, lost in thought. Her marriage was settled just like that. Why did she feel somewhat unsatisfied? In the past, she would be happy all day just for a steamed bun. But why do people become greedier as they grow up? Upon learning that Li Zhao's face was disfigured, Shirkan immediately decided to go out and accidentally encounter Du Fei Xue, hoping for a chance to commit violence in the street. Yang Er and Zhu Wu quickly rushed to stop him. With Shuriken's lawless nature, who knows what trouble he might cause? But as luck would have it, Xiao Mingyuan appeared just in time. Then several people had to drag and pull to force Qi back. In the room, Qi looked displeased, saying he just wanted to take a walk. Li Zhao's disfigurement had nothing to do with him. He just wanted to go flirt with some decent women. I just saw Miss Li, Xiao Mingyuan calmly said as Qi was about to lose control. Li Zhao's wounds should be treatable by the divine doctor. He's just unable to go out right now. He advised Qi not to worry too much. The peacock stubbornly turned his head away, saying he wasn't planning to see him anyway. But why did everyone have such disbelieving expressions? Wait, why did Xiao Mingyuan go to see Li Zhao? Thinking of this, Qi gaze gradually turned unfriendly, while Xiao Mingyuan, still oblivious, continued advising the peacock that now that the Jinling commander's daughter was going to apologize at the Li residence, news had spread throughout the capital. He told him not to quarrel with a young girl. But Qi was famously petty. What's wrong with being a young girl? If a young girl provoked her, she'd still deal with them. What does Li Zhao's situation have to do with you? Why are you so concerned? Xiao Mingyuan immediately explained it was just doing a favor, telling Qi not to misunderstand. Qi face immediately became awkward. She flustered said there was nothing to misunderstand, and Xiao Mingyuan was being ridiculous. After Qi left, Xiao Mingyuan fell into deep thought. A girl with such character was indeed special. No wonder Qi had feelings for her. In the following days, whether out of curiosity or politeness, Fu Shanshi and others sent gifts. Zhu Yin and Su Lui even visited in person. But today's visitor, Ko Zimo, was who Li Zhao had been waiting for. As soon as the young lady entered, she took her friend's hand, showing concern about Li Zhao's injuries. But Li Zhao's attitude surprised her. Any girl would be worried about having their face disfigured. Yet why could Li Zhao remain so calm? Following Li Zhao into the room, she was immediately attracted by the painting on the wall. This was another copy of Seattle that Li Zhao had reproduced. Seeing Ko Zimo's interest, Li Zhao immediately ordered her maid to take it down and give it to the guest. Ko Zimo quickly waved her hands in refusal. How could she accept such a precious painting? But Li Zhao said she copied it herself, which surprised the young lady even more. She couldn't help but look at the signature on the painting. A Chu sits in flowing moonlight. Strange. Was a Chu third Miss Li's childhood name? What an odd name. Her visit today actually had another purpose, to thank Li Zhao on Ouyang's behalf. Now his father's sentence had been decided. He was demoted to the Northern District. Soon, their family would depart. Thanks to Li Zhao's intervention then, they had escaped the punishment of execution of the entire family. Actually, Li Zhao hadn't helped much. She just wanted Ouyang to understand that as long as the family stayed together, anywhere could be home. Just then, the second young lady came to visit. Li Zhao hadn't expected her. Things had just settled down. Was she coming to cause trouble again? When Arya entered, her eyes nearly popped out. It was actually Ko Zimo, granddaughter of the Minister of Justice. Her father was a deputy Minister of Justice. As a noble lady in the same circle, she had seen the Ko sisters at many occasions, but never had the chance to become familiar with this one. Unexpectedly, she came to visit their residence personally today. Li Xiao felt resentful thinking about this. She always felt that Li Xiao had taken her place to enter. But even if she had made such connections, so what? With her face ruined like this, she probably wouldn't have the chance to go out and scare people anymore. Thinking this, she forced herself to show fake concern about Li Xiao's injuries, saying if it wasn't convenient to go out, she could come play with her. Seeing Arya's affected expression, Li Xiao finally understood. She had just come to watch the show. Li 3, this is just like you. If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't want to live anymore. Li Xiao secretly glanced at Ko Zimo. She said she definitely wouldn't do anything rash. After all, her face wouldn't scar. Why would she be desperate? Her godfather was Divine Dr. Li. Not only did he leave Li Xiao medicine to remove scars, but he also gave her the prescription for treating burns. And that last sentence was deliberately said for Ko Zimo to hear. If she could successfully remove the scars this time, Ko Zimo would surely bring this news to her brother. Then she would be able to meet with the siblings. Sure enough, when Ko Zimo heard the word burns, her pupils trembled. Though very curious, she found it hard to believe and several times wanted to say something, but swallowed her words. Please let me know when third Miss Li recovers. I want to share in your joy. First, there was a scene of waiting outside the Li residence. But clearly this approach wasn't working. Then Chi Kan, almost fainting from the heat, suddenly had an idea. Why not have her little four dress as a woman to deliver the medicine she had obtained to the Li residence? But seeing this burly cross-dresser, she couldn't help but feel sick and nauseous. He successfully snuck into the Li residence following a maid. Unexpectedly, this Li residence maid was quite chatty, constantly calling him sister, making little Four's scalp tingle. Finally managing to get to Li Xiao's presence. Seeing the young lady, he couldn't help but complain. His originally woman-avoiding master was already concerning regarding his orientation. He thought his master had changed today, but seeing the young lady made him even more worried. Chikin, are you a beast? Do you want to come see for yourself how young this girl is? Li Xiao remained composed and asked about the purpose of the visitor's visit. When Yin Xiao immediately straightened his back. His moment of truth had come. Then he lied, saying he was a young lady from the Princess Royal's residence who had met Li Xiao once at Fushan Society. The young master had said that since Li Xiao was also attending for the first time, she wouldn't know everyone. Even so, he was still very nervous. If the young lady before him was slightly clever, he would surely be beaten to death in the Li residence today. If he were to die elsewhere, it would be dying for his master's cause. But this was a young lady's private chamber, and he was cross-dressing. This would surely bring eternal shame. He immediately decided to finish quickly, presenting the gift box with a forced smile. He said the medicine in the box was effective for removing scars, but Li Xiao just opened the box and glanced inside. Her expression immediately turned strange. Little Four felt chills down his spine from that look and immediately bid farewell to leave. Wait, Li Xiao's voice was surprisingly calm. Little Four was so scared he almost cried, "Next time please send someone else for this kind of thing." Unexpectedly, the young lady just said she wanted to write a thank you letter. Finally walking out of Li Xiao's chamber, Little Four breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling like he would have died if he stayed a moment longer. However, at this moment, he ran into Chen Guang and Bing Lu. Since receiving Xiao Mingyuan's orders, Chen Guang had been training Bing Lu in the residence daily. But with just one simple glance, Chen Guang's eyes went wide. This androgynous thing had snuck into Li 3's room. Was this openly challenging him as a guard? Walking out of the Li residence, Little Four was overjoyed. Not only had he successfully completed the mission, but he also got third Miss Li's detailed letter. Feeling pleased that he was about to get promoted and rewarded. But just then, a dark shadow covered Little Four's mouth from behind. Then the figure, with a dark face, carried him away. Chi Kan, who had been waiting for long, was stunned. What was happening? In broad daylight, a ruffian had kidnapped a young lady in front of the Li residence. If something happened today, Li Xiao would never forgive her. She immediately ordered the carriage to head to Spring Wind Tower, planning to borrow some skilled men from Xiao Mingyuan to eliminate this brazen ruffian. As for Little Four, she wasn't worried. What could happen to a rough man being kidnapped? In the back courtyard of Spring Wind Tower, Chen Guang threw this pervert to the ground and immediately delivered 2 punches. Don't think I can't tell you're a man just because you're crying like a wilting flower. Be honest. What was your purpose for sneaking into the young lady's room? Little C was stunned by the beating. Having followed Cheek since childhood, he had never been bullied like this. Seeing Chen Guang's murderous expression, hearing movement outside, he frantically called for help. Chen Guang was furious. This pervert not only snuck into the Li residence, but also wanted to ruin his reputation. At this moment, Xiao Mingyuan walked in after hearing the commotion. Little C was shocked to see it was the champion Marquis. Although he had met the champion Marquis several times while following Qi Kan, the general was too busy to notice him, especially now that he was in women's clothes. But when hearing this pervert had entered Li 3's room, Xiao Mingyuan's expression darkened. Just as he was about to take action, Qi Kan's voice came from outside. Going outside, they found Qi Kan looking anxious. Quick, find me some skilled men. I need to kill someone. Xiao Mingyuan remained calm, saying this was the capital city under the emperor's feet, and killing people randomly would have consequences. But Qi Kan wore a vicious expression. What consequences are there for killing some perverts? It would be justified. Hearing this, Xiao Mingyuan was shocked. Did someone try to assault you? The question almost choked Qi Kan. He angrily looked at his friend, wondering what nonsense filled his head. I happened to pass by the Li residence today. I just saw a pervert commit a crime, kidnapping a young lady who had just left the Li residence. At this point, Xiao Mingyuan sensed something was off and asked Qi Kan where the kidnapped lady was. Qi Kan replied matter-of-factly that it wasn't the point. The priority was to kill the pervert to prevent future crimes. Xiao Mingyuan nodded. He understood now. It was all about Li Zhao. Then he led Qi Kan into the room. Look, is this the young lady you mentioned? Seeing his friend caught red-handed but still obstinate, he immediately ordered the cross-dressing servant to be chopped up and fed to dogs. Qi Kan panicked. Xiao Mingyuan wasn't usually like this. Though embarrassed, he explained his purpose. It was just to deliver medicine to Li Zhao. Xiao Mingyuan was stunned by Qi Kan's logic. There were 100 ways to deliver something. Why choose the most shameless one? Qi Kan was angered by his friend's look of concern for his intelligence. What else could I do? Why didn't he go personally? Thinking about it, he had a sudden realization. Yes, he could have gone personally. Qi Kan, your actions today were foolish. You'll cause trouble for Miss Li. Qi Kan dismissed it, saying if Chen Guang hadn't ruined his plan, no one would have known. Others didn't have the leisure to assign their subordinates as Li 3's driver. He wondered if his friend was overthinking things. Why did they all like to pursue his found cabbage? Qi Kan kicked Little C hard in the bottom, cursing this useless fool for causing him such embarrassment. But Little C proudly produced an envelope, saying it was Li Zhao's thank you letter. Qi Kan carefully opened the envelope, happily looking at the note. Unexpectedly, it read Qi Kan. The scoundrel's upturned smile suddenly froze. After he sent her medicine, she called him that, and she even agreed with Xiao Mingyuan about him being a scoundrel. These two must have planned this, openly showing their tacit understanding in front of him. But wait, how did she know it was from him? He then called Little C to ask if anything special happened at the time. Little C thought and said Li Zhao was stunned for a while after seeing the ointment. Qi Kan's mood immediately improved. Naturally, his gifts were always special. But then Little C added the fatal blow, saying Miss Li wrote this letter right after looking at it. Qi Kan froze. Was Little C an idiot? If you can't speak properly, just stay quiet. Sensing the suddenly tense atmosphere, Little C rubbed his head. Master, may I gracefully take my leave? Qi Kan flew into a rage. After sending Little C away, Qi Kan made up his mind to find out exactly how Li Zhao knew the ointment was from him. In the Li residence, the young lady looked speechlessly at the Yushuang ointment. Although she considered herself unconventional, she couldn't believe he would do something so absurd. If this got out, it would cause a huge scandal. She immediately instructed her maids to refuse any visitors from the princess's mansion. The next few days were peaceful. The wound on Li Zhao's face had started to scab over. That day, the 3 servants were sitting in the pavilion when Li Hui's voice came from afar. He said he'd just come from Big Sister's place. The doctor said she was ill from excessive worry and brooding, essentially making herself sick from overthinking. But after seeing Third Sister's wound, he felt she needed more care and attention. Don't worry, Third Sister. I'll take care of you from now on. Li Zhao was completely confused, wondering if Li Hui had walked onto the wrong set. This wasn't that kind of story. Seeing Li Zhao's confused look, Li Hui quickly explained that he meant he would study hard to achieve official rank, and become a powerful official who could protect his family. His words made him blush, and he ran away before Li Zhao could respond. The two maids were quite moved, thinking the third young master was becoming more endearing. After third brother left, mother came over, hesitantly asking to use some Yinchuan ointment. After Li Zhao's questioning, she revealed the truth. It turned out when Li Fu was heading home early, he wanted to buy some concealer for his daughter. He overheard two women discussing Li Zhao's disfigurement. Li Fu naturally became upset. When the women couldn't win the argument with Li Fu, they scratched his face. This distressed mother greatly. Her husband was as beautiful as flowers, and she couldn't understand how those vicious women could do such a thing. However, since the injury was on his face, to prevent people from misunderstanding that her husband was being abused at home, she came specifically to get some ointment. While touched, Li Zhao couldn't help but joke that both father and daughter now had scratched faces, wondering if this would become some kind of beautiful tale when spread. As they spoke, Bingyu brought the ointment, but seeing the box, Li Zhao firmly refused. Bingyu looked at the Yinchuan ointment on the tray, confused about why they weren't the same. She didn't know this was from that foolish peacock. His motives were unclear, and with his temperament, he might demand everything back if offended someday. They could use Xiao Mingyuan's box first, since the old doctor had said he owed her that much. That day, Li Zhao went to the Great Buddha Temple as usual to copy scenery. To avoid gossip, she specifically wore a face veil. Unexpectedly, a figure was already blocking her usual path. Seeing 13, Chen Guang's expression changed dramatically. As a battlefield warrior, he naturally disliked the Imperial Guards who harmed their own comrades. But then he remembered this person had been Miss Li's driver before. Perhaps he was here to compete for that position again. He hadn't realized Miss 3's driver position was so sought after. Li Zhao leaned out from the carriage, signaling Chen Guang not to worry, saying 13 was specifically waiting for her. She stepped forward to face him. After a long silence, 13 first expressed his apologies to Li Zhao. He said he had been too agitated upon seeing Xiao Zhao's pouch last time, neglecting Li Zhao's injuries. The young lady smiled gently, saying the matter was past and need not be mentioned again. Another deathly silence followed, as their positions were still too awkward. He actually came to ask his previous question, whether Li Zhao was actually Xiao Zhao. But he dared not ask, fearing her answer would devastate him. Since seeing that pouch, he couldn't sleep, eagerly awaiting news of that person. But Li Zhao coldly said what he didn't want to hear, that she had no connection to Xiao Zhao. They were just both Dr. Li's goddaughters. 13 clearly couldn't accept such a perfunctory answer. He asked why she had followed Xiao Zhao's funeral procession and watched Xiao's brother cry the whole way. Li Zhao looked up, sincerely saying it was because she liked Xiao Mu. After all, he was her brother. Surely it was okay to say she liked him. 13 was stunned. He hadn't expected Li Zhao to be so direct. Was this something a girl should say? Seeing 13's expression, Li Zhao's fox ears perked up, since they were both Dr. Li's goddaughters. What was wrong with having similar pouches? 13 fell silent again. His last glimmer of hope had turned to despair. Li Zhao then bid farewell to 13, as it wouldn't be appropriate to be late for scripture copying. On the return carriage, Chen Guang suddenly had an impulse to ask Li Zhao if she had used the ointment his general had sent. Ever since catching Little C cross-dressing, he felt even more pressure. He thought the general making him a driver was already a big move, but someone had gone even further. Having Little C dress as a woman to meet the young lady completely shattered his worldview. Li Zhao honestly said she hadn't used it. Chen Guang thought this was terrible. She must have used that foolish peacock's instead. He sighed deeply at the thought. His general was too reserved. The treasures sent to the Li residence under Dr. Li's name. Half of them were actually from the general's personal collection, but his master wouldn't let him say this. Meanwhile, Jiang 13 dejectedly returned to the yamen. Unexpectedly, his adoptive father was waiting early, suspecting the boy had been up to no good. 13 explained that Ouyang Censor's family was leaving the capital today, and he was worried about potential problems on the road. Ding Xiao Jiangtang nodded. His adopted son's work capability was indeed commendable. Old Ouyang held an important position at court. If anything happened, the Imperial Guards would be blamed. He was grateful for his good eye back then, when he found this little beggar on the street while out on business, who knew he would grow to achieve so much. Outside the Li residence, before entering, they saw Azu waiting at the door, saying a young lady had arrived earlier and was waiting in the flower hall. Hearing this, Li Zhao's heart stirred, wondering if it was Ko Zimo. Unexpectedly, As is said, it was the eldest young lady from the princess's mansion. Li Zhao's mouth twitched. She had specifically instructed that anyone from the princess's mansion should be turned away. Asa looked innocent, saying it wasn't that she didn't want to stop her. This visitor was simply impossible for a mere maid to stop. Li Zhao took a deep breath. She never imagined there was a category between men and women in this world. In the flower hall, a tall, well-proportioned figure in blue was idly examining the misty landscape painting on the wall. Only when Li Zhao approached did they turn around. It was Qi Kan, the ancient world's #1 crossdresser. How could there be such a beautiful girl, even more beautiful than most ladies? Though somehow they seemed familiar. Seeing Qi Kan's eye-searing outfit, Li Zhao fought back nausea. But since this wasn't the place to talk, she suggested going to the Wufu tea house. Unexpectedly, this scoundrel put on an affected manner, saying they only wanted to drink tea made by Li Zhao personally. They wouldn't fall for it. Having finally managed to get in, they didn't want to be recognized by that damned coachman outside. After hearing Qi Kan's falsetto, Bingyu immediately fell in love with Miss Qi. Even their voice was so pleasant. She internally urged Li Zhao to befriend them. Li Zhao's face darkened, saying she had no tea. Qi Kan continued the affected manner, saying even plain water would taste sweet if served by Li Zhao. Li Zhao was going crazy. This was too shameless. Worried that prolonging this would reveal the truth, she could only grit her teeth and invite Miss Qi to her private courtyard. Li Zhao, already uncomfortable standing next to men, was shorter by half a head. She quickened her pace, disgustedly leaving the man behind. Qi Kan strolled leisurely, looking at flowers and touching grass. I love pomegranates. When the ones in your courtyard ripen, remember to send me some. Li Zhao had already shut down her hearing system. It was painful to both eyes and ears. Bingyu was confused. Miss Qi seemed very familiar with her mistress, yet her mistress was being cold and distant. After bringing the man into the room, Li Zhao turned to leave, saying she'd get water for Miss Qi Kan felt uneasy. This girl seemed angry. Surely she wasn't going to poison them? Outside, Li Zhao was instructing Bingyu to go to Spring Wind House to find Xiao Mingyuan, asking him to wait at the tea house near the residence. Only then did she return to the room. By now, Qi Kan had dropped his disguise and was casually fanning himself. When the young lady removed her hat, his gaze finally fell on her scar. Such a fresh cabbage had turned into pickled vegetables in the blink of an eye. Did you scare the nun at Shuang Temple today? Young Master Qi asked as usual. The venomous Li Zhao suppressed her urge to retort and remained silent. But Qi Kan became unhappy, feeling this little girl was becoming increasingly disrespectful. Is this how one should treat their lifesaver? Li Zhao countered by asking what Qi Kan's purpose was for visiting today. Actually, the foolish peacock came today to ask about the meaning of the letter written to him, and how he had spotted Little C's flaws. Li Zhao was speechless, so it was just for this. What else? Don't overthink it. He hadn't overthought anything. He simply believed both master and servant were perverts. Qi Kan scorned the girl's reaction. The goal was most important. Methods were trivial. He hadn't expected Li Zhao to be so old-fashioned at such a young age. Li Zhao was truly exasperated. His servant had flaws all over. How dare he come ask about it? Why not ask why his eyes weren't blind? While speaking seriously, Qi Kan raised his hand to tap Li Zhao's forehead. But he suddenly withdrew it midway, making the atmosphere awkward. First, his posture was cruder than the most unruly maid. Second, when lying, his body tensed and his eyes wavered, typical signs of lying. But what confirmed it beyond doubt was those 2 boxes of Cloud Frost ointment. These words left Qi Kan dumbfounded. This little girl was too clever by half. Li Zhao continued. The Cloud Frost ointment you sent was identical to General Xiao's. Both were of the highest quality. I don't consider myself popular enough to receive such gifts. If someone were to give me something, it wouldn't be such high-quality ointment. Qi Kan immediately seized the key point. Xiao Mingyuan also sent you Cloud Frost ointment? That old sick says one thing and does another. Did you use his ointment? Li Zhao shook her head helplessly, saying, most crucially, there were fingerprints left on the Cloud Frost ointment, and the pattern clearly wasn't from a woman's hand. Qi Kan was stunned. Could this really work? He had only laid down for a while, though exactly how long, probably until he got heat stroke. Feeling quite embarrassed embarrassed at this thought, he promptly stood up to leave. Outside the residence, Li Zhao claimed she needed to buy some tea snacks at the tea house and would walk with Qi for a while. This young master was too unrestrained. There was no way to handle him except through his nemesis Xiao Mingyuan. Otherwise, life would become unbearable. Just now, Li Zhao had said she wanted to go to the tea house with Qi for snacks. In fact, she had already arranged for Xiao Mingyuan to wait there. Sure enough, as soon as they arrived at the tea house, Xiao Mingyuan blocked their path. Seeing him, Qi froze, not understanding why Xiao Mingyuan was here. He could only silently tell himself to stay calm. Looking like this, Xiao Mingyuan definitely won't recognize you. His temperament means he would never directly look at a strange woman. But in the next moment, Xiao Mingyuan lifted his veil right there on the street. Qi was dumbfounded. What happened to being proper? Is this street harasser really the champion marquis? Ignoring Qi-Can's theatrics, Xiao Mingyuan nodded slightly to Li Zhao, indicating he would take this filthy thing away. Qi struggled desperately. Xiao Mingyuan, let go. Aren't you afraid of being known as a lady snatcher? Xiao Mingyuan forcefully put the hat back on Qi-Can's head, stating that mere reputation meant nothing to him. If you don't let go, I'll scream assault. Xiao Mingyuan turned to give Qi a cold look, the warning in his eyes clear. He was welcome to test whether he could scream faster than Xiao Mingyuan's hands could move. Qi finally realized that girl Li Zhao had betrayed him. Not bad. I'm surprised you figured that out. Understanding this, Qi was naturally furious. He never expected the little girl to repay kindness with betrayal. If they met again, before he could finish, Xiao Mingyuan's cold voice cut in. If there is a next time, I'll make you unrecognizable even to the Princess Royal. Hearing this, Qi trembled with rage. Whose friend was he anyway? Why did he always help outsiders? Xiao, where's your sense of reason? I can't reason with a cross-dresser. She watched as the two walked further away. Li Zhao shook her head and smiled, then bought 2 boxes of green tea pastries before returning to the Li residence. She hadn't lied. She really did come out to buy snacks. Just as she returned home, Azu delivered a note saying that Ko Zimo would visit Li Zhaoqing tomorrow. She quickly wrote a reply and handed it to Azu, instructing her to deliver the response. The next day, Ko Zimo arrived at the Li residence as promised. Sunlight fell like scattered gold on the young lady's cheeks. By now, dark scabs had formed on Li Zhao's face, showing the medicine was indeed effective. Entering the room, Miss Ko took out an exquisite jewelry box. She explained that the Ouyang family had left yesterday and specifically asked to pass this item to Li Zhao as a memento. At this time, Azu entered according to plan, reminding Li Zhao it was time to apply medicine. Li Zhao rose and went into the room, but shortly after, Azu's surprised exclamation came from inside. This made Ko Zimo outside anxiously ask what was wrong with Li Zhao. After a while, Li Zhao's voice came through, saying the scab on the wound had fallen off, which was surprising. But when the young lady lifted the curtain and walked out, everyone couldn't help but gasp. The scars on Li Zhao's face had completely disappeared. Ko Zimo's mouth gaped in astonishment. Li Zhao smiled and said she probably needed a few more applications before fully recovering. Looking at Li Zhao's smooth face, Ko Zimo couldn't help wanting to reach out and touch it. But halfway through, she realized this would be improper. How could she not be shocked? She had personally seen how severe the wounds were before, yet now, after only 7 or 8 days, they had completely vanished. If this was true, then there was hope for her cousin's burn injuries too. Third, Miss Li, is your scar-removing medicine effective for burns? After receiving Li Zhao's affirmative answer, Ko Zimo's eyes immediately lit up. Moreover, Li Zhao could make it herself. Dr. Li's prescription was just the basic formula. For treating burns, the medicine needed to be adjusted according to the patient's condition. Ko Zimo had an expression that said, I don't understand, but I still think you're amazing. After roughly understanding the meaning, she spoke about having a cousin with facial burns and wanted to ask Li Zhao for help. At this moment, Li Zhao's long-laid plans finally came into effect. She explained that burns were different from knife wounds, and she would need to see the patient to adjust the prescription for better scar removal. Miss Li, could I trouble you to examine my cousin? I know it's asking a lot, but I really can't think of a better solution. Li Zhao smiled calmly. She didn't find it troublesome at all. Everything she had done was for this day to come. After waiting so long, she could finally see her brother. Meanwhile, in the Li residence, News of the restored appearance spread quickly through the household. Everyone was overjoyed, thanking heaven for its blessing. Only the second madam secretly rejoiced at her foresight, knowing that whenever third miss encountered trouble, others would end up worse off. Even the daughter of the Jinling guard commander had earned a reputation for arrogance. She decided she should properly instruct her two daughters to always stand with Li Zhao in the future. The next day, Li Zhao arrived at the minister's mansion by invitation. To cover up the purpose of Li Zhao's visit, Ko Zimo had specially invited other members of the Fushan society, all of whom held no hostility toward Li Zhao. Seeing this, Li Zhao nodded repeatedly in approval. Cousin Zimo's arrangements were very thoughtful. She just wondered how she would arrange the meeting with her brother. At this time, a young lady came to greet them. It was Ko Zimo's second sister, Ko Qinglan. While Li Zhao was greeting everyone, Ko Qinglan quietly approached her sister, whispering that she thought Li Zhao seemed too young to know medicine. Ko Zimo remained composed, telling her sister to just follow the plan. Soon after, Su Luoi also arrived. Seeing Li Zhao, she was equally amazed that Li San's facial wounds had completely healed without a trace. Zhuyan smiled beside them, saying they had already marveled at this, finding it absolutely incredible. After examining for a long while, Su Luoi let out a deep sigh of relief. She had been worried Li Zhao would be disfigured, but now she could finally put her mind at ease. Ko Zimo chimed in, saying she had witnessed it herself. Li Third Miss had excellent scar-removing medicine, much better than even the finest cloud frost ointment. After catching up, Su Luoi looked expectant. The reason Ko Zimo had invited everyone today was to see two pet deer kept at her home. They walked along a winding path. Su Luoi became excited, hugging one deer and saying it must be female since it was so clingy. Su Jinghong just glanced at it. Male deer are the ones with antlers. That's common knowledge. This comment immediately made Su Luoi blush deeply. After some playful banter, they were content to return to the pavilion. At this moment, Ko Qinglan suddenly said she wanted to chat privately with Li Third Mississippi. After everyone else left, Ko Qinglan easily pulled Li Zhao to sit down. She had heard from her sister about how Li Zhao had shown her prowess at Gu Chambwa's mansion, even making Lan Xinong hang his head in shame. Delighted, she wanted to play a word game with Li Zhao. Although Li Zhao was distracted, she still agreed. My first line is pine leaves and bamboo leaves urge night after night. Li Zhao matched with autumn sounds. Swallow sounds knock repeatedly. Qinglan continued with old trees and cold mist spread evening light. Li Zhao matched with new branches brush water flowers in first clear weather. Qinglan was engrossed, but Li Zhao found it tasteless. Just then, a clear child's laugh came from the bamboo grove. Hearing this voice, Li Zhao suddenly tensed up, even her fingertips beginning to tremble slightly. After waiting for what seemed like forever, she finally heard that familiar voice again. The man's voice was clear, like a summer breeze through bamboo. Don't run too fast, be careful not to fall. At last, she saw her long-separated brother and sister. Seeing the two figures, Li Zhao stood frozen until Ko Qinglan's introduction brought her back to reality. Since their hasty parting, her brother seemed to have lost more weight, making Li Zhao's heart ache. But in this situation, she couldn't reveal her identity and had to suppress her surging emotions. When Xiao Mo saw the young lady, he was slightly startled. The girl before him gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Behind them, Ko Qinglan was getting anxious. Though her sister had explained that Li Zhao needed to examine the patient to prescribe medicine, staring at a man for so long, wouldn't he feel embarrassed? While she was pondering this, Li Zhao suddenly stepped forward toward Xiao Mo. Then she simply grabbed Xiao Mo's hand. After holding her brother's hand, Li Zhao's lips trembled uncontrollably, but she still couldn't bring herself to call him Big Brother. Xiao Mo seemed dazed, suddenly remembering. Wasn't this girl the one he had glimpsed briefly in the crowd during his eldest sister's funeral? This was why he hadn't immediately pulled his hand away. These eyes before him were very similar to his elder sister's. At that time, his emotions had surged, but when he tried to find her, she had vanished without a trace. Unexpectedly, she now appeared so abruptly before him, looking at him with the same gaze. Seeing Li Zhao immediately touching her big brother, Xiao Wan suddenly lost interest in playing. But Li Zhao remained completely unperturbed. Just as the man was about to withdraw his hand, she caught his wrist. Seeing Li Zhao still acting inappropriately, Xiao Wan angrily scolded her. "Let go! Stop taking advantage of my brother!" Li Zhao gently restrained her, saying, Be good, little one. Don't speak. Xiao Wan's eyes widened as she glared at Li Zhao, realizing she was no match for this female rogue. She then furiously went to find her second cousin, asking where she had found such a brazen woman. Ko Qinglan quickly waved at Li Zhao, indicating that a young lady should control herself when seeing a handsome man. This behavior wasn't proper. She wondered if Li Zhao's medical examination was just a pretense, and she actually harbored secret feelings for her cousin, using this as an opportunity to confess. After all, her cousin had once been a renowned, handsome gentleman in the capital. Growing more angry, she thought, cousin can only be big sisters. Li third miss, if you continue like this, I'll call for help. However, Li Zhao merely responded with a casual, oh, and instead advised Ko Qinglan not to shout, saying it would harm Qiao's reputation if others found out. Was this what they called being shameless and invincible? Li third miss only thought about her cousin's reputation, but was she so careless about her own? Due to the awkward atmosphere, Qiao Mo finally couldn't help but speak up. This calmed Ko Qinglan down. So Li Zhao was checking his pulse. Could she actually know medicine? Li Zhao finally released his hand. She calmly explained that her grandfather was Dr. Li, appearing even more proper than a noble lady, showing no trace of embarrassment from touching a man's hand earlier. Then she pointed to a bamboo grove, gesturing for Qiao Mo to talk privately. After they left, Ko Qinglan belatedly realized something was amiss. True, Li Zhao's godfather was a divine doctor, but what did that have to do with Li third miss? Second cousin, who exactly did you bring here? This is infuriating. Ko Qinglan was also confused, having never encountered such a situation. In the bamboo grove, Li Zhao looked at Xiao Mo's face with concern, asking if she had frightened him earlier. He replied that he wasn't, and that Miss Li must have had her reasons. Actually, Dr. Li had previously mentioned Li Zhao to Xiao Mo, saying he would introduce them when he returned. Who would have thought their meeting would happen like this? Li Zhao wore a worried expression. Since grandfather Li had told her brother so much, had he forgotten to mention the Lingxiang poison? Or had her brother been poisoned recently? If so, she was even more worried. Her brother barely left his maternal grandfather's house now, so the source of the poison was chilling to consider. Does Master Qiao know he's been poisoned? Li Zhao chose to be direct. They were strangers now, and perhaps hiding things wasn't the best choice. Miss Li has good eyes. I indeed was poisoned with Lingxiang poison, but fortunately Dr. Li already cured me. Hearing this, Li Zhao suddenly interrupted. If grandfather Li had already cured him, where did the current Lingxiang poison come from? Could the culprit be hiding in his maternal grandfather's house? She then told Xiao Mo this news. Though his face remained calm, his heart was turbulent. But when Li Zhao suggested moving, he hesitated before saying there was nowhere else to stay in the capital except the minister's mansion. This confused Li Zhao even more. What did he mean by no place to stay? Their Qiao family clearly had a house in the capital before. Perhaps her brother was hiding something. Suddenly seeming to realize something, she turned and ran back to Qiao Wan. Seeing the female libertine approach, Qiao Wan became nervous, her little face scrunching up like a bun. But Li Zhao just crouched down, affectionately holding Qiao Wan's small hand while praising her. Sister Qiao, you're really beautiful. Qiao Wan clearly hadn't expected this comment. Blushing, she thought that although this female libertine was too hands-on, at least she had good taste. Li Zhao finally relaxed. Fortunately, her little sister wasn't poisoned. It seemed this assassination attempt was only targeting her brother. Returning to the bamboo grove, she told her brother this news, which finally put his mind at ease. He said it was best she wasn't poisoned, as his little sister was his closest person in the world. Hearing this, Li Zhao pouted. That wasn't true. She, Qiao Zhao, was her brother's closest person. Even his younger sister could only rank second. Further questioning revealed that Xiao Wan and Xiao Mo lived separately. Though they usually ate together, they had breakfast separately. As expected, the poison was most likely administered during breakfast. Xiao Mo was amazed that Miss Li could deduce so much just from the poisoning. The young lady seemed increasingly similar to his elder sister. May I ask, Miss Li, why are you here today? Both siblings now felt a shadow over their hearts, But although Li Zhao resembled his sister, Qiao Mo remained wary. After all, his burns were so severe that even Dr. Li had to gather herbs to treat them. The young lady's claim of being sent to treat him seemed dubious to Qiao Mo because I wanted to see Master Qiao, so I came. Her manner again reminded him of his elder sister. Xiao Zhao had also acted this way. Regardless of society's views, if she wanted to do something, she would do it openly and honestly. Grandfather Li said, "I'm very similar to his other goddaughter, so I came to see what that Miss Qiao's brother was like. May I call you Brother Qiao?" After asking this question, Li Zhao's heart couldn't help but race. Though calling him brother was perfectly normal given their connection through Grandfather Li, she was so nervous her palms were sweating. "Of course you may." Qiao Mo swayed slightly at the girl's earnestness. Li Zhao held back tears in her eyes. Tugging at Xiao Mo's clothes, she said she would definitely help him find the poisoner. Qiao Mo became serious, feeling their relationship was progressing rather quickly. They were strangers just moments ago, and now they were going to work on such a serious matter together? Actually, this matter wasn't simple. He and his younger sister were staying at their maternal grandfather's house. Everything inside and out was arranged by his maternal grandfather's family. Without a single person he could trust, investigating the poisoner secretly would be no easy task. The girl seemed to have anticipated his thoughts, suggesting they take it step by step, first determining whether the poison came from the kitchen staff or the person delivering the food. She then asked what he usually had for breakfast. Moved by her serious attitude, Qiao Mo answered just as earnestly. Breakfast was usually porridge with steamed buns and rolls. Since Lingxiang poison wasn't suitable for pastries, it was most likely in the porridge. They decided to first use silver needles to draw out the poison, then have Qiao Mo claim poor appetite. He would avoid porridge for 3 days. After 3 days, she would return to check. If there was no new Lingxiang poison, it would prove the kitchen staff was responsible. If he was poisoned again, it would mean the delivery boy C was the culprit. "Big brother, do you think this plan will work?" Qiao Mo, having everything laid out so clearly, had no reason to refuse. He instinctively wanted to pat the girl's head, while Li Zhao instinctively waited, hoping for that big hand to ruffle her head. Just then, Ko Qinglan came to hurry Li Zhao, saying they were almost out of time. She turned away angrily, thinking Li Zhao had no sense of propriety, talking so much with a strange man at first meeting. "Second miss can't leave yet. Master Qiao's burns are too severe. Direct medicine won't work. We need to use silver needles to remove the remaining fire essence first." Ko Qinglan rolled her eyes. This person probably just didn't want to leave, acting as if her medical skills were impressive when she was just a 13 or 14-year-old girl. Li Zhao seemed to realize something. "Second miss, you'll be at Kue Water tonight?" Ko Qinglan's pretty face suddenly turned red. Li Third actually said this in front of cousin. "I never thought you'd be someone who speaks so carelessly. I'm going to tell big sister about this." She then ordered Xiao Wan to watch Li Zhao and not let her get near Qiao Mo, watching Ko Qinglan storm off angrily. She sighed in relief. Now with just the 3 siblings remaining, she could focus on treating Big Brother. But the little one jumped out to block her way. She had promised not to let this strange woman near her brother. That's when Xiao Mo finally spoke up, asking Xiao Wan to choose between trusting her cousin or Qing. The little girl pouted but reluctantly chose Xiao Mo. However, when Li Zhao took out the silver needles, the previously hesitant Xiao Wan quickly fled, suddenly finding the small path more interesting. But after just a few steps, a figure appeared behind her, calling out to stop her. It was Ko Zima's brother, Ko Tianying. Seeing Xiao Wan playing alone, he stopped the little girl with a stern face to lecture her. Xiao Wan pointed to the pavilion, saying she came with her brother. But when the young man approached and saw Qiao Mo and Li Zhao in the pavilion, his face immediately turned serious. "Cousin, it's not right to date girls here." In the pavilion, she had just finished removing the cold poison from her brother. Then they encountered the serious Ko Tianyu, who advised Xiao Mo to be more discreet when dating. He understood that gentlemen admired virtuous ladies, but bringing his sister on a date was inappropriate. Xiao Mo didn't argue, instead patting the young man's head, saying he understood his cousin's advice. The young man's face instantly turned red. How could cousin pat his head in front of a girl, especially such a cute one? But after examining Li Zhao, the young man offered his assessment. Although this lady seems somewhat improper with cousin, her ability to look beyond appearances shows good character. "Cousin, rest assured, I'll keep this secret for you." The Chiao siblings looked at each other in bewilderment. Brother Tianyu, has her cousin always been like this? He hadn't interacted with his cousin before and didn't know he was usually so strict. But Xiao Mo was startled by Li Zhao's words. What did she just call him? Although Miss Li's words seemed fine, when he heard Big Brother, Xiao Mo's whole body trembled, nearly shattering his usual composure. Li Zhao broke into a cold sweat. In her moment of carelessness, she had forgotten that her surname was now Li. Still, calling him Big Brother felt natural and reassuring. Just then, Ko Qinglan rushed over. She grabbed Li Zhao to leave, rolling her eyes as they walked. She really couldn't understand what was wrong with Miss Li, talking so much at their first meeting. With no choice, Li Zhao secretly made a 3 gesture to Xiao Mo, meaning she would return in 3 days. At the front courtyard, due to the terribly gloomy weather, Su Jinghong suggested everyone go home to their mothers. Su Luoi, who had wanted to play chess with Li Zhao, looked disappointed. Actually, Su Jinghong had understood today's situation. The Ko sisters clearly came for Li third, and the others were just extras. Whatever the Ko sisters' intentions were, their presence would only get in the way. He wasn't so tactless as to stay. Outside the minister's mansion, Li Zhao told Ko Zimu, Xiao Mo's burns needed the fire poison removed first, and would require another acupuncture session in 3 days to minimize damage to his body. After Li Zhao left, Ko Qinglan wore a suspicious expression. She doubted Li Zhao's medical skills and felt she had ulterior motives. Moreover, saying she would come to Yushi tonight was absurd, showing how unreliable she was. Second sister, don't rush to conclusions. We'll know tonight if Miss Li was boasting. That night, Ko Qinglan clutched her stomach in pain. Was Li third some kind of jinx? 3 days passed quickly. They met again in the bamboo grove at the minister's mansion. Li Zhao took out a box of cream ointment to test Xiao Mo. If there was Lingxiang poison in the blood, the jade white cream would turn light pink. Before she finished speaking, the cream visibly turned pink. Xiao Mo's expression barely changed. Since coming to the minister's mansion, there was only one servant, Si, who personally served and delivered his meals. Everything about his daily life was arranged by his aunt. But this proved nothing except that this servant Si was suspicious. So they planned to use this as a breakthrough point. But Xiao Mo was worried. Open attacks are easy to dodge, but hidden arrows are hard to guard against. Now that they knew Si was problematic, they could be vigilant, but dismissing him might alert the real culprit. Li Zhao agreed with Xiao Mo's reasoning. Big Brother and his young sister were currently dependent on others, with no one they could trust. But how could he be at ease without catching the culprit? After pondering for a moment, she thought of a way to flush out the culprit without alerting them. Worried that talking too long would raise the co-sibling suspicions, she had to be brief, asking Big Brother to arrange a meeting outside the mansion. After long thought, Xiao Mo nodded. Miss Li, may I ask your given name? Li Zhao's heart stirred. With Big Brother's previous personality, he would never actively ask a lady's name. Yet he asked, which showed that Big Brother had noticed her resemblance to Xiao Zhao. My given name is Zhao. Big Brother can call me Zhao Zhao. Deep down, Li Zhao yearned to reunite with her brother, but the soul crossing was too incredible to explain. She couldn't risk it now. As long as Big Brother lived well, there would eventually be a day for their sibling reunion. Just because Li Zhao came from a modest background, the Ko family matriarch forbade her daughters from private friendship with Li Zhao, despite her excellent medical skills. Not only had Li Zhao been kidnapped before, damaging her reputation, but she had also offended the Jingming Guard's leader, who knew if there would be future consequences. Seeing Ko Zimu developing feelings for Xiao Mo, she strictly forbade any attachment to him. After all, the Qiao family only had the 2 siblings left, and the brother was now a disfigured, ugly man. With no choice, Ko Zimu had his second sister arrange for Xiao Mo to meet Li Zhao outside the mansion in 3 days. On the appointed day, Chen Guang played the role of a bandit as agreed. According to Li Zhao, this servant Si accompanying Xiao Mo was the one causing trouble in secret. But unexpectedly, something went wrong. Just as Chen Guang approached, another masked person appeared in front of Xiao Mo, leaving Big Brother bewildered. According to Li Zhao's plan, someone would pretend to be an assassin and kidnap Si. But hadn't this scene already played out? What was this person about? Before Xiao Mo could figure it out, the black-clothed person charged at him with a sword. At a certain restaurant, Ko Zimu revealed everything that had just happened. She said fortunately Xiao Mo was saved by a kind person and was now resting in the mansion. It seemed today's consultation would have to be postponed, Li Zhao was speechless. According to Zimu, the second assassin clearly intended to kill Big Brother. The situation became more mysterious. According to their original plan, Big Brother would take her prepared pills to fake a serious illness, turning passive into active. The mastermind would think their goal was achieved and wouldn't try anything else. Unexpectedly, another assassin appeared and completely disrupted their unfavorable situation. Could someone have taken advantage and sent a real assassin? Thankfully, her brother was safe. Otherwise, how could she face the Qiao family ancestors? The captured C was handed to Chen Guang for interrogation, hoping to get useful information. Meanwhile, upon hearing about the assassination attempt, Xiao Mingyuan immediately came to the minister's mansion to visit. The matriarch immediately summoned her two daughters to accompany him. Her intentions were clearly obvious, but Ko Zimu was clever. She immediately understood her mother's intention. The phrase "greetings, brother-in-law" angered her mother. What was this girl thinking? Wasn't she reminding the champion marquis of their relationship through the deceased Xiao Zhao? These two useless daughters gave her a headache. They couldn't even seize the opportunity when a man came to their door. After Xiao Mingyuan left, the matriarch immediately scolded her daughters, saying they all knew how Xiao Zhao died, so why rub salt in his wounds? Ko Qinglan stuck out her tongue. The man had killed her cousin with his own hands. She wouldn't consider his feelings. Ko Zimu was even more adamant, saying she'd rather marry an oil peddler than have anything to do with her cousin's man. As the girls were leaving, their mother spoke meaningfully behind them. She said regardless of Ko Zimu's choice, she and Xiao Mo could never be together. As for Xiao Mingyuan's side, Xiao Mo wasn't seriously hurt. However, already heavily poisoned and now shocked, he had caught a cold. He just needed a few days of rest to recover. Seeing his brother-in-law was fine, Xiao Mingyuan took his leave. Outside, he ordered his guard to contact Chen Guang and invite Li Zhao to Chunfeng Tower. At Li's mansion, facing Xiao Mingyuan's invitation, the girl fell into thought. The man wouldn't invite her without reason. Rather than staying home worrying, she might as well seek his advice. There might be unexpected gains. At Chunfeng Tower, surprisingly, the general was already waiting outside, making Chen Guang internally delighted. Amazing, their general had changed and learned to take initiative. Miss Li, the grape trellis in the backyard is quiet. Would you like to have tea there? Li Zhao was satisfied. This man was quite mindful of propriety between men and women. Entering the backyard, the man began introducing it. He said the grapes here were the sweetest, better than those sold in the market. Li Zhao was puzzled. Xiao Mingyuan hadn't been back long, yet he knew where the best grapes were. He explained that as a child, he and she can often stole grapes here due to greed. After returning, he bought this place, fulfilling a childhood dream. Li Zhao found it interesting that such a serious person was once so mischievous. After some small talk, they got to the point. He knew about what Li Zhao had asked Chen Guang to do. He invited Li Zhao today to understand why she cared so much about his brother-in-law's affairs. Although Li Zhao could easily tell number 13, I liked Xiao Mo, for some reason, she couldn't say it to Xiao Mingyuan. Maybe because grandfather Li said Xiao Mo and I are as close as people in this world. Li Zhao had planned to seek Xiao Mingyuan's advice. Unexpectedly, after a moment's silence, he said he had sent the second assassin. Hearing this, Li Zhao turned dark. That cold-blooded assassin who chased Big Brother until he fled and fell ill from shock was sent by this man before her. Li Zhao trembled with anger. She really needed a reasonable explanation right now. The man explained it would make things more realistic. Li Zhao's goal was to make the mastermind believe there were other forces targeting Xiao Mo, so he decided to muddy the waters further, making it harder to discern the truth. Plus, only Xiao Mingyuan knew about the second assassin, which would make Xiao Mo's reactions more genuine. Li Zhao was speechless. Although Xiao Mingyuan's thinking was thorough, why couldn't he notify her beforehand? It's not like she would have been at the scene. The man replied that when taking action, one must ensure absolute success. Li Zhao's face puffed up in anger. This wasn't warfare. Was it necessary to be so cautious? Unexpectedly, the man straightforwardly apologized. This man had no principles at all, apologizing so easily. Li Zhao had nowhere to vent her anger. Seeing the girl's expression soften, Xiao Mingyuan finally relaxed. Dealing with girls was troublesome. When facing disagreements, apologizing worked better than reasoning. Finding nothing else to argue about, Li Zhao asked about the identity of the black-clothed person who appeared later. I had arranged someone, but that person acted first. It was the Jingming guard. Li Zhao was surprised. The Jingming guard had saved Big Brother. This would confuse not only her, but probably the mastermind behind the poisoning too. Since Qiao Mo was Mr. Qiao's grandson and lived in the minister's mansion due to a fire, he was already drawing attention in the capital. If something happened to him, it would surely cause a stir. Xiao Mingyuan analyzed that the Jingming guard probably didn't want to see such a situation, so they chose to intervene. Then he asked Li Zhao what she would do if they discovered the poisoner's identity from C. Of course, they must be punished. Regardless of who they are or their status, those who harm others must face consequences. What makes someone family? Those who love and share honor and disgrace together are family. Whoever hurt Big Brother must pay the price. Nearby, Chen Guang watched the two with a sly expression. Binglu rolled her eyes at his grinning. This person must have something wrong with him. Chen Guang wouldn't tell her he was trying to matchmake them. If this maid found out, she might interfere. But then Binglu also started grinning. Don't you think the young general and my lady make a good match, Chen Guang? Chen Guang was delighted. Binglu shared his thoughts. She was an ally. Looking at Binglu's back, he suddenly thought the maid looked prettier today. As they were both grinning stupidly, a casual glance startled him greatly. Chicken had come to visit the general. He quickly told Binglu to warn the two to hide. He would stop Chi Peacock first. If they were discovered having a private meeting, Chunfeng Tower might get blown up. Chen Guang hurried to block Chi Can's path, saying his general had already left through the back door. Such bad timing. Shirkan appeared casual, but then he noticed something. Isn't this Lady Li's driver? Why is he here? That means Lady Li must be here too. You just said your general left. Why would Lady Li stay here alone? Seeing Chen Guang's guilty expression, he realized this guy was lying. Xiao Mingyuan must still be here. Chen Guang quickly waved his hands. Master Shi, you misunderstand. You misunderstand. Shirka became furious. He hadn't misunderstood before, but now he really did. He wanted to see what these two were doing that couldn't be seen by others. Under the grape trellis, Binglu ran over frantically, pulling Li Zhao to leave. Xiao Mingyuan watched in confusion. After the mistress and maid hid behind the wall, she mysteriously told Li Zhao about Qi Can's arrival. Li Zhao broke into a cold sweat. Why should she hide? Just because Shirkan came? Bingla thought about it. Her lady was right. What did it matter if Chikan came? Her lady in the general's meeting was perfectly proper. That foolish driver had led them astray. Just as Li Zhao was about to return, Chi Peacock's voice came from afar. Seeing this, Li Zhao silently withdrew her foot. It wasn't a problem before, but coming out now would be awkward. Meanwhile, Chikan sat down heavily. Drinking tea alone? Yet there are 2 cups. Did you prepare them knowing I was coming? Xiao Mingyuan remained stunned. Could someone explain what was happening? He was just discussing important matters with Lady Li, yet Chikan acted like he'd caught them in an affair. What was going on? At this moment, Xiao Mingyuan was still in a daze. Chikan took a sip from the teacup and continued questioning if they had done something inappropriate. Meanwhile, Xiao Mingyuan's gaze was fixed on the cup in Qi Can's hand. Chikan finally realized. His face quickly turned red as he coughed. Help, could this be the cup that Li Zhao had used? That would mean? The more Qi Can thought about it, the redder his face became. It wasn't clear if he was angry or secretly pleased. That's the cup I used earlier. To spare his friend embarrassment, Xiao Mingyuan claimed he had drunk from it. But this made Qi Peacock even more uncomfortable. He then put down the teacup heavily. With a dark face, he shouted towards a certain direction. How long are you planning to hide? Do I need to invite you out? Li Zhao was speechless, but had to walk out expressionlessly. Seeing this, Shirkan became furious. What shameful thing were you doing that made you hide when you knew I was coming? Li Zhao's forehead was covered in black lines. She knew he wouldn't say anything good. Xiao Mingyuan stood up, wanting to remind Qi Can to watch his words since Li Zhao was his invited guest. But Qi Peacock wouldn't have it. What's wrong? You're already protective before I've even started? Before he finished speaking, Xiao Mingyuan grabbed Qi Can like a chicken. Sorry, Lady Li. I'll take him to cool down first. After they left, Li Zhao turned to leave. Binglu hurriedly asked if she planned to leave. Li Zhao replied with a dark expression. What else? Wait for them to finish their fight. Seeing her lady's poor mood, Binglu wisely kept quiet. But then Chen Guang fearlessly jumped in, not wanting to miss this opportunity. Miss, our general will settle this quickly. Why don't you wait a bit longer? This earned him a sharp glare. Or you can stay, and I'll find another driver. Chen Guang was tearful. That's not fair, threatening me like this. Meanwhile, Xiao Mingyuan sighed deeply, saying certain things shouldn't be said in front of a lady. Shirkin was naturally defiant. He felt this sixth brother was trying to steal his cabbage. Though Xiao Mingyuan had some feelings for Li Zhao, everything he did was to fulfill Divine Dr. Li's instructions. What about you? You even dressed as a woman to see Lady Li. Was that just for fun? Qi froze. How did the question turn back to him so quickly? He could only lie that he felt unbalanced. He had saved Li Zhao from danger, but instead of being grateful or falling for him, she kept giving him attitude. In all these years, he'd never been nice to girls. The one time he helped, this was how he was treated. So you're not in love with Lady Li? Qi reacted like his tail was stepped on. Are you joking? How could I possibly like girls? As soon as Qi finished speaking, Xiao Mingyuan had already backed away several meters. He'd heard this guy had issues. Coming to play with him every day. Could he have fallen for him? What are you backing away for? Just don't misunderstand. Li Zhao is still young. Don't overthink it. That girl promised to make me char siu pork. No time like the present. Let's taste her cooking today. But when they returned to the grape trellis, it was already empty. Xiao Mingyuan hesitated. So, still want that char siu pork? Qi Can's face turned so dark it could drip ink. This guy must be laughing at him. Xiao Mingyuan was also startled. This guy must be furious from embarrassment. At Li Manor, Chen Guang brought the newly obtained interrogation information to Li Zhao. It turned out the servant who harmed Big Brother was secretly instructed by Madame Mao, the elder aunt from the minister's mansion. Women's hearts are truly the most poisonous. Young Master Qiao was already suffering enough, seeking refuge with his maternal family, yet his aunt couldn't even tolerate him. Before Chen Guang could finish, Li Zhao's tears were already falling in large drops. She couldn't understand why the aunt would be so cruel to Big Brother. Could it be because cousin Zmo had feelings for him? However, this scene was witnessed by Dia and Li Hui. Seeing Xiao Zhao's reddened eyes, they came forward to check on their sister's condition. Li Zhao only said there was sand in her eyes. Only Dia secretly sneered. Sand in her eyes? It's more likely some emotional entanglement with that driver. But now that Li San's position in the manor was growing stronger, no one would believe him without concrete evidence. But he believed that as long as Li Zhao stayed in the manor, she would slip up one day. Meanwhile, Xiao Mingyuan arrived at the minister's mansion with his guards. Please inform them that Xiao Mingyuan is here to visit his brother-in-law. But facing Xiao Mingyuan's request, the still confused minister looked puzzled. Since it involved family disputes, Xiao Mingyuan couldn't speak plainly. He could only lie, saying that since his last visit to his brother-in-law, he had dreamed of his late wife that night, complaining that he hadn't taken proper care of her brother. After much thought, he came to take his brother-in-law back. On the other side of the mansion, when the aunt heard this news, she seemed to lose her soul. Of all times to take him away, why just when she was about to succeed? When young Miss Qiao Wan learned she was being taken away, she cried dramatically. She didn't want to live with her sister's killer. But when Xiao Mingyuan asked if she liked her maternal grandparents' home, Qiao Wan hesitated. She loved the family atmosphere there most. Only there could she truly be free and unrestricted. Can you take us back? Facing this clever and quirky little girl, Xiao Mingyuan rarely showed a smile. What should you call me? Hearing this, Qiao Wan stuck out her tongue at the man. This person was so annoying. Did he want to hear her call him brother-in-law? Wasn't he asking for too much? Unexpectedly, the next moment, the man pretended to fall asleep. The little girl became quite annoyed, so she reached out to poke Xiao Mingyuan. But when her fingertip touched his cold hand, she instinctively pulled back and called out brother-in-law. Once she had said it, saying it again wasn't so difficult for the little girl. Brother-in-law, why are you scaring people? Can you take us back? But the young girl's hopeful expectations were met with a straightforward refusal. Qiao Wan was about to explode with anger. This person even deceived children. Look at him. The next day, the story of the champion taking his brother-in-law away due to his late wife's dream spread throughout the streets overnight. Now, even street vendors were talking about the man's loyalty and righteousness. Only Li Zhao was sulking. To hell with his loyalty and righteousness. To hell with his late wife's dream. That bastard now lies without blinking. I'm still alive and well. What late wife appeared in his dream? She then ordered Azu to call Chen Guang to prepare the carriage, planning to go to Chunfeng. Wait a minute, why didn't you tell me about Xiao Mingyuan going to pick up young Master Qiao yesterday? Chen Guang smiled. The general didn't tell me either. Think about it. What's the general's status and what's mine? Why would he discuss his plans with me? Hearing this, Li Zhao was exasperated. Xiao Mingyuan, that dog, was really something, not revealing any information to her. Yesterday, his apology seemed so sincere. She thought he had realized his mistake. Turns out apologizing was one thing, but he dared do it again. But just as everyone was leaving, Dia watched their shadows from the corner, showing a mysterious smile. Meanwhile, Chun Guang drove the carriage while humming, in quite a good mood. Another day of Miss Song, going matchmaking, simply delightful. But during a casual glance back, he keenly noticed someone following them from a distance. Seeing this, Chun Guang immediately straightened his back. After being bored for so long, finally something interesting. However, inside the carriage, Binglu couldn't stand it anymore. Chun Guang, can you stop that awful howling? The lady can't rest with all that noise. After yelling at Chun Guang, she realized this wasn't the road to Chunfeng House. Chun Guang didn't look back, but said they were being followed by someone careless, and he would handle it. Li Zhao called Bingla back into the carriage. If Chun Guang said so, he must be confident. As Xiaoming Yuan's guard, he surely had at least that much ability. Moments later, Dia stared at the Bichuan house before her, deep in thought. She only knew of a Chunfeng house nearby. This Bichuan house was new to her. Perhaps Li San was doing something secretive, so he specifically came to this strange tavern. Worried about alerting anyone by using the front door, the master and servant entered through the back. But after entering, they realized something was wrong. Could this be the rumored brothel? Upon realizing this, they hurriedly tried to leave. In their panic, they accidentally bumped into a man. The golden-haired man angrily grabbed Dia, about to scold her, but his eyes lit up when he saw her face. Thinking this must be a new offering from the house, he kicked aside the accompanying maid and carried Dia to a private room. Only then did Dia completely panic, hurriedly explaining she was from a good family and had just wandered in by mistake. But the man wouldn't believe her lies. How could a proper lady end up in such a place? The young lady planned to threaten him with her father's position. But in this capital city of power, her father's minor official status meant nothing. However, the man casually mentioned his identity. He was the youngest son of Chang Chunbo. This was her cursed former fiancé. At this moment, Dia steadied herself and said she was from the Li family and had heard of him. So, you're from the Li family? What a coincidence. I wonder which sister-in-law you are? Hearing this, Dia's gaze turned vicious. I'm the third daughter. Can you let me go now? Since Li Zhao had been kidnapped and lost her reputation, and apparently didn't care about it now. But if she told the truth now, and it got out, she would have no way to live. However, the man didn't release her because of their connection. Instead, because she was almost his sister-in-law, his excitement reached its peak. Who told you I'd let you go just because I know who you are? Such matters are no trouble for me, my third sister. He then wickedly pinned the young lady down. At this critical moment, Dia's remaining rationality completely crumbled. She grabbed a nearby pillow and struck the man's head hard. Meanwhile, Li Zhao learned from Xiao Mingyuan that Xiao Si only revealed the matter of saving his mother, but whether there were others behind it remained unknown. Now that Brother Xiao will live at General Xiao's mansion, the general can surely ensure their safety, right? Hearing this, Xiao Mingyuan gave Li Zhao a deep look, feeling she was overly concerned about her brother's rescue. It's my duty. Getting this answer, Li Zhao smiled brilliantly. If that's the case, she could go all out now. First deal with Mao Shi, then worry about the rest later. Everyone's saying you took Brother Qiao away because you dreamed of your wife. Li Zhao felt awkward saying your wife to him. Did you really dream of her? Xiao Mingyuan froze, feeling Miss Li was acting strange today. Yes, Wang Qi told me he was worried about his brother at the maternal grandparents' home and hoped I would take care of him. Only then could he rest easy. At this point, Li Zhao was internally rolling her eyes. Keep making things up. She never expected Xiao Mingyuan to be like this. Now he was seriously talking nonsense in front of her, without even blinking. Later, at Li Zhao's request, Xiao Mingyuan ordered Chen Guang to take her to the Champion Marquis's mansion. Receiving the order, Chen Guang beamed with joy. He had worried their general was moving too slowly, but now he realized his concern was unnecessary. What's so impressive about disguising as a woman to infiltrate Miss Li's home? Getting Miss Li to voluntarily visit their home. That's real ability. Somewhere, the unnamed Qi can sneezed violently several times. Confused, he rubbed his nose. Could it be that little Li Zhao was thinking of him today? Meanwhile, Dia fled the brothel in panic. She finally caught up with the maid who had run back to seek help. At this moment, Dia's nerves were stretched to the limit. She had accidentally entered a brothel and killed the youngest son of the Chang Chun Bo family. Now she could just stop the maid from returning home for help, no one would know what happened. And if that man wasn't dead, she had perfectly framed Li San. At this moment, she suddenly didn't regret the killing. Just half a day later, Count Chang Chun brought a large group of people to the Li residence, demanding justice for his son. When the old madam came out, he rudely berated her in the street. "My son was harmed by your vile, low-born granddaughter, and now lies between life and death. Bring out your third miss to pay with her life." These words left the old madam completely confused. The woman continued her tearful accusations, saying Li San, that little wretch, had dressed as a man. Not only did she seduce men at the brothel, but she also beat their precious son unconscious, and they didn't know if he would ever wake up. "Hand her over immediately, or we'll take this to court." The old madam refused to believe this woman's one-sided story. She knew her granddaughter's character best. How could she possibly go to a place like a brothel? But seeing how Count Chang Chun's wife didn't seem to be lying, she was at a loss for what to do. Just then, Count Chang Chun spoke again. "My son mentioned your third miss." The imperial doctor was present too. "If old madam doesn't believe us, I can call him to testify." The old madam naturally didn't believe it. Given Li Zhao's casual nature, other things might be possible, but visiting a brothel was too shocking. She believed Li Zhao would never do such a thing. "Before the truth is thoroughly investigated, I won't agree to anything." Now Chang Chun Bo had not only come personally, but also brought an imperial doctor to testify, determined to make the Li family hand over Li Zhao for a life in exchange for a life. Only her mother remained silent behind the screen. If that old quack doctor dared to speak nonsense, she would teach him a lesson with her scissors. Soon, the imperial doctor who had treated the young ruffian was brought in. After some consideration, he decided to tell the truth, since neither family was particularly powerful, so there was no need to worry about offending anyone. "I only remember he mentioned the third Miss Li from Xingzi Hadong." The old madam suddenly froze in place. Just then, a dark shadow darted out with scissors, ready to send this old man to his eternal rest, but was interrupted by the old madam saying, "Go bring Li San here." Madame He's expression was very unpleasant. Given her nature, even if her daughter had truly hurt someone, she would protect her without hesitation. Li Zhao left early this morning and hasn't returned yet. At Chunfeng House, a Zhu found Xiaoming Yuan's guard and learned that the young miss had gone to the Marquis's mansion. But this scene was also witnessed by Zhu Wuyang air upstairs. At this time, young Master Qi also came over, and seeing Li Zhao's maid, decided to investigate. "This miss wants to find third Miss Li. I am to escort her there." Chikan became angry upon hearing this. Since when had his maid become so familiar with Xiaoming Yuan's people? Why should you be the one leading her to find her master? "Because Miss Li returned to the Marquis's mansion with our general." At this moment, Qi Kan's smile froze. Had Xiaoming Yuan taken that girl to meet his parents? Seeing Qi Kan's misunderstanding, the guard quickly explained it was the general's own mansion. This made Qi Kan slightly relieved, but then his pupils suddenly contracted. No, this was worse. A man and woman alone together would be even worse than meeting parents. This Xiao Mingyuan always acts so proper, but who knew he had so many tricks up his sleeve? Then, puffing up angrily, he declared that since they hadn't celebrated Xiaoming Yuan's move yet, he would go join the festivities at his mansion today. At the Champion Marquis's mansion, a Zhu reported everything to Li Zhao, including Madame's parting instructions. If Li Zhao was truly responsible for this incident, she should stay as far away as possible and only return home after things had blown over. Upon hearing this, Li Zhao immediately decided to return home. For her mother to worry this much, it must be serious. Thinking back to that morning when Chen Guang mentioned being followed, and when confirming with Chen Guang that they had lost their tail at the brothel, everything started to make sense. Although she still wasn't clear why she had been implicated, it must be connected to the suspicious person who had followed her that morning. After instructing Chen Guang to find this person, Li Zhao returned home. As soon as she entered, she was met with a barrage of scolding. "You little wretch, you finally came back." Seeing the woman about to rush at her daughter, He Shi immediately blocked Li Zhao with her scissors. "Don't move. If you move, my scissors might move too." Then turning to ask her daughter if she had anything to do with injuring Count Chang Chun's youngest son, Li Zhao shook her head. Under everyone's questioning gaze, Li Zhao honestly explained. She said she went to Chunfeng House to meet a friend today, had never met Count Chong Chun's young master, and had nothing to do with today's events. Though Count Chong Chun was anxious, he wasn't as impatient as his wife. If it wasn't third miss, why did my son mention your name when he was conscious? Since your household insists on covering up, we'll have to settle this in court. With that, he prepared to leave. The old madam became extremely anxious and hurried to stop him. Now that Count Chong Chun was fixated on the third daughter and had the imperial doctor's testimony, once it reached court, the matter would spread like wildfire. Even if it was eventually proven that the third daughter wasn't responsible for a young lady, her reputation would still be ruined. I was the one who hurt him. Just then, Li Hui unexpectedly stepped forward. Count Chong Chun didn't say much at this. Since someone had confessed, they would take him to court first. But just as Li Zhao was about to say something, her father also jumped out, saying a child's misconduct was the father's fault, and he was also responsible for his son's wrongdoing. Count Chong Chun reluctantly accepted this too, planning to take them both. However, the next moment, the scissors lady stood in front of father and son. If you dare take my husband and son today, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Finally, Li Zhao found a chance to speak. The one who hurt your young ruffian wasn't my third brother. Upon hearing this, Count Chong Chun was about to explode with anger. This family just wouldn't stop, one after another. It's better if it wasn't him. We know he's covering for you. The person that beat you in house was said to be dressed as a man. It must have been you, no doubt about it. The onlooking crowd was stunned. Such explosive gossip was rare to come by in 100 years. Who said that? Miss Li San was with me all morning. Count Chong Chun was dumbfounded. The highest official in the Li family was just a Xiuzheng, and this Li San was just one of his many daughters. How had things gotten so ridiculous? Listen well. This morning, Miss Li San was discussing business with me at Chunfeng House. She couldn't possibly have been at any questionable place. So please keep your household in check and avoid spreading rumors outside. These forceful words left Count Chong Chun stunned. Li Zhao walked straight to Li Hui, telling him there was no need to take the blame for her, as she had someone who could prove her alibi. In the crowd, Yang Er anxiously muttered that Li Zhao's situation looked unfavorable. Although Qi Yikan had proven Li Zhao wasn't at the scene, it seemed her brother was in trouble. Should I testify that young Master Li was with me? At these words, no one paid attention, instead turning their gaze to Xiao Mingyuan. Let's wait and see. I believe Miss Li will have a way to handle this. If there really is no solution, with me here, they won't be able to take anyone away. Across from them, Li Zhao stepped forward, standing face to face with Chong Chun Bo. Rather than going to court, I think there's something more important to do now, like waking up your young master. The madam immediately burst into curses, saying even the best imperial doctors were helpless against this illness, and such words were like twisting a knife in their hearts. Just then, a servant came running in panic. Master, madam, the young master has woken up. Everyone was shocked. Was Li Zhao's mouth blessed? But seeing the person who arrived next, they were shocked again. Could this delirious fool be Count Chong Chun's youngest son? Seeing this, Li Zhao walked straight to the man. From what I can see, he only suffered a blow to the head, causing blood to accumulate in his brain. We just need to use silver needles to force it out. You little wretch still won't give up. My precious son became like this because of you. Before the madam could finish speaking, Li Zhao raised her hand and inserted the silver needle into the man's head. The man immediately collapsed limply to the ground, as if his soul had been drawn out. This scene terrified her mother, who hurriedly asked her daughter if she was confident. Although she was Dr. Li's goddaughter, she had hardly seen her study medicine with him. After hearing that Li Zhao was the goddaughter of Dr. Li, Count Chong Chun and his wife suddenly became unsure whether they should continue to interfere. If I restore your young master's consciousness and prove he mistook someone else for me, what will your household do? Hearing this, Count Chong Chun immediately stated that if she could cure their son, they would publicly apologize to Li Zhao and Li Fu. This outcome was clearly unacceptable to Li Zhao. After causing such a big scene, a simple apology was too easy for them. A person's reputation is hard to build, but too easy to destroy, especially for young ladies. Countless have been ruined by damaged reputations. I want your household to apologize to me with gongs and drums through the streets and explain clearly that someone deliberately tried to frame me. The couple was completely stunned. Even if proven innocent, making such a big scene wouldn't benefit a young lady. But after pondering for a moment, they agreed. After all, Their son was their flesh and blood. Then Li Zhao began acupuncture treatment in front of everyone, working for quite a while. Even the imperial doctor couldn't help but marvel. Though Li Zhao looked young, her technique was remarkably skilled and practiced. As the last silver needle was removed, the man let out a loud cry. But the next moment, his eyes gradually regained clarity. Then came a moment of confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Then, as if remembering something, he stood up looking for Li family's third miss. Where's that little wretch who dared to hit me? A clear voice rang out from behind. Do you know Li family's third miss? The man impatiently turned to glare at Li Zhao. She dared to hurt young Master Me. I know Hua Chenghui. Then do you know me? Li Zhao pressed. What are you? Why should I know you? Count Changchun's family had mistakenly accused Li Zhao of violence at the brothel. But unexpectedly, Li Zhao's acupuncture skills were extraordinary. Her flowing needlework quickly brought the man back to consciousness. After waking, the man admitted he didn't know Li Zhao. But facing his questioning, the young lady didn't answer. Instead, she turned to the onlooking neighbors. Everyone, please tell young Master Jia who I am. The crowd shouted Li Zhao's name in unison, then burst into laughter. Even Zhu Wu and Yang Er couldn't help but praise her, saying most young ladies would have hidden away crying in shame in such situations. But whenever Li Zhao took charge, things always turned out unexpectedly. These words made Qi secretly proud. Li Zhao was such an extraordinary girl. The cabbage he had picked up was naturally different from ordinary women. The troublemaker finally understood that Li Zhao had been impersonated. Li Zhao then demanded Count Changchun fulfill his promise to parade with gongs and drums to clear third Miss Li's name. The matter temporarily concluded with the dramatic sound of gongs and drums. Count Changchun, unwilling to let his son's beating go unpunished, still reported it to the authorities. But this drama was beneficial for Li Zhao. If the authorities caught the culprit, fine. If not, who would dare target Li Zhao so recklessly in the future? Those who had previously opposed Li Zhao must be anxious now. In the Li household, Dia angrily smashed pots and pans at home. He wasn't sure if Li Zhao knew something or was deliberately stirring up trouble. Meanwhile, Zhang Shiran was also sulking at home, wondering if her fate was destined to clash with Li San's. The parade with gongs and drums announcing someone's attempt to frame her was now known throughout the capital. Given their previous unpleasant encounters, this seemed like a deliberate attempt to smear her reputation. Though it wasn't her doing and she knew they couldn't do anything to her, the young lady was still unhappy about being falsely accused. So she approached Jiang 13, wanting her fiancé to investigate the attacker. Jiang 13 was confused by this request. To focus on the marriage, he had been deliberately avoiding news about Li Zhao. Yet somehow he still couldn't avoid it. At Chunfeng House, Chikin was rolling his eyes and complaining about Li Zhao. That ungrateful one. I helped her again, yet she still won't pledge herself to me. Though annoyed, since she was his cabbage, he would still protect her when needed. However, Xiao Mingyuan had some criticisms about Qi Can's behavior today. Not to mention it involved the young lady's reputation. Now that the matter had become so big, the princess would surely hear about it. Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Si arrived with the princess's order, demanding Qi Can to return to the manor immediately. A moment later, the princess's gaze swept across Qi Can's face before bringing up today's heroic rescue. She asked why he would actively help a young girl. She helped me before. The pressure-relieving drawing you saw earlier was drawn by her. Princess Wenyan's gaze suddenly turned cold. No, it's because you like her. At that moment, Qi Can's mind exploded. How could he like a 13 or 14-year-old girl? He shook his head vigorously like a rattle drum. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You're at the age for marriage, but remember this. I don't approve of that girl. Whether you admit it or not, I won't allow her to enter our family. Chikin didn't answer, but turned to give his mother an icy stare. Then he resolutely turned and left. When Zhu and Yang Er saw Chikan, the once proud peacock had become dejected, lying drunk on the table, counting 1, 2, 3. Hearing movement in the room, he immediately looked up and interrupted their conversation. Don't disturb me. I'm counting cabbages. Let me count which cabbage here is mine. Then his expression became extremely desolate. How come after counting for so long, not a single one belonged to him? Yang Er came forward to comfort him. Cabbages aren't worth much. If you want them, there are plenty. Even if there's no cabbage, there are still radishes. But I only like cabbage. Only the cabbage I picked up myself. Other cabbages weren't picked up by me. According to Xian Han's confession, a pair of master and servant dressed as men near the Li residence paid him to secretly follow Li Zhao's carriage. As a result, Xian Han was deliberately led to Bichunlu by Qin Guan. After investigation, it was discovered that the perpetrator had ultimately crawled back to the West Mansion through a dog hole in the alley. Hearing this, Li Zhao's heart sank. If it was from the West Mansion, no need to investigate further. It must have been Diya's doing, but since it was a family matter, they should resolve it behind closed doors. She then took out a bottle of cold-dispelling pills and gave them to Chun Guang as thanks for his help. That evening, Li Hui made a special visit to see Diya. Before he could voice his concerns, Diya started complaining to Li Hui first. How could you be so reckless to take responsibility for such a thing? If you really got involved, your life would be ruined. Li Hui stared intently at Diya. If he hadn't taken the blame, and if Li San didn't have the skill to heal with golden needles, their third sister's life would have been completely ruined. Diya was incredulous. He didn't know when Li San had become so important to his brother. But he didn't know that Li Hui had witnessed the truth, had seen him and the maid dressed as men entering the alley. That was precisely why he had stepped forward without hesitation during the day. At this moment, Diya completely panicked. What else could I do? That beast dragged me into the room. I was so scared. Diya was extremely aggrieved, as if he had been the one mistreated at the mansion gate today. But when Li Hui suggested he apologize to Li Zhao, Diya fell silent again. If I apologize, wouldn't grandmother and everyone else know? Besides, since the matter has been settled, why can't we just let it go? Faced with Diya's obstinance, Li Hui said nothing more and left. As Diya watched Li Hui's departing figure, his resentment erupted again. His once close third brother now turned against him because of Li Zhao. It was all Li Zhao's fault. Why wouldn't she just die? After leaving Diya's courtyard, Li Hui didn't return home, but went straight to Li Zhao's separate courtyard. However, upon seeing his third sister, he stammered, unsure how to begin. On one side was his half-sister, on the other was his troubled conscience. After hesitating for a moment, he finally spoke, saying he had come to apologize to Li Zhao on behalf of his elder sister. Hearing this, Li Zhao's eyes suddenly turned cold. If Diya had come to apologize in person, she might have forgiven her once for third brother's sake. Unfortunately, she didn't even seize this last chance. Third sister, big sister, was just confused for a moment. Hearing this, Li Zhao found it laughable. During this year's flower festival, Diya was momentarily confused when she lost me, then momentarily confused when she spread it everywhere. And now she's momentarily confused in making me a scapegoat? Do you know what happened to me after I was kidnapped? I tried to escape again and again, only to be caught and beaten with willow branches each time. To prevent me from escaping, they starved me, until finally, I couldn't take it anymore. Because if I tried to escape again, I would truly die. That was how the original Li Zhao died, giving Xiao Zhao the chance to live as a person. After hearing this, Li Hui emotionally embraced his third sister. He had no idea she had suffered so much. The next day, Diya, whose true nature had been exposed by Li Hui, couldn't sleep all night. She was now uncertain about her third brother's thoughts. She spent the whole night debating whether to apologize to Li Zhao, but feared Li Zhao would make everything public, which would make her life impossible. Unable to decide, she chose not to think about it and went to pay respects to grandmother at Qingsong Hall. But as soon as she entered, Diya froze. Li Zhao and her mother had arrived early, and everyone was looking at her with hostile eyes. It turned out that Li Zhao had already told grandmother everything. Diya thought this was bad, but then reasoned that even if Li San believed her third brother's one-sided story, there was no evidence. She just needed to deny everything. Li Zhao hadn't expected that even at this point, Diya would still choose to resist. I found Xian Han whom you instructed, and the dog you used to return to the mansion. Only at this moment did Diya completely panic. She fell to her knees with a thud. Third sister, I know I was wrong. I had planned to apologize to you today. Do you have to push me to death? Beside them, Madam, he was seething with anger, wanting to tear Diya's mouth apart. This black-hearted wretch, always trying to harm her own sister at every opportunity. The old madam fell into deep thought. All along, she had favored this eldest granddaughter because she lost her mother at a young age. But this indulgence hadn't produced an obedient child. Instead, it had led to multiple attempts to harm others. Child, from now on, you shall not go out. Stay in your room and embroider your dowry. I will discuss with your father about finding you a good family in the suburbs. Second Madam looked relieved beside them. Indeed, those who offended Third Miss never ended well. She secretly praised herself for her good judgment. Dia collapsed on the ground. Her father was just a minor official. What good family could he find in the suburbs? If things went as grandmother said, her life would be completely ruined. From that day on, the Li mansion finally found some peace, giving Li Zhao time to focus on the cat rescue market. However, a rumor was spreading in the capital about the champion Marquis. It was said that he took his brother back to his mansion because his deceased wife appeared in his dreams, writing that a white tiger in the mansion had eaten his elder brother, and Shu's zodiac sign happened to be the tiger. This news spread rapidly through the capital. Because of this, Xiao Mingyuan sought out Li Zhao again, wanted to ask about the young girl's purpose in spreading rumors. I think we should respect my uncle's wishes. After all, this is his private matter, and there might be hidden circumstances. Halfway through speaking, he suddenly stopped because the girl before him had started crying, looking like a startled deer seeing strangers in the forest. Xiao Mingyuan was completely stunned, frantically recalling his words. He had always admired Miss Li. Although she was young, he had never treated her as a little girl. Only now did he realize that Miss Li was, after all, still a young girl. Does the young general think I'm meddling? Li Zhao knew she shouldn't feel wronged. After all, she was no longer Qiao Zhao, not her brother's sister, nor the wife of the man before her. In everyone's eyes, she was just someone who meddled in others' affairs. She didn't feel wronged in front of others, but with Xiao Mingyuan it was different. She had shot him with an arrow, yet he dared call her meddlesome. This shameless bastard. She then left without looking back, leaving Chun Guang exasperated. General, girls are meant to be comforted, not bullied. She's not even married to you yet, and you've already made her cry. Bing Lu angrily said beside them, I'm never coming to this awful Chunfeng house again. The young general actually made Miss cry. Little did she know that her miss had no pride at all, telling her they would still have to come. In the minister's mansion, Madame Mao was nearly driven mad by the recent rumors. There's no smoke without fire. She had poisoned Xiao Mo so perfectly, yet somehow someone had noticed something suspicious. The phosphorus poison was colorless and odorless, and its symptoms resembled a common cold. It shouldn't have been detected. Could it be that spirits really exist? Did the short-lived Qiao Zhao really appear in the champion Marquis's dreams? Thinking of this, she quickly clasped her hands in prayer. She truly hadn't intended to take Xiao Mo's life. She was just thinking about her daughter's future happiness. Only if Xiao Mo was frequently ill would the champion Marquis visit often, giving Ko Zimo chances to interact with Xiao Mingyuan. But heaven didn't grant her wish, as Ko Zimo had deep feelings for Xiao Mo since childhood. She thought the rumors would die down after a few days, but unexpectedly, several nights later, many servants in the mansion actually saw the shadow of a white tiger. From that day on, Madame Mao fell ill in bed. Everyone said she was receiving retribution for harming Qiao Mo. Lying in bed, Madame Mao wept. Could it be that heaven really was watching? After Madame Mao fell ill, Li Zhao still hadn't planned to stop. She understood the principle of striking while the iron was hot. It was about time to deliver the fatal blow to Madame Mao. She instructed Chen Guang to return to the mansion and ask about Xiao Mingyuan's condition, whether he was in much pain today. Chen Guang was overjoyed, thinking Li Zhao was now actively showing concern for the general. But he didn't know that to deal with Madame Mao, it was best to choose a rainy day. And Xiao Mingyuan's condition always flared up on rainy days. She wasn't concerned about him. She just wanted a weather forecast. When Xiao Mingyuan heard Chen Guang's question, he remained silent for a long while. It will rain tonight. Go back. The man had seen through Li Zhao's intentions. Chen Guang remained oblivious as he continued acting as their messenger. However, before leaving, the general reminded him, don't interfere unless it's something important in the future. When Chen Guang brought the message back to the Li mansion, hearing the man's words, Li Zhao felt pleased. It seemed Xiao Mingyuan wasn't someone who couldn't resist young girls. He now knew to avoid suspicion. Then she handed a scroll to Chen Guang. But when Chen Guang opened it, he was shocked. The woman in the painting was the deceased general's wife. Facing Chen Guang's surprise, Li Zhao was confused. Chen Guang hadn't been among those Xiao Mingyuan sent to receive her. Logically, Chen Guang's only time seeing her should have been when she was beaten to death against the city wall. To this, Chen Guang explained he had seen it in the general's study, but after speaking, he regretted it. Now that Li Zhao knew the general still kept his wife's portrait in his room, she might never pay attention to the general again. Li Zhao was also surprised that someone who appeared so cold would keep a woman's portrait in his study, and it was even drawn by his own hand. That evening, after falling ill, Madame Mao specially invited a Taoist priest to the mansion to exorcise evil spirits. She thought if all the demons and spirits were driven away cleanly, that short-lived ghost would no longer be feared. But just as she returned to her room, the fierce ghost that had been appearing in her dreams recently appeared again. "Don't come near! I didn't mean to kill you." After excessive fright, she suddenly coughed up blood. Their screams attracted the master. Before he could ask what happened after entering the room, he saw a blood-stained cloth strip floating by the window with the words, "Aunt, I've seen everything you've done." The man froze. The handwriting felt too familiar. By now, the aunt had been frightened into hysteria, desperately shouting that she hadn't meant to kill Xiao Mo. She just wanted him to fall ill a few times. She was clearly in a state of confusion. Early the next morning, after a night of investigation, no clues were found. The only discovery was that Minister Ko recognized the handwriting on the cloth strip as belonging to his deceased granddaughter, Xiao Zhao. The minister's mansion fell terrifyingly quiet. The more they thought about it, the more frightening it became. But regardless, what Madame Mao had done was truly unconscionable. Outside the room, the Ko sisters were shocked upon hearing this. They had thought the rumors were baseless, but it turned out their mother really was harming brother Xiao Mo. Unable to accept this reality, Ko Zimo was so upset that she fainted. Meanwhile, Chen Guang had learned a harsh lesson from Li Zhao. He thought Li Zhao was just playing small pranks, but she had actually scared someone into madness. He suddenly felt he never wanted to marry in his life. Then he returned to the Marquis's mansion with Li Zhao's message. After telling the general that Li Zhao wanted to visit young Master Qiao, he mysteriously advised Xiao Mingyuan not to refuse. "It's for your own good. You have no idea how terrifying the third miss is." He then recounted everything that happened yesterday. What if Miss Li became unhappy and scared the general into madness too? But Xiao Mingyuan showed little interest in this matter. Instead, he asked about the painting Miss Li had made. According to Chen Guang, it was even more lifelike than his own painting. But he shouldn't have seen Xiao Zhao before. When Xiao Zhao was at the Jinan Marquis' mansion, she rarely went out. And Li Zhao, a 13 or 14-year-old girl whose family wasn't part of their social circle, how could she have possibly seen Xiao Zhao? Even he himself had tried multiple times to chance upon his fiancée in his youth, but failed. The excuse of living in the same city could only fool Chen Guang. Go invite Miss Li over. Since childhood, his mother had either beaten or scolded him. Not only did she kill his wife, whom he had never met, even now, while sick, she was still determined to torment this little beast in her heart. Out of concern for her other two sons, she specially summoned Xiao Mingyuan back to serve by her side. Daytime was fine, but at night, Madame Shun turned into a demon. Sometimes she wanted water, sometimes she complained the foot bath was too hot, and occasionally she would spit phlegm. Yet she wouldn't let maids serve her closely. For every trivial matter, Xiao Mingyuan had to handle it personally. Upon learning this, the Jinan Marquis tried to persuade his wife. Xiao Mingyuan had fought hard in battles for many years. Now that he finally returned, he wanted his son to get proper rest. But his wife's actions seemed to indicate there was no place for him in this family. Madame Shin naturally had her reasons. Since Xiao Mingyuan returned from the north, he had been wearing mourning clothes. Wasn't this just causing trouble? Whoever heard of mourning for a wife? Finally revealing her true intentions, she mentioned her niece from her maiden family, who was of suitable age. She wanted to improve her family's fortune by making this advantageous match. The Jinan Marquis thought about it, but ultimately couldn't resist his wife's persistence. He privately sought out Xiao Mingyuan to discuss. Though he understood his son's guilt over Qiao's death, he wasn't young anymore, and marriage couldn't be delayed further. Xiao Mingyuan calmly looked at the Jinan Marquis. "Thank you for your concern, father, but I don't plan to remarry in this life." The Jinan Marquis became anxious upon hearing this. He said marriage and continuing the family line were major life matters that couldn't be decided so hastily. With an elder brother above and a younger brother below, the Xiao family line is secure enough. These words immediately made his father cough. Seeing this, Xiao Mingyuan quickly took out the cold-dispelling pills from Li Zhao. Due to the extreme cold in the north, almost all soldiers who had served there were infected with cold poison, including the Jinan Marquis. After taking just one pill, a warm sensation began circulating through his body. Seeing his father's positive response, Xiao Mingyuan simply gave him the entire bottle. "You rascal, don't think you can get away with this just by giving me medicine. You can delay marriage, but you must marry eventually." As father and son remained at an impasse, seeing no other way out, Xiao Mingyuan finally decided to be frank. "To be honest, father, because I spent years in the north, once I was ambushed in the snow for 3 days and nights, and that place got frostbitten." His father was stunned. Frostbitten? What exactly got frostbitten? Could it be what he was thinking of? Moments later, the Jinan Marquis returned in a daze, telling his wife to forget about the marriage for now. Then he related their conversation to his wife. But upon hearing this, his wife was extremely pleased. She hadn't expected that little beast to be impotent. She had thought he was truly devoted to his dead wife. All his mourning was just to cover up his shame. Fortunately, the marriage arrangement with her family's side was also canceled. Since Xiao Mingyuan was useless now, there was no need for him to serve by her side anymore. It would save her from being irritated by his presence. Then, the old father left with tears and snot running. Before leaving, he specifically reminded his wife not to spread this matter. By the next day, just at dawn, the news of Xiao Mingyuan's impotence had already spread outside. Upon hearing the news, Chen Guang immediately rushed to Chunfeng Tower. Hanging onto the doorframe, he carefully asked Xiao Mingyuan if the rumors outside were true or false. Hearing this, Xiao Mingyuan became furious. Ever since becoming Miss Li's driver, this guard had become increasingly disrespectful. Then Chen Guang mentioned that Miss Li also knew about this matter. Xiao Mingyuan didn't care about this. He never intended to care about others' opinions anyway, including Miss Li's. "Don't worry, General. I've already asked Third Miss about it. She said your condition is still treatable." The next second, in the previously quiet private room, Chen Guang's pig-like screams lasted for a full quarter hour. He was then thrown out of the room unceremoniously. Before he could even stand up, a figure laughing heartily stepped over poor Chen Guang. It was young Master Qi, who had also rushed over after hearing the news. Little Chen Guang lay on the ground whimpering. "Won't anyone speak up for me? Young Master Qi, won't you help me up?" Qi completely ignored Chen Guang's words. Given his status and position, helping him up would probably dirty his hands. 3 days later, today was the day Xiao Mingyuan officially moved into his new residence. The Jinan Marquis caringly asked his wife if she had prepared anything for Xiao Mingyuan. Hearing this, Madame Shen replied meaningfully that she had not only prepared housewarming gifts for that little beast, but also prepared a lifelong, unforgettable gift for him. The Champion Marquis's mansion was exceptionally lively today. The eldest brother had also arrived early. He brought the gift their mother had prepared. Chikin became curious at this sight. That old witch wasn't a good person herself. How could she possibly give Xiao Mingyuan anything good? So he decided to take preemptive action and check if it was a trap for his friend. But when he opened it, he was stunned for a long while. They were letters signed with Xiao's name. After realizing what they were, he quickly closed the lid. Xiao Mingyuan had noticed his friend's unusual behavior by then. He stepped forward to ask what was inside. Unexpectedly, Qi canned through the box to Yang Air. But they were all refined, weak young masters. Their martial skills were no match for Xiao Mingyuan's brute strength. In just an instant, the box was in Xiao Mingyuan's hands. Seeing this, Chikin wanted to speak but hesitated, only letting out a deep sigh. During their 2 years of marriage, filled with guilt and hope, he had written countless letters to his wife. It turned out all these letters had been intercepted by his mother. All his carefully written words from the war-torn north. His wife Xiao Zhao had never received any of them. He had always thought Xiao Zhao resented him, blamed him for not fulfilling his duties as a husband, which was why she never wrote back. When she first saw him on the city wall, what was she thinking? Did she particularly hate him then? The man's face grew increasingly pale. Blood kept dripping from the corner of his mouth onto the ground. He didn't know why he felt so sad. His mother had always treated him this way. He should have seen through it long ago. Meanwhile, the unaware Chen Guang was still drinking with his comrades. After receiving the news, he rushed over immediately. But at the entrance, he saw young Master Qi violently beating the eldest young Master Xiao Jingyuan. What kind of family is your Marquis household? Mingyuan won't say much, but don't think everyone else is a fool. The gift you brought had ill intentions. Stop pretending to be close brothers. Seeing this scene, the third young master seemed moved as well. Although he usually didn't like his second brother, seeing him in such a state clearly showed how deeply hurt he was. Fortunately, he didn't cause more trouble and left quickly with his elder brother. Several people took Xiao Mingyuan back to his room, but they fell into an argument about how to treat him. Due to Xiao Mingyuan's extremely sensitive position, if news of his coughing blood and fainting spread, the various forces in the north might develop other intentions. While everyone was hesitating, Chun Guang stepped forward voluntarily, saying he knew someone even more skilled than the doctors at Jixing Hall. As a mere guard, what could he do? Naturally, he went back to the Li residence to ask Li Zhao for help. After explaining Xiao Mingyuan's condition, Li Zhao couldn't understand. Although Xiao Mingyuan was suffering terribly from the cold poison, with the cold-dispelling pills he had given earlier, it shouldn't have become this serious. Chun Guang quickly explained that it was because all the letters the general had written to his wife were intercepted, which caused him to become so upset that he fainted. Li Zhao was even more confused. He had never received any letters from Xiao Mingyuan. Chun Guang said seriously that when the general was in the Northern Empire, he wrote home letters to his wife every month, without fail, even during the most intense battles. Unfortunately, the general's wife never wrote back. At this point, he harshly criticized Li Zhao. He felt the general's wife was too cruel. Although the general had to leave for the north right after their wedding and couldn't accompany him, this was the mission of the Liang soldiers. He still couldn't forget how cold it was in the north, where even breath would freeze into ice. The general would have to re-dip his brush in ink for each character. Hearing this, Li Zhao was finally moved and said, "Say no more. Let's go save him at the general's mansion." Xiao Mingyuan had always thought Xiao Zhao resented him, not knowing it was all his mother's secret doing. Li Zhao couldn't understand why the Jinan Marquis's wife would do all this. Her treatment of her own son was incomprehensible. It seemed the Jinan Marquis's household was even stranger than he thought. Why had everything become such a mystery since his rebirth? They rushed to the mansion, out of breath. Chicken hid in a corner observing. Since that day when he tested his friend, he felt awkward facing third Miss Li. But seeing this girl being so familiar with young Master Chiao, he curled up in the corner, silently jealous. He'd never seen such a girl who attracted so much attention. Then he glared fiercely at Chun Guang, his warning clear without words. In the future, don't let your young miss meet such questionable people. Today, Qiao Mo's attitude toward Li Zhao had also grown cold. After just a brief greeting, he led her to see Xiao Mingyuan. Qiao Mo's purpose was naturally to warn the young lady to think thrice before acting. Although Xia Feng saving his mother was to avenge him, he didn't want the young lady to risk herself needlessly for him. But what was this inexplicable guilt he felt? Even if Miss Li resembled Zhao Zhao, she wasn't his real sister. At the bedside, Li Zhao looked at the unconscious Xiao Mingyuan. She wondered how heavy his thoughts must be to reduce himself to this state. Originally, he could have endured the cold poison for a few years, just until Master Li returned to dispel it. Now in this ghostly state, she would have to personally dispel the poison. At this moment, Li Zhao was in a dilemma. To dispel the cold poison after it had attacked his heart, he would need to be bare-chested. She was still an unmarried young lady. She went outside to explain the situation to everyone, but before she could speak, the foolish peacock showed an impatient expression, saying, "Why so much fuss? Mingyuan has helped you many times. Are you going to set conditions now?" Ignoring this arrogance, she just said that currently only she and Dr. Li could treat this illness. If anyone else could do it, she absolutely wouldn't step in. Only then did everyone realize Li Zhao was reluctant. "I need one person to assist, and no one else can approach the door." Before she finished speaking, the foolish peacock had already stepped forward. Li Zhao certainly wouldn't choose him. When there's no problem, he is the biggest problem. Looking around, it would be truly awkward for Xiao Mingyuan to be stripped in front of these people. Finally, she set her gaze on Chun Guang. After all, he was now half their own person. After entering the room, Chun Guang happily raised his hand to signal to third miss. "I'm useless. What do I need to do?" But when he heard he had to strip the general's clothes, Chun Guang froze. After a moment, Chun Guang still negotiated with Li Zhao about whether they could switch to young Master Qi instead. If the general wakes up later and learns that he stripped him in front of Li Zhao, he would surely skin him alive. Finally, forced by necessity, they stripped Xiao Mingyuan's upper body completely. Then Chen Guang, seemingly not satisfied with just that, reached for Xiao Mingyuan's belt. Li Zhao hurriedly stopped Chen Guang's actions. Goodness, this driver really wasn't thinking straight. It's an illness of the upper body. Why are you taking off his pants? After this silver needle is inserted, General Zhao is very likely to wake up. When that happens, you'll be responsible for holding him down, preventing any sudden movements. Then Li Zhao composed herself and focused on the man's exposed 8-pack abs. Not long after the acupuncture began, just as Li Zhao predicted, he indeed woke up. But the first thing the man did upon waking was to wrap his bare back tightly. Despite both of them trying to persuade him, Xiao Mingyuan was too shy and refused to let Li Zhao continue the treatment. Li Zhao was speechless at this man. She came here to save him out of kindness, yet he was ungrateful and acting as if someone was trying to take advantage of him. General Xiao doesn't get to decide now. You're the patient. I'm the doctor. For unreasonable patient demands, doctors have the right to reject them. These domineering words made Chen Guang cheer in admiration, and he quickly joined forces with Li Zhao. They tried to take away the blanket covering Xiao Mingyuan, but the next moment, they were beaten up by the stubborn man. At this point, Li Zhao no longer held back. The cold poison has reached your heart meridian. If we delay any longer, you won't live past a year. Earlier, when the third young master brought the injured first young master home, Mother didn't even ask what happened and insisted that it was that beast Xiao Mingyuan who beat the first young master. Seeing their mother's unfairness, the third brother decided to tell everything that happened today in detail. Upon hearing that Xiao Mingyuan had coughed blood and fainted after seeing what his mother sent, the Jinan Marquis was shocked. He hurriedly asked his wife what exactly she had sent to Xiao Mingyuan today. Madame Shen showed a smug expression, saying that beast couldn't remain cold-hearted after reading the letter. She wanted him to suffer, to feel worse than death. I intercepted that unfilial son's letters to Qiao. It's not a big deal. What, are you going to divorce me for this, Marquis? Who knew your supposedly strong son was so fragile that a few letters could make him cough blood? Hearing this, the Jinan Marquis could no longer contain himself and slapped Madame Shen hard across the face. The man felt nothing but endless disappointment in his wife. Xiao Mingyuan had always been tolerant of Madame Shen only because he didn't want to upset his father. This vicious woman not only showed no compassion for Mingyuan, but went even further to hurt him. I've disappointed you, Marquis. But what about you? All that talk about mutual respect and deep love turned out to be just a joke. My second son died long ago. Ignoring her two sons' shock, Madame Shen's face now showed signs of madness. Tell me, Marquis, where did you get this Xiao Mingyuan from? The Jinan Marquis swayed slightly, surprised that his wife had known all along. Back then, when their second son was taken away for treatment and brought back, she knew it wasn't her son. What mother wouldn't recognize her own child? Enough! Stop talking nonsense in front of the children. But Madame Shen couldn't hear these words anymore, wailing and demanding to know her second son's whereabouts. Second young master died from illness then. Don't you remember? He was weak from birth, and the imperial physician said he wouldn't survive. Madame Shen became more hysterical. You killed my son for that bastard. The Jinan Marquis felt utterly exhausted. After being husband and wife for so many years, did she really need to pin the crown prince's crimes on him? If that makes you feel better, then believe what you want. I'm too tired to argue with you anymore. Since everything's out in the open, let's reveal all the truth. Though Xiao Mingyuan isn't born of Madame Shen, he is truly the Jinan Marquis' son. By law, calling you mother is proper and rightful, so I don't want to hear any more of your harsh words. The previous rumors about second young master can be forgotten. I can let that go. But if Mingyuan's identity as the illegitimate son leaks out, don't blame me for disregarding our years of marriage. You'll have to pack up and return to your maiden home. The Jinan Marquis' face had darkened completely, and he looked at his two sons with unfriendly eyes. This goes for you too as well. If anything about Mingyuan's identity gets out, you'll all be sent to the Shun family's old residence. While they were arguing intensely here, on the other side, the romantic atmosphere was at its peak. Xiao Mingyuan still stubbornly held onto his blanket, refusing to let go. Finally, after the young lady's persistent persuasion, he opened up his chest, letting Li Zhao embroider cross-stitch on his 8-pack abs. On the side, Chen Guang was frantically shipping them as a couple, thinking the scene was too beautiful to miss. After looking intently for a moment, Li Zhao finally withdrew the silver needles. Xiao Mingyuan let out a long sigh, wondering why there could be such a strange girl. Then he remembered today's rumors about his inadequacy. Perhaps Miss Lee thought the same, which was why she acted so casually. I've taken up much of Miss Lee's time today. I'll properly thank you another day. Li Zhao raised her eyebrows. This man was quick to dismiss her. He hadn't even caught his breath yet, and he was already trying to be sentimental? General Xiao needn't rush to thank me. I'll be back tomorrow. Li Zhao had only removed the cold poison that had entered his heart meridian today. But the cold poison ran deep in his body. Any emotional fluctuation would cause it to attack the heart meridian again, each time more dangerous than the last. To eliminate future problems, she decided to completely remove the cold poison from his body. But to completely remove it would take at least half a year. Xiao Mingyuan's face was now completely red. Would it be like today, every time? If he had never married, he could naturally take responsibility for today's events. But he had shot his wife with his own hands. He no longer had the right to marry again. How could he be at peace getting too involved with a young lady? In contrast, Li Zhao was much more straightforward. What are you hesitating about, General? Just because I saw your body, do you want me to take responsibility? Seeing Xiao Mingyuan about to say something more, the young lady made a decisive conclusion. She would be like this every day from now on. After all, he was the patient, and she only listened to patient's words, not necessarily followed them. Unexpectedly, walking out of the room, she ran into the bewildered Jinan Marquis. Wasn't his son supposed to be unconscious from coughing blood? How could a young lady be walking out of his room? But concerned about Xiao Mingyuan's condition, he quickly entered the room after exchanging greetings. Seeing his son's pale face from blood loss, the old general's eyes filled with tears. His son's cold poison was so severe, yet he had given all his cold-dispelling pills to him. After dismissing everyone, Xiao Mingyuan directly asked about his origins. Being both sons, he couldn't understand why his mother treated him so differently. He couldn't believe there could be such a heartless mother. The Jinan Marquis froze for a moment, then let out a long sigh. It turned out that years ago, the Jinan Marquis had a concubine. After she passed away, he brought Xiao Mingyuan back. Coincidentally, it happened when the main wife lost her son. Due to the illegitimate son's poor health, they had him replace the original second son's identity. You've suffered these years. Please forgive her grief over losing her child. I hope you won't hate her. Only then did Xiao Mingyuan understand. But even so, some things couldn't be forgiven with just the word hate. He ordered servants to bring Steward Shin and told the Marquis everything from the previous investigation. At the beginning of the year, when Xiao Zhao was sent north to reunite with Xiao Mingyuan, the madam had instructed him to find ways to reveal Xiao Zhao's identity to 7 people. Many years ago, the madam had already planted people under Xiao Mingyuan's command and knew everything about the Northern Emperor's affairs. Then Xiao Mingyuan had more evidence brought in. As the Jinan Marquis read through them, his face turned ashen. He looked at Xiao Mingyuan. That fragile little life from years ago had grown into such a strong man. Composed, calm, patient, and when he had gathered enough information, he struck decisively, leaving no room for the opponent to turn things around. How to deal with Mother is entirely up to Father's orders. But from today on, please don't let Mother use filial piety to interfere with my life. Though his life had already been ruined by his mother. From the moment he shot that arrow at his wedded wife, his future was completely destroyed. He would forever carry this guilt, never finding peace. The Jinan Marquis returned home in a daze. Seeing her husband's ashen face, Madame Shin thought he was just feeling sorry for that little beast. Does the Marquis feel sorry? Why not just divorce me and send me back to my maiden home? Let everyone see how you drove away a wife who bore you 3 sons for the sake of an illegitimate son. The Jinan Marquis turned away, not letting Madame Shin see the anger in his eyes. He wouldn't divorce her. That would be too easy for her. This ignorant woman had secretly communicated with the enemy. This could be considered treason. I'll have people convert the northwestern courtyard into a Buddhist hall. You'll pray there from now on. All household matters will be handed over to the eldest daughter-in-law. The Jinan Marquis' words greatly surprised Madame Shun. After over 20 years of marriage, would he really confine her just because of that illegitimate son? By now, the Marquis was exhausted. All he could do was keep quiet about his wife's collusion with the enemy. After the Jinan Marquis presented the evidence, Madame Shin finally fell silent. What a vicious beast. I sent him a box of letters, and he returned a box of evidence against me. Don't worry about me. Though gold lies everywhere and wolves prowl the city, what you do is for the common people. Take care and return victorious soon. Xiao Mingyuan read it over and over. So his wife had written to him, even earlier than his first letter home. She told him not to worry, that she understood his ambitions and looked forward to his triumphant return. But when they finally met, what she received was an arrow to the heart. He couldn't even tell her not to be afraid. It was his own mother who had schemed to make him kill his wife. Yet the letters his wife left behind were so warm and bright. She urged him not to worry and understood his ambitions for country and people. Xiao Mingyuan's heart twisted in pain. Xiao Mo knew him too well. Just a few letters were enough to break down the will he'd built up through years on the battlefield. The taste of blood rose again, and fresh blood gushed out uncontrollably. When Li Zhao received the news, she was bewildered. She had just left. How could he be coughing blood again? Unexpectedly, Chen Guang said it was because of the letters left by the general's wife. Li Zhao was completely stunned. She couldn't remember exactly what she had written back then, but was it really that shocking? But when Li Zhao arrived, she was turned away. Xiao Mingyuan said he wanted to be alone. She was speechless with anger. He had just received acupuncture for coughing blood, and now he was being willful. However, the guards were saying one thing, but doing another. While saying she couldn't enter, their postures clearly welcomed her in. After today's events, the person before her seemed different. When she thought about it, she felt both annoyed and bitter, as he no longer represented just the title of husband. She had written him so many letters before. If he had received them, there would have been far more than just one box. If she had really died then, never knowing these things, it would have been such a pity. But now, Xiao Mingyuan seemed to have lost all will to live. Though he might not be suicidal, he had lost all respect for life. Young general, you've seen much life and death. You should understand better than I that only the living have infinite possibilities. Once dead, everything is gone. She normally wouldn't need to explain such obvious principles, but this fool was being stubborn. Miss Li is right. Once dead, everything is gone. My wife is dead, so I've lost all possibility of being cared for, protected, or even loved. That's not necessarily true. Li Zhao's words were strange, leaving Xiao Mingyuan momentarily stunned. Only when the girl's cold fingers touched his skin did he snap back to reality, grabbing his clothes to dress himself. Half an hour later, the girl wrote out a prescription. Xiao Mingyuan's recent emotional turmoil was hindering his recovery, so she prescribed medicine to calm his mind and spirit. The man watched the girl's retreating figure in a daze. The girl before him seemed not like an unmarried young lady, but a mature and wise young woman. And after today's events, Miss Li's attitude toward him seemed very different from before. After Li Zhao left, Xiao Mingyuan obediently took the medicine as prescribed. After sleeping, he felt much better. Then a guard reported that the head of the Ministry of Justice had come to see him and had been waiting in the reception hall for some time. Lord Ko's visit was about the previous poisoning incident involving Xiao Mo. Now that Xiao Mo was staying at the Champion Marquis mansion, he planned to reveal everything about Mao Shi to prevent further misunderstandings. After some pleasantries, he finally worked up the courage to speak his mind. Since Mao Shi went mad that day, although Fu Li had been investigating the source of the poison, he couldn't find any clues. He took out the cloth strip written by Li Zhao that day from his pocket, wanting Xiao and Mo to look at it and see if they could find a breakthrough. After Xiao and Mo took the handkerchief and scanned the writing, his face suddenly changed dramatically. Isn't this exactly his younger sister's handwriting? He hurriedly asked where Lord Zhu got it. Meanwhile, Xiao Mingyuan was also quite surprised, as Chen Guang had clearly said Miss Li gave him the handkerchief. Yet the handwriting was identical to Qiao Zhao's. This was that female ghost doing. It was this ghost who scared your aunt mad. Wen Yin and Xiao Mo suddenly looked at Xiao Mingyuan. They all knew who was behind scaring the aunt mad. It was the Li family's third daughter. After Uncle left, Xiao Mingyuan sent someone to invite Miss Li again, as this matter was too bizarre. But this time when Chen Guang returned, Li Zhao refused to go to the mansion. Running there 3 times a day was really too much. With no choice, Chen Guang made another special trip to the mansion to relay Li Zhao's thoughts to Xiao Mingyuan. Go invite her again. Tell her I'm coughing blood again. When Li Zhao hurriedly arrived, she saw a perfectly healthy Xiao Mingyuan. She became instantly furious. This dog had learned to lie. She had rushed over here for nothing. At this time, Xiao Mo approached. Did Miss Li write these characters on this handkerchief? This girl was too clever. Using her shocking similarity to his sister, she had easily entered and even broken through his defenses. But whether these similarities were coincidence or intentional remained unknown. However, the words Mu Di deeply hurt Li Zhao. Although she had sensed her brother wouldn't easily believe her, the young woman still felt pain in her heart. She was his own sister. Tears immediately welled up in her eyes uncontrollably. Xiao Mo was stunned. Why was she crying? If the girl was really sent by some faction, how could they question her when she cried like this? With no choice, he could only look to Xiao Mingyuan for help. But Xiao Mingyuan had no solution either. The last time Li Zhao cried, he was also at a loss. He could only reluctantly tell Li Zhao he was dizzy and wanted her to examine him again. As soon as he finished speaking, he wanted to bite his tongue off. What nonsense had he just said? But in that moment, Li Zhao had already calmed down again. Watching the young woman seriously treating Xiao Mingyuan, Xiao Mo felt somehow guilty. But could there really be such similar people in the world? Even if there were, they couldn't be exactly alike unless deliberately imitated. Thinking of this, Xiao Mo's softened gaze returned to its cold state. No matter what, it would be better to stay far away from Miss Li in the future. After finishing the treatment, Li Zhao got up to leave. Out of guilt, Xiao Mingyuan thoughtfully escorted her to the door. He had tricked her to come, but things had turned out like this. Are you this nice to all girls? Li Zhao suddenly showed her temper. Xiao Mingyuan was stunned. In his whole life, he had only known Li Zhao as the only girl. Even his betrothed wife from childhood, he had only met once. Heaven knows how walking a few extra steps counted as being nice to girls. Seeing his silence, Di Zhao's heart suddenly turned sour. So it was true. Her brother was suspicious of her approach, while Xiao Mingyuan was already flirting with other girls before her bones were even cold. She turned and left angrily, leaving Xiao Mingyuan confused in the wind. After returning to the mansion, Xiao Mingyuan sought out Xiao Mo. He was very curious about how similar Miss Li was to Wang Qi, to make Xiao Mo so guarded against the young woman. Wen Yin Xiao Mo gave him a deep look. Too similar. Sometimes I even have the illusion that she is my sister. Before, I only marveled at how people could look alike, but after seeing Miss Li's handwriting today, I'm certain she must be imitating my sister. For some reason, Xiao Mingyuan's mind flashed to those bright, spirited eyes. Could someone with such clear eyes be deeply scheming? He had encountered many enemy spies in the north and knew not to judge by appearances. But his instincts told him Miss Li was not the kind of person his brother-in-law described. On the way home, seeing the young lady's bad mood, Bing Yu angrily looked toward. Chen Guang was clearly questioning whether their general had bullied their young lady. Chen Guang firmly denied it, saying, "It's good enough that your young lady didn't bully our general. She saw him completely exposed, and our general didn't dare make a sound." After returning to the Li mansion, she unexpectedly ran into her father, who had left work early. It turned out her uncle in charge of investigating the Qiao family fire had returned. Upon hearing the news, Li Zhao was so worried she couldn't sleep all night, wondering about the investigation results and whether the house fire was natural or man-made. The next morning, Li Zhao got dressed early and rushed to the Marquis mansion, wanting to know what information her uncle had brought back. Xiao Mingyuan would definitely have more reliable information than others, especially since her brother was also staying at the mansion. According to his prediction, regardless of the fire investigation's outcome, the court would summon her brother for questioning today. Xiao Mingyuan's gaze fell on the dark circles under the young woman's eyes. Li Zhao clearly hadn't slept well last night. He had thought after yesterday's events, she wouldn't come today. "I'm here to brew medicine for the general. Young master, you may not know that brewing medicine requires great skill." Just as the young lady was about to launch into a long explanation to hide her true purpose, Xiao Mingyuan promptly agreed, thinking to himself that as long as she didn't cry, anything was fine. Just as Li Zhao had predicted, soon a guard hurriedly arrived, saying the Ministry of Justice had summoned young Master Qiao. While they were analyzing the case, news came from the palace that Xiao Mo had been imprisoned for offending the emperor. Hearing this, Qi Kan and Yang Er rushed over. Yang Er, who knew some inside information, confirmed again. Reportedly, young Master Qiao had submitted some policy, and upon seeing it, the emperor flew into a rage, accusing him of slandering loyal court officials. Hearing this, Li Zhao's heart sank. Perhaps her brother hadn't told Lord Li everything back then, and that account book must have been what triggered the Qiao family fire. Given her brother's character, any secret he kept must be earth-shattering. Looking at it now, this move was indeed correct. He had fooled everyone, but had only misjudged the emperor's reaction. Sure enough, Qi complained that his emperor uncle hated nothing more than court instability interfering with his pursuit of immortality. The account book young Master Qiao submitted must have contained evidence against some high-ranking court official. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. Would some traitor come kill this emperor already? After discussion, Xiao Mingyuan decided to go to the jingling guard office to gather information. Qi glanced at the girl sitting straight and frowned, saying these messy political affairs were no place for a girl to get involved. But Li Zhao didn't move an inch, letting the foolish peacock ramble on. She was still waiting for news of her brother. Seeing this, Qi couldn't help but frown. Why did he always inexplicably care about these people? Yet she had promised to make him char siu, but never seemed to remember it. Li Zhao suddenly stood up. Was it really so difficult to get close to someone just because of a change in identity? However, Qi caught the sorrow in the young lady's eyes. His heart ached inexplicably. He instinctively wanted to reach out to comfort her. Young heir beside them stared in disbelief. Seriously? He was still breathing here. Yet Qi was treating him like a backdrop. He coughed heavily several times to remind someone. But Qi just gave young heir a contemptuous look and continued ignoring his existence. What are you really sad about? Li Zhao was startled by Qi gesture and hurriedly mentioned the propriety between men and women. Qi laughed bitterly. Now she was talking to him about propriety between men and women? Who was it that had grabbed his sleeve and wouldn't let go? Who had insisted on riding in the same carriage? Those things had driven Qi to his limit, making multiple trips daily for Xiao Mingyuan's illness, and now grieving over Qiao Mo's situation. What does brother Qi want? Faced with Qi emotional state, Li Zhao was at a loss. She had always known debts of gratitude were hard to repay. Unexpectedly, the man became even more intense. Looking directly at Li Zhao, he said word by word, "I want you." Li Zhao was completely stunned. What was Qi saying? And in front of brother Yang too. She quickly bit her tongue and asked, "What does brother Qi want? Is it the char siu we talked about last time?" In her heart, she couldn't help but frantically complain. Just say what you mean quickly. Saying only half is too frightening. But Qi didn't say more, just quietly looking at the young lady. All along, he had been avoiding it. He had seen her playing chess and painting, seen her confidently predicting things, and seen many sides of her that other girls didn't have. Even if she was only 13, it wasn't because he was mentally ill or had impure thoughts about young girls. It was just that the person he loved happened to be 13 now. He had already met the best girl in the world, and today he didn't want to avoid it anymore. Never mind how shocking or earth-shattering it might be. Li San, listen carefully. I don't want you to do anything. I'm saying the person I want is you. I like you. Young heir beside them had started covering his face. What could be more awkward than this scene? Heavens, confessing to a girl in front of a third person. In this world, probably no one except Qi would do such a thing. Had this guy completely lost all sense of shame? Qi looked completely matter-of-fact. What did he need face for? What he wanted was Li San. Li San was completely stunned. In her previous life, she lived to 21, but had never heard those 4 words. In this life, at just 14, 2 people had already said them to her. But she didn't want any of these romantic entanglements. Right now, she only wanted to know about her brother's situation. "Brother, sure, I don't plan to marry anyone, so there's no need to waste time on me." Qi expression didn't change. Instead, he appeared to be thinking seriously. Then he dropped another bombshell. "We can be together without marriage." Li Zhao was dumbfounded again. What did he mean? Was he suggesting she become his mistress? "Brother, sure, I must not have been clear. I want to be alone. I don't want to be with anyone." The house fire remained mysterious, and her brother was imprisoned with his fate unknown. The truth and dangers behind all this were still unknown. How could she have the energy or leisure to consider other matters? Qi reached out to stroke her hair, but ultimately withdrew his hand. Looking at the young lady, he said deliberately, "Li San, remember this. I'm not just anyone. I'm Qi, one of a kind." After speaking, Qi left without waiting for Li Zhao's response. Young heir felt so awkward he wanted to scratch the wall. "Miss Li, my presence really doesn't matter. Just pretend I wasn't here today." After timidly dropping these words, he ran away. Qi words still echoed in Li Zhao's mind, that he was one of a kind. Qi wearily pressed his brow. Had all his words been for nothing? Next to the government office. After their conversation, Xiao Mingyuan finally learned the truth. Xiao Mo had offended the emperor because he had submitted evidence. The evidence proved that General Xing Wuyang, who fought against the Japanese pirates, had embezzled military funds. Xing Wuyang wasn't unfamiliar to Xiao Mingyuan. They were both pillars of the Liang dynasty's military, one fighting in the north against the Ruzha, one defending against pirates in the south. However, Xing Wuyang was nearly 40, somewhat inferior to the young, but renowned Xiao Mingyuan who had never lost a battle. Recalling Qi Can's assessment of the emperor, it wasn't hard to guess why the emperor was so angry. With Xing Wuyang fighting pirates abroad, the emperor could escape from the headaches of war and pursue immortality. Now someone dared to challenge Xing Wuyang. No wonder he was furious. Back at the Marquis mansion, Li Zhao immediately went to greet them, anxiously asking about Xiao Mo's situation. Qi Can watched coldly from the side with a dark face. He wanted to cover this girl's mouth, so he wouldn't have to hear her express concern for others. After Xiao Mingyuan explained everything, Qi Can finally spoke. Actually, the emperor knows better than anyone about court officials embezzling money. He sees it clearly. Since most officials will embezzle anyway, why keep replacing them like cutting chives? Better to work with the familiar ones. As long as the officials do their duties and don't interfere with his pursuit of immortality, it's fine. Hearing this, Li Zhao's blood ran cold. Was this really the ruler of the Great Liang? No wonder her grandfather had resigned from office early. After they agreed to visit the prison together tomorrow, Qi Can stood up to leave. Li San, I'll walk you home. Unsurprisingly, Li Zhao refused again. Qi Can didn't take it to heart. Listen, I'm coming with you. Xiao Mingyuan couldn't help but look at Qi Can a few more times. He slowly understood. Qi Can had fallen for Miss Li. He should have guessed earlier. Last time something seemed off about his words. But Li Zhao remained completely calm. Brother Qi, in this world, I only listen to one man, my father. With that, she left. Qi Can stood motionless for a long time before coming to his senses. Miss Li seems to make a good point. After leaving the mansion, Qi Can didn't go home, but headed toward the Hanlin Academy. At the academy, after some inquiry, he learned that his future father-in-law had left work early and was now drinking tea at the Wuwei tea house across the street. In the evening, when Li's father returned home, he told Li Zhao about an interesting encounter while playing chess that day. He met an equally skilled opponent, a very polite young man who kept calling him Uncle Li, making him feel old. Li Zhao's mouth twitched involuntarily. This Qi Can was something else. She had merely said she only listened to her father, and he immediately went to win over her father. The next day, Li Zhao came as promised to give Xiao Mingyuan acupuncture treatment for detoxification, but today the man seemed a bit strange. He kept implying he didn't want to trouble Li Zhao. Li Zhao just pondered briefly. She understood the oddity. Her brother's situation was still unknown, which was worrying enough. This fool had learned of Qi Can's feelings and was trying to play matchmaker. Di Zhao stared intently at Xiao Mingyuan, growing increasingly angry, trying to match his wife with his friend. Only this fool could do such a thing. She then calmly took out an acupuncture needle and forcefully inserted it into his abdomen. Does it hurt? Xiao Mingyuan's eyelashes trembled. No! Di Zhao took out another needle. She thrust the entire needle in forcefully. Now it should hurt. Facing this dramatic scene, Chen Guangjin decisively closed the door and left. Let them fight it out, as long as he wasn't caught in the crossfire. Inside the room, Qi Can was furious. A man and woman alone together. It was scandalous. Worse still, this guy had an even better physique than him. Undressing like this must be to seduce his precious one. Li Zhao helplessly removed the needles from Xiao Mingyuan, completely speechless inside. How did Qi Can fall for her? Couldn't he change his mind? After Li Zhao left the room, Qi Can calmly looked at Xiao Mingyuan. When will your cold poison be completely cured? Xiao Mingyuan could sense the storm brewing in his friend's tone. After a moment, he held up 6 fingers. Qi Can frowned. 6 more days meant Xiao Mingyuan would need to undress 6 more times in front of Li Zhao. But knowing only she could cure his friend's poison, he had to suppress his displeasure. As long as he could be cured, fine. But then Xiao Mingyuan, after a pause, honestly said it would actually be 6 months. Qi Can exploded. Are you joking? Even 2 rocks left naked together for 6 months would get pregnant. Should I just wait to be the godfather? Seeing Qi Can's rage, Xiao Mingyuan sighed helplessly. He didn't know what to do either. Miss Li had said that without curing the cold poison, he wouldn't live past a year. After leaving the room, Qi Can confronted Li Zhao, But upon learning his friend would die if treatment stopped now, young master sure rubbed his nose. Forget I asked. Please continue treating Mingyuan. He silently sighed. 6 months it is. At least it was Xiao Mingyuan who had to undress. Thinking this way, his precious one wasn't at a disadvantage. If Li Zhao knew what he was thinking, she would definitely stab him twice. Not at a disadvantage? Is that how you calculate it? By noon, they all went to the dungeon to visit Xiao Mo. Though imprisoned, his tall figure remained straight and proud. Li Zhao suppressed her urge to call him Big Brother. But Xiao Mo merely glanced at Li Zhao before returning his attention to Xiao Mingyuan. Marquis, I have something to discuss with you privately. Li Zhao felt mixed emotions. She came specially to see her brother, yet he still kept her at arm's length. She then took out a small pouch and handed it over, saying it contained medicinal pills for health maintenance. Take them daily to avoid getting sick in this place. Xiao Mo finally reached out his hand. Thank you, Miss Li. Li Zhao couldn't help but smile. Seeing this, Chi-Can's foot twitched anxiously. This girl was so eager to please any man, yet remained indifferent to him. After the young lady left, Qiao Mo explained the situation. Shortly before the Qiao family fire, Qiao Fu had obtained the ledger showing Xing Wuyang's embezzlement of military funds. Father had him deliver it to a court tutor under the pretense of visiting friends. Soon after, the Qiao family suffered that fire. When Xiao Mo rushed into the fire to save people, except for his young sister, who had hidden in the back garden, there wasn't a single sound from the vast Xiao mansion. It seemed his parents had been silenced before the fire. If convenient, Marquis, please investigate the truth of the fire for the Qiao family. Even if the culprits aren't brought to justice, at least don't let the Qiao family die in confusion. Also, I hope the Marquis can raise Xiao Wan to adulthood. You need not keep your previous promise. Xiao Mingyuan was stunned, finally understanding Xiao and meant his vow to never marry. He replied solemnly, My resolve won't change. This is the only thing I can do for your wife now. I never protected her, never loved her, and was the worst husband in the world. How could I marry and have children after killing her with my own hands? It wasn't about atonement, because nothing would bring Xiao Zhao back to life. He just wanted to remain alone and pure. When they meet in the afterlife, she would be his only wife. Their ancestral tablet would need no space for anyone else. After Xiao Mingyuan left, Qiao Mo's gaze fell on a corner of the pouch. After one glance, he couldn't look away. He skillfully opened the familiar pouch. Besides a small bottle of pills, there was also a note. Qiao Mo's hands trembled as he opened it. The wise illuminate others with their own light. Signed Chu. This was his younger sister Qiao Zhao's style, also Miss Li's style. And Achu was his sister's childhood name. Qiao Mo suddenly stood up, wanted to call back Xiao Mingyuan, but the man was already gone. Qiao Mo sat back down with a blank expression, letting waves of shock wash over him. What did Miss Li mean by this? Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Qiao Mo tried swallowing one pill. The childhood bitterness instantly spread throughout his mouth. He recalled Li Zhao's childhood words. Big brother, I learned medicine making from Master Li, but it's too bitter. Others won't take it. Others might not dare, but as her big brother, he would. If mannerisms and handwriting could be imitated, how could these private memories between them be faked? The wise illuminate others with their own light. What was Miss Li trying to prove? Was she his little sister? Reincarnated? Could such an absurd thing really exist? He dared not believe in such possibilities, because if reality disappointed him, he would have to experience the heartbreak of losing his sister all over again. Back at Chunfeng Lu, they discussed how to rescue Qiao. Xiao Mingyuan proposed his plan first. He wanted to replace Xing Wuyang's position to reduce the emperor's reliance on him. His suggestion was immediately rejected by both. The emperor would never let Xiao Mingyuan become too powerful, and more importantly, his untreated illness meant he could only last a year at most. Shirkin was also excluded from the plan due to her identity as imperial princess. Currently, 3 people had the emperor's ear: Prime Minister Lan Shan, Eastern Depot Superintendent Wei Wuxia, and Jinling Guard Commander Jiang Tang. The first 2 were out of the question, leaving only Jiang Tang as their option. And Li Zhao happened to have leverage over Jiang Tang. Refusing others' company, Li Zhao chose to go alone to the Jingling Guard office. After all, she needed to discuss Jiang Tang's taboo matter. Fewer people would be better. The jingling guard office was surprised to see 13 again. After so long, the girl seemed even more spirited. However, by coincidence, she met Jiang Shiran, who came to play with 13. Enemies meeting face to face. Why are you here? Wait, what about your scar? Weren't you disfigured by me? Li Zhao had to explain she had scar-removing medicine. But Jiang Shiran's face darkened, refusing to listen. It seemed Li Zhao's injuries weren't serious. She had just exaggerated to ruin his reputation. And hurting him once wasn't enough. Now many people were spreading rumors that he was the one who beat up Chang Chuanbua at Bichuanlu. Jiang Shiran grew angrier and raised her hand to slap Li Zhao. Unexpectedly, 13 blocked it. This made things worse. You're blocking me for this woman? Do you like her? Have you forgotten we're getting married? At this moment, Jiang Shiran's noble lady temper flared up. Before Li Zhao could explain, I've never seen someone so fickle. My father warned me not to provoke you, saying you belong to the champion duke. You flirt with the duke without any betrothal, and now you're seducing my brother 13. As Jiang Shiran continued her endless slander, a crisp, slapping sound suddenly silenced everything. Not only was 13 stunned, but even the jingling guards outside were dumbfounded. This girl was too bold, daring to slap young Lady Jiang in jingling guard territory. Li Zhao couldn't tolerate it anymore. How could a lady from a good family say such vicious words? But unexpectedly, Jiang Shiran didn't continue confronting her. Instead, she looked at the unresponsive 13. Brother 13, you just watched her hit me? You have feelings for her, don't you? With that, she ran away, covering her face. After a moment's silence, 13 spoke. You should leave. Miss Li Zhao was surprised. In her memory, Jiang 13 always weighed pros and cons carefully. She never expected him to stand up for her at this moment. But Li Zhao was very confident that Commander Jiang wouldn't hold it against her. Why? 13 found the girl before him increasingly puzzling. I'd like to know why too. A rough voice came in. It was Jiang Shiran returning with Jiang Tang. Miss Li, can you tell me why you think you can hit my daughter and get away with it? Is it because of the Champion Duke's protection? His relationship with the Champion Duke was mutually beneficial, ultimately, for his daughter's future. If this relationship now caused his beloved daughter to be humiliated, then such a relationship wasn't worth maintaining. Commander, if you want to know what leverage I have, may we speak privately? After dismissing everyone else, Jiang Tang's expression turned severe. If Li Zhao couldn't provide a good explanation, the jingling guard office would surely face consequences today. Inside the office, facing Jiang Tang's pressure, Li Zhao began her performance. She knew why Jiang Tang had been tolerating her. It was all for Jiang Shiran's future, hoping the Champion Duke would look after her. After all, due to his health issues, he would soon have to step down from his current position. Hearing this, killing intent flashed in Jiang Tang's eyes. He had been gradually handing over duties to 13. People thought he was grooming a future son-in-law, but only he knew his health was deteriorating. The current emperor, in pursuit of immortality, had become obsessed and gathered famous Taoist priests to make elixirs in the palace. But those supposedly miraculous medicines were actually poisonous, and Jiang Tang was the emperor's elixir taster. Without removing the elixir poison in his body, the commander wouldn't live past 3 years. Hearing this, Jiang Tang's gaze turned cold, and the atmosphere became tense. After a long while, he finally relaxed. Why should I believe you? Even the best imperial physicians couldn't detect this. How can you guarantee you're not making this up? Li Zhao smiled gently. The imperial physicians wouldn't mention the poisoning because they don't dare. The emperor firmly believes in these elixirs, who would risk their life speaking against it. Commander, you experience pain 3 inches below your heart at dawn, causing breathing difficulties and disturbed sleep. Your legs spasm for about 15 minutes each night with no medical cure. Am I correct? Jiang Tang finally couldn't remain seated. While his morning exercises might be known to observant people, the night spasms were known only to himself. At this point, Jiang Tang reluctantly believed Li Zhao. Tell me what you want. Li Zhao then brought up the matter of rescuing her brother. After a moment, Jiang Tang agreed. After all, He'd rather look after his daughter himself than entrust her to others. Seeing Li Zhao leave, Jiang Shiran hurriedly asked her father why he let Li Zhao go so easily after she had hit her. Jiang Tang patiently educated Jiang Shiran that one should never offend a doctor, especially one with such extraordinary abilities. Jiang Tang acted faster than expected. Within 2 days, Qiao Mo was released from the imperial prison. Looking around and taking a deep breath of freedom, he didn't see the figure he expected. He returned to the mansion in silence. Learning that Li Zhao had worked hard to secure his release, Qiao Mo fell into silence. Though the prison stay had exhausted him physically and mentally, thinking of the items in the pouch made him eager to see that girl immediately. With this thought, the usually composed young Master Qiao couldn't wait a moment longer. "My lord, could you invite Miss Li to the mansion?" Xiao Mingyuan said there was no rush, as Li Zhao came daily to treat him. However, Qiao Mo wasn't the only excited one today. Li Zhao was also nervous about the upcoming reunion. She didn't know what awaited her when she met her brother. Since her rebirth, she had gambled on human nature countless times out of necessity. But only this time, she feared losing. Even Xiao Mingyuan couldn't help but observe the girl. Today's Miss Li seemed different. Unlike her previously calm and confident self, Xiao Mingyuan became lost in thought. "I don't do things I'm not sure about." Coming from this girl who always followed through, spending half a year with such a girl would indeed be dangerous. "She's here." The familiar voice made Li Zhao freeze. Qiao Mo appeared before her again, with Qiao Wan. They stood facing each other, both tacitly remaining silent. Madame Su sensed the strange atmosphere. Xiao Mingyuan simply took Qiao Wan away, giving them space to talk. "Come with me." Qiao Mo gave Li Zhao a deep look, leading the girl to a bamboo grove. The wise illuminate others with their own brightness. "I don't understand this phrase. Could Miss Li explain it to me?" Qiao Mo's tone was calm, making Li Zhao unable to guess his thoughts. "This phrase is the origin of my name. My grandfather hoped I would become such a person," Li Zhao replied, her voice beginning to tremble. "What about it, Chu?" Qiao Mo continued asking. "Grandmother gave me that name. She interpreted Zhao as the brightness of sun and moon, so she gave me the childhood name Chu. Miss Li, your medicine pills were indeed bitter. But while others wouldn't dare take them, Big Brother would, as long as they were made by sister." Qiao Mo stared steadily at the girl. At this moment, Li Zhao finally broke down. All her anxiety, pain, and torment found release. It seemed all her body's moisture rushed to her eyes as she hugged her brother and sobbed loudly. Qiao Mo gently patted her back, carefully holding this recovered treasure. Big Sister cried heartbrokenly, but wasn't her heart also in turmoil? She had so many questions to ask and so many things to tell her. But when thousands of words reached her lips, she couldn't speak any of them. What a silly girl. After her rebirth, Li Zhao had never been as happy as today. Recovering her lost blood relative made the girl's soul feel at peace. But seeing the tenderness and doting in Xiao Mo's eyes, she couldn't help but recall his previous cold words. Big Brother isn't as attentive as Grandfather Li. He recognized me early on. She knew she shouldn't complain, but couldn't help it. After all, he was her brother. Qiao Mo was too filled with joy to mind such small complaints. The siblings stared at each other intently, eventually breaking into silly smiles. Then Li Zhao told Qiao Mo everything that happened after her death. After hearing the story, the man felt waves of bitterness. But thankfully, heaven was fair, and with his sister's intelligence, she hadn't suffered too much. As the siblings were immersed in their reunion, a young girl forcefully entered their world. Qiao Wan stood in front of Qiao Mo, glaring angrily at Li Zhao. "What are you doing so close to my big brother?" She had seen from far away this bad woman not only approaching her brother, but also letting him pat her head. How thick-skinned. The touching scene of sibling reunion ended with the young sister's playful interruption. As they were about to leave, Qiao Mo suddenly turned back to Li Zhao. "The champion duke has a good temper, very different from his battlefield reputation. He seems to have an iron exterior, but a gentle heart. So what are sister's thoughts?" These words made Li Zhao blush deeply. "I haven't thought anything. Before brother, I'm Qiao Zhao, but before him, I'm Li Zhao." Scholar Qiao Mo smiled rarely. But what if he falls in love with Li Zhao? This question was too sudden. Li Zhao answered almost without thinking. "Then let him die. Li Zhao would never like him." Afterward, Qiao Mo shared his prison analysis with Li Zhao. Upon hearing that their relatives were likely killed before the fire, Li Zhao nearly ground her teeth to pieces. The emperor had temporarily suppressed that account book, so Form 5 Yang should be safe for now. Meanwhile, Qiao Mo had been specifically warned by the Jingling Guard not to move freely in the capital. Knowing Li Zhao's nature, Qiao Mo wouldn't tell her not to get involved. His sister wasn't a delicate flower. The murder of their family demanded vengeance. However, thinking about such a heavy burden on his sister alone made his heart bitter. After long consideration, Li Zhao planned to return home soon. While the capital wanted to maintain appearances, to get concrete evidence, she needed to go back to Feng. Hearing this, Qiao Mo strongly disagreed. Having just recovered his lost sister, how could he let her risk danger alone? I won't go alone. If I decide to go to Feng, I'll definitely go with reliable people. Meanwhile, Xiao Mingyuan watched their figures and fell into deep thought. He had sent people to investigate Miss Li's background. Although the intelligence wasn't detailed enough, the preliminary investigation's conclusions were puzzling. The Miss Li people described as antisocial seemed like a completely different person from the girl before him. His subordinates even found Li Zhao's old calligraphy samples. Seeing those writings, Xiao Mingyuan's feelings were complex. If Miss Li had been hiding her abilities all these years, how had she managed to hide them so well? And what exactly was hidden behind such concealment? Early the next morning, Xiao Mingyuan was sleepless again. The familiar pain tormented him all night. As Li Zhao's personal weather forecaster, he naturally had to fulfill his duty diligently to receive comfort. Go to Li Manor and tell Chen Guang it will rain today. Remember to bring rain gear when going out. Upon receiving the message, Chen Guang was excited. The general had finally learned to care for a girl. After the general's marriage, it would be his turn. Thinking of this happy prospect, he couldn't help but whistle. Today, Li Zhao went to the Great Buddha Temple to copy scriptures as usual. Unexpectedly, she met Princess Xinjin again. Actually, the ninth princess came specifically to thank her today. Last time in the heavy rain, she not only took Li Zhao's carriage, but also left with their only umbrella. Having recently recovered from her leg injury, she chose today to visit, knowing it was Li Zhao's scripture copying day. However, as they were talking, a cool breeze swept by, followed by a sudden downpour. You didn't bring an umbrella when leaving home? Won't you get soaked again? But Chen Guang smugly produced rain gear. You're amazing. Chen Guang actually prepared rain gear in advance. Li Zhao turned back to look at Chen Guang with interest. This couldn't have been Chen Guang's idea. This rough fellow was doing well just to not forget things. A figure flashed through her mind. Only that person could predict the weather so accurately. The heavy rain lasted for over an hour. The princess came in a hurry and had to leave in a hurry, as there was still a patient waiting for her care in the city. However, halfway through their journey, Chen Guang's expression suddenly changed drastically. Not good. Earthquake. Quick, get down and run with me. Chen Guang led Li Zhao and the others frantically up the mountain. After a while, they barely escaped the disaster area. But looking down the mountain, the area where Princess Xinjin had been was completely buried under the collapsed mountainside. At this moment, Chen Guang took something from his chest and aimed it at the sky. The next moment, a bright light shot up, bursting like fireworks. This was the Northern Army's special flare. Meanwhile, soldiers in the city who saw the signal brought this news to Xiao Mingyuan. Upon hearing this news, the man felt a pain in his heart. His first thought was of the girl who went to the Great Buddha Temple today, but he maintained a serious and calm expression. He then quickly led a group to depart. The muddy road slowed their speed considerably. Xiao Mingyuan could only desperately urge his horse to go faster and faster. Finally, Luoxia Mountain came into view, but what he saw made his heart freeze. Piles of mud and huge rocks blocked the mountain path. Among the mud and rocks, clothes and even body parts could be seen. At this moment, Xiao Mingyuan couldn't describe his feelings, so he numbly joined others in digging through the debris. General, we've found a young lady. At these words, Xiao Mingyuan instantly froze, but breathed a sigh of relief when he recognized the woman's clothes. He knew every life was precious, but he never wanted to see her being carried out from here. Meanwhile, in some endless darkness, the ninth princess was tightly protected under her guard's body. Through physical contact, she could tell the guard had been dead for a while. At this moment, she even felt resentful that the guard had let her live, leaving her to face this endless darkness and fear alone. She might even starve to death here. However, just as the girl was falling into despair, she heard the sound of rocks being moved above. Soon, a tall figure bringing a ray of light appeared before the girl's eyes. She recognized him as the champion Duke. Last time, in that heavy rain, it was also his appearance that had saved her from death in the wilderness. The girl didn't move, allowing the man to lift her from the mud. After successfully rescuing the 9th princess, was your highness traveling with Miss Li? Where was Miss Li's position relative to you? For some reason, Princess Jinjin didn't want to tell the truth, so she defiantly pointed to the mountain path below and said, Li Zhao fell down there. Xiao Mingyuan just gave a slight glance and knew the princess was lying. Chen Guang was trained by him personally. Even if the landslide was sudden, instinctively, Chen Guang wouldn't run downhill. Moreover, he had sent out a distress signal. Frowning, he ordered his guards to escort the princess back to the palace. Hearing this, Princess Jinjin's eyes flashed with a strange light. Pointing to a hillside, she said, At that time, Miss Li's coachman took her in that direction. As for where they went afterward, I don't know. The man calmly nodded, then leaped forward, quickly disappearing in the direction she pointed. Because it had just rained, the footprints were still clearly visible. Xiao Mingyuan successfully found tracks left by one man and 2 women. Only then did he finally breathe a long sigh of relief. Following the footprints, before long, he saw that familiar figure in the mountain stream. Upon hearing those footsteps, Li Zhao murmured Xiao Mingyuan's name. Her eyes began to sting involuntarily. In such a moment of despair and helplessness, Xiao Mingyuan's appearance undoubtedly lit up the light in Li Zhao's heart. At this moment, she knew she could no longer dislike this fellow. From their conversation, it was revealed that Bing Lu had accidentally fallen into the mountain stream. Chen Guang fell in trying to save him. Li Zhao had searched for a long time, but couldn't find any trace of them. Please turn around, Miss Li. Li Zhao turned her back. Xiao Mingyuan quickly stripped down and dove into the cold lake water. Only then did Li Zhao suddenly realize, was this man trying to get himself killed? The mountain stream water was already bone-chilling, and he hadn't received his acupuncture today. This could easily cost him half his life. Moments later, Xiao Mingyuan surfaced. There were no traces of the two in the muddy bottom. They must have been carried away by the current, which gave some hope they might still be alive. But Li Zhao was suppressing her anger, though she had the urge to kick the man to death. She had put so much effort into treating his illness, yet this person showed absolutely no regard for his own life. Then they returned to the shore. Li Zhao pointed to an open space, gesturing for the man to go there. If he didn't receive treatment immediately, Xiao Mingyuan might not even survive the day. Hearing this, Xiao Mingyuan could only sit obediently, waiting for Dr. Li. However, just as the young woman reached for her waist, her expression suddenly changed. Bad news, her medical pouch was missing. Because Xiao Mingyuan had damaged his own body, they had to find a place to stay first. At this time, the sky began drizzling again. Xiao Mingyuan was still being stubborn, ignoring the young woman's refusal and forcefully carrying Li Zhao in his arms. Young general, your physical condition is very poor. You won't last long at all. It was then that Li Zhao saw the man's true nature, usually wearing the facade of a gentle, noble young master. But when real trouble came, even if he was barely conscious, there was still an unyielding determination in his bones. General Xiao, this counts as intimate contact, doesn't it? Are you planning to marry me? After saying this, Li Zhao clearly felt the man's body stiffen. Then he spoke quietly, saying if that were the case, he would have to marry hundreds of women. During the Northern Emperor's time, how many fragile women were harmed? He had saved more than hundreds of women, even covering the bodies of those who had been brutally violated. Hearing this, Li Zhao lowered her head and bit his shoulder hard, saying he should go marry those women then. But after biting him, she immediately regained her senses, and her face flushed red. It was all because this man insisted on carrying her in the rain. She believed that when there was no choice, no etiquette was more important than human life. After what seemed like forever, they finally found an abandoned house halfway up the mountain. By now, Li Zhao could clearly feel that Xiao Mingyuan couldn't hold on anymore. As soon as they entered the room, the man closed his eyes and weakly grabbed Li Zhao's hand. Li Zhao was startled by the man's action. Did one need to hold someone's hand to sleep? It's raining outside. Don't go out, he said, then fell completely silent. Only then did Li Zhao understand Xiao Mingyuan's meaning. He was afraid she would go out to gather herbs while he slept. And indeed, that had been her intention, because without finding suitable herbs, this man would be beyond saving. She tried to pull her hand away, but the previously silent man suddenly gripped it tightly. In the darkness, the young woman reached out to feel the man's forehead. The alarming heat startled her. Suddenly, the man pressed his cheek against Li Zhao's hand, mumbling that he was cold. Li Zhao sighed, steeling herself as she forcefully pulled her hand away to remove his clothes. The cold poison was acting up. If he stayed in wet clothes, it would be fatal. In this life-or-death moment, Li Zhao couldn't care about taboos anymore. She stripped the man completely naked, not even leaving his underwear. Then she gathered some dry straw and covered his body with it. Outside, the rain continued falling. The cold mountain wind made Li Zhao shiver involuntarily. She searched in the rain through the forest for a long time. Finally, she found useful herbs under a tree. Wiping the rain from her face, she happily walked back to the broken house. Just as she was about to return to the broken house, she slipped and felt a piercing pain. After resting for a while, she finally got up again. The broken house was still dark inside. She carefully brought the herbs to the man's lips, but the herbal juice just flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Li Zhao hesitated, then simply put all the remaining herbs in her own mouth. Then she bent down and pressed her lips to his burning ones, passing the medicine to him one mouthful at a time. She refused to let this bastard die. After a long while, Li Zhao limped to one side and began removing her rain-soaked clothes. Although she knew he was unconscious, she still couldn't overcome a woman's natural shyness. After collecting herself, she walked back. She didn't know if the man could pull through. Everything was up to fate now. Suddenly, a strong force pulled her. Li Zhao was yanked over. Xiao Mingyuan roughly pulled the young woman into his arms. Before she could react, he treated her like a blanket and pulled her on top of himself. Li Zhao lay on top of the man for quite a while, clearly feeling his convulsive trembling. Finally, she just sighed softly. She didn't want Xiao Mingyuan to die here either. Since she wasn't planning to marry in this life anyway, she wouldn't be wronging anyone. She put her arms around the man's waist, and they stayed like that until the first light filtered through the house. Without the protection of darkness, Li Zhao felt extremely awkward. She carefully freed herself from the man's embrace and limped to put on her dried clothes. "Miss Li, are you injured?" Xiao Mingyuan had awakened, though his hoarse voice startled even himself. Looking around, he found himself lying naked in the straw pile. He looked at Li Zhao almost in disbelief. By then, the young woman had already turned her back, but through the dim light, he could see her long neck was flushed red. Afterward, they tacitly agreed not to mention the matter again. After a night's rest, and the herbs Li Zhao had fed him mouth to mouth, Xiao Mingyuan's condition had improved. But doubts lingered in his mind. Miss Li had twigs and grass in her hair, yet her clothes were clean, and there were clearly herb residues at the corner of her mouth. What exactly happened last night? At Luoxia Mountain, Li Guangwen stared blankly at the muddy, stone-covered path. His eyes gradually reddened. Then, without a word, he joined the team, clearing the debris. "Father, don't worry too much about third sister. Heaven protects good people." Li Hui helped his mud-covered father up. The two wanted to help clear the road faster, but unfortunately, both father and son were scholarly men with no physical strength. Two more bodies were excavated, 2 young women. Soldiers' shouts came from nearby. The villagers who came looking for their relatives crowded around. After being buried overnight, the bodies were badly deformed. They could only be identified by their clothes and hair ornaments as an unmarried woman and her maid. Li's father's face changed drastically, his legs nearly giving out. Just then, the sound of hoofbeats approached from afar. Seeing Li's father standing there with a blank stare, Chi-Kan panicked. Could something have happened to Li 3? These days, Chi-Kan often came to play chess with Li's father, and they had developed a close relationship. Seeing Chi-Kan, Li's father's eyes welled up, and he pointed at the bodies, trembling too much to speak. Seeing this, Chi-Kan's face changed completely, and he stepped back to steady himself. But the next moment, he quickly walked toward the bodies. He refused to believe it was Li Zhao. He went forward to examine carefully, then wiped away the blood and dirt from between the female corpse's eyebrows. Then he closed his eyes and let out a long breath. This wasn't her. This wasn't Li Zhao. Li Zhao had a red mole between her eyebrows. At this point, Li's father also began laughing foolishly. Suddenly, he found this young man very pleasing to the eye. If Zhao Zhao could return safely, as long as he liked her, he as a father wouldn't stand in their way. Watching Qi Can's respectful, puppy-like behavior toward Li's father, Zhu Wu couldn't contain his curiosity. What's going on between you and Li Xiao? Have you talked things through with the princess? As expected of Zhu Wu, compared to young heir's frivolity, he was much more composed. Qi Can was stunned. It wasn't that he had explained things, he just subconsciously didn't want to think about it. But he had made up his mind. He would make his mother understand his feelings no matter what. Zhu Wu didn't say anything more, just gently patted Qi Can's shoulder in comfort. Looking at the devastated mountain path, Qi Can's worries rose again. You must return safely, you silly girl. Just then, a figure climbed down from the distant cliff. In an instant, he appeared before them. It was Xiao Mingyuan, who had taken advantage of Li Zhao while unconscious. This morning, he had already taken Miss Li back to the Great Buddha Temple. With the help of the temple monk's silver needles, he was finally able to come down the mountain to report. After these 2 days, Xiao Mingyuan truly realized the importance of the poetry sessions. Once interrupted, he was practically half dead. However, he was still confused about last night's events. His instinct told him something important had happened, but his high fever had left him unable to remember anything. After informing his friends about Li Zhao's situation, he needed to return to the Great Buddha Temple. Qi Can finally felt relieved. I don't care about others. Just take good care of Li 3 for me. Miss Li had asked him to inform her family of her safety. Now that Qi Can was here, it seemed unnecessary. Then surprisingly, 13 also approached Xiao Mingyuan. The Grand Commander was very concerned about Miss Li's safety, wondering if she was injured or needed anything, saying to just ask. Xiao Mingyuan's eyes shifted, wondering what deal Li Zhao had made with Jiang Tang that day to make the Grand Commander so concerned about her safety. I haven't seen Miss Li yet. When I go back up the mountain, I'll relay the message. The matter of the undergarments in the broken house would remain his secret forever. After Jiang 13 left, Yang Heir scratched his head in confusion, not understanding how Li Zhao got involved with the Jinming Guard. They must have eaten too much, Qi Can replied coldly. Later, Xiao Mingyuan made a special trip back to the Marquis's mansion to report the news to Qiao Mu, who couldn't leave the capital. The next day, before departing, Qi Can mysteriously approached Xiao Mingyuan and handed him a letter to give to Li Zhao. Unexpectedly, this dog refused. With rescue troops everywhere at the foot of Luoxia Mountain, if the letter was lost by accident, Qi Can would be disgraced forever. After slight hesitation, Qi Can put away the letter and steeled himself. I won't say much else. Just tell her to take good care of herself. I'll work hard these 2 years, and after my succession, I'll properly marry her and bring her home. Hearing this, Xiao Mingyuan suddenly froze in place. This iron-headed fool, Xiao Mingyuan, actually delivered Qi Can's heartfelt confession to Li Zhao word for word. Hearing this, the young woman's face instantly turned cold. Proper marriage? Should I be deeply moved now and thank this thoughtful matchmaker? The young woman's icy gaze made the man uncomfortable. He was just delivering a message, with no intention of matchmaking. But Miss Li was clearly angry. Faced with the man's indifference, Li Zhao raised an eyebrow. Very well. You don't even realize your mistake. General Xiao, take off your clothes. After I finish the acupuncture, I'm returning to Enling, this dog. She had used him as a blanket all night, and now he was happily telling her another man wanted to marry her, looking completely pleased about it. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. So she transformed into a merciless acupuncturist and viciously stuck the needles into his six-pack abs. The man grimaced in pain, but forced himself not to make a sound. Miss Li looked so scary today. After the acupuncture, Li Zhao asked about news of Binglu and Chengwang. Seeing Li Zhao ask about important matters, Xiao Mingyuan secretly sighed in relief. He had sent people to look for the two, but there were no leads yet. Since Shuang didn't receive male guests, fearing Li Zhao might face danger again, Xiao Mingyuan took something from his sleeve and gave it to Li Zhao. Even with her vast knowledge, she couldn't identify what it was. This is called a gu flute, made from the throat bone of a northern wild beast. Miss Lee, please carry this with you. If you encounter any danger, blow it. From Shuang into the Great Buddha Temple, I'll be able to hear it. Holding the small, jade-like gu flute, Li Zhao said, even if General Xiao can hear it, it wouldn't be convenient for you to come. Shuang and doesn't allow secular men to approach. Xiao Mingyuan replied seriously, rules are dead, people are alive. In the face of danger, no rules matter. Li Zhao returned while feeling the gu flute. Shuang was pleased to hear about Xiao Mingyuan, though in this quiet temple, she probably wouldn't need to use the flute. The mountain was peaceful, time flowing gently like water. After several days, Li Zhao's foot injury had improved considerably. She could now go to the Great Buddha Temple by herself to help Xiao Mingyuan with acupuncture. Through these visits, she became familiar with the young master, Dao Hixianjing. That day, the adorably naive young master asked Li Zhao why the lady in green who often brought him snacks hadn't come. Mentioning Binglu, Li Zhao couldn't help but worry. After several days, they still hadn't found any trace of the two. Seeing Li Zhao's expression, the young master's face also grew sad. I haven't told that sister that the wafer candy she brought me last time was delicious. I don't mind her laughing at my missing front teeth. I don't want her to die. Seeing this, Li Zhao quickly explained that they just hadn't heard from Binglu temporarily, and that he had a young general accompanying him. This finally made the young monk smile. After saying goodbye to the young master, Li Zhao returned to Shuang and along the mountain path. Shuang was positioned higher than the Great Buddha Temple, but occupied much less space. The entire nunnery was hidden among the lush greenery. But today, Shuang was unusually quiet. Although the nuns should be taking their afternoon rest at this time, Li Zhao felt increasingly uneasy as she walked. It was as if she had become prey, being secretly watched by a patient hunter, gradually walking into a trap. The young woman's steps gradually slowed. Her peripheral vision caught sight of a man's footprint in a flower bed. Li Zhao's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. Just as she turned to run, 20 feet behind her, a burly man dressed as a hunter was staring at her coldly. His closed eyes were more terrifying than those of a wild beast. Li Zhao instinctively blew the gu flute. Then, lifting her skirts, she turned and ran, screaming for help at the top of her lungs. However, Shuang remained eerily quiet, without any response. The entire temple seemed to have fallen into deathly silence. By now, Li Zhao's heart had sunk to the bottom. Master Wumei and the other nuns were likely in grave danger. She dared not think further, as the footsteps behind her were getting closer. The man wasn't rushing, instead letting the young woman struggle like someone toying with a cat or dog, until the young woman fell exhausted to the ground. Only then did Li Zhao clearly see the man's appearance. With his hoarse voice and ordinary looks, if not for his fierce expression, he would have appeared to be just an honest, ordinary citizen. What an interesting little lady. The wait wasn't wasted. Were you waiting for me? Li Zhao was shocked that the man had specifically been waiting for her. Yes, waiting for you. Otherwise, how would we handle it if you discovered this early and warned others? Once I deal with you now, this won't be discovered until tomorrow at least. After speaking, the man grabbed Li Zhao's throat. The suffocation immediately made it difficult for the young woman to breathe, her fair and pretty face turning red. Tears involuntarily flowed from her eyes. At this moment, Li Zhao suddenly realized that this person wanted to take her life right now. The young woman struggled with all her might. She had just reunited with her brother and didn't want to die here. She hadn't yet found the enemies who killed her parents. How could she easily give up her life? You will come here soon. These few words used up all of Li Zhao's strength. Hearing this, the man's grip loosened, wanting to hear the young woman's last words clearly. Li Zhao gasped for fresh air. She showed a meaningful smile. Did you think I blew that flute for fun? Someone will come to save me soon. These words indeed made the man pause. In that moment, Li Zhao seized the opportunity and kicked hard at the man's weak spot. Although the villain had considerable martial arts skills, he hadn't expected his seemingly helpless prey to fight back. His momentary lapse allowed the young woman to succeed. Even a man made of iron would double over in pain when kicked in the groin. Seizing the chance, she turned and ran. She knew clearly that if caught again, death would be certain. In her heart, she urgently wondered when Xiao Mingyuan would arrive. Meanwhile, while drinking tea with the grand champion, he faintly heard a brief flute sound. The next moment, he almost jumped from his seat, shuaing and remained deathly quiet. The man's angry voice came like a curse, instantly closing in on Li Zhao, who had tried to escape. "You bitch! I'll make you wish you were dead. This little girl's methods are too vicious. That kick almost made me unable to have children." Li Zhao continued her desperate resistance. "I injured you there. If not treated promptly, you'll only be fit to be a eunuch. Let me go, and I can heal your wound." Although Li Zhao was clever, she didn't understand men well enough. She didn't know how great an insult those words were to a man. Hearing this, the man's eyes instantly turned blood red. He tore Li Zhao's sleeve, snarling, "You know quite a lot, you bitch. Let me show you whether I'm a eunuch or not." As the man drew closer, Li Zhao anxiously bit her lips until they bled, tightly gripping a hairpin. She had already experienced this man's capabilities. Stabbing him with the hairpin would only enrage him further. This hairpin was meant for herself and also for Xiao Mingyuan. If he didn't come soon, she wouldn't wait any longer. By now, the grand champion had rushed over, and one glance at the scene made his eyes blaze with fury. Without hesitation, he drew the dagger from his leg and threw it at the man's temple. Li Zhao gripped her hairpin tightly. If the man made any move, she would immediately use it to protect her honor. The next moment, a blood mist filled the air, thick blood spraying onto the young woman's face. Li Zhao suddenly released the hairpin. As the man was about to fall on her, she burst out with surprising strength. "Get away from me!" After violently pushing the corpse aside, she felt a strong surge of nausea. Xiao Mingyuan's tall figure approached, blocking the harsh sunlight for her. He bent down to gently inquire about her condition. The next moment, Li Zhao threw herself into his arms. The instant she did so, Xiao Mingyuan noticed a strange sense of familiarity. But seeing her trembling softly, he couldn't think about it further and directly lifted her in his arms. Only then did Li Zhao calm down. Feeling embarrassed about her moment of weakness, she said, "Xiao Mingyuan, couldn't you have aimed somewhere else?" Afterward, Xiao Mingyuan took Li Zhao to clean off the blood. Then, remembering the silence at the nunnery, she hurriedly asked Xiao Mingyuan to check on the nun's condition. Before she could finish speaking, he skillfully picked her up again, saying it wouldn't be appropriate for him, a man, to enter a nunnery of women alone. They hurriedly went to Master Wumei's room, but were surprised to find it empty. They then went to Master Jingshi's quarters, finding it similarly empty. Li Zhao looked around carefully, feeling something was amiss. As her gaze swept across the floor, she noticed a faint drag mark. Li Zhao's eyes narrowed. Master Wumei was very clean, and Master Jingshi was equally meticulous. Such drag marks wouldn't normally appear. Following the marks to the wardrobe, she gently pulled the handle. A curled-up figure fell out onto the floor. Master Jingshi, hands bound behind her back, eyes tightly closed. The young woman nearly jumped 2 meters high in fright. After recovering, she carefully checked the master's condition. Fortunately, she was only unconscious. "Something's wrong," Xiao Mingyuan said, his voice particularly careful as if afraid of frightening her. "I checked the other rooms. The nuns are all dead, their throats slit while they were in bed." The situation became more mysterious. Master Wumei had vanished, and all other nuns had their throats cut. Most strange was Master Jingshi. There was a bloodline on her neck, but it was only a shallow wound. As if sharing the same thought, just as Li Zhao was about to ask if there might be another culprit, Xiao Mingyuan shared his analysis. Judging from the wounds on the other nuns' necks, they were made by the same person who wounded Master Jingshi. Hearing this, Li Zhao's confusion deepened, wondering why the killer had spared only Jingshi. She took out her silver needles and inserted one into Jingshi's Baihui point, hoping to wake her. Soon after, Jingshi opened her eyes, but the confusion in them disappointed Li Zhao greatly. The master had only been caring for Master Wumei as usual and had no memory of what happened afterward. By then, monks from the Great Buddha Temple had arrived and asked about the headless villain outside. Xiao Mingyuan calmly explained that in his urgency to save someone, he hadn't controlled his strength. He added that if it happened again, he would kill that person without hesitation. He couldn't risk Miss Li's honor and life. Moments later, after the monks finished searching, they found no trace of Master Wumei. throughout Shuaingen. However, this was somewhat good news, suggesting there was a good chance the master was still alive. Later, they went to Master Wumei's living quarters. The usually spotless bedroom was in complete disarray, clearly having been searched through. The intruder was apparently looking for something in Master's possession. From the looks of it, they hadn't found it and, worried about spending too much time there, had taken Master Wumei with them. Seeing this, the two exchanged glances and simultaneously concluded there were at least two culprits, one who fled with Master Wumei, and another who waited in hiding to silence Li Zhao. Can you two benefactors perhaps analyze where the other culprit might have taken the master? Li Zhao was about to speak, but saw Xiao Mingyuan wink at her, so she swallowed her words. Later, outside, Xiao Mingyuan revealed that while examining the dead culprit, he'd found poison hidden in his teeth. This person was likely some kind of death guard. In my opinion, he wasn't a qualified death guard. He probably pretended to be a mountain dweller for so long that he forgot his true identity. A qualified death guard would never be distracted by external matters. Yet we saw this man attempt to assault a young woman. Hearing this, Li Zhao's face flushed red. Perhaps it wasn't that the man was unqualified, but that her provocation had been too extreme. What man could tolerate being kicked and called a eunuch? Thinking of this, she glanced at Xiao Mingyuan, remembering Chen Guang had told her the champion marquis was also useless. Li Zhao's gaze made Xiao Mingyuan instinctively step back. He felt her look was strange and wondered if he had misunderstood something. Does the young general think the Great Buddha Temple is unsafe? At this point, Li Zhao remembered his earlier hint. But this presumptuous man said matter-of-factly, "It's not that the Great Buddha Temple is unsafe. Until this matter is resolved, nowhere is safer than by my side." Li Zhao's mouth twitched. This man was becoming increasingly thick-skinned. Originally, Xiao Mingyuan hadn't meant anything by it, but the young woman's reaction made him feel extremely awkward. Now, with the mountain paths blocked, the Great Buddha Temple and Shuaing were isolated. The culprit might not have gone far. At this point, Li Zhao remembered something. Earlier, while chatting with Master Xianjing, she had learned casually there was another route from the Great Buddha Temple to Shuaing, and though it had been abandoned for years, with half the bridge collapsed. By now, Xiao Mingyuan noticed that although the young woman before him maintained a calm expression, there was an undeniable terror flowing in the depths of her eyes. He had seen such looks too many times in the northern market, so even such a strong girl could be afraid. At this moment, the softest corner of Xiao Mingyuan's heart seemed to be touched. He felt both heartache and bitterness. He even had an impulse to take the young woman into his arms and shelter her from harm. He shook his head to clear these absurd thoughts. Afterward, they found Master Xianjing together and learned the direction of the shortcut from him. At the broken bridge's edge, it was clear that the break was recent, having been cut again shortly after being repaired. It now appeared that the other culprit had indeed left. Moreover, Xiao Mingyuan found the master's prayer beads on the broken bridge. The clues now pointed to those few households in the deep mountains. But after they reported these clues to the Great Buddha Temple, Li Zhao still felt something was wrong. She believed the culprits likely hadn't used the broken bridge. It was probably a smokescreen. Based on the situation at Shuaingen, they hadn't found what they were looking for. General Xiao, I think the culprits might be hiding within the Great Buddha Temple. The earlier culprit specifically waited for my return, meaning he knew my schedule, and he didn't act before I tested the needles on you, as that would have aroused your suspicion. He could only silence me after I finished testing, to delay discovery until the next day. How could an outsider know these details so precisely? Through Li Zhao's inquiries, they learned that the two masters had no enemies and hadn't left the mountain in 20 years. Only Jingxi had saved a starving person a few years ago. Meanwhile, elsewhere, two monks returned with two bound prisoners. They had been found in a mountain hunter's home, along with floor plans of the Great Buddha Temple and Shuaingen. The young woman was indignant at the monk's attitude. "You bald rabbits! I've told you I'm a maid from the third miss of Li Xiozhuan's household, and that's her carriage driver. We didn't kill anyone, and I know your master Xianjing very well." However, Bing Lu's words didn't improve their situation. Zhu Shi simply turned back to instruct the monks to fetch Li Zhao, then ignored the pair. Seeing this situation, Bing Lu became increasingly anxious. Chun Guang was severely injured protecting him and had fallen unconscious. Zhang Yang had just started to recover after several days, only to be dragged here when these monks broke down their door. "Benefactor, you should first prove your innocence," a middle-aged monk said sternly, clearly treating them as murderers. "If you continue with your clever words, we'll have to send you to the disciplinary hall." The old monk's words nearly made Bing Lu faint with anger. He wasn't even a monk of the great Buddha temple. Why should he be subject to their discipline? Because Master Wu Mei is missing and all the nuns at Shuang and have been killed. When Yin Bing Lu coldly smiled and continued mocking the monk. "The great Buddha temple is so close to Shuang, yet you couldn't protect them. Unable to find the real culprits, you're just making us scapegoats." Bing Lu's words made the monk's face turn ashen, and he raised his hand to take them to the disciplinary temple. Just then, Li Zhao and Xiao Mingyuan finally arrived, intending to check on Chen Guang's condition. However, they were stopped by the monk. "Benefactor, best not to act rashly. These two are likely the suspects." Li Zhao's face immediately turned cold. "Whether they're suspects or not, are you monks really going to obstruct us when someone's life is at stake?" The middle-aged monk coldly smiled. "These suspects claim to be your maid and carriage driver. Perhaps you can explain this to us?" It all seemed too coincidental. Shuang was massacred, Master Wu Mei's fate unknown, and they happened to find Li Zhao's servants in the deep mountains. The monks couldn't help but suspect Li Zhao. Monks should be compassionate. "Whatever doubts you have, let Miss Li save the person first," Xiao Mingyuan said with a dark expression. After all, Chen Guang was like a brother to him. "Does the benefactor also wish to interfere in Great Buddha Temple's affairs?" The middle-aged monk persisted. Xiao Mingyuan stared at him steadily. "You're wrong, master. This is actually Shuang-An's affair. Even if Shuang-An and Great Buddha Temple are connected, he won't let a mere monk lead him by the nose. One's a monastery, one's a nunnery. Who dares say they're the same?" After convincing the monks, they brought Chen Guang back to the room. However, his condition wasn't optimistic. After several days, the wounds on his back had become infected. Fortunately, such external injuries weren't a major problem for Li Zhao. After treating him, she asked about what happened to them. It turned out that after Bing Lu slipped that day, he lost consciousness. When he woke up, they were both lying by the riverside, and that's when Chen Guang injured his back. Later, Chen Guang led him to find an old house. The hunter kindly took them in, and they stayed there to recover quietly. Until this morning, when the hunter went out and never returned. Instead, a group of monks came, calling them murderers, refusing to believe any of their explanations. "Was there anything unusual about the hunter?" Xiao Mingyuan asked. After thinking for a while, Bing Lu had a revelation. Chen Guang had specifically warned him that the hunter was skilled in martial arts and told Bing Lu not to leave his side. Hearing this, Li Zhao and Xiao Mingyuan exchanged glances. It must have been the villain Xiao Mingyuan killed earlier. During these days with the hunter, did he meet anyone? The hunter went out every day, always returning with rabbits and wild chickens. At this point, Bing Lu's mouth watered, remembering how delicious the chicken soup was. On the second day after they arrived, someone wearing a bamboo hat came to see the hunter. Hearing this, Li Zhao frowned. It hadn't rained that day, and the old house was deep in the mountains. There was no need for a hat to meet an accomplice. It would only make them more conspicuous. Then Li Zhao suddenly understood, unless it was to hide a more obvious feature, like a shiny bald head. At this time, Li Zhao was completely unaware of the approaching danger, still happily strolling with Xiao Mingyuan under the moonlight. Although she knew the master had something the villains wanted, making them temporarily safe, the consequences would be unthinkable if the enemy became desperate. Xiao Mingyuan raised his hand to comfort the young woman, but ultimately withdrew it due to their status. "How about I get you something to eat?" In the northern market, a hot meal was the best comfort. Half an hour later, Xiao Mingyuan tore off a sizzling, oily chicken leg and handed it to the young woman. Li Zhao felt embarrassed, not expecting him to be so casual about killing and eating meat in this Buddhist holy place. Under the moonlight, the young general smiled slightly. "The Buddhist holy place is inside. This is just a bamboo grove in the mountains. But such a tempting aroma surely won't escape the notice of the two masters protecting Jingxi next door." However, Xiao Mingyuan suddenly became serious. "Eating meat builds strength and nourishes the body. The high monks, with their compassionate hearts, will surely understand. Xiao Mingyuan's cooking skills were quite good. After eating the entire chicken leg, Li Zhao's mood improved considerably. She skillfully disposed of the wild chicken's remains. Afterward, they returned to their quarters together, only to find chaos erupting outside the room. Dozens of monks had surrounded Xiao Mingyuan's residence. "Please come with us to the temple, Lord," the lead monk said, barely containing his grief. The temple's head monk had just been killed in his room. So the two, surrounded by monks, entered the great Buddha temple once again. As soon as they entered, the lead monk commanded, "Fellow disciples, bind the murderer of our head monk." Only then did Xiao Mingyuan realize that these monks suspected him of being the killer. He quickly protected the young woman behind him. "We were outside the temple the whole time. How could we be involved in this?" He knew that in such situations, one must remain calm. "I suspected you from the beginning, but our master was too tolerant and wouldn't believe it," the lead monk said emotionally. "Everything was peaceful before you arrived. Then all these incidents happened. Plus, Li Zhao lived at Shuangyan and knows the layout well, and the nuns' daily routines." Xiao Mingyuan frequently met with Li Zhao in the temple. It would have been too easy to commit murder quietly. "What about that criminal then?" Li Zhao couldn't help but counter. "These monks are just making baseless accusations without any evidence. That was just a scapegoat you found. How else would you explain the temple layout map found in your maid and driver's room?" Then they brought out a monk who testified that after succeeding, the killer fled toward their quarters. "From the head monk's death until we arrived, it wasn't even time for a cup of tea. Who else but the Lord could have such skill?" Hearing this, Xiao Mingyuan smiled. "Speaking of killing, I did kill something earlier, but it was just a wild chicken." Li Zhao felt relieved that he hadn't implicated her. But unexpectedly, he smiled at her and said they had eaten it together. Li Zhao was speechless. Did this man have any sense of sacrifice, admitting to eating meat outside the temple in front of all these monks? "I buried the chicken bones in the bamboo grove. They should still be warm. Besides, the two monks guarding Master Jingxi were there too." The two monks were quite embarrassed. They had been sleeping, but the aroma of roasted chicken was so tempting they couldn't concentrate on their prayers. The farce ended there. This would be a sleepless night for the monks of the great Buddha temple. With the abbot's permission, Xiao Mingyuan went to examine the head monk's body. After a moment, he reached a conclusion. The killer must be a temple monk. The head monk was found facing away from the door, meaning he was attacked from behind. Only someone he trusted enough to turn his back to, certainly a temple monk, could have done this. Soon after, deep bell tolls echoed through the great Buddha temple, audible even in the capital. After all monks gathered in the main hall, the lead monk returned from searching the disciples' quarters. "Let's hear from Miss Li's driver and maid. You claim the killer is one of our monks, yet we've found nothing unusual. Your two servants are quite suspicious. Even if they're not the killers, they must be connected." Li Zhao remained calm, but her words caused a stir. "Indeed, there is a connection. My maid saw the killer's accomplice." Before anyone could react, a monk brought news that Master Wumei had been found. According to Bing Lu's description, though wearing a bamboo hat, the person was rather small and thin. They must have joined the monastery later in life and had duties allowing them to leave without suspicion. Most importantly, they specifically spared Master Jingxi. Master Wumei was found in the granary. The other killer was Kong Yun, who managed the storehouse. This small monk met all the conditions and had once received kindness from Jingxi. However, when the abbot ordered others to seize Kong Yun, he silently bit into a hidden poison pill. At that moment, he deeply regretted showing mercy due to past kindness. If he had killed Jingxi, his plan would have been perfect. When Li Zhao saw Wu Mei again, though weak, the master's gaze remained as calm as ever. "Were you frightened?" The master's voice was still gentle and warm. Facing the master, Li Zhao admitted honestly that she still clearly remembered the chilling feeling of being stalked and the helpless despair of being pinned down by the villain. "I know you have many questions, but some things aren't for you to know. When you leave the mountain, forget everything that happened here." Now that Shuang only had Wu Mei left, there wasn't much point in staying. She decided to travel the world instead, but never mentioned a word about what the villains were searching for. Finally, she gave those beads to Li Zhao as a memento. After bidding farewell to the master, Li Zhao shared their conversation with Xiao Mingyuan. This incident was just the beginning. The hunter and monk Kong Yun had laid low for so many years, yet the forces behind them hadn't obtained what they sought. How could they simply give up now? Li Zhao understood this logic well. However, given Master Wu Mei's status and position, if she didn't want to speak, no one could force her to. The matter concluded with Master Wu Mei's silence. The next day, Xiao Mingyuan sought out Li Zhao again. He had received a pigeon message from his subordinates last night, confirming that the matter he had asked them to investigate indeed had strange aspects. As mentioned before, Wu Mei had left the mountain once 20 years ago. That year, two major events occurred. The first involved General Jing Yuan of the Northern Campaign, who was executed along with his entire family for alleged treason. The second was Prince Su's rebellion that year. Vague records referred to that 3-month rebellion as the Lingnan Rebellion. The trail ended there. Several days later, the road from Great Buddha Temple to the capital was finally cleared. Worried about her family, Li Zhao decided to leave first with Bing Lu, leaving the unfortunate young driver with Xiao Mingyuan. On the street, Li Guangwen watched expectantly as his daughter approached, imagining she would run into his arms crying. Instead, without even calling him father, she was immediately pulled into the carriage by his wife. Li's father was nearly furious at his foolish wife. How could such a touching scene be handled so carelessly? He unhappily watched the carriage disappear into the distance. Yang Er looked at Qi Kan in confusion, asking why he didn't go up to greet them. The peacock gave him a massive eye roll. Was that really a family situation he could just insert himself into? He might be rash, but he wasn't stupid. Going up at that moment would definitely have earned him a scolding from Li Zhao. Then why do you come wait here every day just to catch this one glimpse? Young master, when Yin Qi turned away gracefully. Isn't this glimpse enough? Knowing she's safe lets me drink in peace. Let's go get a drink. On the way back to the mansion, Madam, he cried and complained, whose daughter could be so troublesome? This daughter of hers gave her endless worry. Li Zhao, moved by the concern in her mother's eyes, obediently admitted her fault and promised not to cause more trouble. At this point, Li Guangwen coughed twice, reminding Li Zhao not to focus only on her foolish mother. Her living father was right here too. Facing her father, Li Zhao felt more helpless. She couldn't be purely Li Zhao. Their daughter had actually died long ago. All she could do was prevent the Li family from being hurt because of her, to do her best to make this family happier. I haven't played chess in a long time, Li Guangwen said sternly. Though he had been playing with Qi Kan these past days, it wasn't as comfortable as playing with his daughter. After Li Zhao agreed to play chess with him, he pushed further, saying his study needed a new painting. Li Zhao immediately agreed to paint one later. Only then did Li Fu finally smile with satisfaction. At the Li household entrance, grandmother had also been waiting early at the door, a sight that deeply moved Li Zhao. That night, the bells of Great Buddha Temple had the entire capital talking. Although Jingling hadn't forbidden disclosure, Li Zhao didn't plan to hide anything from her family. She briefly recounted what had happened these days, leaving everyone shocked. Thank goodness you're safe. Zhao Zhao, you must never go to Great Buddha Temple again. She happily agreed to her grandmother's request. After all, with Master Wu Mei gone, she had no interest in seeing those smelly monks again. However, just as the family was enjoying their reunion, a servant came to report that Jiang Shiran had sent an invitation requesting Li Zhao's presence at their mansion. The invitation was delivered by Jiang Shi, meaning Jiang Tang knew about this, and this visit couldn't be avoided. Do you really want to go? What if Miss Jiang bullies you again? Azu was very concerned about Jiang Shiran's character. Isn't Bing Lu here? Li Zhao sincerely wanted to tease Bing Lu. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, the little maid became excited. Miss, your servant will go practice some martial arts before attending to you. Because her best friend Princess Shun had been disfigured, following her father's guidance, Jiang Shiran had no choice but to seek out Li Zhao. When they met, over tea and wine, Jiang Shiran couldn't help but stare at Li Zhao's face. How could there not be a single scar? Let's skip the pleasantries. I just want to ask, do you have Dr. Li's scar-moving medicine? Li Zhao finally understood the girl's purpose and nodded slightly in confirmation. Name your price. I want all the medicine you have, Jiang Shiran said bluntly. Seeing no reaction from Li Zhao, she pulled out a thick stack of banknotes from her sleeve and slammed them down, apparently ready to use her superpower. Miss Jiang, money cannot measure the value of good medicine. It depends on how much the seeker needs it. Before she finished speaking, Jiang Shiran slammed down another stack. Is this enough now? Miss Li, you should think carefully. Li Zhao remained unmoved, gently pushing the banknotes back. Miss Jiang, please Please keep your money. I can give you 1 bottle of Grandpa Li's medicine. It wasn't that Li Zhao disliked money, but she didn't want to invite trouble. If she accepted payment, any future problems would be her responsibility. These words left Jiang Shiran bewildered, looking at Li Zhao suspiciously. Consider it my thanks for the commander's care. This statement angered Jiang Shiran greatly. My father never cared for you. Stop being so presumptuous. Hearing this, Li Zhao's expression immediately turned cold. In that case, I won't give it. I never wanted you to give it to me anyway. Sell it to me. Not for sale, Li Zhao replied decisively. If the father needed her help, how could the daughter threaten her? Jiang Shiran was furious. No one had ever dared speak to her like this. She raised her whip again, threateningly. But Li Zhao's composure left the young lady helpless. You're sure I won't dare hit you, aren't you? What do you want? Li Zhao chuckled. This little tsundere simply couldn't bring herself to ask properly. Miss Jiang, do you know the phrase prescribe according to symptoms? Even Grandpa Li's scar-removing medicine isn't omnipotent. I don't know how the scars were acquired. That's none of your business. Princess Zhen repeatedly instructed not to reveal it, and she will naturally keep her promise. Li Zhao shook her head with a smile, telling the young lady she would have someone deliver the medicine. There was no need to feel indebted, but whether it worked or not, she shouldn't come looking for her again. Just as Li Zhao was about to leave, she was stopped by guards sent by Jiang Tang, saying he had more matters to discuss with her. As soon as she entered, Jiang Tang greeted her with a smile, first apologizing for his daughter's temper, then producing a pill Li Zhao hadn't seen before. Miss Li, I'm interested in your elixirs again. Please provide another new prescription. After leaving the Jiang mansion, Li Zhao headed straight to the Marquis's mansion, unexpectedly finding Qi Can waiting outside. Last night, sleeping in the same room with her mother, she had heard many stories about Qi Can, like how he personally moved stones from Luoxia Mountain, and how he would wait there every day. But she had never had feelings for Qi Can, and had already clearly told him so. Sometimes, unwanted kindness was harder to deal with than malice. They walked side by side for a while, with Qi Can constantly glancing at the girl beside him. After a moment of silence, he became somewhat embarrassed. Did Xiao Mingyuan tell you? Li Zhao's steps faltered, knowing he meant the marriage proposal. Then, with unprecedented seriousness, Brother Sure, I'm very sorry, but I really have no plans to marry. It's not because I'm young. I'm very clear about what I want or don't want. Qi Can raised his eyebrows. So, you just don't want me specifically? Since the conversation had come to this point, Li Zhao steeled herself and said, even if I were to marry, I wouldn't choose you, Brother Sure. So let's maintain our friendship distance. Hearing this, Qi Can laughed desolately. Or perhaps stranger's distance. Li San, you're really a heartless girl. Li Zhao sighed inwardly. She never intended to hurt Qi Can so mercilessly, but she knew she could never give him what he wanted. At this moment, being soft-hearted would be the greatest harm to him. Leaving no illusions, no room for hope, this was all she could do for him. Qi Can stopped walking. Though a smile still hung on his lips, it was cold and without warmth, no longer his usual carefree self. Then, in a hoarse voice, he said to Li Zhao, go in by yourself. I have matters to attend to. Over the next few days, Li Zhao stayed busy. The poison crow from Great Buddha Temple had yielded results. They discovered the poison in its venom sac was likely a type of compound poison found only in the Lingnan region. Xiao Mingyuan suspected it might be related to the rebel Su Wang. At this point, Li Zhao lost all interest. With her own affairs to handle, she certainly wouldn't get involved in such royal rebellions. Finally, there were clues about the poisoning of her elder brother. According to Xiao Mingyuan's investigation, Anne had been close to Mu Enbo's wife, Lady Lan, who was the youngest daughter of Prefecture Lanshan, and the anti-Japanese General Xing Wuyang was from the prefecture, so targeting Xiao Mo was within expectations. But now, even if they found the culprit, nothing could be done. Even with solid evidence, the emperor wouldn't confront Lanshan over this. Moreover, Xiao Mo had already experienced imprisonment once and understood the logic. Without the emperor's indulgence, how could Lanshan have monopolized power for so many years? The matter ended there, but what Li Zhao feared most still happened. Dr. Li went missing in a sea storm, likely with fatal consequences. Xiao Mo was the first to receive the news. An elderly man had braved the seas for him, and now his body couldn't even be found. However, he was more worried about how his younger sister would take this news. After all, Dr. Li was just a respected elder to him. But to Li Zhao, he was like another grandfather. In both past and present lives, Dr. Li had given her so much care and help. Yet Li Zhao didn't break down as imagined, though she noticeably lost weight over the next few days. Meanwhile, at the princess's mansion, after some time of application, the medicine Jiang Shiran obtained hadn't improved the princess's condition. Instead, it had worsened. So Jiang Shiran approached the Empress Dowager, claiming Li Zhao used fake medicine to harm Princess Xinjin. The Empress Dowager summoned Li Zhao for an explanation, but the usually gentle Li Zhao unusually scolded Miss Jiang. First, I made it very clear then, whether it worked or not, don't come looking for me again. Second, I didn't know who you were getting the medicine for. Third, you were evasive about the condition. Dr. Li's scar-removing medicine isn't a cure-all. These words left Jiang Shiran speechless. But at this point, Li Zhao was moved. Since they hadn't found Grandpa Li's body, there might still be a chance he was alive. Besides, Nanxing was already in her plans, and her brother's face needed treatment. This was now a legitimate reason. The princess's face can still be saved, but one of the required medicines is only available in Nanxing, and it must be prepared on-site to preserve it. If we want to heal the princess's face, I must go personally. The Empress Dowager looked at Li Zhao kindly, thinking this girl truly had a doctor's compassionate heart. She agreed to Li Zhao's request and would arrange escorts for protection. This was hard for the Li family to accept, but with Dr. Li's fate unknown, she couldn't care about much else. So Li Zhao decided to make some fertility medicine for her mother when she returned, letting her parents try for another child while they were still young. When Xiao Mo learned of this, his guilt deepened. He couldn't bear to burden his sister. No matter how strong Li Zhao was, he wished he could shield her from hardships. Instead of being a useless invalid now, requiring his sister to take the lead everywhere. But they were facing Prefecture Lanshan. Only by healing his face could he enter officialdom. Only with their grandfather's connections could they potentially challenge Lanshan in the future. After a long silence, he nodded in agreement. After Li Zhao left, Qiao Mo immediately sought out Xiao Mingyuan and told him about Li Zhao's journey south. Wouldn't the Marquis worry about Miss Li's safety? Miss Li's personality is so similar to my sister's. Sometimes I even think she is my sister. Then he gave Xiao Mingyuan a meaningful look. If possible, he hoped Xiao Mingyuan would accompany Li Zhao south. Besides, he still needed Li Zhao's daily treatment to sustain his life. Brother Qiao, are you seeing Miss Li as Qiao Zhao? To this, Qiao Mo didn't respond. Qiao Mo's attitude toward Miss Li was too intimate, and he himself vaguely felt this way. Although this wasn't fair to Wang Qi, but he couldn't deceive his own feelings. When Xiao Mo mentioned Li Zhao's southern journey, Xiao Mingyuan had already decided to escort her personally. After Dr. Li's disappearance, no matter how many guards were assigned to protect Miss Li, he wouldn't feel at ease. Those who are gone cannot be brought back. We should cherish those who are still here. The Marquis should look forward. To prevent her family from stopping her journey, Li Zhao secretly added special ingredients to her parents' meals. Unexpectedly, after more than 2 months, her mother actually became pregnant again. This delighted the whole family, but before Li Zhao's departure, still crying and sniffling, reluctant to let Li Zhao leave, Uncle was more open-minded. His daughter had always been sensible, while this ignorant woman just caused trouble for his daughter. The day before departure, Qiao Mo specifically sought out Xiao Mingyuan and solemnly handed the man a letter. Marquis, if one day Zhao Zhao does something that troubles you greatly, open this letter then. Inside are the answers you seek. Xiao Mingyuan solemnly accepted the letter. Rest assured with Qiao Wan at home, I will definitely bring her back safely. At the Jinling Guard office, Jiang Tang had also tracked down the remnant forces in Lingnan. He had planned for 13 to settle down and marry, but this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity couldn't be missed. If 13 could achieve something in Lingnan this time, he would secure a position in court in the future. Then he took out a token and handed it to 13. This token represented an authority in the Jinming Guard higher than the 13 protectors. Seeing this token was like seeing Jiang Tang himself. Jiang 13 looked at it puzzled, thinking he wouldn't need such a trinket. It's not for you. Before going to Lingnan, help me give this to Miss Li. Hearing this, 13 became even more confused. What deal had that young lady made with him to receive such an important token? On departure day, Shirkin didn't stand prominently, but Li's father spotted the young man immediately. He had to admit, during the recent earthquake, the young man's rush to identify bodies had moved him. At least this boy was sincere about his daughter. Shirkin just nodded subtly to Lee's father, then quietly retreated into the crowd. Young heir couldn't stand it anymore. Stop being so serious, will you? It's making me uncomfortable. Qi glared at him fiercely. If you're uncomfortable, then leave. Li Zhao was surprised to see the trio, but what surprised her more was yet to come. Yang heir, being Jin Wuwei, after Qi Can's persistent persuasion, had taken up the duty of escorting Li Zhao from the Empress Dowager. Seeing Qi Can again, Li Zhao's gaze remained clear. Long time no see. At that moment, Qi Can felt nervous, but seeing the girl's calm and peaceful eyes, his anxiety immediately vanished. It was wonderful to be with her again. The group finally set out on their journey. With familiar faces all around, this southern journey would surely be interesting. At the dock, a huge merchant ship approached. Xiao Mingyuan generously booked the entire top floor. However, upon boarding, they saw an uninvited guest. Jiang 13 was already waiting on the ship. Qi Can disdained this smiling tiger. Although the Jingming Guard were all pests, he could tolerate Hong Cheng's presence as long as he wasn't provoked. But unexpectedly, the man walked over to them, bowed, and said he had business with Li Zhao. Hearing this, Qi Can immediately sat up straight. This guy surely has no good intentions with Li Zhao. Lord Jiang, please leave. Protecting Li Zhao is our responsibility, and we don't want her meeting suspicious people. Qi Can's words had no effect on 13. He came for Li Zhao and had no interest in this bristling peacock. Xiao Mingyuan, preferring to avoid trouble, still had Chen Guang fetch Li Zhao from the guest room. Soon, light footsteps approached from behind 13, but he inexplicably felt melancholic and forgot to turn around. Lord Jiang, please speak directly. Li Zhao strongly disliked Jiang 13 and wouldn't hide her emotions. 13 was stunned, then smiled bitterly. This young lady had always been like this with him, showing no fear, only coldness, the kind that wished for zero interaction with him. Yet, she reminded him strongly of someone deep in his heart. He took out the token and handed it to her. This is the heaven token from the Grand Commander. The Jingling Guard, except for the commander himself, is at your disposal. After speaking, he turned and left quickly, without a moment's pause. Li Zhao stared at the token, lost in thought. Though she had expected some gesture from Jiang Tang for this journey, she hadn't anticipated such a grand gift. Returning to the living room, the young lady didn't explain what had just happened. Instead, she smiled slightly at Xiao Mingyuan. Young general, shall we go to your room or mine? In the room, Xiao Mingyuan's blush had spread to his ears. Li Zhao was puzzled. She had changed in front of him countless times. Why was he being shy now? After the awkward moment passed, Li Zhao discussed plans with him. She intended to stay longer in Fengfeng to investigate the true culprit behind the Qiao family fire. Whether it was Xing Wuyang or someone else who directly attacked the Qiao family was still unclear. But since the emperor was unwilling to move against Xing Wuyang, they would start by cutting off their arms and legs bit by bit. Xiao Mingyuan couldn't understand why Xiao Mu would agree to help Li Zhao so much. Although Miss Li wasn't an ordinary girl, the Qiao family matter had nothing to do with her. It seemed unreasonable. Li Zhao's eyes flickered. This man was quite honest, putting his suspicions out in the open. Though she had no plans to reveal her true identity, she had to admit she trusted him greatly. So that's what General Xiao was worried about. Big Brother had to agree because I was so persistent. Xiao Mingyuan's expression turned strange. It seemed absurd, but when he met the girl's obsidian-like eyes, a peculiar thought arose in his mind. If she had begged him like that, he probably would have agreed too. But investigating the true culprit of the Qiao mansion fire was something he had promised Qiao Mo early on. After all, their goals aligned. At this moment, his hesitation vanished completely. I plan to request permission to exhume the bodies. These words made the girl's expression change instantly. The man thought she was scared by such matters, not knowing that Li Zhao simply couldn't bear to imagine her parents' appearance, let alone after exhumation. Xiao Mingyuan had reviewed the Qiao family fire investigation files and found that the initial investigation wasn't thorough. Conclusions were mainly based on scene examination and questioning nearby villagers. Then the man's gaze fell on the river. People say the dead should rest in peace. Though he had sought Xiao's brother's opinion, he wondered if his wife would blame him from the underworld after 100 years. Seeing the man's worried eyes, Li Zhao guessed his concerns. General Xiao needn't worry. True peace comes when the murderers are punished. I'm sure Madame Xian would think the same. After the girl left, The man pulled out a silk pouch from his chest. Brother Qiao had said he could open it when troubled or confused. After a moment's hesitation, he put it back. He had a feeling that once opened, everything would change. The current situation seemed to need no changes. Half a month passed. Just as everyone had gotten used to 13 coming daily for tea, he casually left when the ship docked. Xiao Mingyuan stared at 13's departing direction, wondering about the jingling guard's true destination. He returned to his room and opened a map, finally focusing on a place called Lingnan. Xiao Mingyuan instinctively looked at Li Zhao, his shock evident. But Chikin was unhappy beside them. Have you two looked enough? Am I invisible? But upon hearing them mention Lingnan, he stood up abruptly. 20 years ago, there were traitors in Lingnan, Chikin said word by word. This surprised Li Zhao. That Chikan, a leisurely noble young master, would know about the Lingnan rebellion. That piece of history was barely mentioned in historical records. Shirkan's eyes hardened. Back then, it was Prince Su's remnant forces who trapped him and his mother on Lingtai Mountain. He only survived because his mother cut her wrist to let him drink her blood. Could it be that after so many peaceful years, those beasts are up to no good again? 13's departure was just an episode. When passing through Taishui Dock, Li Zhao asked Xiao Mingyuan to accompany her to find someone in the city. Learning of this, Chikin secretly approached his friend Mingyuan. What exactly are your thoughts about Miss Li? Know yourself and your enemy, and you'll win every battle. If his friend had intentions, he would have to work harder. Backing down was impossible. He only had 3 close friends in his life. He could give up anything, but never a potential wife. Since he liked Li San, he would give it his all. Even if Li San ultimately didn't choose him, at least he would have tried his best. Losing wasn't scary. Regret was the scariest thing. Hearing this, Xiao Mingyuan froze for a moment, then shook his head frantically in denial. He wouldn't deny having feelings for Miss Li, but Chikin wanted a clear answer. Of course, he would satisfy his friend, remaining unmarried for life for his wife. That was his word, and that was who Xiao Mingyuan was. Shirkan also noticed Li San's different attitude towards Xiao Mingyuan. But he knew his friend. If he said he wouldn't make a move, he wouldn't. He then coughed lightly. I was just asking. Come back soon. One less person coveting my precious one. Arriving in the city, Xiao Mingyuan was very curious about who Li Zhao wanted to find. I'm looking for a coroner. Grandfather Li once said he was the best coroner in the world. In his younger days, Dr. Li took him to visit this friend. Hearing this, Xiao Mingyuan froze in place. Li Zhao also realized she had let something slip. Sure enough, the man immediately asked about Dr. Li. When did he tell Miss Li? I can't understand why Dr. Li would mention the coroner to Miss Li. After entering the city, the two had a difficult time finding the coroner. Back on the boat, they went into the small room again. The man actively removed his outer clothes, revealing firm, tight abs. Perhaps due to his hasty movements, the silk pouch hidden in his clothes fell out. Li Zhao bent down to pick up the pouch. The fine craftsmanship clearly showed it was made by a woman. Li Zhao gave Xiao Mingyuan a strange look. A grown man carrying such a thing. Sensing the girl's mischievous thoughts, and considering that Xiao Mo had secretly given him the pouch, Xiao Mingyuan nervously said, "This is mine." Li Zhao pursed her lips at his words. She wasn't stupid. Of course it was his since it fell from his clothes. She didn't understand why he was so flustered. Perhaps it was from his sweetheart? That's why he treasured it so much? Thinking this, Li Zhao gave him a reproachful look. How surprising. Everyone in the capital knows the young general is impotent, yet there are still girls giving him sachets. Don't young ladies care about their happiness anymore? Li Zhao's strange look made the man quite guilty. He quickly stuffed the pouch under his pillow and tried to act calm. Miss Li, please begin the acupuncture. After the treatment, Xiao Mingyuan felt quite recovered, so he went to the dining room to have a few drinks with his friends. When he returned to his room, he was slightly tipsy but couldn't fall asleep, his mind racing with many thoughts. The girl's gentle fragrance seemed to linger in his nose from when she had been close to him earlier. He was annoyed at his own weakness. He had sworn to never marry, so why was he thinking about Miss Li? Then he remembered how she seemed angry when leaving today. This made him think of the pouch. The more he tried not to think about it, the more curious he became. Finally, he took out the pouch and opened it decisively. Inside was only a neatly folded paper. Xiao Mingyuan smiled slightly, wondering what trick Brother Qiao was playing. Was he imitating the ancient bag of tricks? But after opening the paper and glancing at it, the man jumped up, not even bothering to put on his shoes, and rushed to Li Zhao's quarters. It wasn't too late, but everyone had been drinking and was resting in their rooms. Xiao Mingyuan's mind was like it had been struck by lightning, completely blank. Operating on instinct, he went to Li Zhao's door and knocked several times. Since it wasn't bedtime yet, Li Zhao was still fully dressed. When she opened the door, the man rushed in like a wild beast. Without a word, he pushed the maid out and slammed the door shut. Li Zhao was stunned by his actions, and before she could ask anything, she found herself in his familiar embrace. Then the man roughly cupped her face, and without warning, kissed her. Li Zhao stiffened at the sudden advance. Coming to her senses, she pushed Xiao Mingyuan back half a step, then immediately slapped him hard. "Xiao Mingyuan, have you gone mad?" The man took her slap squarely on his face, finally regaining some clarity. But Li Zhao was furious, her eyes cold and face dark with anger. "Xiao Mingyuan, you better have a good explanation for this. Was this dog of a man such a terrible drunk? Just because his body was slightly recovered, he dared to take advantage of her?" The usually calm and clever Li Zhao's mind was in chaos. Xiao Mingyuan blinked, regaining a bit of rationality. But seeing the girl's tempting red lips, his newly recovered reason crumbled again. He turned, opened the door, and fled the room like an escaped animal. The maid outside was terrified. The young general had actually assaulted the lady. Li Zhao's face turned red. She had never experienced such embarrassment in her life. After calming down a bit, she instructed her maid to pretend nothing had happened today. Then she wanted to chase after the man to ask what had gotten into him. But then she thought again. Since Xiao Mingyuan had been drinking, if something happened, wouldn't all her treatment be wasted? Back in his room, Xiao Mingyuan was full of regret. What had he just done? His mind gradually cleared. He picked up the note again and read it repeatedly. Only after confirming it more than 10 times did he start smiling foolishly. So Miss Li was actually Qiao Zhao. She was actually his wife. When this happy thought hit him, he jumped up like a child. No wonder Dr. Li treated Miss Li differently. No wonder her relationship with his brother-in-law seemed overly close, and her similarity to Qiao Zhao. No wonder Li Zhao's attitude toward him was always inexplicable, getting angry for no reason. So she was his wife. No wonder she was so clever and lovable. The young general thought of countless no wonders with a smile. Finally, he lay back and wept. He had thought his life was destined for hell, unable to complain, unworthy of love, meant to taste all life's bitterness alone, and eventually leave no trace in this world. But heaven had been kind to him once, giving him a chance to start anew. The man kept murmuring Zhao Zhao. Though he hadn't drunk much, he felt completely intoxicated now, afraid this was just an alcohol-induced illusion. He carefully examined the note again. There was no mistake. Li Zhao was his wife, his little bride. The young woman was actually his lost and regained wife. The young general was so overjoyed that he had hugged Li Zhao wildly. When he came to his senses, he suddenly realized what terrible things he had done. Li Zhao must think he's a scoundrel now. But fortunately, the cold poison wasn't completely removed yet. No matter how angry she got, she wouldn't abandon him. At this moment, Xiao Mingyuan wanted to return to the north. He wanted to strengthen the cold poison in his body. He barely suppressed the urge to see Li Zhao again. Zhao Zhao must have been frightened by him today. Late at night, the sleepless man finally sat up. He wanted to see her. He wanted to rush to embrace her and express his guilt and longing. So Xiao Mingyuan kept watch outside the girl's door all night, not taking his eyes away until dawn broke. Though the night was cool, it couldn't dampen the fire in his heart. In the morning, the girl appeared calmly before him. "I want an explanation, a very reasonable explanation." But after she spoke, the man remained unmoved, just staring at her. Then he stepped forward, towering over her. What should he do? He wanted so badly to hug her. The girl, unwilling to show weakness, raised her fair chin and met his gaze. "I don't know. I can't explain," the man said incoherently. "I know you're Qiao Zhao. I couldn't help myself." Li Zhao was about to sneer mockingly, but then her eyes widened in shock. Had she heard wrong? Did Xiao Mingyuan just say Qiao Zhao? Xiao Mingyuan pulled the girl into his arms again. Li Zhao could clearly feel his trembling. I said, I know who you are. You're my wife. Xiao Zhao, you always have been. Li Zhao was completely confused, feeling the warmth from his firm chest, that uniquely masculine scent enveloping her. Her head spun, and she lost the ability to think. Xiao Mingyuan held the girl tightly, constantly murmuring, why didn't you tell me earlier? Why did Li Zhao only now wake up from her dream? She pushed the man away mercilessly. Sensing the girl might truly be angry, Xiao Mingyuan obediently stepped back half a step. Li Zhao glared at him fiercely several times. After a while, she asked weakly, how did you find out? Hearing the girl's admission, the man smiled brightly and betrayed Xiao. Only at this moment did he understand what happiness felt like. The person he couldn't have before had been by his side in a different identity for so long, even saving his life without holding grudges. The young general's eyes grew moist. Though it was embarrassing to cry in front of a girl, this was his wife. He couldn't bear to look away from her even for a moment. After reading the note, Li Zhao laughed in anger. Wasn't her brother setting her up? Young general. Before she could finish, the man interrupted her. While it hadn't bothered him before, hearing such formal address now felt jarring. Zhao Zhao, call me Ming Yuan. Li Zhao turned to pick up her teacup. How had she not noticed before how thick-skinned this man was? Did he really think she was still his wife? That absolutely wouldn't work. After all, he had killed her before. The wound still ached faintly. General Xiao, my current identity is Li Zhao, not your wife. I hope we can maintain proper distance from now on. Things like today's hugging shouldn't happen again. Hearing this, the man's face reddened, but he remained silent. He didn't want to lie to his Zhao Zhao, but he couldn't meet her request. Whenever he saw her, he just wanted to hold her and never let go. Seeing his silence, Li Zhao thought he had agreed and relaxed. General Xiao, don't feel awkward, and don't feel any responsibility toward me. Let's just interact like we did before. Xiao Mingyuan gradually understood that the young woman didn't want to acknowledge their relationship. His chest tightened as he cast a reproachful look at Li Zhao. That look made Li Zhao want to hit him. He actually felt wronged, as if she was the one who had abandoned him. Though I have Li Zhao's identity and can't escape her mark, that sword strike on the city wall was enough to sever our relationship. You must understand, Xiao Zhao might still be alive, but your wife died that day. Hearing this, the man's body trembled, his face turning pale. Do you hate me, Zhao Zhao? The man now looked like a pitiful puppy, somehow making one's heart ache. She looked away, refusing to meet his eyes. I can't say I hate you. If I did, you would have died from the poison already. But not hating you doesn't mean I have to be your wife. Xiao Mingyuan pressed his lips together. He refused to understand. Actually, they had been too intimate before. She had exposed herself to treat him daily, save his life countless times, and even fed him medicine mouth to mouth while he was unconscious. He hadn't failed to guess. He just hadn't dared to. He had sworn to remain faithful to his dead wife, forcing himself to ignore his feelings for the girl he liked. But now that he knew she was Xiao Zhao, what reason did he have to let go? Zhao Zhao, I've had a question weighing on my mind for a long time. When I was unconscious with fever, how exactly did you give me medicine? As soon as he finished speaking, Li Zhao started coughing violently. Enough, stop talking. The man lowered his head and smiled softly. Actually, I know how you gave me the medicine. Li Zhao exploded in anger. Xiao Mingyuan, you bastard. Xiao Mingyuan knew he shouldn't push too hard. Besides, she still had to give him acupuncture treatment today. He would see her again soon enough. After the man left, Li Zhao angrily gulped down a large mouthful of tea. How had she never noticed before that this bastard was actually so dishonest? Where was that gentle, reasonable, and proper general from before? What was more infuriating was that he knew she had fed him medicine mouth to mouth, yet he had pretended to be oblivious. This irresponsible scoundrel in gentleman's clothing. After ranting for a while, her mood somehow improved. After all, the man had remained faithful for her sake. Li Zhao felt conflicted about this, but the scoundrel she spoke of was actually delighted. Xiao Zhao being alive was the greatest surprise for him. As long as she was here, he just needed to work harder to marry her back home. After some thought, he called for Chen Guang. After all, this fellow sometimes had useful ideas. Li Zhao seems to dislike me. What should I do? Chen Guang first felt joy, then shock. He was happy that his general had finally opened his eyes and started wanting to please Li Zhao, but shocked that Li Zhao could dislike the general. With your looks, status, and character, how many people in the world have all these qualities? Speaking of this, he suddenly remembered something. Oh no, General, remember those rumors in the capital? Everyone outside thinks you're impotent. Hearing this, Xiao Mingyuan's whole demeanor changed. He wondered if it was too late to explain now. It's probably not because of that. Miss Li has some lingering hurt from what I did before, but that matter cannot be undone. These words left Chen Guang burning with curiosity. Damn it, explain clearly. What exactly happened? Though I don't know the details, I can only give you 8 words of advice. Forget the past. March forward bravely. Also, when pursuing a woman, you need thick skin. Even fierce women fear persistent wolves. General Xiao Mingyuan looked at Chen Guang with approval. Though this guy had been single all his life, he did have some wisdom. Thinking about it, since Zhao Zhao was willing to treat his poison with acupuncture and even feed him medicine mouth to mouth, the man couldn't help but smile foolishly. She must still care about him. Not long after, Li Zhao came to the man's room with small steps. Xiao Mingyuan secretly gave Chen Guang a look, which Chen Guang immediately understood. All right, General, I'll keep those peacocks away from here. The acupuncture treatment proceeded as usual, but something felt strange today. The man was being unusually thorough in undressing. He used to be more reserved before. Now he was being so brazen. Who was he trying to seduce? The man lay on the bed, mentally preparing himself. After the girl finished the acupuncture, he immediately jumped off the bed and forcefully pulled her into his arms. Zhao Zhao, I've liked you for a long time. Will you be my wife again? Li Zhao froze. The man's bare chest reminded her of that passionate night. That night had been particularly long, with both of them barely clothed until dawn. Xiao Mingyuan, where did you learn such lecherous tricks? Faced with such shamelessness, Li Zhao was too angry for words. Unexpectedly, after she broke free, the man stood still, assuming a posture that said, "Hit me if you want." Angered, Li Zhao kicked the man's leg. "You scoundrel! You're so sure I won't do anything to you." Xiao Mingyuan, having mastered the art of thick-skinned behavior, replied, "No, I just think you can do whatever you want of me." Xiao Mingyuan, if I become your wife again and face the same situation on the city wall, would you kill me again? This was a cruel question. She knew killing her was the only right answer, but she had to say it to end his thoughts. Li Zhao never thought the man had done wrong. She simply didn't want to marry again. At these words, the man's face turned frighteningly pale. He wasn't stupid. He knew Li Zhao was deliberately saying these things to force him to give up. But he wouldn't give up, even if those words cut him like a knife. He pulled the girl against his chest, letting her feel his heartbeat. Listen, it had been dead for a long time and only came alive yesterday. Could you bear to let it die again? Hearing this, Li Zhao's heart raced. She dared not look at this desolate man anymore. She turned and hurriedly left the room. Not far away, Chikin watched Li Zhao's departing figure thoughtfully, then walked toward his friend's room. But just as he reached the door, he heard what seemed like a thunderclap. "General, did you just confess to Miss Li successfully?" Chi Kan, feeling betrayed, was completely stunned. Though his mind was blank, his body instinctively walked into the room. He looked at his friend in disbelief, with a hint of pleading in his eyes. He hoped what he'd heard wasn't true. His friend had promised not to fall for Li Zhao. Xiao Mingyuan sighed deeply, guilt making him unsure how to speak. If she were simply Li Zhao, he could have pretended ignorance forever. But she was his wife. How could he let her go? Chen Guang subtly backed away a few steps and closed the door, wisely removing himself from danger. After all, the general was supremely skilled in combat and wouldn't be at a disadvantage. When Yang Er arrived, their fight was already over. Both men lay on the ground with disheveled hair. Chikin had hit Xiao Mingyuan with all his might, but the general hadn't really fought back, intentionally letting Chi vent his frustration. "Did you two eat something wrong? You grew up together. Don't tell me you're fighting over a Tang person?" Chikin felt even worse. It was indeed about a person, but not just any Tang person they could easily give up. Yang Er stepped forward to help Chikin up. "Can you talk things through? You can't beat Mingyuan anyway." Chikin angrily shook off his friend's hand. "Is this dog here to mediate or for a picnic?" Then he looked at Xiao Mingyuan with anger still on his face. "Come with me." After leading them to a room, Xiao Mingyuan sighed deeply. He really didn't want this tension with his friend, but Chikin showed unconcealed mockery. "If you've forgotten, let me remind you. You told me yourself that you had no interest in Miss Li. Isn't that right?" After getting his friend's confirmation, the man became more frenzied. "What about now? You went behind my back to confess to Li Zhao. If you liked Li San and had admitted it earlier, I wouldn't blame you. But what is this now? Using words to keep me in check. Did you take me for a complete fool? By this point, Qi was too angry to speak. When he heard his conversation with Chen Guang, Qi wished he could stab himself, because his own betrayal wasn't nearly as deep as his brother's. What upset him wasn't that his sworn brother had fallen for Li Zhao, but his friend's two-faced behavior. Leave, Qi said coldly. Xiao Mingyuan never imagined there would be a day when he'd fight with his sworn brother over a woman. But she was his wife, and he would never give her up. He steeled himself and said, Qi, we've already been intimate. This wasn't a lie. Earlier in the cave, when he was being fed medicine, that hazy kiss was indeed something only married couples would do. Qi felt his mind explode, staggering a few steps. Then he threw a hard punch at his friend. Xiao Mingyuan, you're a beast. The man didn't resist, letting Qi vent his fury. His only regret was speaking too soon and going back on his word. Regarding Li Zhao, he didn't consider passing a woman back and forth to be any kind of virtue. After venting his anger, Qi slumped to the ground. When did this happen? Xiao Mingyuan, you're truly a beast. She's not even 14. The man's voice was already hoarse. That girl he had kept in his heart, the one he planned to nurture himself, had been taken advantage of by this bastard Xiao Mingyuan. The thought made Qi heart bleed. Hearing this, Xiao Mingyuan blushed, realizing his friend had misunderstood. He then explained everything about the illness at Luoxia Mountain to Qi. I only had a vague feeling before, but today I confirmed she fed me medicine mouth to mouth. I was unconscious at the time. Qi anger suddenly deflated, turning into despair. For him, Li San's own admission was even more devastating. He knew her personality. Her willingness to admit what happened with Xiao Mingyuan spoke volumes. Just then, Bing Lu entered carrying a tray. Young General, Miss asked me to bring you some medicine for your wounds. Qi stared intensely at Bing Lu, as if wanting to tear the maid apart with his gaze. Only for Xiao Mingyuan? After getting Bing Lu's confirmation, Qi heart turned to ashes. He had thought she was too young for love, and he had waited patiently, protecting her until she grew up. He had hoped that when she first experienced love, he would be the one who had been by her side the longest, and perhaps she would want to spend her life with him. Now this small box of medicine made him completely understand. It wasn't that she hadn't experienced love, but that her heart already belonged to someone else. Since you two are in love, I won't shamelessly stand between you. Will you treat her well? Qi looked at his friend, Xiao Mingyuan, with utmost seriousness. He nodded firmly. Will you treat her better than I would? No concubines, no other women despite status. Can you do that? I choose to let go. This was Qi, passionate in love, but completely detached when letting go. A moment later, Qi walked back to the room and coldly looked at his friend. This is my room. Please get out immediately. Hearing this, Xiao Mingyuan patted his friend's shoulder and silently left the room. At this moment, the man's heart was filled with mixed emotions. He felt sorry for both Qi and himself. Shortly after, Yang Er found Xiao Mingyuan. Learning they had fought over a woman, Yang Er scratched his head in confusion. But brothers are like limbs, women are like clothes, Yang Er said. He didn't even know what nonsense he was spouting, just wanting to prevent his two friends from falling out over a woman. I have many brothers in my army missing arms and legs. None of them choose to go without clothes. Hearing this, Yang Er struggled for a while, feeling something was off about this logic, but unable to argue. Go drink with Qi. He's hurting right now. Meanwhile, Li Zhao calmly read a book. When Bing Lu returned, she asked about what had happened. Young Master Qi is very hurt. Miss, how could you treat him like this? Li Zhao didn't answer, just picked up her book and continued reading seriously. Though Li Zhao looked beautiful reading, Miss, your book is clearly upside down. Only then did Bing Lu realize the miss wasn't as calm as she appeared. She suddenly felt sorry for this girl, not yet 14, not knowing what the miss had experienced when she was trafficked, to hide her emotions so deeply. Miss, if you're also hurting, why do this? Li Zhao still didn't answer, because she also felt she was being cruel. But there was no choice. When someone truly cared for her, but she couldn't reciprocate, it was better to let them give up early. The next day, the young general brazenly approached the girl. Zhao, your medicine yesterday was very timely. Li Zhao immediately interrupted. Young general, you should understand my meaning. I just didn't want Qi to waste his time. What exactly did the man mean by that knowing look on his face? General Xiao, please don't call me Zhao anymore. Don't you think addressing me as Miss Li would be more appropriate? The man casually replied, if Zhao Zhao thinks it's inappropriate, then you can call me Ming Yuan to make it fair. Li Zhao was speechless. She had been wrong. Xiao Mingyuan was never one to be easily manipulated. His previous gentlemanly behavior was just an act to politely reject her. These battle-hardened soldiers were indeed not simple people. The next moment, her small hand was enveloped by his large one. You can also call me husband. Li Zhao was stunned. How shameless could this man be? But he continued righteously. I care about face, but I want you more. If these two conflict, I can do without the former. Seeing the young girl's frustrated and helpless expression actually made the man feel more at ease. Being thick-skinned was indeed the right approach. Chen Guang was a good lad. He deserved a reward later. After that, the man finally understood. Zhao Zhao, I prepared everything. Shall we begin? Zhao Zhao, look at these rock-hard abs. Don't they give you a bit more sense of security? Li Zhao was completely flustered. General Xiao, your earlier suggestion was good. Let's find one of your subordinates, and I'll teach them how to remove the cold poison. Xiao Mingyuan didn't refuse and quickly called for Chen Guang. But Chen Guang was clever. General, I'm only suitable as Miss Li's driver. Asking me to learn medicine would be worse than taking my life. The man showed a troubled expression, indicating to the young girl that it wasn't that he didn't want to, but there really wasn't anyone available. Li Zhao smiled coldly. Chen Guang is your man. Naturally, he wouldn't dare go against your wishes. Hearing this, the young general's gaze became infinitely tender, implying that they were merely his subordinates, while only the girl before him belonged to him. Li Zhao fled in panic. She had completely lost to this shameless man. Several days passed, and the group was about to enter Jiaofeng City. The girl on deck looked nervous. When they last parted, her parents were in their prime. Now she would see them as cold coffins. But the next moment, a rough, large hand took hold of her small one. Without looking back, the girl knew the shameless one had come again. Zhao Zhao, this temporary disturbance is for their lasting peace. Compared to dying mysteriously in a fire, I believe they would prefer the truth to be revealed. Li Zhao slowly nodded, but feeling the warmth in her palm, she suddenly remembered the man was still holding her hand. Young general, have you forgotten proper conduct between men and women after staying in the north for so long? The young general looked innocent. But we've already kissed. Zhao Zhao, after we clear your parents' names, let's get married. By now, she had become numb to the man's shamelessness. But she had no plans to marry, especially not this annoying man. I said I would never marry in this life. That wasn't a joke. Xiao Mingyuan straightened up, then put on a pitiful expression. Zhao Zhao, are you saying you won't take responsibility for me? You've kissed me, so I definitely can't marry anyone else in this life. If you don't marry me, I'll have to remain single forever. General Xiao truly lives up to his words. When you say shameless, you really mean it. Because of an unexplained fire, over 70 members of the Qiao family perished. Carrying doubts about her parents' true cause of death, the group finally returned to Jiaofeng today. But facing her parents' coffins, grief overwhelmed her like a river, tears falling like rain, unable to hide her longing for her family anymore. The onlookers were shocked. What was wrong with this girl? She seemed overly concerned about everything related to the Qiao family. Xiao Mingyuan kowtowed 9 times at the grave, silently promising his parents-in-law he would protect Xiao Zhao for life, staying together through life and death, never abandoning her. Facing the burnt ruins of the Qiao family mansion, worried the girl might faint from excessive grief, Xiao Mingyuan led Li Zhao to the side. Then he returned to the grave to prepare for opening the coffins. Qi-Can's servant watched the pair from afar, saying they didn't look like a good match. Young Master Qi and the pretty girl would make a perfect pair. Such a foolish girl with no eye for quality wasn't worth having anyway. Meanwhile, Bingyu looked at Li Zhao's blushing face and giggled. Miss, will you be calling the general husband when we return to the capital? This wasn't just nonsense. Li Zhao treated everyone else equally, but only in front of the young general did she show her true emotions. Li Zhao wordlessly rubbed her cheeks. Her earlier blush wasn't from shyness. This scoundrel kept grabbing her hand. She was clearly just angry. In the evening, Xiao Mingyuan found Li Zhao to discuss tomorrow's banquet details. Grandfather once said that the world is much harsher on women than men. So to live freely, one must strive to obtain things that cannot be taken away. The girl's sorrowful expression made the man's heart ache. That's why she possessed wisdom surpassing most women, and why at not even 20 years old, She had medical skills rivaling top physicians. Under the bright moon's silence, a tear silently rolled down Li Zhao's cheek. Xiao Mingyuan tenderly pulled the girl into his embrace and lifted her fair, smooth chin. He gently pressed his lips against hers. The sudden kiss startled Li Zhao, who stared at him bewilderedly. Xiao Mingyuan held tightly onto the girl's slender waist, as if wanting to melt her into his body. Li Zhao's eyes gradually cleared. After pushing him away, she gave him a hard kick. Did this scoundrel even know what he was doing? But this time, the man was unusually honest. Of course I know. I was kissing you. The man slightly bent his waist to hide his awkward physical reaction. He admitted he had been quite shameless. His former self would never have done such things. But that intoxicating sensation was so damn wonderful that he couldn't stay rational. Li Zhao had completely lost to the man. His thick-skinned attitude left her helpless against him. On the day of opening the coffins, Li Zhao's heart ached seeing the lonely few coffins. Due to the hasty burial after the fire, the village could only gather a few coffins. Many servants were hurriedly buried wrapped in straw mats. Li Zhao grew more heartbroken as she looked. If not for her desire for revenge, she might have fainted already. She remembered her two main maids who, despite being of marriageable age, had vowed to serve her for life. Now they were gone, buried in such a crude manner. After opening the coffins, the coroner spent a long time examining the bodies before calmly stating the cause of death. Though the bodies were carbonized, there was no soot in their throats. Clear-cut marks were found on their necks. The true cause of death was throat slitting. The fire was just to cover it up. This revelation caused an uproar among the onlookers. Only Li Zhao remained immersed in endless grief. It was as she suspected. The family must have discovered someone's crimes, leading to this senseless massacre. After the examination, when Li Zhao planned to rebury her parents, Xiao Mingyuan stopped her and pointed to the distance. A group of people were slowly approaching with dozens of new coffins. Due to the crowd, he simply said it was to do more for his late wife. Li Zhao silently observed with complex emotions. If she had come alone, she couldn't have been as thorough as Xiao Mingyuan. While touched, she also developed a bit more fondness for him. Before sunset, the coroner finished examining all bodies. 24 people had died from throat slitting. With villagers' help, they reburied all the coffins. The man stood straight and addressed everyone. Fellow villagers, my father-in-law's family was always kind and peaceful. This tragic fate was undeserved. Please help us uncover the truth, clear the Qiao family's name, and bring the evildoers to justice. I, Xiao Mingyuan, vow here, if I don't avenge this. After several days of effort, they finally found an eyewitness. Based solely on the youth's description, Li Zhao vividly recreated the killer's appearance. But after finishing the drawing, Li Zhao was stunned. She seemed to recognize this killer, but the memory was too distant to recall clearly. Days later, when they visited her grandfather's old friend in town, she finally remembered. The killer was the personal guard of the Jinan Prefecture's magistrate. Years ago, when Magistrate Li visited her grandfather, the man in her drawing was his guard. Their trip to the city was meant to stir things up and lure out those behind the scenes. Now that they knew the killer's identity, there was no need to hide anymore. Taking Li Zhao, who was disguised as a young man, they boldly entered the city. Zhao, as a local, aren't you going to treat me to something? Li Zhao glared at him. Don't call me Zhao. If someone suspicious hears it, they'll get suspicious. Xiao Mingyuan nodded solemnly. You make a good point. Little Zhao, treat me to some braised noodles then. Tasting the familiar flavor from her memories, Li Zhao's face showed longing and sadness. This was grandfather's favorite snack. To satisfy her grandfather's appetite, Li Zhao had even learned the recipe from the shop owner, but the taste was never quite right. Just then, a large hand grabbed her small one again, gently massaging it. After days of running around and witnessing her parents' coffins, the fatigue in the young woman's eyes was unmistakable. Li Zhao was about to protest, but seeing the man's equally bloodshot eyes, she didn't know how to react. Does it feel better? Little Zhao. The girl immediately withdrew her hand. This guy was taking advantage of his thick skin. Truly, shamelessness knows no bounds. Take a rest today. You've done well. Don't be too hard on yourself. Now that we know the killer's appearance, finding him is just a matter of time. Stop thinking about it and get some good sleep. Li Zhao laughed in frustration. General Xiao, who are you to make such demands of me? Hearing this, the man leaned down and said word by word, I am your man. Any questions? Xiao Mingyuan felt somewhat depressed. He wouldn't be so shameless as to hold a girl's hand every day if he hadn't decided she was his wife. If she had no feelings for him, how could she allow him such liberties? This silly girl just couldn't see her own heart clearly. The next moment, right in public, the man picked up the young woman. Xiao Mingyuan, what are you doing? Caught off guard, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Doing what a man should do, Xiao Mingyuan said, striding toward the guest room. Li Zhao was completely stunned. What should a man do? Though she had never experienced married life, her mother had given her some hints before her wedding. This couldn't be happening. How could he be like this? Li Zhao felt like she was in a dream. Only when the man carrying her placed her on the bed did she wake from her daze. She aimed to kick at his weak spot. Though his expression twisted in pain, his movements didn't pause. He gently laid her on the bed, covered her with a thin blanket. What were you thinking? Just get some sleep. Even if I'm eager, I wouldn't do anything before marriage. Li Zhao composed herself, realizing he just wanted her to rest. Her dazed expression made his heart itch. Of course, if you wanna, I'm willing. Li Zhao immediately became angry with embarrassment. Get out! As Xiao Mingyuan left the room, Chen Guang, who had been dozing against the wall, immediately woke up. Just as he was about to report, the man interrupted him. She's asleep. Let's talk further away. Chen Guang nodded foolishly, walked 2 steps, then suddenly realized, Miss Li is sleeping in your room? The young general's gaze was calm, his tone authoritative. Is there a problem? Chen Guang's eyes suddenly lit up frighteningly. My lord, you've been the real expert all along. General, the news has reached the county office. Magistrate Li has sent out scouts to search for your whereabouts. This was exactly what Xiao Mingyuan wanted. Rather than blindly searching for clues, it was better to stir things up and let those behind the scenes reveal themselves. The next day, they went to visit her grandfather's close colleague. There they received an envelope left by her grandfather. Inside was an extremely simple mountain terrain map. Li Zhao looked up and exchanged glances with the man. This is the rockery in my family's garden. Having played there often as a child, Li Zhao recognized it immediately. So the two hurriedly rushed back to Xingzi village. But this scene was completely observed by someone hiding in the shadows. The two returned to the rockery ruins of the Qiao mansion, and after searching, they indeed found a booklet. The booklet contained names of southern officials and records of their collusion with Japanese pirates and harm to civilians. Outside Xingzi village, a dark mass of people had already surrounded the entire village. Although Li Zhao now had solid evidence, as long as the south remained peaceful, the emperor would still consider these matters trivial. But Li Zhao disagreed. As imperial censor, how could her father not know the emperor's nature? Yet he still did it, simply fulfilling his duty. She respected her father's choice, but felt it wasn't worth it. Over 70 members of the Qiao family died tragically, only to be met with the emperor's indifference. Don't be discouraged, Zhao Zhao. First, there's the policy of embezzling military funds. Now evidence of southern officials colluding with pirates. The south can't be as peaceful as the court believes. Since we need to go south to gather herbs anyway, why not see it with our own eyes? The emperor fears trouble, but what if the south really descends into chaos? Fake peace isn't true peace. If the situation in the south shakes the dynasty's foundation, let's see if the emperor can remain so complacent. Little Zhao, things are almost done here. This marquee will take you to the South Sea. Knowing Li Zhao was upset, Xiao Mingyuan deliberately teased her to cheer her up. Li Zhao pouted. Calling yourself this marquis is quite novel. He chuckled secretly. Well, should I call myself your husband instead? Li Zhao's face instantly turned red. Stop talking nonsense and go pack for the journey. Zhao Zhao, I dreamed about our wedding night last night. Before he could finish, Li Zhao exploded again. Shut up! She turned away with an angry face. This dog is getting more and more arrogant. Left behind, Xiao Mingyuan scratched his head. He had dreamed that on their wedding day, an imperial edict arrived, and he had to leave for battle before seeing her. The dream left him unsettled even after waking. He didn't understand why Zhao Zhao got angry before he could finish. But just as Xiao Mingyuan was about to return to pack, he vaguely sensed killing intent. Xiao Mingyuan turned to see the killer from Li Zhao's drawing. Without time to think, he quickly pursued and engaged in combat. This person was formidable, matching the champion marquis blow for blow. But when Li Zhao appeared in view, concerned for her safety, Xiao Mingyuan stopped holding back. He deliberately created an opening, then quickly subdued the opponent. Everyone inside looked at the killer in amazement. He matched Li Zhao's drawing perfectly. Where's Li San? He's been in the woodshed since returning. When mentioning Li Zhao again, Shurkin seemed calm, as if that youthful admiration had never existed. Moments later, a girl in plain clothes approached carrying a fire poker, while others watched in confusion. Li Zhao viciously swung the poker, striking 1, 2, 3 times until exhausted, delivering 26 blows. Yet this person had killed 26 members of the Qiao family so easily. If possible, she would have him killed 1,000 times over. Unfortunately, they needed him alive to implicate those behind him. Get ready. There might be a fierce battle tonight. Would he dare? Mobilizing officials without authorization is punishable by death, Yang Er said in disbelief. Chikin scoffed. The emperor is far away. If they eliminate all witnesses, no one will know what happened here. Hearing this, Yang Er felt a chill. Magistrate Li couldn't be planning to massacre the village? Seeing his friend's nervous expressions, Xiao Mingyuan chuckled. Magistrate Li has at most 100 men at his disposal. Though he only brought 5 elite guards openly, he secretly had 30 personal guards following, each capable of fighting 5 men. Against those corrupt Yamen runners, they would cut through them like vegetables. As night fell, black-clad figures stealthily entered the village. As they approached, Xiao Mingyuan frowned. They were well-trained soldiers. Magistrate Li's backing was not to be underestimated. Li Zhao quickly glanced at the firelight. There are many. Be careful, General Xiao. The man smiled slightly. Call me Brother Xiao, and I'll definitely be careful. Li Zhao's mouth twitched. Even at a time like this, the man still had the mood to joke. But seeing the man's expectant look, her heart softened inexplicably. She softly called out Brother Xiao before returning to her room. Xiao Mingyuan's mood instantly improved. He drew his sword and joined the fray. Inside the room, Li Zhao listened to the fierce fighting outside, gripping her fire poker tightly. But Zhu beside her looked anxious. Miss, Bing Lu just ran out there with a fire poker too. Li Zhao shook her head, indicating that the troops would be fine. With Chen Guang there, it would be good experience for the little girl. Near Baiyun village, Magistrate Li anxiously awaited news. A man in black rushed over, panting, reporting that the village had dozens of skilled fighters who could each take on 10 men. They had already lost half their forces, and the rest wouldn't last much longer. Killing intent flashed in Magistrate Li's eyes. Then let's go all in. Bring every soldier in the prefecture. I don't believe the champion Marquis can escape with nearly 1,000 men surrounding him. Flames lit up the sky as the magistrate stood with his hands behind his back. He hadn't expected things to reach this point, and the man before him showed no signs of yielding. But reconciliation was impossible now. Xiao Mingyuan pressed forward, getting ever closer to the truth. Since it's come to this, please enlighten me, Magistrate Li, who ordered the Qiao family's deaths? But even a fool like Magistrate Li wouldn't admit this before thousands of soldiers. If your lordship has doubts, why not ask your father-in-law? Just as he was about to give the order to attack, a distant voice called, "Wait!" It was Jiang Wu from the Jingling Guard. But Magistrate Li showed no fear. This official is suppressing bandits. Does the guard wish to interfere? Jiang Wu looked troubled. This Magistrate Li was from the Lan Prefecture, and his territory lay between the capital and South Sea. The execution office had many dirty jobs handled by him. Though just a small magistrate, he wasn't someone to offend. Magistrate Li jests. I have no interest in bandit suppression. I have orders to protect the lady with the champion Marquis. Li Zhao then walked out, calmly looking at Jiang Wu. I refuse to go with Commander Jiang. Moreover, I want you to stay and fight alongside the champion Marquis. At these words, Jiang's eyes showed disdain. This girl must be crazy. He only had orders to protect her, not to risk his life with her. The girl didn't waste words. She extended her small hand with a token. Jiang Wu's expression changed dramatically. Taking the token, Jiang Wu was shocked and uncertain why Li Zhao had the Jingling Guard's heaven token. But since she had it, he could only obey before the heaven token. Then he realized how clever the girl was. With just one sentence, she had bound the Jingling Guard and champion Marquis together, even putting pressure on Magistrate Li. Even if the magistrate won this battle, he'd have trouble explaining to the palace. Her adoptive father would surely cause trouble for the Lan Prefecture, and Li might end up taking the blame. Magistrate Li never imagined that what seemed certain would become so difficult because of this girl's words. But if he let the champion Marquis go, he couldn't answer to the execution office either. Hesitation would only bring chaos. Steeling himself, he gave the order to attack again. Xiao Mingyuan quickly turned back, ordering Chen Guang to take Li Zhao away. The girl knew she couldn't cause trouble now. Looking at the man's back, her heart ached as she shouted toward his direction. "Brother Xiao, please take care of yourself." The man trembled slightly, then rushed to battle without looking back. Back in the room with Chen Guang, Li Zhao felt extremely uneasy. With nearly 1,000 troops outside, 30 men couldn't hold out for long. Though he was the legendary war god, he was still human. She wondered what his backup plan was. Shuriken had been missing since the beginning, but there was no one to ask now. Chen Guang reported the battle situation. "Miss Li, General Xiao seems to be wounded." While speaking, he kept stealing glances at Li Zhao's expression. Hearing this, Li Zhao panicked and quickly asked Chen Guang to take medicine to Xiao Mingyuan. But Chen Guang shook his head. "My mission is to protect Miss Li. The general has his own plans." Then in a resentful whisper, "Third Miss, what should we do if something happens to our general?" As soon as he finished, Li Zhao's brows were tightly knitted. She had never found Chen Guang's doomsaying so annoying before. Her worry only grew stronger. Seeing his scheme succeed, Chen Guang couldn't help feeling secretly pleased. He had watched his general constantly trying to please Miss Li, while she remained cold towards him. He thought it was unrequited love, but seeing Miss Li's near-tears expression now, Chen Guang finally understood her true feelings. He pressed on with exaggerated sighs. "Our poor general, over 20 years old, and never even held a girl's hand. If something happens to him, what a waste of life that would be." Hearing this, Li Zhao's expression turned strange. "Never held a girl's hand? You really don't know how thick-skinned your general is." Not only had he held hands, he had even kissed her twice. Thinking of this, Li Zhao actually calmed down. Chen Guang was confused by Miss Li's reaction. Shouldn't she be more concerned about the general and feel sorry for him? But Li Zhao closed her eyes and stopped talking to Chen Guang. In her mind, memories of their time together flashed like a slideshow. Xiao Mingyuan had said, "You wouldn't let me die in front of you again, would you?" If that happened when they met at the Bridge of Helplessness, she would never look at that fool again. The earlier battle ended rather dramatically. The bloodthirsty magistrate Li, in his childishness, announced a reward of 10,000 silver taels for killing Xiao Mingyuan. Unexpectedly, though wounded, the man laughed heartily. This marquis offers 100,000 silver taels just to shut Magistrate Li's mouth. When it came to wealth, a mere magistrate was no match for the young marquis. At these words, the air grew still. Magistrate Li could feel the burning gazes around him. Just then, a mass of troops became visible through the flames, their gleaming bows sending chills down spines. It turned out Shuriken had disappeared earlier to request help from the Canaan garrison. With the situation under control, Xiao Mingyuan immediately returned to check on Li Zhao. Before seeing Li Zhao, he saw Chen Guang hurriedly running out. Xiao Mingyuan was puzzled why Chen Guang was running, unaware that Chen Guang had been stirring up trouble for him. "Are you hurt?" Without waiting for an answer, Li Zhao began examining his wounds. After removing his clothes, she saw the grotesque, open wounds. The sight made Li Zhao's heart ache inexplicably. But the man ignored his wounds, looking at Li Zhao with concern instead. "Did it hurt?" Li Zhao looked at him confused. "That arrow that pierced your heart back then, did it hurt?" Feeling the intensity of his gaze, that sword wound was still fresh in her memory. But now she couldn't bring herself to hate this man anymore. After thinking for a while, Li Zhao couldn't express her feelings. Just then, Bingyu ran in excitedly, looking at Xiao Mingyuan with admiration. Magistrate Li's mouth is stuffed full now. Li Zhao was confused by these cryptic words. Then Bingyu explained about the 100,000 taels and how the soldiers had stuffed handkerchiefs and even smelly socks into the magistrate's mouth. But Li Zhao didn't find it amusing. Instead, she frowned, complaining internally about this spendthrift. Did he have too much money to spend? After the man left, Bingyu teased Li Zhao with a smile. "I've never seen anyone like the general, brave, invincible, clever, and wealthy. You should consider General Xiao." Before Li Zhao could react, She ran off. Then Zhu came in with tea. Miss, General Xiao says this tea helps calm the nerves. Li Zhao was stunned. So after one battle, Xiao Mingyuan had won over both maids' hearts? Was this dog of a man really such a charmer? The incident thus concluded. Magistrate Li was escorted back to the capital, collaborating with bandits and harming civilians. Execution was certain for him and his advisors. The Qiao family's tragedy stemmed from anti-Japanese General Xing Wuyang's corrupt policies. But the source pointed to Prime Minister Lan Shan. Li was just an accomplice. Lan Shan was the true villain. So heading south was inevitable. Only by finding evidence of the southern unrest could they help the emperor, who sought the way, restore order. Young general, let's head south tomorrow. But the man just stared at the girl silently. After a while, he sighed deeply. Last night you called me Brother Xiao. How could you forget after just one night's sleep? Li Zhao rolled her eyes dramatically. Enough already. This abandoned lover act. Who did he learn it from? Seeing this, the man casually took Li Zhao's hand, ignoring her strange look. Shirkan's gaze swept over the girl's slightly reddened cheeks. What's the plan now? Gather herbs first, or head to Xing Wuyang's territory? Let's gather herbs first, they said in unison. Xiao Mingyuan couldn't help but smile. Indeed, my wife, we're truly in sync. But Shirkan couldn't take it anymore. I've had enough. Can't you two show some restraint? Though he let go, he still felt annoyed. Were these two really going to act like this right in front of him? After several days of sailing, the ship docked at a coastal town. They needed to buy supplies for their sea journey, so they decided to rest there for a day. But as soon as they entered the town, they noticed something strange. The townspeople's gazes toward them seemed odd. After walking through a busy commercial street, Li Zhao finally discovered the problem. There wasn't a single young woman in sight in the town. After entering a restaurant, even the waiter gave them strange looks. After some inquiry, they received a shocking answer. It turned out the local officials, to maintain a false peace, selected young women each month to entertain Japanese pirates. Over time, no young women dared to go out anymore. These words filled them with rage. It's absolutely barbaric. Guests, you'd better finish your meal and leave quickly. The deadline for sending women to the pirates is approaching. Lord Guan hasn't gathered enough people yet. You have 3 young ladies here. If you stay longer, you might not be able to leave. Before he finished speaking, a well-dressed man rushed over. My, this young lady is quite something. Dressed as a man, quite convincing too. If I didn't have good eyes, I would have been fooled. Shirkan's face darkened, remembering his days of cross-dressing. Back then it seemed insignificant, but now thinking about it, perhaps Li San saw him in women's clothes looking better than himself and felt inferior, which is why he wouldn't be with him. Li Zhao's group had just arrived at the coastal town. Unexpectedly, the town head was so heartless. To maintain a false peace, he sent 5 women monthly for the pirates' entertainment. Facing such brutality, they naturally showed no courtesy. They kicked away the man who was harassing Chi Can. Soon after, the town head arrived with a crowd. Selecting women is my right given by the county magistrate. Hand over the 3 women, and I'll spare your lives. Shirkan laughed in anger. The current emperor hadn't selected women for years, yet this mere county magistrate dared to trample on women's dignity. He then asked Xiao Mingyuan to call Jin Wuwei, planning to teach this tyrannical town head a lesson. But facing Jin Wuwei, the town head showed no fear, instead turning to the watching crowd. Don't just stand there watching. The monthly deadline is approaching. Do you think those pirates are vegetarians? If you don't want to die, come help. After these words, the crowd's expressions changed, and their eyes toward Li Zhao became different. But before they could act, horse hooves thundered from afar. Dozens of Japanese pirates had arrived for their monthly tribute. The town head hurriedly welcomed them with a smile, pointing toward Li Zhao's direction. Warriors, these ladies are beautiful this time. You'll surely be satisfied. Seeing no retreat, Xiao Mingyuan led his people forward. But they never expected that while they bravely fought the pirates, the villagers not only didn't help, but actually tried to sabotage them. While Xiao Mingyuan was fighting the pirates, someone hit him on the head with a stone. Seeing this, Li Zhao's expression changed drastically. Those people's faces were expressionless, but their eyes gleamed with strange excitement. Without thinking, they rushed toward Li Zhao's inn, as if capturing them was their only belief. Propriety, righteousness, integrity, shame, and national loyalty meant nothing to them. Though the pirates were despicable, these people who turned against their own to please invaders seemed even more detestable. Ordering soldiers to bring their travel bags, she took out an exquisite small bow. Going upstairs, looking at the hysterical town head, she drew and shot in one fluid motion. After a scream, the arrow precisely struck the town head's heart. The town head's death stunned the villagers. Without their leader, people became confused and lost. Meanwhile, Chicken was completely shocked by Li Zhao. Why did Li Zhao know archery? Being skilled in the four arts was one thing, and he could barely accept the medical expertise. But that arrow striking straight to the heart, it completely confused him. Was there any room left for him as a man? Li Zhao ignored their surprise and drew her bow again, aiming at the crowd. The first arrow was for the town head who oppressed his people. The second will be for the first person who moves. Her voice was gentle, but her tone was ice cold. No one dared to question her. Shortly after, Xiao Mingyuan also finished his battle. Looking at the young lady through the window, he thought how wonderful it felt to fight alongside his wife. Li Zhao showed no reaction to her first kill. In her eyes, that wasn't even human. Killing a beast meant nothing to her. Then Li Zhao took the man back to their room to dress his wounds. They hadn't been out long, yet this was his second injury. Yet despite such injuries, the man's expression remained unchanged. Li Zhao couldn't help but worry. Does it hurt? Brother Xiao was about to say it was nothing. Being a seasoned warrior, these small wounds weren't significant. But seeing the concern in her eyes, he suddenly remembered Chun Guang's advice about acting vulnerable. So the cunning man nodded. It hurts a lot, Zhao. But don't worry, I'm used to it. It's much better now that you're treating my wounds. Before, I just dealt with them carelessly. Li Zhao felt heartbroken and took out her medical pouch to give him acupuncture for pain relief. But the man frowned deeply. But Zhao, it hurts so much right now. Is there any way to stop the pain immediately? His pained expression seemed to weave a net, quietly capturing the young lady's heart. But seeing her concern, he felt guilty. Silly girl, I was just joking. It doesn't hurt at all. He realized that caring for someone meant such contradictions. Wanting her to care, yet not wanting her to worry. But Li Zhao seemed lost in thought. Grandfather used to call me that. You sound just like him. Xiao Mingyuan was stunned. He didn't like that comparison at all. He didn't want to be like Zhou's grandfather. How could he have such a dangerous thought? Then, to dispel this notion, he decisively leaned down and kissed her lightly on the corner of her lips. Zhou, you are my painkiller. Bing Lu was dumbfounded. Heavens, the general had kissed their young lady. Though as the lady's chief bodyguard, he should defend her honor to the death. But this was too sweet. He didn't want to stop it at all. His gaze quickly swept over Li Zhao's blushing cheeks. If it was the young general, there was no need to intervene anyway. Thinking the young lady would surely get angry, the man quickly rubbed his head. I was feeling dizzy just now. I didn't know what I was doing. Li Zhao was stunned. Such thick skin indeed, taking advantage of his injury to steal kisses. She couldn't be bothered to argue and continued cleaning his wounds with a stern face. Xiao Mingyuan was delighted inside. Habits were indeed good things. He'd try for more in the future. She had died and been reborn, experienced a marriage like a prison. Having finally gained new life and freedom, Li Zhao didn't want to return to that cage. But the young lady's expression made Xiao Mingyuan inexplicably anxious. He had witnessed her firm rejection of Chikan. He immediately stood up and sincerely apologized to her. I'm sorry, Zhao. I left you alone that day, making you endure such boring days. But Li Zhao was just an ordinary girl. She didn't want to repeat past mistakes. The man before her was truly wonderful, and she had already fallen for him. But who said falling in love meant having to marry? After healing her brother's face and avenging her family, she wanted to travel across the great Liang's mountains and waters. With her medical skills, she could establish herself anywhere. Wasn't that better than marriage? As she was lost in thought, Xiao Mingyuan's painful groan brought her back. Zhou, my head still hurts so much. The man tried to control his expression, lying for the first time and feeling uncertain. Hearing this, the young lady sighed and went out to brew medicine for him. Soon, footsteps approached along with a strong medicinal fragrance. The worried young general finally relaxed, so Zhou had gone to brew medicine for him. Then he stretched out his injured hand like a big clumsy bear. Zhou, look at my hand. It's hurt. Li Zhao's temple twitched slightly as she realized this presumptuous creature wanted her to personally feed him the medicine. Seeing this, the two maids were tactful enough to leave the room and close the door. Li Zhao was dumbfounded. Even Azu was acting this way. Whose maid was she anyway? With no choice, she held the medicine to the man's lips. Xiao Mingyuan obediently drank it, his ears gradually turning red. Though he was used to being thick-skinned in front of Zhao, remembering the first time she fed him medicine. That hazy memory still intoxicated him. Seeing his flushed face, Li Zhao rolled her eyes again. Wasn't this what he asked for? Really too much. But seeing him become shy, the young lady relaxed. Does it taste good? After getting an affirmative answer, Li Zhao frowned. He must have been hit too hard, even finding medicine tasty. The young general smiled slightly. It tastes good because Zhaozo fed me. If Zhaozo would feed me every day, even bitter herbs would taste sweet. She drew a sharp breath. He was becoming more and more shameless. She even suspected he was faking his illness. The young lady's expression looked incredibly cute to him. He unconsciously kissed her again, thinking that if this was how he could get close to her, he might never recover. He clumsily explored, tasting her sweetness. The bitter medicine, mixed with his domineering presence, made her lose all thought. She felt him holding her tighter, his tongue exploring her mouth. Only then did she regain some awareness and instinctively bit him hard. Taking advantage of his pain, she turned away. Xiao Mingyuan, have you gone mad? But the man holding her seemed not to hear, lowering his head to find her lips again. This time, however, he crossed the line. The young lady struggled desperately, and they ended up tangled in an awkward position. Xiao Mingyuan finally regained his senses, and seeing their position, his nose immediately started bleeding, dotting her white clothes like plum blossoms. Li Zhao angrily raised her hand and started beating him. Knowing he was wrong, the man didn't dare resist. With a pitiful face, he said, "Zozo, I'm dizzy. Please hit more gently." The young lady's chest heaved with anger, all her usual composure gone. She wasn't really just a teenage girl. How dare this shameless, indecent scoundrel, seeing his wounds bleeding again from his recklessness. Li Zhao sighed, thinking she must have owed him in a past life. Being killed by his arrow in her previous life wasn't enough. Now she had to be entangled with him in this life too. "You dog, how thick can your skin be?" "I don't know either, Zozo," the young general said with an honest face. "I guess my skin just gets thicker when challenged." Her swollen lips reminded her of the recent embarrassment, but his straightforward admission of guilt left her with nowhere to direct her anger. When told he was wrong, he agreed. When she hit him, he just held his head. What could be done with such a man? Could she really have fallen for him? Then, remembering that prison-like marriage, her excited heart calmed down again. Sensing the coldness in her eyes, Xiao Mingyuan panicked. "Zozo, when we return to the capital, let's get engaged." "Absolutely not," Li Zhao firmly refused. Hearing her answer, the man's breath caught. He couldn't believe she could be so cold. If Li Zhao didn't want to marry him, why did she let him kiss and hold her? These were things only married couples should do. Because we were married before, I was just curious. Now I see it's nothing special. Li Zhao felt bad seeing him like this. But hesitation would only make things worse. If I had married someone else, I'd probably be curious about them too. Anyway, I don't plan to marry anyone. Xiao Mingyuan closed his eyes, his heart twisting like a knife. "Zaozo, it's fine if you want to anger me, but I don't want to hear you degrade yourself like this. Let's talk when you've calmed down." After Li Zhao left, Chen Guang entered the room and saw the blood-stained handkerchief from cleaning their wounds. Chen Guang was shocked. "General, though I encouraged you to be bold and thick-skinned, this isn't quite right." When Chen Guang arrived at the scene, his eyes fixed only on that blood-stained handkerchief. He thought, this is bad. What if there's a baby? After all, they were married. His brother had told him that after such things, it's easy to conceive a baby. But having a baby wouldn't be bad, preferably a boy. Then he could teach him martial arts. "Shut up, that's my blood." Xiao Mingyuan interrupted Chen Guang impatiently. Hearing this, Chen Guang was even more shocked. So men could bleed too? How come he'd never heard about this before? Just as Xiao Mingyuan was about to rebuke Chen Guang, he felt a violent churning in his stomach. The next moment, he coughed up a large mouthful of blood and collapsed straight backward. When Li Zhao rushed back, Xiao Mingyuan was as white as paper. She felt guilty inside. The man always seemed invincible in front of her, making her subconsciously think nothing could harm him. She carefully inserted silver needles into his head, but his condition showed no improvement. Shirkin now understood what had happened. No wonder his friend was so hurt. When that girl used her sharp tongue, it was like cutting flesh from one's heart. He had experienced it countless times, and now it was his friend's turn. Later, he found the young lady alone. "Li San, you're the smartest girl I've ever met, but can't you see Ming Yuan's true feelings for you?" Li Zhao's mouth fell open in surprise. She hadn't expected Qi Ken to say such things. Shirkin sighed softly. I'm different from Xiao Mingyuan. I've had many things, and after losing them one by one, I got used to it. But Mingyuan is different. This unfortunate soul has never owned anything since childhood. In the vast Jing'an Marquis manor, only the old Marquis treated him well. And then there was the black dog he raised as a child. But later, when the old woman was frightened by the dog, she beat it to death in the courtyard. Since that day, Xiao Mingyuan never showed affection for anything again. That unfortunate soul finally dares to show his true feelings again. Li San, please be kind to him. These words made Li Zhao's heart ache. After speaking, Shirkin left without looking back. He couldn't really think one bottle of medicine would make him give up. If anyone else tried to compete with him for Li Zhao, even if Li Zhao liked that person, the grass on their grave would be quite tall by now. But that person was his life and death friend, the unfortunate soul he had watched grow up. He could only silently wish them well. When Xiao Mingyuan woke up again, his attitude toward Li Zhao had completely reversed. He changed from calling her Zozo to Miss Li and was indifferent even when she personally fed him medicine. After Li Zhao left, Shirkin looked at him with a cold smile. Xiao Mingyuan, you're definitely up to something. Tell me honestly, are you playing hard to get? But facing his friend, the man remained cold. My head is dizzy. Please leave. After everyone left, the room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Chun Guang, I can't see. Chun Guang's expression changed drastically. What do you mean you can't see? Did I hear wrong? Do you mean you're blind? The man's face remained calm as he simply repeated his previous words. After a while, Chun Guang turned away, his face ashen. He wanted to find Miss Li and ask why she was so cruel to his general. Don't tell Miss Li. She's already worked hard enough with acupuncture and medicine. Don't make her worry. Let's wait a few days. Maybe it will get better. Hearing this, Chun Guang hesitated. General, what if your eyes never recover? Then we'll keep it from her forever. Chun Guang asked carefully, but Xiao Mingyuan answered casually. But if Miss Li marries you in the future, you'll be living together. How can you possibly keep it hidden? Chun Guang's words gave the man a sense of involvement. Even knowing it was impossible now, just thinking about that scenario made his heart warm. But how could a blind man give her happiness? He was only 21, in such a high position, yet blind. How miserable his life would be was obvious. No elders to care for him above. No children to care for him below. How could he bear to let his Zozo live such a life? Don't mention this again. I don't want Miss Li to know it's because of her, the man said with particular firmness. Afterward, he stumblingly practiced sound location with Chun Guang. After several rounds, even though his legs were covered in bruises, the man's steps remained composed. Meanwhile, Li Zhao sat at her table, lost in thought, replaying his cold rejection. Though she was the one who first suggested letting go, her heavy heart felt unbearable. That night, unable to sleep, the young lady decided to go out for some sea breeze. Unexpectedly, she encountered Chun Guang and Xiao Mingyuan. After exchanging greetings, the man decisively chose to leave. Watching their retreating figures, Li Zhao was lost in thought. Indeed, as someone who had led troops in battle for years, once he made a decision, he could be utterly ruthless. But perhaps this was for the best. She needed to end her own wishful thinking. General Zhao has gone blind. He had intended to hide it from Li Zhao and spend his remaining years alone. But unexpectedly, the perceptive young lady discovered it the very next day. For instance, he usually walked at the front, but since their encounter on the deck last night, Chun Guang had been leading the way, and he kept his head down without speaking. So he really couldn't see anymore? At this possibility, Li Zhao's heart was in turmoil. Just then, a merchant ship sailed straight toward where Li Zhao was. As the bow came alongside, Xiao Mingyuan sent Jin Wuwei to investigate. Except for one severely injured, unconscious merchant, all 18 others had died from knife wounds. After Li Zhao's treatment, the merchant quickly regained consciousness. After Chun Guang's interrogation, they learned that these merchants were human traffickers from nearby islands. Because they couldn't agree on prices with the Japanese, they met with this tragic fate. The merchant fell unconscious again after saying this. Li Zhao took Xiao Mingyuan back to his room. Looking at his confused and dazed face, Li Zhao's heart ached. Were you planning to keep hiding this from me? Though Xiao Mingyuan couldn't see, he could hear the anger in her voice. I thought it would get better in a few days. I didn't want to worry you. Li Zhao felt both angry and heartbroken. When the man lost his sight, he must have felt so desperate and helpless, yet he insisted on not telling her. Was it because he feared she'd know it was caused by her harsh words yesterday? She fed him medicine spoonful by spoonful, then carefully examined his injuries. His His eyes appeared normal externally. It must be brain hemorrhage blocking the surrounding nerves. For now, she felt helpless, having no confidence in the current situation. Isn't this childish? Did you think you could hide it from everyone? The man remained silent. He hadn't planned to hide it from everyone, just from his Zaozo. Mingyuan, if your eyes don't recover, let me be your eyes in the future. The man's heart raced wildly. Was Zaozo's words what he understood them to mean? She was willing to be his eyes, meaning she was willing to marry him and spend their lives together? But soon the warmth in his heart was covered by ice, leaving only bitterness. He couldn't let the young lady suffer hardships with him. Miss Lee, please don't joke about this. If you think my eyes are like this because of what you said, you're wrong. This isn't your responsibility. Before he finished speaking, he felt warmth against his lips. Xiao Mingyuan was completely stunned. Though it was just a light kiss, he knew those familiar lips. Mingyuan, do you understand my feelings now? Li Zhao didn't deny that her decision was influenced by his blindness. But love and responsibility were inseparable. Because she loved him, she was willing to take responsibility. After this incident, the young lady finally understood her own feelings. She didn't want to see the man's life fall apart from here on. Xiao Mingyuan felt his heart surge like stormy waves. Rationally, he knew he shouldn't waver, but emotionally, he couldn't refuse. Because Zaozo was already his wife, they were meant to be one. If you really don't want this, you can push me away later. When I marry someone else in the future, I'll invite you to drink at my wedding. I hope you won't regret it then. In her heart, she cursed. He was such a fool. He wouldn't behave without some strong medicine. The man clumsily grabbed the young lady's hand. I would regret it. I would take my sword and kill that man. But I'm blind. If you're blind, can I treat you? I said I'll be your eyes if it can't be cured. But I might have to leave the capital. My home was never in the capital anyway. But I'm still blind. Li Zhao finally lost patience. Xiao Mingyuan, you've only lost your sight, not your mind. What's the point of all these nonsensical excuses? The man panicked, fumbling to find Li Zhao's small hand, but he couldn't see. Li Zhao helplessly gave him her hand. Zaozo, let's get engaged when we return to the capital. The young general spoke with utmost sincerity, as if holding a precious jewel he had lost and found again. Li Zhao gazed deeply at the man before her. All her previous hesitation and struggle vanished. It would be him for this lifetime. I do. The next day, the merchant regained consciousness. It turned out that among the women he traded, while some were kidnapped, most were secretly purchased by local officials to be sold to the Japanese for pleasure. Most of these Japanese were actually former De Liang people. The merchants disguised themselves as Japanese pirates, colluding with officials. The merchant then produced a sea chart. The trading spot was on a nearby island, but when they landed on the island, an unexpected surprise awaited them. When Li Zhao's group arrived at the island, the entire small island was shrouded in an atmosphere of death. For some reason, the people on the island had descended into cannibalism. After investigation, they discovered that rabies had spread across the island. Those infected would bite others like mad dogs and die within days. Xiao Mingyuan left Chun Guang behind to look after things. Li Zhao led a group to rescue people on the island. As soon as they landed, they saw over a dozen deranged people chasing after the Japanese. What they expected to be a fierce battle ended surprisingly quickly. The island with over 80 Japanese was captured in moments. They successfully rescued dozens of women who had been imprisoned by the Japanese, all naked and confined in dark rooms. Those beasts hadn't treated the women as humans at all. Several had gone insane from the unbearable abuse. The Japanese's spoils of war were distributed among the soldiers by Xiao Mingyuan. Yang Er was amazed. No wonder his friend was so wealthy. Being a soldier brought money this quickly. He had thought his friend was the honest, upright type who kept his hands clean. Now he saw that achieving his current status wasn't simple at all. Feeling the sea breeze, Xiao Mingyuan thought the soldiers gave their blood for De Liang to protect the country, so they should have something to leave for their families. Money was the most practical thing. Just then, Jin Wei came to report that there was one survivor they didn't know how to handle. When the guards brought this person, Shirt Sanjin's jaw dropped in astonishment. It was Dr. Li, who had been presumed dead for a long time. Before anyone could speak, Xiao Mingyuan coldly ordered, "Take him down for questioning about the island situation." Though it wasn't his fault, he really couldn't see. "Who are you trying to question, boy? Are you blind? Can't even recognize your old man?" Only then did Xiao Mingyuan recognize Dr. Li's voice. His expression immediately turned excited. "Is it really Dr. Li?" You're really alive." Old Li glared at the man irritably. "How did you all end up here?" Seeing Xiao Mingyuan, Old Li was also overjoyed. The man then honestly explained their purpose. He didn't know that Li Zhao had come specifically to find Dr. Li, saying it was to heal the princess's face. The Empress Dowager had ordered Li Zhao to come here seeking medicine. The Empress Dowager sent Zhao Zhao here? I shouldn't have saved her back then. He showed a protective expression. But the island wasn't a place for conversation. After Dr. Li packed his belongings, leaving some people to collect the spoils, the group returned to the ship. The guards with their bulging pouches looked at all the wealth, but felt troubled. They had enough saved for marriage. But when would the general resolve his own situation? They were all waiting for the general's wife to help find Zhang Luo a wife. On the return journey, "What's wrong with your eyes? Was it stimulated after being injured?" Dr. Li had noticed the man's condition early on, but didn't expose it in front of the soldiers. Xiao Mingyuan honestly said Li Zhao had examined him, but couldn't help. "I've taught all my knowledge to that girl. This isn't her problem." Before his elder, Xiao Mingyuan was unusually obedient. "It's my problem." Dr. Li snorted. "You know what I mean?" Shirkin silently observed, never having seen someone so protective. "I have a prescription that might help your eyes, but it needs pearl as an ingredient." Xiao Mingyuan remained calm. Dr. Li had previously gotten caught in a typhoon while diving for pearls. He didn't think his eyes were worth more than human lives. As long as Zhao Zhao didn't mind, having eyes or not didn't matter to him. After everyone landed on the island, Li Zhao had stood anxiously watching from the ship all day. Only when she saw everyone returning did she finally feel relieved. But when everyone boarded, a hunched figure appeared that shocked Li Zhao like lightning. Tears instantly burst from her eyes. The usually composed young lady almost ran towards him. "Grandpa Li, you're really alive." The old man had survived a shipwreck. His dangerous ordeal couldn't be explained in just a few words. He affectionately rubbed the young girl's head. "Your grandpa, Li, has been snatching people from the King of Hell for years. When it came to my turn, he didn't dare take me." The kitchen was ordered to prepare a huge feast. Li Shini devoured everything like a whirlwind. The months at sea had left the old man starving. After the meal, Old Li was arranged to rest by Li Zhao. There would be plenty of time later, so he wasn't in a hurry. The drunken Taoish can approach Xiao Mingyuan. "Come on, with Old Li here, your eyes can be healed." Xiao Mingyuan was confused. Didn't Dr. Li say we needed pearl medicine? Don't listen to that old man's nonsense. He's just protecting Li Zhao's reputation. Only a fool would believe that. Meanwhile, Old Li was shocked. He had thought Xiao Mingyuan was just accompanying Li Zhao out of attraction. He never expected that the boy already knew Li Zhao's identity and was about to become his grandson-in-law. That boy's lucky. Since he's going to be my grandson-in-law, I won't let him stay blind anymore. In the evening, Li Zhao came to give Xiao Mingyuan acupuncture and brought him this good news. Excited, the man pulled her into his embrace. But after a moment of tenderness, his expression showed some anxiety. Li Zhao, being such a clever girl, immediately saw through the man's thoughts. "Mingyuan, don't worry. Since I've agreed to be with you, I won't change my mind for any reason." However, after waiting a while without getting his response, what she got instead was his mischievous hands. "Xiao Mingyuan, you bastard. Where are you touching?" Li Zhao had come happily to deliver the good news. Who knew that in his excitement, the man would hug her and put her in a water barrel? This angered Li Zhao greatly. She gave the naughty man a good lesson before leaving. Teacher Chen rushed, overhearing the commotion. Seeing the water marks on the ground, he was speechless. "General, haste makes waste. Isn't it too early to think about the wedding?" The next day, Old Li told of his experiences over the past few months. First, he was swept away by a typhoon and woke up on an unknown island occupied by Japanese. Fortunately, his medical skills saved the Japanese leader's life, which gave him a chance to survive. Then he followed them to this island. "Grandpa Li, what's wrong with those mad people on the island? It looks like rabies, but upon closer inspection, it's different." The doctor stroked his beard slowly. "This is about the Guanyin technique. I can only tell Zhao girl. Others shouldn't hear too much." Shirkan's face immediately darkened. They had all become others now. When Xiao Mingyuan stood up, his friends didn't move an inch. They didn't want to leave at such an exciting moment of revelation. They wanted to hear the rest. Speechless, Xiao Mingyuan forcefully dragged them all out. The guest room became quiet again. Li Zhao smiled, watching the man's departing figure. But this scene made Old Li quite anxious. "Zhao girl, Grandpa, Li must warn you. You're not of age yet. It's best not to have children before you're 18. Li Zhao's body is naturally weak and small. Having children at this age could be fatal. Hearing this, Li Zhao's face turned bright red. Though she knew Grandpa Li was speaking from a medical perspective, discussing such topics with an elder was quite embarrassing. After she obediently agreed, Dr. Li continued his story. It turned out that while researching the ancient formula for Mephisin, he accidentally learned a kind of psychological suggestion. When used on a Japanese who needed arm amputation due to necrosis, the beast actually felt no pain. Later, using saliva from a mad dog on the island for research, he combined psychological suggestion with rabies, setting two triggers: blood and dog bites. Once both conditions were triggered, the Japanese would instantly lose self-awareness and believe they were mad dogs. As Dr. Li explained in detail, Li Zhao couldn't help but marvel at this brilliant strategy. If Dr. Li hadn't landed on the island with his supreme medical skills, the battle would have been much more dangerous. Subsequently, under Dr. Li's patient guidance, Li Zhao barely managed to learn this secret technique. He repeatedly emphasized that it must not be revealed to outsiders. Although this technique was used for saving people in Dr. Li's hands, it was beyond common understanding. Once discovered, it would be defined as evil sorcery, and those who used it would almost certainly end up on the gallows. After their conversation, the rescued women gradually regained consciousness, though their mental state wasn't good. They all displayed a stay-away attitude, frantically resisting if anyone approached. Only one appeared somewhat normal. After Li Zhao's careful guidance, the young girl's emotions gradually calmed down. But when Li Zhao revealed their identities, the girl fell to her knees, pleading, "Please save my father." It turned out her father was the Fushi Imperial Inspector, with the power to investigate and impeach local officials. When he was transferred here last year, he discovered widespread corruption among Fudong officials, who were colluding with Japanese and harming civilians. But all officials and police in Fudong had been thoroughly bought by Xing Wuyang. Unable to send news to the capital, he had to find another way. He sent the evidence to Shang Feng, Qiao Zhao's father. As the girl spoke, she noticed something wrong. The girl who had been quietly listening had tears in her eyes. Li Zhao suppressed her shock as everything connected. So her father's ledger came from the Fushi inspector. Unexpectedly, the clues had come full circle back to her hands. Later, to persecute the inspector, they imprisoned his daughter, the girl before them now. They needed the inspector to write letters to the capital stating that the Fushi region was peaceful. But just when things seemed calm, a civilian uprising occurred in Fudong. Li Zhao's heart pounded violently. The emperor disliked instability in Daliang. Even when her brother personally delivered the ledger to the court, he still chose to protect Xing Wuyang. But a civilian uprising wasn't a small matter. She was certain that once the emperor knew of this, he couldn't remain as complacent as before. The girl, with reddened eyes, grabbed Li Zhao's hand. This uprising was significant. When news reached my father, he immediately took action, though those people were rescued. As a warning, they sold my sister and me to Japanese pirates. Please, you must save my father. Li Zhao solemnly nodded. She needed to save not just the Fushi inspector, but also avenge the Qiao family and seek justice for countless poisoned girls. Then Li Zhao sympathetically embraced the girl. Ordinary women who suffered abuse from Japanese would have taken their own lives. But this girl had persevered until now, maintaining her sanity. This would have been impossible without a strong will to live. After telling everything to Li Zhao, the girl seemed to find release and sought death. "Sister, I don't understand," said the 13 or 14-year-old girl, still childlike. "The evil was done by corrupt officials like Xing Wuyang. The inhumane acts were committed by those pirates. They still live shamelessly. Why do you feel ashamed?" Li Zhao's words clearly relieved the girl, but the child in her womb constantly reminded her that only death could end everything. Li Zhao comforted her. "I'll help you with the child. That's why you must live, to personally watch those scum die. That would be truly satisfying." The next day, while Dr. Li was treating Xiao Ming Yuan's eyes, Chen Guang secretly approached Li Zhao, looking troubled. Previously fined by Xiao Ming Yuan, he now envied his brother's earnings. "With this money our brothers earned, they could marry several wives." Li Zhao frowned. "How many wives do you want?" Chen Guang counted on his fingers foolishly. "One to serve tea, one to make the bed, one to cook, and best if there's one for companionship." Seeing Chen Guang's grand ambitions, Li Zhao sneered. "Then I'll plead for you. At least buy a maid to be your wife." I don't want a bot maid. I want Bing. Halfway through his words, Chen Guang suddenly realized his mistake. He looked at Li Zhao tearfully. Speaking of wanting 4 or 5 wives in front of Bing Lu's master, no wonder she wouldn't give him Bing Lu. I was careless. How come I had so many ideas when teaching the general, but can't control my own mouth? Now I've dug such a big hole for myself. When will I ever be able to marry Bing Lu? Ignoring this fickle-hearted fool, she walked into Xiao Mingyuan's room. Somehow, when this dog wasn't being mischievous, he looked quite handsome. She unconsciously stared at him for quite a while. Only when he spoke did she snap out of it. I held my breath. Could you still sense me? Li Zhao was surprised. She had deliberately softened her footsteps, yet he still detected her. Xiao Mingyuan smiled at Li Zhao. Zhao, so you like looking at me this much? Am I handsome? Hearing this, Li Zhao was overjoyed. The man could actually see now. But then she froze. Looking at a handsome man was fine, but being caught in the act was quite embarrassing. The man lovingly pulled her into his embrace. I think you're much more beautiful than me. Let me look at you too. If you keep talking like this, you dog, I'm leaving. The next day, Xiao Mingyuan decided to go to Fudong to secretly rescue the inspector and bring him back to the capital. With too many prisoners being conspicuous, he planned to only take Li Zhao and Chen Guang, letting Qi Can and others return to Jiaofeng to wait. But young heir was dissatisfied. I know my martial arts can't compare to yours, but I could fight 20 people like Li Zhao. If you're taking Li Zhao, why can't you take me too? Shirkin sneered, being able to fight 20 people like Li San. How impressive. Li Zhao needs to treat Ming Yuan's illness. What use would you be? Learning Li Zhao would go. Dr. Li from Fudong looked worried, but knowing the girl's temperament, he didn't stop her. He spent several days carefully teaching her secret techniques, then prepared to return to Jiaofeng with Qi Can's group. Dr. Li planned to settle in Xingzilin, so if Li Zhao faced hardships after marrying Xiao Mingyuan, she'd have a maternal home to return to. Then the boat circled back to that same tavern. They planned to resupply before parting ways, but this time something was strange. Though the innkeeper seemed afraid of them, he kept checking on them after serving food, as if waiting for something to happen. In the tavern, Li Zhao had already noticed the food was poisoned. Xiao Mingyuan smiled. An innkeeper wouldn't be so bold. Likely government officials were seeking information about them. Their previous commotion probably exposed their identities, though everyone pretended not to know. If they could poison them directly, all would be well. Since they hadn't revealed their identities, failing to poison them would at least reveal their movements. Sure enough, moments later, they were surrounded. The leader was the local magistrate. After Yang Er showed the Jin Wuwei token, the magistrate respectfully bowed. Only after Yang Er said they were returning to the capital did he withdraw his troops and hurriedly leave. It seemed Xiao Mingyuan's choice to travel secretly was correct. But by now everyone was starving and couldn't think of anything else. Yet they couldn't touch the table full of delicacies. Only Dr. Li ate chicken legs carelessly. He'd tasted more poisons than they'd eaten salt. Xiao Mingyuan looked envious and was about to drink some tea to wet his throat. But Li Zhao snatched it away. The cold poison isn't fully cleared. You shouldn't touch cold things. Xiao Mingyuan nodded obediently. To the side, Chikin rolled his eyes hard. He clearly drank cold tea on purpose to get Li Zhao's attention. This guy was getting craftier. Though thinking this, he also lifted his teacup and took several drinks. After drinking, he felt worse. The young girl just watched from the side, showing no intention of stopping him. What happened to a doctor's compassion? Xiao Mingyuan and Li Zhao set off for Fudong. Unexpectedly, they encountered an uninvited guest. Jiang 13 was also in Fudong. Though Li Zhao was dressed as a man, Jiang 13 had seen Li San in male clothing before and recognized the young girl immediately. But they just passed by each other, tacitly choosing not to expose one another. Both sides found it strange. Jiang 13 was supposed to be heading to Lingnan. Why appear in a Fudong town? And for some reason, all the inns along the way were fully occupied with no vacancies. After searching for a long time, they found one room, but with 3 people and gender separation needed, poor Chen Guang had to stay in the woodshed. Chen Guang was indignant. What kind of general treats his emotional advisor like this? Noticing Chen Guang's strange look, Xiao Mingyuan took out a terrain map. If you can't memorize this before dark, no dinner. Chen Guang nearly cried. Sir, you won't have any subordinates left like this, you know? Southern weather was unpredictable. Clear skies one moment could turn to dense clouds the next. This made Li Zhao tease Xiao Mingyuan about his old leg injury. Looking at the brightly smiling young girl, Xiao Mingyuan suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Zhao wasn't even 14 yet. By the time they could marry in 2 years, he'd be 23. At that age, other people's children would already be running errands. He secretly resolved to get engaged upon returning to the capital and marry Li Zhao early. Even without consummating or having children, at least he'd be a married man. The next day, as luck would have it, they ran into 13 again right after leaving. This time 13 didn't ignore them, but instead chatted with Xiao Mingyuan like a stranger. To hide their identities, Xiao Mingyuan and Li Zhao had been addressing each other as brothers. By your appearance, you seem to be from the north. What brings you and your young brother here? 13's questioning made Li Zhao frown. Indeed, being from Jingling Guard, he couldn't shake the habit of thorough investigation. But they couldn't ignore questions from Jingling Guard, or he would stick to them like glue. Xiao Mingyuan explained they were just doing business and bringing his young brother to gain experience. 13 glanced at Li Zhao's head. Your brother looks more like a local. Southern women were generally petite and cute, but this comment angered Li Zhao greatly. What was wrong with being short? Which law did it break? 13 was clearly mocking her. After some casual conversation, the dialogue ended with Jiang 13 gaining no useful information. I suspect Jiang 13 recognized me. Li Zhao worried after leaving, concerned about the implications of her identity being exposed. Xiao Mingyuan remained calm. It doesn't matter if he did. If he follows us, we'll kill him. Li Zhao's mouth twitched. She'd forgotten this man was also a killer. Jiang 13's appearance cast a shadow over them. Xiao Mingyuan guessed Fudong's jingling might not be bought, and 13 was investigating this. Li Zhao sighed. Hopefully so. Let's hope he doesn't cause us trouble. They hired a carriage to Fuxing City. After Xiao Mingyuan used his ability, the old driver explained why the inns were full. A few days ago, an official's mansion in Fuxing City was surrounded and attacked until late night. The next day, the blue stone at the entrance was stained red. Since that day, city residents had been leaving to seek refuge. That mansion belonged to Xing Wuyang, the anti-Japanese general. Speaking of the attackers, the old man showed no hatred but rather regret, showing how unpopular Xing Wuyang was in Fuxi. After paying the driver, they rented a house in the city to avoid being noticed. At midnight, Xiao Mingyuan planned to investigate Xing Wuyang's mansion alone. Before leaving, Li Zhao grabbed his sleeve and gave him a pouch. Inside were 3 small bottles for stopping bleeding, neutralizing poison, and sustaining life. The divine pill can keep you alive even with severe injuries, but I hope you won't need it. She then took out another bottle. Dr. Li taught me this. It instantly ignites anything it touches. He affectionately rubbed Li Zhao's head, then quickly turned serious, instructing Chen Guang to protect her. Half a day after Xiao Mingyuan left, Chen Guang was still pulling his hair in distress. Is this how students surpass their teachers? Seeing the general and Miss Li so intimate makes little Chen Guang both happy and bitter. After a while, Xiao Mingyuan returned safely. Xing Wuyang's mansion was now empty. He only found a token in the grass. It belonged to Fuxing City's kiln commander. The girl they saved earlier had mentioned his conflict with Xing Wuyang, suggesting he likely led the attack. While investigating Xing's mansion, Xiao Mingyuan encountered Jiang 13 again. They even fought, but neither used their face covers to avoid revealing their identities. I'm more curious about Jiang 13's purpose now. Surely, he's not also looking for evidence against Xing Wuyang. Hearing this, Li Zhao wondered if it might be Jiang 13's own initiative. Xiao Mingyuan sneaked into the inspector's mansion to rescue someone. Unexpectedly, they encountered 2 identical inspectors, like the tale of the true and false Monkey King. Xiao Mingyuan randomly chose one to rescue, but was unexpectedly stabbed by the fake inspector. Though surrounded by dangers, they successfully rescued the prison historian in the end. After returning to the courtyard with the unconscious prison historian, the man could barely hold on. After checking his pulse, they found the wound was worse than expected, plus some infection from the sea journey, leaving the man completely bedridden. Fortunately, Li Zhao had silver needles with her, and the poison wasn't too strong. After detoxifying the man, she prepared medicinal soup. He should recover in 3 to 5 days. Despite his severe condition, the man still insisted firmly, Chen Guang, if things get dangerous, just take Miss Li and leave. Protect her for me, that's a military order. After mysteriously avoiding several searches by officials, and just as Xiao Mingyuan began recovering, Fuxing City erupted in chaos. Rumors spread that someone in Exine Weiyang's mansion had contracted plague, killing everyone there. Citizens crowded at the city gates, trying to escape this troubled place. They tried to blend into the crowd, hoping to escape during the chaos. The people at the gates were already restless, and with Xing Wuyang's absence, they angrily forced the gates open. Just as they were about to feel relieved, a mass of troops appeared in the distance, led by the anti-Japanese General Xing Wuyang himself. The man's voice boomed, "Anti-Japanese General Xing Wuyang is here. My family and I haven't contracted any plague. Fellow citizens, see for yourselves." Though Wuyang appeared loyal and patriotic on the surface, who could have known how corrupt he was underneath? Suddenly, a spear flew towards Xing Wuyang, catching him off guard and striking his temple. "Run! They're killing people!" Someone shouted from the crowd. The previously calmed crowd exploded into chaos again, fleeing in all directions. After escaping to the dock, the man solemnly entrusted Li Zhao to Chen Guang. "Take care of Miss Li and Inspector Xing. I need to go back one more time." Chen Guang was shocked. Now that they had rescued Inspector Xing, they could return to the capital to accuse Xing Wuyang. He didn't understand why Xiao Mingyuan needed to risk going back. Li Zhao said nothing, just prepared medicines for him again. She had a vague idea of what he planned to do. The river was quiet. Li Zhao sat by the window watching the view. Her mother was pregnant when she left. By now, she must be showing. She wondered if her mother had morning sickness. If she were there, she could brew some appetizing soups. She smiled thinking of her family. However, as a merchant ship approached, Chen Guang's expression suddenly changed. "Miss, isn't that person from Jingling Guard?" Though backlit from the distance, Li Zhao could already imagine the man's annoying smile. As the ship drew closer, Jiang 13 boarded and immediately engaged Chen Guang in combat. Though Chen Guang was Xiao Mingyuan's personally trained guard, Jiang 13 was one of Jiang Tang's finest. After dozens of moves, Chen Guang began losing ground. After subduing Chen Guang, 13 aimed a crossbow at Li Zhao. "Long time no see. Since Miss Li is Gu Jiao, why does Lord Jiang?" Jiang 13 shook his head with a smile. "I don't mean to trouble Miss Li. I just want to take someone from this ship." The clever Li Zhao instantly understood 13 wanted to take Xing Yushi. She frowned, noticing the man's gaze was different from before. Previously, he had shown her special attention because she resembled his love. Now his gaze conveyed only coldness, as if one word of refusal would make him end her life with his crossbow. Realizing this, Li Zhao burned with anger. As Qiao Zhao, she had been shot by her husband. Now this person who claimed to love Qiao Zhao was ready to take his life. Had she dug up the matchmaker god's ancestral grave in a past life? "I must take this person today. Please cooperate, Miss Li. Otherwise..." 13 left his words unfinished, giving Li Zhao a meaningful look. "Otherwise what?" Li Zhao calmly asked. 13 suddenly grabbed the girl's pointed chin. He couldn't understand why she showed no fear of him, and sometimes even obvious impatience. "Whether I'm afraid or not won't change Lord Zhang's mind, will it?" Jiang 13 moved closer to the girl, sensing that familiar presence. He must be desperately ill. Only after losing that person did he realize how deeply his longing had settled in his bones, making him unconsciously seek their shadow in others. "Then I'll take that as your agreement," he said, turning toward the cabin. However, the moment he turned, Li Zhao quickly took out a small bottle from her chest, uncorked it, and threw its contents without hesitation. In an instant, 13 became a human torch. The searing pain made him stubbornly jump into the river. The ship gradually sailed away. Chen Guang watched the figure in the river, unable to look directly. But Li Zhao never looked back. He wasn't sure whether to admire or feel moved. "Thanks to you, 3rd Mississippi, otherwise, our mission in Fuxing City would have been ruined." Li Zhao finally threw away the empty bottle, her feelings complex as she thought of Jiang 13's suffering in the water. But she didn't regret it. After so much effort to rescue the person who could prove the Qiao family's blood feud, their only hope, she would fight anyone who dared touch the prison inspector. Yet she couldn't understand why Jiang 13 insisted on taking Xing Yushi. Helpless, Li Zhao revealed her identity to 13. Caught off guard by Li Zhao's attack, Jiang 13 carefully wiped his burned skin. The murderous intent in his eyes was chilling. "Such a ruthless girl. You only acted this way because I treated you differently. But no matter how similar you are to Qiao Zhao, you're still not that person. You'd better run fast. If I catch you again, I'll kill you. In the cabin, Chen Guang looked at Li Zhao with an expression seeking praise. Third miss, this is my first time cooking fish. I'd like your opinion. Li Zhao's mouth twitched, so he wanted her opinion. Someone might think he was taking revenge. No other comments, but next time could you scale the fish? Chen Guang slapped his forehead, saying he seemed to have forgotten something. But as he turned to leave, Chen Guang's pupils suddenly contracted. The merchant ship from this morning was rapidly approaching, with Jiang 13 clearly visible on deck. Turning and lowering his head, not looking at Li Zhao. Third miss, I don't know if I can protect you fully today, but rest assured, I will die before you do. Li Zhao was slightly startled. Their target is the prison inspector. Remembering the general's instructions, Chen Guang immediately decided to hand over the prison inspector. To the general, 100 prison inspectors aren't worth as much as 3rd Mississippi. But Li Zhao didn't want to give up. After all the trouble finding evidence, with over 70 family members waiting for revenge, she then looked in one direction, signaling Chen Guang to approach the shore through the forest. After landing, the three fled frantically, but the jingling guard's pursuit was too swift. With no choice, Chen Guang found a hiding spot and led the prison inspector away to divert their pursuers. In the silence, Li Zhao could clearly hear the sounds of weapons clashing. Soon after, a familiar scream rang out. Li Zhao's heart raced. Chen Guang must be wounded. Pushing aside the branches blocking her view, she could vaguely see Chen Guang's bloodied shoulder, with 2 guards surrounding him. You bastard killed 4 of our brothers. Today we'll tear you to pieces. Chen Guang laughed coldly, tearing open his clothes to expose his chest. Come on, stab here. What's the use of just threatening? The guard raised his sword to strike, but his expression suddenly changed as he stared incredulously at the sword in his chest. Li Zhao had intervened, unable to hold back, but this revealed her position to the guards. Chen Guang desperately grabbed the last man's legs. The guard, enraged, struck Chen Guang with his sword, making him collapse powerlessly. The guard followed the direction of the arrow, hearing vague sounds that seemed both near and far. Brother, have you come to save me? A young girl suddenly appeared, white as jade, her bright eyes staring directly at him. Looking at her flower-like face, the man was mesmerized. With her gentle, soft voice, he unconsciously fell into memories. Was she his little sister? Though he couldn't remember when he'd left his sister waiting here, she seemed just like her. But the next moment, blood spurted. The man's thoughts broke as he stared in horror at the dagger in his chest. In his last moment of consciousness, he remembered his sister had died over 10 years ago. Who was that dreamlike figure just now? After using her secret technique, Li Zhao's face turned pale white, her head feeling like it would explode. But there was no time to worry about that now. She stumbled toward Chen Guang, grabbing the man's arm. His weak pulse made Li Zhao's pupils contract sharply. Frantically taking out a small bottle, she stuffed all the divine pills into Chen Guang's mouth. Even after simple bandaging, the man still showed no color. Chen Guang, hang in there? Didn't you say you haven't married yet? If you survive, I'll arrange for Bing Li to marry you. Hearing this, Chen Guang's eyelashes trembled slightly. But just then, a pair of boots entered Li Zhao's view. It was that annoying, greedy person again. Jiang 13 suddenly reached out to wipe Li Zhao's tears. Crying for a mere guard? You've already captured Xing Yushi. Why won't you leave us alone? The man suddenly grabbed the girl's neck. Don't look at me like that. The girl's gaze was too similar to his. The man couldn't bring himself to harm her, but now the girl was involved in too much. He couldn't let her return to the capital alive. Li Zhao's vision gradually darkened. In her haze, she seemed to see that naive young man. He had happened to pass by, immediately recognizing the man's snake poisoning. He squeezed out the venom and gave him his homemade ointment. Before parting, the man told her his name was 13, the farmer and the snake, but she didn't want to die. The Qiao family's revenge was within reach, and her elder brother's face would soon be restored. She refused to die here. In that person, in their previous life, they were destined to be apart. In this life, she wanted to grow old with him, living in love forever. 13's hand had turned white from the force. He couldn't describe the feeling in his heart. As Jiang 13 hesitated, the girl's voice struck him like lightning. 13, let go. Jiang 13 suddenly released his grip. Grabbing Li Zhao's wrist, he demanded harshly, "What did you just call me?" Li Zhao wanted to shake off the man's hand, but had no strength left. The intense life-and-death chase had exhausted all her energy. 13, I called you 13. The name instantly plunged the man into memories. He had saved him, told him his name was 13, and asked the young lady not to forget. When they met again, he was already engaged to the Jinan Marquis's second son. But his smile remained serene and calm. "I remember you're 13. Jiang 13 suddenly raged, squeezing Li Zhao's chin. "Who are you to call me 13? What do you know?" Li Zhao endured the pain in her throat, her wrists swollen red from his grip, looking at him with innocent eyes. "Little girl, if you don't speak, I'll use the jingling guard's methods." Li Zhao's emotions were complex. It seemed like just recently, this same man had softly spoken of his love for the Qiao family's daughter. But in an instant, he had turned into a venomous snake, biting her without mercy. "Don't you have teeth marks on your waist?" 13's pupils suddenly contracted. "What teeth marks? Explain clearly." The girl was too weak, struggling to force out one word: snake. This completely stunned 13, unconsciously loosening his grip. The tenderness he had treasured for years was calmly spoken by the girl. "Who are you really?" Looking at the girl's pale face, regret grew in the man's heart. Li Zhao gently closed her eyes. She was gambling, betting that Jiang 13 would still care about that past kindness. Though unsure if she would lose everything, she had no other choice. Jiang 13 pulled the girl into his arms. His heart twisted into knots. "Li Zhao, tell me, what relationship do you have with him?" The girl barely opened her eyes. "Save Chen Guang and protect Xing Yushi, then I'll tell you." Jiang 13 suppressed his anger. Was she using Qiao Zhao to negotiate with him? Seeming to see through his thoughts. "If Chen Guang dies, I'll die too." 13 laughed coldly. "Your life isn't worth that much." The girl opened her eyes again, pure clear eyes staring at the man. "Really?" Jiang 13's heart twisted again. Li Zhao's life might not be precious to him, but Xiao Zhao's was invaluable. Could Li Zhao be Xiao Zhao? This thought struck like lightning through the man's mind, instantly clearing all confusion. With trembling hands, he embraced the girl again. "You're him, aren't you? You're Xiao Zhao." However, he didn't get the girl's answer. Instead, she had fallen unconscious. At this moment, his subordinate Jiang, he hurriedly arrived. Seeing 13, he was also shocked. Finally caught up. "Sir, why are you embracing?" After realizing it was Lady Li, he quickly covered his mouth in surprise. What exactly happened here? How much drama had he missed? 13 ignored this drama queen and simply ordered him to take away that heap on the ground. Alive or dead? Jiang, he looked at Chen Guang with disdain. After picking him up, he chuckled. "Oh, he's half dead." In an inconspicuous house, Jiang 13 stood by the window. Looking back at the girl on the bed, his heart was confused. He didn't know if he was possessed, seemingly bewitched by this mysterious girl. Not only had he saved that damned little Qing Wei, but he had also spared Xing Yushi's life. Was he afraid she would be sad when she woke up? Thinking of this, 13 gave a bitter smile. She seemed to have too many secrets, tugging at his heart since the moment they met. Those clear eyes and the familiar fragrance on the girl seemed to confirm his suspicions, but it seemed too absurd. The man was caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to trust his logic or intuition. He reached out to touch the girl's chapped lips, but ultimately didn't dare. If she really was Lady Qiao, how could he dare to offend her like this? His fingers traced the girl's facial features in the air. How could two such different people share the same soul? Just then, Li Zhao's eyelashes fluttered. Opening her eyes to see the man's handsome face so close, she almost instinctively slapped him. 13 caught her wrist, suppressing his excitement. "You're awake. I'll get you some water." Li Zhao didn't resist, trying to understand Jiang 13's change in attitude. After taking the cup, she drank several sips. The burning in her throat still hadn't eased. Although it was caused by the man before her, she had no complaints. They were on different sides to begin with. Her vague hints about the past life were also a way of manipulating him. Facing the girl's calm demeanor, 13 felt a bitterness in his mouth. They were too similar. "Is it you, Lady Qiao?" She calmly put down the cup, avoiding the answer. "Where are Chen Guang and Xing Yushi?" 13 gave her a deep look and compromised. Since realizing she might be Qiao Zhao, his heart couldn't harden against her anymore. He seemed unable to refuse anything she said. He then took her to see Chen Guang's condition. Though the wound had been simply treated, there were still no signs of him waking. The girl wrote down a prescription and handed it to the man. Chun Guang's injuries are severe. Could you help me buy these medicines? After receiving the prescription, he hesitated. Sir, didn't you say you wouldn't spare Li Zhao if you saw her again? Seems like even heroes can't resist beauty. Oh no, our master has fallen for Lady Li, but there's still a young lady waiting for him at home. In the time that followed, the man not only prepared Li Zhao's favorite crab legs, but also personally served her food. The last time he saw Qiao Zhao was on her wedding day. He watched from afar, not daring to approach, having no right to approach. But after that, his heart died with her in the north. When they met again, she was cold and lifeless, never smiling. 13 watched the girl eat, as if trying to engrave her every movement into his bones. Li Zhao filled a bowl of soup and pushed it to 13. Lord Jiang, please drink too. Jiang 13 was the most inscrutable person of his age she had ever met. She could only carefully test him, neither confirming that bet nor guiding his guesses in that direction. The man showed rare shyness, losing his previous imposing manner. The atmosphere was unusually harmonious. Though 13 was eager for answers, he also enjoyed this hopeful feeling. However, at that moment, Jiang He's scream came from outside. The next moment, a tall figure stepped into the room. It was Xiao Mingyuan, whom Li Zhao had been thinking of. After Xiao Mingyuan appeared, Li Zhao instinctively stepped back half a step, her eyes full of wariness. At that moment, Jiang 13's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. After checking Chun Guang's injuries, Xiao Mingyuan's expression turned unfriendly. Lord Jiang, what does this mean? Have I offended you in some way? Facing Xiao Mingyuan's fierce presence, Jiang 13 didn't back down at all, only saying he was ordered to escort the imperial censor to the capital. Li Zhao scoffed inwardly. If Jiang 13 had the same purpose as them, how could he have tried to kill her earlier? However, she didn't want to expose this now. Such a facade couldn't fool Xiao Mingyuan anyway. They simply didn't want to break ties openly. Since the Marquis is here, I shall take my leave. But Xiao Mingyuan clearly didn't want to let him go. Sherlon stood motionless in 13's path. Since we're all heading to the capital, why not travel together? We can look after each other. Although Jiang 13 was still polite, once he left this door, if he revealed their whereabouts even slightly, Xing Wu Yang's people would swarm in. Jiang 13's face turned cold. I decline. He was clearly ready to attack. Xiao Mingyuan smiled dismissively. Then Lord Jiang can try. As soon as the words fell, Jiang 13's fist came rushing in. Li Zhao quickly stepped back to make room for them. She wasn't worried about Xiao Mingyuan's martial skills, but seeing the man's bloodshot eyes, Li Zhao felt sympathy. He must have traveled through the night without rest. In the short time of drinking a cup of tea, they had exchanged over 100 moves. Both men were using their full strength. Gradually, Jiang 13 began to lose strength. He then found an opening and let out a long whistle. Moments later, the courtyard was filled with imperial guards. Xiao Mingyuan took this chance to grab 13. Though surrounded, the killing intent in the man's eyes was frighteningly intense. Seeing this, Li Zhao immediately stepped forward to intervene. Jiang 13 is Jiang Tang's favorite adopted son and future son-in-law. If we kill him, we'll completely fall out with the Jingming Guard. This isn't what I want to see. Lord Jiang, please stay. Xiao Mingyuan frowned. Strangely, after hearing Li Zhao's words, 13's hostility noticeably deflated. His attitude toward Li Zhao was very odd. Lord Jiang, do you feel discomfort in your abdomen? Jiang 13 froze slightly, instinctively pressing his abdomen. Intense pain suddenly spread throughout his body. In an instant, the man broke into a cold sweat, realizing Li Zhao had poisoned the earlier bowl of soup. He smiled self-mockingly. Lady Li is indeed skilled. I thought she had some softness for me, but her heart is hard as a knife, using every chance to end my life. If she really is Lady Qiao. At this thought, 13 stopped, the pain in his heart more severe than his abdomen. The girl's calm voice came again. Lord Jiang has been poisoned with the 7-day gut-breaking powder. No one but me can help. You'd better stay with us. At this point, 13 stopped resisting. Bai Shou dismissed his subordinates. But the next moment, their departing figures made 13's eyes widen. Li Zhao was holding hands with the champion Marquis. Could it be she didn't mind at all about that sword strike from the champion Marquis? She was willing to forgive the one who took her life, yet showed no mercy to him. How could he accept this? In the room, Xiao Mingyuan knelt before the girl, gently kissing the wound on her wrist. When he raised his head again, his eyes were filled with tears. It's all my fault for being useless, letting you face danger again. Bei Zhao actively reached out to hold the man. Silly, don't blame yourself too much. Who could have known Jiang 13 would target us? By the way, how did you catch up with us? The girl leaned against the man's broad chest, feeling extraordinarily safe. It turned out that after finishing his business, the man went to the meeting point but didn't find Li Zhao. So he backtracked and found Chen Guang's marks. After discovering the battle scene, he followed the trail to find the Imperial Guards who went to buy medicine. Though the man spoke lightly of it, he must have endured great hardship to find them in such a short time. Regarding why Jiang 13 spared Li Zhao's life, Xiao Mingyuan didn't ask much. He could sense Jiang 13's feelings for Li Zhao, but he wouldn't bring it up to embarrass his Zhao Zhao. As for that Imperial Guard who coveted his wife, he would personally kill him one day. Moments later, Jiang 13 couldn't suppress his doubts, wanting to hear Li Zhao's answer directly. Why did you choose the champion marquis? He killed his own wife with his own hands. Before Li Zhao could answer, the killing intent from the man behind her became almost tangible. Do you not fear death? He had just gone to wash his face, and this guy had sneaked over to flirt with his wife. What should I fear? That the marquis doesn't know how to cherish women? Jiang 13 sneered. Xiao Mingyuan frowned. That's none of Lord Jiang's concern. Or perhaps Lord Jiang wants to learn about romance. Jiang 13 looked at the man with contempt. No disrespect to the marquis, but when it comes to cherishing women, I could do better than you even with my eyes closed. After all, he killed his own true love with his own hands. He wouldn't show any courtesy to Xiao Mingyuan. If that's so, why doesn't Lord Jiang return to the capital earlier? To shower your fiancé with attention. At these words, 13 instinctively looked at the young woman. Li Zhao's expression remained cold and unmoved, seemingly indifferent to his having a fiancé. At this moment, he knew he had lost. As long as she loved Xiao Mingyuan, he could never win. After 13 left, Xiao Mingyuan held the young woman tightly. That man has impure thoughts about you. Stay away from him in the future. Li Zhao was amused by the man's jealousy. Previously, he had generously pushed her towards 13, making her think he wouldn't get jealous. Who knew he could be as petty as a wife when jealous? The next day, Jiang He angrily fed Chen Guang. Really, we should have just finished him off with another strike. Now I have to personally feed this lump. What's next? Giving him a bath. Hearing this, Chen Guang rolled his eyes frantically. I'm just immobile, not deaf. Jiang He pouted, completely dismissive of little Chen Guang's attitude. So what? Try to bite me if you can. Seeing Xiao Mingyuan rushing over, Chen Guang felt like he'd finally found his savior and quickly complained to his master. But Xiao Mingyuan ignored this ungrateful one, lightly picked up little Chen Guang, and changed his bandages back and forth, causing such pain that Chen Guang wished for death. Help! Let Miss Li do it instead. Is this brute trying to kill me? Sensing his subordinate's unrealistic thoughts, Xiao Mingyuan mercilessly replied with a look, dream on. Over the past few days, Jiang 13 had tasted the bitterness of the gut-breaking powder, forced to submit to the couple's whims. However, due to the Jingming Guard status, their journey was smooth and unobstructed. Thinking of this, Jiang 13 couldn't help but sneer. Is the marquis using Jiang Mao as a shield? Isn't that indirectly admitting your own incompetence? Xiao Mingyuan just smiled without answering, turning to hold Li Zhao's hand as they returned to their room. 13 was completely dumbfounded. What was this? Winning without fighting? At mealtime, Li Zhao curiously looked at 13. With a table full of delicacies, the man wouldn't touch his chopsticks. Unexpectedly, 13 pointed at his abdomen with a pitiful face. It hurts here. Li Zhao remained silent for a moment, then took out a small bottle and handed it to him. Though not the antidote, it would help ease the pain considerably. Feeling the small bottle that still retained the young woman's warmth, 13 wanted to ask questions several times. But with that annoying fellow by her side, he could only sit silently at the dining table. As soon as he sat down, Li Zhao was serving soup to Xiao Mingyuan and picking dishes for that dog. The food tasted like wax to 13. He dropped his chopsticks and went to look at the river view. He seemed to be losing his composure more and more. Who would have thought that he, Jiang 13, would one day be troubled by love? When no one was around, Jiang He secretly brought a steamed bun to 13. Sir, you must be hungry. It's still warm. But before he could feel touched, Sir, don't be picky with food when traveling. Jiang 13's mouth twitched as he pointed at the cabin, telling Jiang he to leave gracefully. Jiang he was actually quite happy. It had been a while since he'd heard his master scold him. Another 2 pleasant days passed, and by then Chen Guang could walk again. At a hidden mountain stream, Xiao Mingyuan had the boat dock. Shortly after, Yi Luo brought someone aboard, and they resumed their journey. So the Marquis indeed went to handle important matters. The assassination attempt on Xing Wuyang outside Fuxing City's gate was your doing, wasn't it? Faced with 13's probing question, Xiao Mingyuan didn't yield. The rumors in Fuxing City were spread by Lord Jiang, weren't they? In fact, they should thank Jiang 13. Without the citizens' unrest, how could they have left so smoothly? If the Marquis really wants to show gratitude, have Miss Li give me the antidotes sooner. But the man before him replied righteously, our Miss Li is the head of the household. My word doesn't count. Hearing this, 13's face instantly darkened. This man was definitely trying to provoke him. With endless resentment, 13 approached Li Zhao. Give me the antidote. Li Zhao stepped back 2 paces to maintain distance. There was never any 7-day gut-breaking powder, so there's no antidote. Hearing this, 13's heart raced wildly. He naturally believed the young woman's words, so she never intended to poison him to death. The light in his eyes flickered before finally settling into calmness. He said meaningfully, until we meet again, then disappeared in a few flashes. After 13 left, Xiao Mingyuan took Li Zhao to the storehouse. It turned out that when Xiao Mingyuan returned that time, he had directly kidnapped Xing Wuyang, and he wasn't even recognized right under the Jingming guard's nose. But Li Zhao was somewhat worried. No matter how grave Xing Wuyang's crimes were, the man's actions were still unauthorized. He would inevitably face punishment from the emperor, but he had no choice. Xing Wuyang had absolute power in Fudong. If the emperor ordered him to return military power, it might force Xing Wuyang into rebellion. The emperor, being conflict-averse, would likely delay dealing with Xing Wuyang indefinitely. He knew Li Zhao's mission had to succeed this time, so how could he bear to let her down? After everyone left, Li Zhao smiled sweetly at Xiao Mingyuan. Fortunately, we didn't make any missteps. Perhaps Jiang 13 was our only unexpected variable. Xiao Mingyuan clearly shared Li Zhao's thoughts. I feel Jiang 13's purpose here wasn't simple. He's likely acting without Jiang Tang's knowledge, spreading rumors and causing chaos in Fuxing City. Who knows what big fish he was trying to catch by muddying the waters? But just then, Chen Guang burst in frantically. It turned out 13 had left them a parting gift. He had drilled holes in the cabin and filled them with soft wax. Soon, the boat would be completely submerged. Miss Li, you were too soft-hearted. We should have given him rat poison instead. By now, Li Zhao's group had arrived at Jiafeng. Xinyan was overjoyed to see her father, but the prison official's attitude was unusually cold. Several people continued to make space for the women to talk. I heard you were carrying a Japanese man's child. Xinyan hurriedly explained that the child had been terminated. By now, there was a hint of pleading in the young woman's voice. But the prison official remained indifferent, saying, "Get rid of her. She brings shame to our family," before leaving. Xinyan stood up and wiped her tears. Having been taught by her father since childhood, how could she not understand his meaning? With a bitter laugh, she untied her belt and hung it from the beam. Watching the prison official's departing figure, Li Zhao felt increasingly uneasy. For a father-daughter reunion, his attitude was far too cold. Upon entering, she indeed found the young woman already dead. She ordered the maids to take care of Xinyan. Li Zhao angrily confronted the prison official. For the sake of so-called reputation, you would force your own daughter to death? Neither of my fathers would do such a thing. Miss Li is unique, indeed different from ordinary women, but she was defiled by the Japanese. She should have preserved her dignity by dying. How could she continue living shamefully? This angered Qi being violated by the Japanese wasn't their fault. It was due to inadequate laws and Xing Wuyang's corrupt inaction. How can you blame the female victims? However, the prison official was old-fashioned. Would young Master Qi marry a woman defiled by the Japanese? Hearing this, Chikin was about to explode, but then his eyes quickly caught Li Zhao's expectant gaze. If she were someone I loved, I certainly wouldn't mind. Unfortunately, Xinyan wasn't so lucky to meet someone like young Master Qi. Li Zhao felt both helpless and furious. Because she lost her chastity and couldn't be married off, he would rather let her die than return home. She knew deeply rooted beliefs were hard to change, but she couldn't bear to watch Xingyang die so pathetically. In this damn world, even staying alive was considered a woman's fault. Having just reunited with everyone, before she could even drink with them, she was nearly driven to cough blood by Xing Yushi. But this matter couldn't be resolved quickly. They decided to return to the village to bid farewell to Grandfather Li at the small house in the forest. Have you thought it through? Do you really want to marry my Zhao? The man nodded firmly. I remember the Marquis is quite a bit older than Zhao. My girl doesn't even reach your chest. Xiao Mingyuan was caught off guard by Dr. Li's question and started coughing awkwardly. It's not that he was actually attracted to young girls, but he had no choice. His wife had changed from tall to small. He couldn't just abandon her. She's actually a bit taller than my chest, he defended. I shouldn't be the one saying this, but I'm Zhao's only elder left. My girl has always been naturally small and thin. For her safety, she cannot bear children before age 18. Can the Marquis promise this? Hearing this, Xiao Mingyuan's face reddened, perhaps recalling some of his impure thoughts. But he immediately assured Dr. Li that he would never let anything dangerous happen to Li Zhao. After the man left, Dr. Li called for Li Zhao and earnestly advised the young girl. That boy's character is indeed good. Since you're willing to marry him again, completely forget about the past. Old Li never imagined that the girl who was throwing things at the man half a year ago would now want to be with him again. Listen to Grandpa. When you need to throw things, throw them. If that fool thinks about keeping concubines or such, don't act like some refined lady. Grandpa taught you many formulas. Just use those non-lethal poisons on him. Li Zhao was speechless. She naturally understood these things. She sought the kind of relationship her grandparents had, where they were each other's only support. If Xiao Mingyuan were the type to feel guilty, she wouldn't have considered him from the start. After bidding farewell to Dr. Li, they returned smoothly to the capital. The bustling prosperity actually made them feel somewhat uncomfortable. As soon as they disembarked, Li Zhao was picked up by the family's old servant. The old madam, worried about Li Zhao's safety, had people watching the dock daily. Meanwhile, Xiao Mingyuan took Xing Wuyang directly for interrogation. In the carriage, Li Zhao asked about the family situation. The old madam was still in good health. Her mother's pregnancy was stable. Only her unreliable father had caused trouble again. He cheated at chess while drunk and got beaten up by his superior, earning himself a half-month vacation. Upon returning home, before she could speak, her mother embraced her with tears flowing. Her Zhao had finally returned safely. After the whole family warmly greeted her, her mother secretly told Li Zhao that grandmother had chosen a family for Daya, planning to arrange the marriage next spring. Though they were just ordinary people from the outskirts, Madam, he had envied them for a long time. She blamed people's blindness for thinking her Zhao had a bad reputation. But little did she know, her supposedly unmarriageable Zhao had not only captivated young Master Qi, but even the most sought-after general in Daliang was completely smitten with her. In the evening, the family specially prepared a reunion dinner. Dia, who had been confined to the small courtyard for long, was exceptionally allowed to attend. Haven't seen you for months. Sister has missed third sister. Third sister isn't still angry, is she? Li Zhao smiled faintly. Does big sister really need to discuss this today? She knew Dia's intention was to take advantage of the crowd, putting on a wronged appearance. While seeming to apologize, she actually wanted to force an explicit forgiveness. If Li Zhao didn't express forgiveness, she would appear narrow-minded. But after this journey, having killed several people already, she couldn't be bothered with the Ya's petty schemes. Just as the family was enjoying their time together, the Empress Dowager requested third miss to enter the palace. Li Zhao had returned from seeking medicine far away, and was immediately summoned to the palace by the Empress Dowager. Although Li Zhao had obtained medicine that could cure the princess, the Empress Dowager's attitude toward her was somewhat strange. After asking the girl's age indifferently, she served tea and sent her away. Outside the palace, Shirkin kicked hard. Young heir, why did you kick me for no reason? Sukin wore an expression of exasperation. It turned out that before Li Zhao arrived, Young heir had praised Li Zhao extensively before the Empress Dowager. It was well-intentioned, wanting the Empress Dowager to know of Li Zhao's hardships during the journey. Think about it. Li 3 spent months with us, and when she returns, you praise her endlessly. What do you think the Empress Dowager will think? What if the Empress Dowager really matches Li Zhao with you? What would Mingyuan do then? Yang heir was dumbfounded. His little brain wasn't capable of thinking things through so thoroughly. After leaving the palace, Li Zhao didn't go straight home. Instead, she first visited the champion Marquis's mansion to see her brother. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Zhao brought up Qiao Mo's burns. Dr. Li discovered that medicine alone couldn't restore Qiao Mo's face. The scars would need to be cut open and the skin stimulated to heal properly. Her brother would need to visit Jiaofeng later. Several days passed, and there was still no conclusion regarding Xing Wuyang. That day, the emperor raged in the palace, rebuking the guardian office's Lan Shan for poor supervision of subordinates. He ordered the 3 legal offices to investigate thoroughly, then stopped inquiring about it. Meanwhile, Xiao Mingyuan took the opportunity to inform the emperor that Wu Yang's true mother had assisted in the arrest, embellishing the young lady's contributions. While the criminal history officer was still dazed, the emperor had already issued rewards of fine silks, countless jewels, and most importantly, a jade Rui scepter. The criminal history officer was stunned. If possible, how could he have ever wanted to force his daughter to die? But he had been humiliated by the Japanese in every way, losing his honor. If she lived, it would only bring shame to the family. But now with the jade Rui scepter, Xinyan's life was no longer in his control. A few days later, a servant from the champion Marquis's mansion rushed to report a fire. A great fire had destroyed all the case files from the 3 legal offices' joint investigation, including the policies they had worked so hard to obtain. But Xiao Mingyuan was surprisingly calm. He had anticipated things wouldn't go so smoothly. However, Qiao Mo clearly wasn't as composed as him, clenching his fists anxiously. Seeing this, Xiao Mingyuan had to comfort him. "Don't worry, brother. Zhao Zhao had already looked through one of the account books that night. You know she has photographic memory." This made Xiao Mo even more unsettled. "What do you mean that night? What were you doing with my sister in the dark? She's still a girl." "My lord, you'd better not visit her at night anymore. And you're even calling her Zhao Zhao. Isn't this fellow being too thick-skinned? Who knows what he did to my sister when I wasn't around?" Little did he know that this man, who appeared to be a refined gentleman, had already taken quite a few liberties with his sister. If he knew the truth, he'd probably draw his sword immediately. Xiao Mingyuan coughed several times. In his view, once he and Zhao Zhao were engaged, they'd be family. There was nothing wrong with calling her Zhao Zhao in advance. "In that case, my lord needn't worry. I've seen the other account book too." Xiao Mingyuan was stunned for a long while, his lips moving several times without words. They truly were siblings, both blessed with photographic memory. This made the young general worry. If he and Zhao Zhao had children in the future, and they didn't have such good memory, they'd surely take after him, the fool. Why did the pressure suddenly increase? A few days later, Xiao Mingyuan spent a fortune buying the empty house next to the Li residence. Firstly, to make it convenient for Li Zhao to give him acupuncture, and secondly, to avoid her brother. After all, he couldn't be intimate with Li Zhao in front of her brother. He might get beaten up if discovered. When Li Zhao mentioned this to Madame He, her mother couldn't stop grinning. The champion Marquis had taken a liking to her daughter. This fellow was clearly trying to take advantage of being nearby. Then she looked at Li Zhao with complex emotions. She finally understood why she'd been having strange dreams lately, dreaming of her precious daughter being carried away by a large eagle. Now she knew who that big-tailed eagle was. Her Zhao wasn't even 14 yet, and already she caught this man's eye. Seeing her mother's gritting teeth, Li Zhao casually invited, "Why don't you come with me to take a look, mother?" In the neighboring house, Xiao Mingyuan was anxiously waiting in the parlor. "A day apart feels like 3 autumns." He used to scoff at such words, but now he truly understood the feeling. When Chen Guang announced Miss Li's arrival, he went out with a foolish smile. "Zhao Zhao, you're finally here." His words stopped abruptly. Behind him, Chen Guang was already covering his face in despair. He felt sorry for the general, but there was nothing he could do. His lord had been too hasty, calling out before seeing who had arrived. Xiao Mingyuan was now frozen in place, at a complete loss. Madame He, however, greeted him naturally. "Are you the champion Marquis? I'm Li Zhao's mother." Xiao Mingyuan's handsome face was almost purple with embarrassment. What was happening? Why was his future mother-in-law here? Wouldn't she be suspicious about him buying a house so close by? But only a fool wouldn't be suspicious. Had he been too hasty? In that instant, countless thoughts flashed through his mind, each one making him more desperate than the last. After stammering for a while, he finally remembered to invite his mother-in-law in for tea. Passing by Chen Guang, he shot his servant a fierce glare. This dog hadn't reported such important information. He deserved death. Chen Guang protested his innocence. How could he have known the general would be so hasty, rushing out before he could finish speaking? In the parlor, Xiao Mingyuan humbly served tea with his head lowered. Looking at such a young mother-in-law, the man's worries grew even more severe. He couldn't help but feel nervous. What if she thought he was too old and unworthy of Zhao Zhao, and moreover lacked ambition by living in the neighboring courtyard? Finally, Li Zhao cleverly intervened, sending her mother to tour the garden first. By now, the man's face had turned pale with nervousness. Lord Xiao, one might think you'd been fighting battles for days. To her surprise, the man wore a pitiful expression. This is more exhausting than fighting battles. Zhao Zhao, give me a kiss to comfort my tormented soul. As he spoke, his hands weren't idle, grabbing Li Zhao's small hand and trying to move closer. In his attempt to take advantage, he forgot about the hand warmer, and a suitable voice suddenly sounded at the door. Xiao Mingyuan startled violently, quickly releasing Li Zhao's hand. Seeing Xiao Mingyuan so close to Li Zhao, Madam, he was puzzled. Weren't you two supposed to be discussing important matters? Why are you both standing there dumbfounded? The two exchanged glances and finally breathed sighs of relief. After Madam he left, Xiao Mingyuan finally settled down completely, sitting properly on the small stool. Zhao Zhao, do you think your mother approves of me? Should I propose next spring? Li Zhao felt a bit shy. This shameless man, who was he calling mother-in-law? But now that Madam he had gone far, Xiao Mingyuan's courage immediately grew. Whoever is your mother is my mother-in-law. Really, how was my performance just now? Li Zhao finally couldn't help but laugh. She thought this guy was fearlessly bold, but it turned out he was afraid of his mother-in-law too. Then she gave him a strange look. What do you think? If you had an underage daughter and some bold fellow set his eyes on her, even secretly buying the house next door to meet her, what would you do? The strong sense of empathy made Xiao Mingyuan emanate killing intent. I would skin that fellow alive. As soon as the words left his mouth, he knew he'd made a mistake. Wasn't this exactly what he was doing? After a moment of internal struggle, the man said, But Zhao Zhao, don't worry. Next door to us is the prince's mansion. No one can afford to buy it. The champion marquis's mansion was located near the palace. Not just ordinary families. Even the wealthy and powerful couldn't even think about it without sufficient merit. Seeing the man's dejection, Li Zhao stopped teasing him. There was no rush to clarify this matter. They had more pressing issues to handle. But the more patient she was, the more anxious he became. He was already 21, and his wife of several years had suddenly become so young, having to wait for her to grow up. Only he could understand this feeling. With Li Zhao's copied ledgers, the man glumly went to the Ministry of Justice. But faced with two ledgers in different handwriting from the originals, the criminal history officer's old-fashioned nature emerged again. This concerns the fate of many officials. I absolutely won't accept forged ledgers. If the person who copied these made a mistake with names, it could affect entire families' destinies. Faced with such a pedantic criminal history officer, Xiao Mingyuan was at a loss. He could only say he would look for the original ledgers again. Just when the man was at his wit's end, Xiao Mo approached him. My lord, did your little sister mention that we're both extremely skilled at imitating others' handwriting? Xiao Mingyuan paused briefly, then shook his head, saying she hadn't mentioned it. Zhao Zhao wasn't one to boast. Seeing the man's proud expression, Xiao Mo's mouth twitched involuntarily. He had worried the man might lose face, but it turned out he was quite good at finding ways to compensate. If the criminal history officer insists on the original ledgers, give my sister and me 1 day, and we can replicate them with 80% similarity. With 3 days, we can make them indistinguishable from the originals. These words made Xiao Mingyuan suffer. He could understand having one genius, but how could the whole family be like this? The young general rubbed his head in distress. The pressure was even greater now. If he had a daughter who took after him, playing with swords and sticks all day, how could he face Zhao Zhao? But at this moment, Xiao Mo was clearly more conflicted than him. His education made him clearly understand that this approach wasn't befitting of a gentleman. But those 2 ledgers were too important enough for him to abandon his long-held principles. Seeming to see through his brother-in-law's thoughts, Xiao Mingyuan laughed quite freely. In some matters, the result is far more important than the process. Everyone wants to maintain a gentleman's dignity and righteousness, but in this world, someone has to do certain things. Hearing this, Qiao Mo's heart suddenly shook. It was as if he was seeing the man before him for the first time. Xiao Mingyuan was 2 years younger than him, yet at such a young age, he was already the renowned, undefeated general. He was admired and envied by countless young people. Yet many also secretly cursed him as cold-blooded for killing his own wife to gain military merit. He had always thought Xiao Mingyuan's success came purely from passion. Only now did he realize that this man understood life more clearly than most people. Just as Xiao Mo made his decision, Xiao Mingyuan shook his head with a smile. Brother Qiao cannot do this. You still need to pursue an official career. We'll need your help in the future to bring down Prime Minister Lan Shan. You cannot have any blemishes on your record. Let's leave this task to Zhao Zhao. After several months, old Lady Jiang had visibly aged much more. Her eyes were clouded white, clearly half-blind now. Just because Li Zhao came late to pay respects, she ignored their greetings. But the mother and daughter before her were exceptions. Madam, he fussed over Lily like a chick, pulling Li Zhao to stand up. Why aren't you speaking? Do you not consider this old woman worthy of your attention? Just as Li Zhao was about to speak, her mother interrupted, righteously explaining that Li Zhao had just finished some urgent business and came to pay respects right after. Li Zhao was speechless. She had been too naive to think her mother had matured, but she was still the same straightforward, honest character. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the old lady was furious. Are you saying paying respects to me isn't important business? Li Zhao quickly held back her mother, who was about to argue. She explained that she had been busy seeking medicine for the ninth princess, and thinking it better to avoid trouble, she detailed what she had been doing these past few days. But the old lady not only failed to understand, but threw her teacup in their direction. Though she couldn't see, she aimed where the greetings had come from earlier. Don't use the palace to pressure me. I know exactly what you're thinking, you little girl. Madam Yi's temper flared up too. What do you mean by that? My Zhao Zhao is so well-behaved and sensible. You can't just make baseless accusations just because you're an elder. Madame Jiang had harbored resentment, blaming Li Zhao for not getting a divine doctor to treat her before. Now blind, she looked upon the mother and daughter pair with even more displeasure. How dare you? Is this how a daughter-in-law should address her aunt? But her mother didn't care about that. Oh, now you remember I'm a daughter-in-law? Even our own old madam doesn't nitpick like this. Li Zhao sighed, wondering why her mother had to be so brutally honest. This nearly angered Hao Xianmei to death. After recovering, she coldly smiled. Though she couldn't punish Jiang Shi due to her pregnancy, she could still deal with Li Zhao. Slamming her hand on the table, she commanded, "Third miss, kneel down. Think carefully about how you've spent months mixing with men, bringing shame to the Li family, and now your uncle is being reprimanded because of you. How did the Li family produce such an ill-starred child?" So it was because Xiao Mingyuan had exposed the Qiao family murder case. Her uncle, who had investigated the Qiao family fire earlier, was also implicated. No wonder Madame Jiang was so angry. Does the general think following the Empress Dowager's orders brought shame to the Li family? As for my uncle being reprimanded, isn't that because of his own negligence that led to dozens of the Qiao family members being wronged for months? These questions left Madame Jiang stunned. Serving the Empress Dowager was a great honor. Though Li Zhao traveling with several men was criticized, no one dared to openly condemn it. Unable to argue further, she simply ignored Li Zhao and, putting on the air of an elder, ordered Li Zhao to remain kneeling. Fortunately, Li Zhao had come prepared, wearing thick knee pads. She knew these would come in handy. Just then, a maid hurriedly reported that Miss Ko from the Minister of Justice's household, Miss Zhu from the Taining Marquis's mansion, Miss Jiang from the Grand Marshal's mansion, and Miss Su from the Minister of Right's household had all come to invite Li Zhao to visit. Madame Jiang was completely dumbfounded. What happened to the ruined reputation and social isolation? Staring with lifeless eyes, she struggled to see Li Zhao's expression, but through the white haze, she finally gave up and grudgingly squeezed out the words, "You may go." After Li Zhao left, Madame Jiang violently smashed pots and bowls. The West Mansion had grown strong wings now, showing no respect for the East Mansion's authority. But the West Mansion only had a minor compiler. She didn't believe there wouldn't come a day when they would need the East Mansion's help. When that time came, she would repay today's humiliation with interest. After leaving, Li Zhao didn't immediately accept the invitations, but secretly slipped next door. She felt something was off about today's events. Upon seeing Xiao Mingyuan, she learned that he had climbed the wall after seeing her enter the East Mansion. Having no official relationship status, he could only resort to such roundabout methods to protect Zhao Zhao. Did you also invite Miss Jiang? Li Zhao asked. Xiao Mingyuan was clearly surprised, obviously unaware of Jiang Shiran's invitation. Li Zhao thought for a moment. It wouldn't be good to decline all invitations, so she decided to at least visit the familiar Ko mansion, which would also give her a chance to decline Jiang Shiran's invitation. When Li Zhao met Ko Zimo again, she was surprised. The young lady had clearly lost a lot of weight. As soon as they met, Ko Zimo eagerly asked about Li Zhao's relationship with Xiao Mo. Though curious about her love-interest relationship with Li Zhao, there wasn't any displeasure in her eyes. Brother Xiao is like a real brother to me, as if we were siblings in our previous life. After getting this answer, the two opened up and chatted about the strange encounters during their southern journey. However, at mealtime, the servants didn't prepare the menu Ko Zimo had requested, but instead served food meant for servants. It turned out that because Li Zhao's reputation was now so poor, grandmother Shui didn't want Ko Zimo associating with her, hence serving such low-grade food. Once, her grandmother had treated her even better than her own granddaughter. Now that she had changed from Xiao Zhao to Li Zhao, she only received a shocking meal. But Li Zhao didn't feel wronged. In this life, she had loving parents and grandmother. Being able to live again was already a huge gain, so she didn't mind such small matters at all. Inside Chunfeng Tower, Chiken slammed an invitation in front of Yang Er. Look what you've done! Because of Yang Er's loose lips last time, now everyone in the capital knew Li Zhao had provoked Yang Er. The old lady of the Liuxing Marquis mansion, fearing the Empress Dowager might impulsively match this unlucky Li Zhao with Yang Er, hastily arranged a flower-viewing banquet to choose a bride for her precious grandson in 3 days, hoping to end Li Zhao's social climbing ambitions. Originally planning to propose after the first month, he accidentally overheard noble ladies gossiping that his Zhao Zhao was flirting around, even seducing young Master Yang Er during the southern journey. This frightened Yang's mother so much that she immediately began selecting a daughter-in-law, fearing the unlucky Li Zhao might enter their family. This infuriated Xiao Mingyuan. Disregarding the taboo of matchmaking in the first month, he rushed back to the Jinan Marquis mansion. But when his father heard his words, he was clearly stunned. He vaguely remembered his precious son saying he was impotent, and marrying any girl now would ruin her life. Mingyuan, didn't you say earlier that your wasn't good? Before finishing, he started coughing violently. Damn, what was he saying as a father? As a man, he knew how damaging that was to a man's pride. He couldn't believe he'd said it out loud. How terrible! But just as Jinan Marquis was regretting his words, Xiao Mingyuan seriously said, "Father, thank you for your concern. I suddenly feel I'm fine now." Hearing this, Jinan Marquis was overjoyed and quickly asked which family's daughter was so fortunate. The second daughter of the assistant compiler of Hanlin Academy, living in Apricot Alley, third in rank among the East and Wesley family compounds. Is that clear enough? Father Jinan Marquis was speechless. How could it not be clear enough? He practically revealed her entire ancestry. Was he afraid they'd proposed to the wrong person? After thinking briefly, he remembered this Li girl was the one who went south on the Empress Dowager's orders. There were many rumors about her in the city. Seeing his father's hesitation, Xiao Mingyuan firmly cut off his doubts. "Father, I won't marry anyone else." Hearing this, Jinan Marquis looked deeply at his second son. The little boy he had taught martial arts had grown into a man with principles and responsibility. It was just a pity that Li Lady's reputation was too poor. He owed this child too much and hoped he could marry the best lady. For me, I don't like her because others think she's the best. Rather, because I like her, she is the best in my eyes. And she is that best lady you speak of. Trust my judgment. Father and son looked at each other for a moment. Since he was so insistent, father naturally had no reason to object. Wanting the best for his son was about his happiness. If he liked Miss Li, whether she was the best or not, he would support it. Then, father, please invite the matchmaker today. Jinan Marquis stood up straight, looking at Xiao Mingyuan with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Marriage is a major life event. How can we do it in the first month of the year? Xiao Mingyuan remained expressionless, indicating he couldn't wait any longer. Jean and Marquis's thoughts were particularly complex at this moment. Could he be holding a grandchild next year? What was father thinking? Miss Lee had just turned 14 after the new year. The reason for such urgency is because others are now slandering her. Son wants to legitimately deal with those people. Though his tone remained calm, the cold glint in his eyes was chilling. Hearing this reason, Jean and Marquis laughed. But you previously told the emperor you would observe mourning for your deceased wife for a year. Now you want to marry another girl. Won't that damage your reputation? Xiao Mingyuan smiled bitterly. Between courting a new bride and my impotence, father, which reputation do you think is more unbearable? As soon as he finished speaking, Jean and Marquis immediately made his decision and hurriedly sent someone to invite the best official matchmaker. Inside the Li mansion, Bingyu held a stick while looking at Miss Li Zhao. I don't think they have good intentions. Should I send them away, miss? The they Bingyu referred to were the 9th princess and Jiang Shi. The 9th princess had been applying medicine for several days and was improving, so she came to ask Li Zhao about adjusting the dosage. The noble ladies Xiao Mingyuan mentioned earlier, who were speaking ill of Li Zhao, were overheard by him on the road. Jiang Shiran not only said Li Zhao was flirting around, but also claimed the Liuxing Marquis' flower viewing banquet was arranged because of her. Li San, you finally show your face. Why didn't you come find me when I sent you an invitation earlier? Li Zhao ignored this busybody and instead nodded to Princess Xinjin before stepping forward to examine her injuries. Are you deaf? Can't you hear me speaking? Li Zhao continued to ignore young Lady Jiang. Even the 9th princess felt her friend was being too overbearing. Was her friend always this domineering outside? Your Highness's skin has begun to recover slightly. Continue taking the medicine from today, and we'll check the results again in 7 days. Just then, Binlu entered and whispered something in Li Zhao's ear. Li Zhao's eyes widened in shock. She quickly apologized to the two and left the room. Before reaching the reception hall, she heard her father's roaring voice. Outrageous! Zhao isn't even 14 yet, and Jean and Marquis's family sends a matchmaker? Was the Jean and Marquis kicked in the head by a donkey when he was young? Calm down? How can I calm down? Just thinking about someone eyeing my precious daughter makes my liver hurt. Outside the door, Li Zhao couldn't help but nod frantically. She was also quite angry. Didn't that shameless person say he'd propose in spring? What's with this sun change? When Li Zhao entered the reception hall, she found that her father had already chased away the matchmaker. At this moment, her mother and second mother also hurried over, but their attitudes were completely opposite to Father Li's. This is wonderful. I knew there would be good families with taste. How could our Zhao not find a good marriage? The family was in an uproar. Father Li wanted to explode but held back. He wouldn't argue with a pregnant woman. At this point, her mother belatedly asked which family's young master had sent the matchmaker. The second mother was even more curious. Just 2 days ago at a banquet, she heard others speaking ill of the third miss. But now, just 2 days later, someone had come to propose. But little did she know, the suitor was the most handsome man in the entire capital. This revelation made Li Fu completely explode. Father Li was furious at home, believing that such a prominent figure pursuing his precious daughter must have ulterior motives. Upon learning it was that undefeated young general, the second mother was completely stunned. After a long while, she looked at Li Fu. Brother didn't agree because the champion Marquis family is too high-ranking. Li Fu gave her a surprised look. Of course it's because my precious daughter is too young. Why ask such a foolish question? Suddenly, he realized his own wife was quite clever. Anyway, he won't wait 2 years for Zhao to grow up. Anyone who has designs on Zhao at this age must be a complete scoundrel. Meanwhile, the 9th princess had also heard some news about the matchmaker being driven away and assumed it must have been from an ordinary family. For some reason, she always felt the relationship between Li San and Xiao Mingyuan wasn't simple. This was the first time in her life she had feelings for a man, and she didn't want Li San to be interested in the same man she liked. The next day, at the Liuxing Marquis' mansion, today was officially the flower viewing banquet hosted by the old lady of the mansion. A woman who had heard something from somewhere was gossiping with others. The Li family in Xingzi Alley is quite interesting. The first and second daughters haven't appeared in public for a long time, but their third daughter is constantly talked about. I heard there was even a matchmaker who went to propose to Lee San yesterday. Seeing everyone's interest, she then talked about how the matchmaker was driven away. Every girl of marriageable age has matchmakers coming to propose. At this point, everyone speculated that the proposing family must have been too unsuitable. But given Lee San's reputation, they thought no good family would want to marry her anyway. Just then, there was a commotion in the garden. After inquiring, they learned that Yang Er had kicked Du Feishue into the lake. Hearing this, the old madam's face immediately darkened. Regardless of what happened, as hosts they shouldn't treat guests this way. She sent someone to summon Yang Er. Unexpectedly, this young man came with a grinning face. Zhu Wu and I were walking by the lake when we happened to run into Miss Du. I really didn't mean to kick her in. With so many people around, why would I specifically kick her into the water? In the cold winter weather, Du Feishue was now paler than her name suggested. But hearing the man's words, she couldn't hold back her grievance. You're lying. It's clearly because I was mocking Lee San. Everyone knows you've been bewitched by Lee San after accompanying her south once. You naturally became upset when I spoke ill of her. However, her mother interrupted her before she could finish. Regardless of Lee San's character, it was inappropriate for an unmarried girl to publicly gossip about others. The old madam's face darkened. Miss Du, who told you my grandson was bewitched? Yes, grandmother. I was just following Miss Du's words. What about accidentally tripping? I really didn't do it on purpose. Yang Er was thick-skinned, maintaining an innocent victim's appearance. He had never heard such offensive words before. He wondered how such a delicate young lady could say such things, even claiming he and Lee San were already intimate. There were even more offensive suggestions. Xiao Mingyuan would probably kill him if he knew. I was following the Empress Dowager's orders to escort Miss Lee south. How could I be bewitched? My relationship with Miss Lee is completely proper. Someone has already proposed to her. Miss Du should watch her words. However, Du Feishue showed a contemptuous expression, saying the matchmaker was driven away by the Lee family because the proposing family wasn't presentable enough. Hearing this, Yang Er's expression became extremely strange. Who told you the proposing family wasn't presentable? Is it possible their status is something you couldn't even dream of achieving? Du Feishue proudly said her friend Jiang Shiran told her. Yang Er stopped bothering with this fool and turned to a young madam. Madam Wang, I just learned that your family is considered not presentable in others' eyes. The young madam was Jinan Marquis' eldest daughter-in-law, Wang Shi, also Xiao Mingyuan's sister-in-law. I did say that, but what does this have to do with the Jinan Marquis family? Madam Wang was also confused, wondering what this had to do with them. Madam Wang, don't you know? It was your family who sent the matchmaker today. Everyone was shocked by this revelation. Only Wang Shi felt as if she'd fallen into an ice pit. She had just given birth to a daughter for the heir. Could it be that he already had other intentions? Wang Shi's expression puzzled Yang Er. Madam Wang really doesn't know? The Jinan Marquis personally arranged a matchmaker to propose for Mingyuan. As soon as he finished speaking, the previously chattering crowd fell silent. You're talking nonsense. This is impossible. How could the champion Marquis fancy Lee San? This is absolutely taboo. Jiang Shiran, who had appeared at some point, blurted out, how could Lee San, daughter of a mere Hamlin Academy editor, be worthy of the champion Marquis? At this point, others began asking about official positions. More importantly, they wondered if the champion Marquis really didn't mind Li Zhao's terrible reputation. Of course, it's because Miss Lee San is good enough. That's why the Jinan Marquis doesn't care about family background. He wants her as a daughter-in-law. What else could it be? It's not like someone held him at knife point. It's just a pity the Li family didn't agree. The assembled ladies felt as if their hearts had been pierced by arrows. Yang Er finally smiled with satisfaction. Good, he had completed the task Yin Yuan gave him. While everyone was discussing, Yang Er approached Du Feishue and warned in a low voice, your cousin Zhu Wu and I are close friends. If you try to play tricks with me again, I'll expose you. This girl really thought he was stupid. He and Zhu Wu were walking peacefully by the lake when Miss Du and her friends chased after them, clearly trying to create an opportunity to talk to her friend. Being improper herself, yet slandering others, lenient with herself but strict with others. He had truly witnessed it all. Just as Yang Er finished standing up for Li Zhao, within a few hours it became the talk of the capital. Kicking Miss Du into the lake had scared away all the young ladies who came to view flowers. This actually suited the man's intentions. That year, he had planned to go south to achieve military merit, not wanting to marry a girl only to leave her alone. Thinking about this, Xiao Mingyuan felt somewhat sad. If there hadn't been that imperial edict calling him back to the capital to marry, if he had persisted a bit longer and recaptured Yin City before returning, his Zhao Zhao wouldn't have had to endure that heart-piercing pain. Thinking of that sword wound, Xiao Mingyuan drained his wine cup in one gulp. He vowed in his heart to treat Li Zhao 1,000 times better to make up for that indelible guilt and longing in his heart. Half an hour later, Xiao Mingyuan had gained an attachment on his leg, a drunk Yang air hugging him. "I'm afraid grandmother will think I got sick from bad luck in the south. Why don't you let Miss Li stay at my house? If grandmother falls ill, Miss Li will be there. I'm such a clever one." Yang air rubbed against Xiao Mingyuan's leg with a foolish smile. The next moment, Yang air felt like he could fly. Xiao Mingyuan grabbed him and threw him into the corridor, letting the brainless fellow sober up properly. He couldn't even see Zhao Zhao every day himself. This guy must be out of his mind. After receiving news of Xiao Mingyuan's return home, Li Zhao secretly slipped over. But as soon as she entered, the man started undressing. She had originally come to confront him, but seeing how drunk he was, she realized it would be pointless. Xiao Mingyuan looked at Li Zhao with hazy eyes. "Zhao Zhao, I'm hot. Help me take off my clothes." Li Zhao stared at him in disbelief, unable to tell if he was pretending or truly drunk. "Have you gone mad?" But the man looked pitiful. "You're my wife. What's wrong with helping me undress?" Li Zhao's temple throbbed. Who told him that being his wife meant having to undress him? She turned to go make him some sobering soup. Unexpectedly, he pulled her into his arms. "Nobody needs to tell me. I dreamed you undressed me, and I undressed you too, in a cave." Li Zhao kicked at him. "Shameless, shut up." He always brought up the most embarrassing things. If it hadn't been to save him, she wouldn't have given him such material to tease her with. The man looked at her expectantly. "I'll stop talking. Can you help me undress now?" Half an hour later, the now-sober Xiao Mingyuan was stunned. Heavens, what foolish things had he done to Zhao Zhao? He had shamelessly asked her to undress him. "Zhao Zhao, I'm sorry. I was drunk." Knowing he was drunk, Li Zhao didn't dwell on the topic and instead asked about the marriage proposal. The man covered her small hand with his large one. "I don't want others to think you can't get married." Li Zhao was silent. "But this way, it will be even harder to get father's approval. Then I'll try harder to win over father-in-law. At least now, I don't want to hear others gossip." After speaking, he emotionally embraced her. Since returning to the capital, he felt uncomfortable not seeing her every day. She gently pushed him away. "It's time for me to go back." Since Xiao Mingyuan suddenly sent a matchmaker to propose, her father had found another excuse to skip work and watch her at home all day. Unexpectedly, Xiao Mingyuan insisted on escorting Li Zhao home. "Xiao Mingyuan, I've noticed you become completely unreasonable when drunk. Couples don't need to be reasonable. I'll just listen to you in the future." His shamelessness was becoming increasingly refined. At the mansion gate, while they were still being lovey-dovey, they completely missed Li Father's murderous gaze. This young man looked proper enough, but his character was too terrible, actually luring his daughter to secret meetings. He wanted to drag Xiao Mingyuan back home for a lecture, but considering Li Zhao's reputation, he chose to go to Xiao Mingyuan's courtyard instead. Xiao Mingyuan respectfully said, "Please come in for tea." But Li Father raised an eyebrow. "Do you have wine?" After receiving an affirmative answer, Li Father sneered. "If there's wine, why drink tea? One's true character shows when drunk. Let's see what this fellow is like when intoxicated." An hour later, Li Father pointed at the green pepper and pork strips on the table with bleary eyes. "This is from Baiwei restaurant, isn't it? No wonder it tastes so familiar." Xiao Mingyuan smiled and said Li Zhao had mentioned her father liked it. So he specially obtained the secret recipe from Baiwei restaurant to learn it and make it for fatherly. Though drunk, Li Father was delighted by these words. "That's thoughtful. What Zhao Zhao really likes is braised lion's head meatballs." Xiao Mingyuan nodded gently, indicating he had mastered that dish as well. Li Zhao, watching from the side, rolled her eyes dramatically. She knew her father would be no match, but she hadn't expected him to fall so quickly. Moreover, the man's alcohol tolerance was surprisingly good. It seemed his earlier drunken, undressing act was all pretense, just to take advantage of her. Another half hour passed, and the father and son were now arm in arm. "You make some sense, kid. Though Zhao Zhao is young, her talent surpasses other girls by far. It is indeed troublesome to have random people proposing. It might be better to settle with someone reliable." The young general looked cunning. "You're very perceptive. If I get engaged to Zhao Zhao, I'll follow your timing for the wedding. I can wait for years if you wish. Li's father scrutinized him critically. Can you support a wife and children? Can you protect Zhao Zhao? Will you promise no concubines or mistresses? At this point, Xiao Mingyuan became serious. After receiving my first rank title, I'll have 2,000 Dan of grain salary, enough to support a family. The half-drunk future father-in-law calculated that his 6th rank position earned less than 100 Dan. It would take him 20 years to earn 2,000 Dan. Damn, why did he suddenly feel like quitting? Moreover, I've established my own household. Once Zhao marries in, she'll be the head of the household. Even I will listen to her. Facing his future father-in-law's tricky questions, Xiao Mingyuan remained completely composed. In short, he had wealth and looks, and after marriage, Zhao Zhao would be in charge, with him willingly serving her. Plus, he already had his own mansion, and Li Zhao would be the master of the house once she married in. You, a first-rank official, listening to your wife? Aren't you afraid of ridicule? The man replied calmly and sincerely. A man's dignity isn't earned by putting on airs before his wife. Then with a sneer, he added, besides, I doubt anyone would dare say such things to my face. These domineering words made Li's father shudder with approval, clearly very satisfied with the man before him. But thinking about his precious daughter leaving him, he reluctantly continued challenging. I hear noble families care about concubines. I don't know about others, but I only wish to grow old with Zhao Zhao. I hope you can grant us your blessing. By this point, Li's father was completely reassured. No one cared that he earned a lot. Such a son-in-law who wouldn't take concubines was hard to find even with a lantern. Fine then, you can take my daughter. Li Zhao held her head in her hands. Was she being sold off just like that? Couldn't they wait a few days before agreeing? Xiao Mingyuan smiled at Li Zhao, joy evident even in his eyebrows. Li Zhao blushed under his gaze and lowered her head unconsciously. She had underestimated him before. This man was clearly skilled at persuasion, only appearing flustered before the one he loved. While seeing his future father-in-law out, Xiao Mingyuan secretly touched Li Zhao's palm, unable to hide his joy. Getting handsy in front of my father? Be careful. He might beat you to a pulp. Perhaps knowing the marriage was nearly settled, Li Zhao unconsciously became more intimate with him. The man smiled gently. He won't. He'll be my father soon, and who knows whose side he'll take then. Li Zhao was stunned. Given her father's behavior, he might actually side with this shameless man after the wedding. Meanwhile, Li's father stumbled back to the residence, humming a tune. Seeing her husband so happy, Madam, he couldn't help but ask, I just found a son-in-law for Zhao Zhao. His yearly salary equals half my lifetime's work. She'll be the household head after marriage, won't be wronged, and he promised no concubines or mistresses. Madam He's eyes lit up as she quickly asked where he found such a match. It's quite a coincidence. He's right next door. She was shocked. Isn't that the big hawk next door? Are we really letting him steal her away? She hurried to ask, and after hearing that their daughter also liked him, she finally nodded in approval. Actually, regardless of his many merits, to her, only their daughter's happiness mattered most. Then she suddenly paused, remembering something. Zhao Zhao, your foolish father rejected the proposal before. Won't the young man hold it against us? Will they send another proposal? Li Zhao was speechless. How did they suddenly become so eager to marry her off? The news of Jinan Marquis proposing on behalf of Champion Marquis also reached the emperor's ears. After asking Jiang Tang, he remembered he had 2 daughters of marriageable age. But since the 9th princess's scar hadn't faded, he decided to betroth the 8th princess to Xiao Mingyuan, hoping to bind the empire's most valiant general to him. After the emperor ordered Jiang Tang to arrange this matter, he rewarded him with several newly made immortal pills. This scene moved Jiang Tang to tears. He thought to himself, the emperor could forget how many daughters he had, but never forgot to give him these poisonous pills. How dreadful! It seems he'll have to invite Miss Li to detoxify him again. At the 9th princess's residence, Jiang Shiran anxiously discussed this matter with the 9th princess. Jinjin, don't you think Jinan Marquis is crazy? How could he propose to Li San, someone with such a tarnished reputation? The young lady complained, completely oblivious to her friend's unusual reaction. At this moment, the 9th princess was lost in memories, still vividly recalling when the man rescued her during the earthquake. The man's striking figure on horseback filled the young lady's heart with endless bitterness. After some thought, she seemed to have made a decision. She wrote a note and asked Jiang Shi to deliver it to Li Zhao after leaving the palace. Taking the envelope, Jiang Shiran frowned slightly. "I can deliver it, but don't you dare befriend Li San behind my back. That would kill me." After Jiang Shiran left, the ninth princess secretly wiped her tears. She could have competed for him. In just a few days, the scar on her face would completely disappear. But she didn't want to. She refused to have a man whose heart belonged to another. Compared to the eighth princess, she'd rather see Champion Marquis end up with Li San, who wouldn't want to see true lovers united. At the Li residence, after receiving the letter from the Jiang family, Li Zhao immediately became unsettled. She instructed Bingyu to deliver the letter to Xiao Mingyuan. After reading its contents, Xiao Mingyuan's face turned ashen. He had spent countless efforts to reach the current situation, only to have the emperor interfere unexpectedly. "Go back and tell Miss Li not to worry. I'll handle the rest." Without hesitation, the man rode back to Jinan Marquis' mansion. "Father, forgive my urgency. The emperor intends to marry the princess to me. Please visit the Li residence again. I've already settled things with my future father-in-law." Jinan Marquis sprang to his feet, looking even more anxious than Xiao Mingyuan. It turned out that in Jinan Marquis' youth, the royal family had intended to marry Princess Changxiong, Qi Can's mother, to him. At that time, she and Captain Wei Ji weren't married yet, but their engagement was tacitly understood. But who knew that after Jinan Marquis spent just half a year at the border, she had chosen a commoner as her prince consort? Back then, Jinan Marquis was extremely frustrated. Noble youth mocked him, while common people saw him as the villain who destroyed a relationship. In the end, though he was the wrong party, he could only swallow this bitter pill in silence. Now they dare to marry another princess into his family? If it weren't the emperor, he would have chopped him up and fed him to the dogs. Learning from the previous lesson of being thrown out by Li's father, this time, the man directly invited Li's superior, Master Su from the Hanlin Academy, to be the matchmaker. Seeing his superior, the old father was stunned. "Master Su, surely you didn't skip work just to chase me home?" Master Su's beard quivered in anger. "What nonsense are you thinking? Do I have that kind of free time?" The father finally relaxed, as long as he wasn't here to complain to his wife. Then suddenly remembering something, he looked at his superior suspiciously. This visit couldn't be to propose for his 8-year-old grandson. Such a young son-in-law wouldn't know how to care for others, let alone make spicy shredded pork for his drinking sessions. Master Su looked at Li helplessly. "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll withhold all your salary this year." Li mentally calculated. Monthly salary was 8 dan, half a year only 50 dan. But his future son-in-law's annual salary was 2,000 dan. Thinking this way, he suddenly felt indifferent. It was just a small amount anyway. Amused by Li's nonchalant expression, "Su," he said, "I'm here to propose on behalf of Jinan Marquis' second son." As soon as he finished speaking, Li's father blinked. "Their second son is the Champion Marquis, right?" "Fine, I agree." This answer nearly choked Su-hee. Wasn't it said that someone came to propose recently and was thrown out? He thought he'd need to persuade Li's family, but unexpectedly, they agreed so readily. When the Imperial Guard learned of this news, Jiang Tang immediately went to the palace. However, the emperor had already entered closed cultivation and wouldn't emerge for 7 days. Inside the palace, a newly appointed official tested the waters. Champion Marquis' favor will be hard to repay. The next day, Xingzi Lane was bustling with activity. Upon hearing that Champion Marquis was coming to propose, neighbors all curiously gathered around. Surely after Li San marries the Champion Marquis, she'll be an honored guest wherever she goes. This family is truly rising to prominence. Only Dia harbored intense resentment. She had withdrawn from the capital's social circles for half a year, and no one even inquired about her. Recently, she finally gained some freedom, and quite a few ladies sent her invitations. But they were all just trying to get information about Li San. She now understood that without an illustrious family background, even her social graces were useless. She held no weight in those people's hearts. But even with Li San's tarnished reputation, as soon as Jinan Marquis' proposal came, she immediately attracted all the noble ladies' attention. They completely forgot about that flower viewing party they held to mock Li San. Thinking of this, Dia closed her eyes tightly. By birth, she was the legitimate eldest daughter. By age, she was almost 17. She was clearly more suitable for the champion marquis. Even in terms of reputation, she was much better than Lee San. But why did Jinan Marquis' family propose to Lee San? It must be because third sister had already been secretly involved with the champion marquis. Just then, a procession approached from afar, with the leader holding a pair of wild geese. According to ancient customs, wild geese were the highest form of betrothal gifts. Even wealthy families usually chose gold, silver, and silk. These wild geese in the dead of winter showed Jinan Marquis' sincerity. At this moment, Dia could no longer contain her anger. Why should Lee San get such a good marriage? Why should she only marry into the suburbs to live out her days? However, just as the proposal procession was about to enter the west gate, two men carrying water buckets suddenly rushed out from the crowd and splashed filthy water at the Lee family's gate. This Lee family's third daughter was kidnapped earlier this year. She's not a pure and virtuous lady at all. We brothers are doing you a favor, or you'll regret it after the engagement. The crowd fell silent. No one had expected such a turn of events. Only a young man in blue robes, sitting high on his horse, spoke down to them. Who gave you the courage to remind this marquis? And who told you this would make me regret? Clean it up immediately. These two questions made their hearts freeze. The murderous aura, like that of a predator, almost made them unable to stand. They stammered but couldn't speak a word. The grandmother's face also turned ashen. Their family had always been kind and modest to others. Yet someone was so malicious as to hire these ruffians to do such a despicable thing. One of the ruffians regained his composure. Even if you're from the Marquis' family, you can't bully people like this. Is the Marquis really so unreasonable? Though they were afraid to provoke Xiao Mingyuan, known for his deadly reputation, their backers had paid them too much. Xiao Mingyuan frowned, speaking word by word. This Marquis never reasons with beasts. Clean it up with your tongues, before I lose my patience to speak. As soon as he finished speaking, two guards forced the ruffians down, making them lick the ground clean bit by bit. The steward standing nearby worried. Second young master, doing this in public will give others something to criticize. Xiao Mingyuan remained composed. He wasn't like those civil officials who needed to carefully maintain their reputation. All his glory and status were earned through fist fights on the battlefield, even stained with his wife's blood. Now in this flourishing capital, how dare these privileged people tarnish his wife? Even if they don't know Li Zhao is Qiao Zhao. He couldn't let this girl, who had shed blood for the Northern Emperor, be bullied by these ruffians. If needed, he would use everything he had to defend her dignity. But those strict officials will accuse you of abuse of power. The young general raised his head, his cape fluttering in the cold wind. They're welcome to try. Their mouths are faster than their swords. After the two had cleaned most of it, he had Qingwei take them away for thorough questioning. Then he turned and smiled warmly, like spring snow melting, dispelling the chill in people's hearts. I apologize to everyone for that scene just now. But those two beasts insulted the Li family, and Mingyuan couldn't contain his anger. I hope the neighbors can understand. Looking at the respectful young man, the crowd fell silent. If ordinary families suffered such an insult, they would fight those beasts to the death, let alone the hot-blooded Northern Campaign general. Marquis, we support you. You did nothing wrong. Before Xiao Mingyuan appeared, grandmother had been very worried that Li Zhao would be mistreated. After all, compared to champion Marquis' status, the Li family was too insignificant. So insignificant that even if Zhao Zhao was wronged, her maiden family wouldn't have the power to stand up for her. But seeing how fiercely the man protected Zhao Zhao, grandmother finally felt relieved. Champion Marquis must truly love Zhao Zhao deeply to make such domineering statements without concern for his reputation. In the courtyard, Li Zhao secretly watched that spirited man. According to custom, an unmarried girl shouldn't show her face when a man comes to propose marriage. In most families, sneaking peeks shamelessly like this would warrant punishment. Li Zhao's face reddened. She wasn't missing him. She just wanted to see what was happening. After the meal, the young general reluctantly bid farewell to the Li family. But according to his guards, the two ruffians didn't know the identity of their mastermind, who had operated very cleanly and discreetly. No wall is completely sealed. Follow the clues one by one. The man's gaze turned cold. This time he would make an example to warn others. Those who thought of bullying Zhao Zhao in the future should first consider if they had the ability to face Xiao Mingyuan's wrath. Several days days later, investigation revealed that the mastermind was actually Gu Chomba's wife. Because Du Feishue had been humiliated at the flower viewing party, Madame Zhu felt sorry for her daughter and secretly sent people to tarnish Li Zhao's reputation. The day after discovering this, Gu Chomba's usury business was exposed. The 20,000 taels he had lent out were lost. The Gu mansion fell into chaos, ultimately driving Madame Zhu to hang herself, finally ending the matter. Du Feishue became motherless, but her hatred for Li Zhao grew even deeper. It was all because of Li Zhao that the champion marquis had struck at the Gu family. In the palace, the emperor was in a terrible mood after his retreat. He hadn't expected Xiao Mingyuan to move so quickly, taking away the son-in-law he had chosen during his seclusion. At this moment, Princess Bi Yuan, the 9th princess, looked at herself in the mirror as tears fell. Her appearance had finally returned to normal today. She wanted to share the good news with her grandmother immediately, but arriving at Sinang Palace, she didn't find her grandmother. Instead, she met Master Wu Mei, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. After catching up, Wu Mei learned about Li Zhao's recent situation. "I haven't seen that child for a long time. Send someone to invite her to the palace." After Li Zhao entered the palace, Master Wu Mei dismissed everyone and actually had a long chat with her. However, she kept glancing intentionally or unintentionally at the girl's wrist, as if she had invited Li Zhao just to confirm if the Buddhist beads were still there. After leaving, the girl was puzzled. She felt something strange about the master's private meeting, but couldn't figure out what. She could only suppress her doubts for now. A few days later, Xing Weiyang's case was also concluded. Because the new commander hadn't been appointed, the punishment of Fudong officials remained confidential. The truth about the Qiao family fire case was finally revealed. The Jianan prefecture officials were all executed. On the 23rd day of the 12th month, the ground at the execution ground was soaked dark red with blood, and goose feather snow began to fall. Although Governor Lan Shan was severely reprimanded by the emperor, he was only demoted for 2 years, the matter hastily concluded. But the Li Zhao siblings knew Lan Shan's crimes weren't so simple. At least when Xiao Mo was poisoned, Lan Shan's shadow was behind it. Therefore, Xiao Mo decided to return home to heal his burns and pursue an official career, so he might one day be able to topple this mountain. "I leave my sister in your care from now on. You must protect her completely." Unexpectedly, he held her hand right in front of Xiao Mo, promising his brother-in-law that he would never mistreat her. Seeing their joined hands, a sour feeling rose in Xiao Mo's heart. He had said to take care of his sister, not to take liberties with her and take advantage. Then Xiao Mo said casually, "Although you're engaged, Zhao Zhao is still young. You shouldn't meet too frequently in the future. It wouldn't be good for her reputation if word got out." The man smiled gently and released her hand, promising to be a well-behaved fiancé. But as soon as Xiao Mo left, the shameless man who had just made his promises immediately took Li Zhao's hand again. "Thick-skinned one, you call this being well-behaved?" But before she finished speaking, the girl was pulled into his embrace. Perhaps because the cold poison had left, the man's solid chest was somewhat burning hot. The intense masculine scent made the girl's breathing quicken. Then the man bent down and firmly pressed his thin lips against the girl's cherry-like mouth. Li Zhao felt waves of heat coursing through her body, the complex sensations leaving her mind blank. After a while, they separated. The man looked tenderly at the girl. "Are you afraid?" He knew the girl before him was very strong. She had insisted on watching her parents' killers, watching each head fall. Though Li Zhao appeared calm, he knew Zhao Zhao was extremely afraid. It was only because they were enemies that she hadn't shown her vulnerable side. The girl shook her head. At this moment, she understood that with such a caring person by her side, no matter how many storms lay ahead on their path, she wouldn't be afraid anymore. After sending Li Zhao back to Xingzi Alley, they saw a second aunt leaning against the doorframe from afar. They learned that second uncle was returning in a few days. The couple had only been married for a few years when second uncle was appointed as prefect in Lingnan. Since then, second aunt had been waiting expectantly like a statue every day. But unexpectedly, it wasn't just her husband who returned, but also a young, beautiful woman and a child by his side. Compared to father's youthful appearance, second uncle looked much more weathered. The woman beside him secretly shocked Li Zhao. She had thought Princess Xinjin was already quite a beauty, but this young woman was no less attractive, and even possessed a mature charm that the 9th princess lacked. Li Zhao felt inexplicably uneasy, sensing that the Western residence wouldn't be peaceful in the future. Yet the woman moved about the Li residence without any hesitation, holding her child and standing docilely behind others. According to second uncle's introduction, the woman's name was Bing Yang, a daughter from a local county, and his properly taken concubine. The elderly woman calmly instructed Rong Mama to take the mother and child to rest first. After they left, the old lady rushed forward and immediately slapped second uncle. Second uncle was stunned by the slap, his eyes instantly turning fierce. But after realizing it was his own mother, he restrained himself. In his memory, his gentle mother had never hit him before. How had she become so unfamiliar now? "You beast, why didn't you write home about this?" Only then did second aunt's desperate expression slightly ease, though she still glared at the man before her. Was this the husband she had longed for day and night? Why had her anticipation been met with such a happy family of three? Second uncle just frowned, explaining that Ling Nan's environment was dangerous, especially for children. He hadn't mentioned it earlier because he didn't want to disappoint his mother. He had hoped to give her a surprise, but before he could even drink a cup of hot tea, his face was nearly swollen from his mother's slap. Understanding that his mother was standing up for Lu Shi, he turned to his wife and bowed. "Lu Shi, I was wrong. I should have informed you earlier. But having spent many years in Lingnan, I needed someone to take care of things." Second aunt pressed her lips tightly together. In their newlywed days, he had always called her Ying lovingly. Now, after waiting 5 years, all she got was an emotionless Lu Shi. Perhaps in his eyes, she could be Madame Wang, Madame Li, or Madame Ma, but would never again be his Ying. Back then, not wanting him to be involved with other women, she had personally selected 2 maids to accompany him. But he said the 2 maids couldn't adapt to the climate and died successively after arriving in Lingnan. Thinking of this, Lu Shi felt desperate. She had kept her lonely chamber for 5 years without any impropriety. Moreover, Lu Shi had been injured when giving birth to their 6th daughter, making it extremely difficult to have another child. So the old madam decided to let Bing Yang's child be adopted by Lu Shi. After all, the child was still young and could be a support in the future. But Li Guangxu disagreed. When he took Bing Yang as his concubine, he had promised that if they had children, he would let Bing Yang raise them herself. Is Bing Yang really just a county girl? At this moment, Li Zhao, who had been observing for a long time, spoke up. Second uncle's face changed dramatically. Although a prefect wasn't a high official, those posted far from the capital had wielded considerable power for years. Now not only was he publicly scolded by his mother, but even his niece wanted to interfere. "You're the 3rd daughter, aren't you? Your uncle doesn't understand what you mean." A subtle mockery. Earlier, while observing Bing Yang, she had felt the woman's every movement showed remarkable refinement. Such qualities couldn't possibly have been cultivated in a county town. In this situation, either there was something suspicious about Bing Yang's background, or second uncle had been blinded by beauty. But his strong reaction confirmed her earlier suspicions. Second uncle had lied about Bing Yang's identity. Why is second uncle so nervous? I'm just curious because Bing Yang seems different from other ladies. Even I feel enchanted by her. She could have Xiao Mingyuan investigate Bing Yang's identity. But before that, she might as well plant some doubts in grandmother's mind. Sure enough, after Li Zhao's words, grandmother realized something. She ordered Rong Mama to arrange any random courtyard for Bing Yang and to sell all the servants second uncle had brought, replacing them with existing household servants. The family is poor and can't afford so many idle people. You'll have to make do with the household's current servants. Mother, your son has money. I've earned 20,000 taels these years. The real amount couldn't be revealed, but such a large sum should be enough to dispel his mother's concerns. Thinking this, he glanced at his elder brother's shocked expression. His foolish brother probably had never heard of such a large sum of money. Just as Li Guangxu was secretly feeling proud, the old lady spoke calmly. Since the 2 brothers hadn't divided the family property yet, they couldn't keep private money. She ordered the accountant to deposit second uncle's 20,000 taels into the family treasury. Li Guangxu could hardly believe what he heard. The money he had worked so hard for was being confiscated just like that. Knowing he couldn't win against his mother, he secretly glanced at Lu Shi. He knew she had always been petty and didn't get along with the elder branch of the family. Your daughter-in-law has no objections. Since we haven't divided the family, how to arrange the money is naturally your decision. Li Guangxu was completely stunned. It had only been 5 years, yet not only had his mother become unfamiliar, But even his wife wasn't the same person anymore. "Mother, I'll give you all of this month's double salary." At this moment, Lee Father's words completely ignited second uncle's anger. "You earn just 8 taels monthly salary, so double would only be around 10 taels. Yet you're trying to gain favor with mother at this moment." In the end, second uncle maintained his silence. How could he argue with his own mother? Since second aunt didn't want to raise an ungrateful child, the grandmother temporarily took care of the child herself. The 20,000 taels of silver were deposited into the family treasury. Second aunt looked gratefully at grandmother. Her mother had once said that having a reliable mother-in-law was more dependable than having a husband. Now it proved true. Her mother-in-law had helped her vent this anger. Izhou secretly rejoiced on the side. After everyone left, second uncle would probably be spitting blood. But making him angry was exactly right. There was no reason he should return with a concubine and illegitimate son, causing everyone trouble while remaining smug. Just as second aunt was overwhelmed with grief, Li Zhao reached out to her. "I have a solution for second aunt's infertility. Next time it will definitely be a boy." Hearing this, second aunt became extremely excited. Remembering Li Zhao's mother's dangerous pregnancy and gradually gaining confidence in Li Zhao's medical skills, she didn't want to raise someone else's child. Her own son would be best. At dinner time, the family gathered again. Li Guangshu, recalling the day's events, found everything about his elder brother irritating. "Big brother, shouldn't your eldest daughter be engaged by now? Otherwise, it will affect her younger sister's marriages." The eldest daughter's face burned with embarrassment. Although her engagement had been settled, the ordinary family background made it difficult for her to speak about. "Who told you she's not engaged? Even the third daughter's marriage has been arranged." Second uncle's hand froze while holding his teacup. He looked at Li Zhao in surprise, thinking she was too young and wondering if some incident had forced such a hasty engagement. "Which noble family has been chosen for the third daughter?" His words were full of sarcasm, mocking his elder brother's irresponsibility regarding his daughter's marriage. But upon learning it was the Marquis of Jinan's family, he was clearly shocked. No wonder they had been so polite to the cousin at the East residence earlier. Their western branch had connected with the Marquis of Jinan. Thinking of this, Li Guangshu became confused. "Brother, how could a small renovation department have such influence?" So he asked if it was the Marquis's youngest son. Brother-in-law impatiently replied, "How could a child be suitable for my daughter? Don't you think before you speak? It's the Marquis's second son." Xiao Mingyuan inexplicably glared at Li Guangshu, wondering why an uncle would be so concerned about his niece's marriage. Second uncle couldn't sit still anymore, his mouth hanging open without words coming out. He had been too hasty. He should have privately investigated the changes in the household first. Now being completely in the dark felt extremely uncomfortable. Seeing his younger brother's discomfort, Li Fu smiled contentedly. "But my son-in-law is quite good at making money. 2,000 dan of grain from the waterway is worth more than my lifetime of work. If it weren't for this boy's delicious shredded pork with green peppers, I would have had to think carefully about this marriage." Li Guangshu nearly spat blood hearing this. He now just wanted to stab his elder brother. At the dinner table, the old lady again brought up letting Lu Shi adopt the child. Now that Li Zhao said she had hope of bearing children, she had no interest in a child born from someone else's womb. Finally, the old lady decided to raise the child herself, not wanting Bing Yang to develop inappropriate thoughts. But after a few days, something strange happened. The 3-year-old child's face burned with fever, and several doctors diagnosed it as a cold. But there was no improvement after taking medicine. This worried the grandmother greatly. Such a young child could die from a simple cold. No matter how much she disliked Bing Yang, the child was innocent. When second uncle arrived, he first suggested letting the child's mother take care of him. Then he scolded the indifferent Lu Shi. "Knowing Hauer is sick, you don't even visit him. As the primary mother, don't you have any conscience?" Lu Shi stared directly at the man before her, wishing she could take off her shoe and stuff it in his mouth. It was fortunate she hadn't taken care of the child herself. If she had, she might have been suspected of causing his illness. Then she seriously warned her daughters, "Remember, after you get married, never put all your heart into a man. When you feel like you can't live without him, that's when you're left with only one path, death." The 2 girls nodded quietly in response. Their mother's experience seemed to make them grow up instantly. "You must have the ability to be independent, just like your third sister. She can live a wonderful life, even on her own." At this time, Bing Yang rushed over. Howard's temperature was clearly dropping gradually, and he was no longer suffering. After second uncle's persuasion, grandmother finally agreed to let Bing Yang come to take care of the child. But Li Zhao, watching coldly from the side, noticed something suspicious. From the pulse and symptoms, it was indeed a cold, but what kind of illness improves just because the mother arrives? Li Zhao watched the mother and son thoughtfully. If things improved when Bing Yang was present, the final result would only be Howard returning to his mother's side. So there must be something strange about this. After leaving, Li Zhao didn't return to her courtyard, but instead went to find Xiao Mingyuan next door. First, she mentioned investigating Bing Yang's background, then asked him to borrow some books about Lingnan from Zhu Wu. This delighted Xiao Mingyuan. Lin Zhaozhao could have directly asked Zhu Wu for the books, given their friendship. But the fact that Zhao Zhou wanted to borrow books through him must mean she missed him. Thinking this, he felt pleased. Then, like showing off a treasure, he took out 2 white jade hairpins carved with a pair of adorable rabbits. He gestured to both of them, indicating they represented him and the young lady. Li Zhao's eyes instantly reddened. If she were still Xiao Zhao, both she and the man were born in the year of the rabbit. They should have been like this pair of rabbits, of similar age and inseparable. Seeing the young lady deeply moved, the man magically produced a pig-headed hairpin. Xiao Zhao was born in the year of the rabbit, but Li Zhao was born in the year of the pig. This is for the current Zhao Zhou. So, you wanted to wear a pig on my head for New Year? You big fool. While other young ladies wore phoenix hairpins, he wanted her to wear a pig hairpin. The scene was too much to imagine. New Year is coming. Have you prepared a gift for me? His question caught Li Zhao off guard. She hadn't thought about what gift to give him. My pouch is worn out. Could you make me a new one? Just something simple. This hit Li Zhao's weak spot. In both lifetimes combined, she had never learned women's handicrafts. After Howard fell ill yesterday, Li Zhao felt something was wrong, so she asked Xiao Mingyuan to borrow books about Lingnan. After a sleepless night of studying, Li Zhao finally discovered the peculiarity. Meanwhile, second uncle looked resentfully at his mother. Howard is too young. It's fine if you want to raise him, but at least wait until he's a bit older. The child really can't be separated from his mother. The old lady's expression wasn't any better. Last night Bing Yang stayed with Howard all night, and sure enough, the child's condition improved. Are you blaming me for making the child sick? Li Guangshu stamped his feet in frustration. How could he question his mother? He was just worried about the sick child, and with Bing Yang around, the condition would improve. The old lady remained silent, but her gaze had lost its initial determination. Second uncle clearly caught his mother's hesitation. If it's not possible, let Bing Yang stay here with you. After Howard recovers, she can return to the small courtyard, all right? Bing Yang stood submissively in the corner, showing no reaction to their conversation. Outside the window, Li Zhao secretly observed everything. She thought that with such a gentle and pleasant woman, even if grandmother didn't like her at first, she might change her mind after spending a few days together. Thinking of this, a cold smile appeared on her lips. This scheme would either result in Howard returning to her side or grandmother changing her attitude toward her. What a clever plan. Just as the old lady was about to agree, Li Zhao appeared timely. Grandmother cannot let Howard return to the small courtyard. Seeing it was Li San, second uncle instinctively wanted to rebuke her. But the young lady wasn't just his niece. She was also the wife of the ever-victorious general, the champion Marquis. Third miss, you'd better not interfere in adult matters. Even the old lady spoke up to stop her. You shouldn't speak. Second uncle nodded with satisfaction. His old mother had finally returned to normal somewhat. Since when could juniors be so impudent in front of elders? But unexpectedly, the old lady glared at him. What are you nodding at? I was talking to you. You shut up. Second uncle was completely dumbfounded. Now he was certain he must have been blown to the Li family by a strong wind. Howard has become like this because of Bing Yang. Upon hearing this, everyone was in an uproar. Second uncle's face turned ashen. Big brother, sister-in-law, is this how you educate children? She's already engaged. How can she speak such nonsense? Ignoring this fool completely, his Zozo never spoke nonsense. If she said it was Bing Yang, then it must be Bing Yang. Bing Yu, go hold Madam Bing steady. Bing Yu responded loudly and went to support her. Then Li Zhao took out a silver needle, preparing to prick Bing Yang's fingertip. Second uncle could no longer contain himself. He grabbed Bing Yang's wrist and tried to pull her away, but despite his efforts, she didn't move an inch. A small maid said proudly, "Second master, don't waste your strength. Your strength is no match for this servant's." Li Guangxu was both angry and embarrassed. What kind of monsters were in this family? Why did he suddenly want to return to Lingnan? Seeing this, Li Zhao didn't hesitate. She precisely pricked Bing Yang's fingertip with the silver needle. Bing Yang finally stopped struggling. With a face like jade, she said, "Third miss, if you want to treat Howard, why prick this lowly concubine's finger? Though I am of low status, I still feel pain." Uncle Li Guang looked uncertainly at everyone. Not a single person in the room showed fear, as if whatever the third niece did was perfectly normal. This made Bing Yang lose her composure, crying and begging second uncle for help. Seeing his beloved concubine being tortured this way, second uncle tried to kick Bing Lu, but having trained with Chen Guang, Bing Lu easily dodged, causing second uncle to fall flat on his face. While everyone was distracted by second uncle's fall, Li Zhao quickly took out an exquisite scented ball from her pouch. Then she brought it close to Bing Yang's bleeding finger. Bing Yang finally changed expression and began struggling, calling master repeatedly in a heartbreaking manner. "Knock her out," Li Zhao said calmly as ever. Hearing this, Bing Lu swiftly struck, but ended up knocking out second uncle who had just gotten up. Li Zhao helplessly twitched her lips. "Wrong person." Bing Lu finally realized and quickly gave Bing Yang a strike. As the scented ball's fragrance spread, the room gradually filled with its aroma. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the blood drop on Bing Yang's finger suddenly seemed to come alive, shooting to the ground and writhing strangely. Everyone shuddered at this eerie sight. Ignoring others, Li Zhao used acupuncture to wake up Uncle Li Guang. "Do you know about the mother-child connection bone?" Hearing this, second uncle's expression changed slightly, but the flash of anger in his eyes didn't escape Li Zhao's notice. This mother-child connection bone is divided into two parts. The mother bone stays in the mother's body, while the child bone remains in the child's body. This way, the mother's emotional changes can affect the child's health. After hearing this, the old madam slammed the table in anger. No wonder Howard improved when Bing Yang came and relapsed when she left. So that's why. Wake up this wretched woman. Those who served the old madam understood her intentions well. A maid stepped forward and delivered a hard slap. When Bing Yang woke up, the old madam asked word by word, "What's this about the mother-child connection bone?" Without waiting for Bing Yang's explanation, she turned to Li Guangxu, "Second son, our family are all honest, upright people. We cannot keep this which to harm the Li family. I've decided to drive her out. Do you have any objections?" Hearing this, Bing Yang trembled and hurriedly explained that she had no choice. The mother-child connection bone was common in Lingnan. Due to the harsh living conditions there, it was difficult to raise children, so many families would plant the female bone with their children. This way, even if the child couldn't speak, mothers could detect their children's health conditions. Moreover, the mother-child connection bone would naturally die when the child turned 5, causing no harm to the child. Look how the censorate doesn't manage unfilial sons who favor concubines over wives. Li Guangxu was stunned. Was this really his mother? She would ruin her son's future over such a small matter? The woman spoke softly. "Master, just let this lowly concubine leave. I've always said Lingnan is my home." Her repeated use of lowly concubine made second uncle's heart ache. But the old madam was relieved. She didn't want to ruin her son's future, but this which absolutely couldn't stay in the Li family, regardless of any elaborate excuses. Finally, due to the weather and second uncle's desperate pleading, the old madam agreed to let Bing Yang leave after the new year. After everything was settled, second madam tearfully held Li Zhao's hand, expressing endless gratitude. After all, the whole family was seeking justice for her. How could she not be moved? However, after returning to her courtyard, she burst into hearty laughter, leaving the two girls puzzled. Bing Yang did such a disgusting thing, yet father still strongly defended her. I don't understand why mother could still be so happy. Silly girls, you don't think your father will remain devoted to her after she leaves, do you? For men, family 1,000 miles away can't compare to the meat right in front of them. As long as that vixen is gone, all will be well. After this incident, she no longer had expectations for that man. She only wished to marry her daughters into good families and have a son to care for her in old age. Meanwhile, Di Guangshu looked darkly at Bing Yang. Tell me honestly, when did you poison Hao? Hearing this, Bing Yang bit her lip lightly. Actually, she bought the mother-child connection bone when leaving Lingnan. Life in the capital seemed too distant for her, and she couldn't imagine what awaited her. So on the night the old woman took Howard away, she planted the insect in her son. At this point, Bing Yang trembled slightly. Master, forget about me. Live well with Howard from now on. I will pray for you both in Lingnan for the rest of my life. Early the next morning, the West Wing was bustling with activity. Bing Yu patted her chest, still scared. Miss, I accidentally hit second master yesterday. I'm still nervous about it. Li Zhao just smiled, saying it would be fine. If she were still the previous Li Zhao, the grass on Bing Yu's grave would probably be 2 meters tall by now. But now she was the champion's fiancée. Even for a mere maid, second uncle would have to think twice before taking action. Then she ordered Azu to bring the sewing box. Bing Yu rested her chin on her hand, looking worried. Miss never did this kind of work before. Last time she embroidered a duck, it looked like a dead fish. Azu had to fix it in the end. Miss's work was completely crooked and unbearable to look at. Li Zhao didn't know she was being looked down upon by the little maid. She carefully selected fabric and meticulously cut it with scissors. Miss, be careful with your hands. Miss, you cut it crooked. After a while, the two maids locked outside looked at each other helplessly. Inside, Li Zhao was annoyed. Really? Won't you let me make a pouch for my fiancé? On the 28th day of the 12th month, Di Zhao excitedly brought gifts to next door. Upon seeing the man, the girl immediately took something from her sleeve and handed it to him. Here, I made the gift you wanted. Xiao Mingyuan was overjoyed. His Zhao Zhao was so thoughtful, even putting the pouch in a bag. Hearing about the bag, Li Zhao was petrified. This person must be blind. Though her craftsmanship wasn't good, but this was clearly a pouch. Xiao Mingyuan opened the pouch with a smile, finding it empty inside. Then he finally understood. This pouch is really nice. The style is simple and elegant. This is exactly the style I wanted. Inwardly he thought, oh no. Previously, his guards bought pouches that were all exquisitely made and came in small bags. He didn't expect his wife to make just the bag itself. Li Zhao raised an eyebrow, looking at him. Xiao Mingyuan laughed awkwardly and immediately hung the pouch at his waist. This is what a real man should carry. Those fancy ones before were for young girls. Afraid his little wife would pursue the matter further, he quickly changed the subject to talk about the aftermath of the Jin sisters' case. After the case was concluded, the criminal censor was promoted several ranks, and his 2 daughters were sent back to live with their clan. With the jade Rui bestowed by the emperor, no one in the clan dared to say anything. They spent their days reading books and playing the zither, living quite freely. Li Zhao finally smiled sincerely. That's good. The key is that they found their meaning in life. If they had given up on themselves first, no number of jade ruis could have saved them. Just then, Xiao Mingyuan nervously took Li Zhao's hand. It turned out that while making the pouch, her fingertips had been pricked countless times by needles. He held the girl in his arms tenderly. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. I don't want my Zhizao to do things she doesn't like. After we're married, I'll build a special sewing room to make clothes for us both. But the person in his arms gave him a sideways glance. The sewing room can make pouches, but will you let them make your undergarments too? Xiao Mingyuan stiffened. Then his face turned red. I don't care what you wore before, but from now on, I'll make your intimate garments. Before she could finish speaking, he passionately kissed her lips. His heart felt like it was being flooded with warmth again and again. Only a wife would care about her husband's intimate clothing. Li Zhao's words made him understand what having a home felt like. After releasing the girl, he fondly rubbed her head. Then I'll leave my undergarments to Zhao Zhao from now on. You can take your time making them. I can wait as long as needed. The young lady secretly smiled, knowing he was concerned for her. But she still gave him a strange look. Had he lost confidence in her just because of one pouch? She would learn from Azu how to make undergarments when she got back. However, she didn't know his size yet. Her gaze unconsciously glanced downward. The man seemed to sense something odd from the young lady and blurted out, "Why don't you measure it yourself?" As soon as he said it, his handsome face turned bright red. His blushing made things worse, and Li Zhao became even more embarrassed. Thinking of her quick glance earlier at his waist cinched by the jade belt and his firm, tight buttocks, the ambiguous atmosphere instantly ignited. "Zhao Zhao, let me take you home," Xiao Mingyuan said with difficulty. Although they were engaged and free from constraints, he had to control himself as much as possible to avoid putting his beloved girl at any risk. At the Li family gate, Xiao Mingyuan reluctantly bid farewell to the young lady. Just as he was thinking about when to set the wedding date, a familiar presence suddenly approached. The young lady stood on tiptoe and gave him a light kiss on the cheek. Mingyuan, Happy New Year in advance. Li Zhao hadn't expected that the strongest opponent to this marriage would be Xiao Shiyuan, whom he had taken care of for several years. He couldn't understand. After just 1 year, second brother had forgotten second sister-in-law so completely. He had tried so hard to forgive second brother for killing his wife, but how could he marry someone new so quickly? Where did he place second sister-in-law in his heart? Precisely because second brother wronged second sister-in-law. He will treat his future wife well and not let regrets happen again. Hearing this, Xiao Shiyuan became furious. Nonsense, absolute nonsense. Even if you treat your future wife 1,000 times better, she's still not the second sister-in-law who was kind to me. This is so unfair to Sister Qiao. Xiao Mingyuan calmly looked at the kid and said, Li Zhao would probably be happy to know that his young brother still misses him. According to custom, on the second day of the new year, the bride's family would host their future son-in-law. The long procession on the street left onlookers stunned. People carried countless gifts to the Li residence. Heavens, whose son-in-law is that? Not only is he handsome, but these New Year gifts are worth more than what others give in a lifetime. It's the champion marquis. That Li family's third daughter is truly blessed. Amidst the neighbors' discussions, countless treasures were delivered to Li Zhao's courtyard. In the crowd, Jiang 13 watched everything with complex emotions. A pair of shoes still had some spots on them. He had just returned from Lingnan, only to witness this scene today. He was engaged. During countless sleepless nights, he had repeatedly guessed at his possible identity, then repeatedly denied his own guesses, fearing it was just a dream. Now 13 felt a huge hole in his heart, with cold wind and snow whistling through it. He decided he must see him. He wanted to hear the answer from his own mouth. Inside the Li residence, hearing that Xiao Mingyuan had come to pay New Year respects, Uncle Li Guang panicked and stood up to go greet him. Li father grabbed this foolish man. My son-in-law is here for New Year greetings. How can elders go out to welcome him? Can you not embarrass me? Li Guang was trembling with anger, thinking to himself how his elder brother had such good luck to find such a powerful son-in-law. Before second uncle could finish complaining, another servant reported that the courtyard couldn't hold all the gifts from third young master. Hearing this, second uncle's eyes turned red, wishing he could send his third niece over right away to warm the bed. After some pleasantries, they learned that their son-in-law hadn't spent New Year at the Jingan Marquis' mansion. The mother-in-law looked at her son-in-law with increasing sympathy. How lonely to spend New Year alone. Moreover, New Year's affairs were complicated. How could a man handle them properly? Xiao Mingyuan appreciated his mother-in-law's concern. Xiao Su thought the same. The mansion really needed a mistress. He sure clearly didn't understand the man's meaning, and continued, Indeed, it's not good without a woman. Before she could finish, Li Fu started coughing heavily, glaring at He Sure with his eyes almost rolling to the sky. He thought, Are you stupid? The future mistress of his house is our daughter. She's only 14, and I'm not willing to marry her off so early. He sure clearly didn't understand her husband's meaning, and instead looked at him with concern. My lord, have you caught a cold? Li Guangwen was speechless. Don't stop me. I want to divorce this foolish woman. Second uncle watched sourly from the side. His elder brother and sister-in-law were being ungrateful. The champion marquis coming to propose marriage was a blessing others couldn't get in 8 lifetimes. Yet these two were being picky. He gave the old madam a meaningful look, suggesting, Elder brother has problems with his head, mother. You must take control of this. But the old madam ignored Uncle Li Guang's meaningful look. The winter plum in the courtyard is blooming nicely. Marquis, you don't need to stay with us. Go enjoy the scenery of the Li residence. Xiao Mingyuan was overjoyed. Finally, his secret visits had become legitimate. He then expertly made his way to Li Zhao's small courtyard. How have you been lately? Zhao Zhao. Xiao Mingyuan gazed at Li Zhao intently. I've missed you these past few days, but your father won't agree to the marriage. It seems I'll need to share more drinks with him. Now that the direct culprit in the Qiao family's death had been brought to justice, his brother's burns showed hope of healing. The Li family showered her with love, and her marriage was settled. This was probably Li Zhao's most content period since her rebirth. The couple held hands and shared their feelings. The man also explained his background to Li Zhao. Zhao Zhao, will you look down on my birth? At this point, the man looked pitiful. An illegitimate son is considered even lower than a concubine's child in society's eyes, with no status in the family. I feel I'm not worthy. Li Zhao almost rolled her eyes. Did the mighty champion Marquis really need to worry about this? Then the man intimately nuzzled Li Zhao's palm, saying her father was too proper and would look down on his birth. Who knew if he'd still let her marry him if things dragged on? Seeing the man's troubled expression, Li Zhao carefully examined him. Her suspicions grew stronger. He usually wasn't this sensitive. As she was pondering, the man's large hand covered her soft chair. Marry me sooner. Only when you're married to me will I feel at ease. He thought pretending to be pitiful was worth it. If Zhao Zhao softened her heart, they could easily handle her father together. But the young lady had already caught on, looking at him with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Now you've learned to exploit my sympathy. The man was thick-skinned. Even after being exposed, he wasn't embarrassed. That's because I know you'll care for me. Marry me sooner. Zhao Zhao. The light in the man's eyes was so bright that Li Zhao momentarily forgot to respond. After coming to her senses, she lowered her head and mumbled, "The undergarments are ready. I'll have someone send them over later to see if they fit." Xiao Mingyuan suddenly felt like he was floating, couldn't even walk straight on his way home. So this was what it felt like to have a wife. It was the Lantern Festival. Chen Guang carefully escorted Li Zhao forward. The general is getting more and more creative, secretly preparing surprises for 3rd Mississippi. He hoped 3rd Miss would be so moved she'd marry him on the spot. Then he and Binglu could be shameless together. Just as the young coachman was feeling pleased, something went wrong. A lantern pole flew straight at Li Zhao. Chen Guang leaped up to block the pole, but when he turned back, Li Zhao had vanished without a trace. In a room, the young lady calmly looked at Jiang 13 before her. Is it appropriate for official Jiang to seek me out? Call me official Jiang. No, call me 13. Miss Chiao habitually stepped back half a step to maintain distance. You're the commander of the Jinning Guard. I dare not address you so casually. Jiang 13 closed the distance again. Must you be so distant? Miss Chiao, you said you remembered me. I'm 13. Li Zhao was shocked by his words. Last time, she had called him 13 and revealed her past to save her life. She thought he would at most be temporarily confused. After all, rebirth was too incredible. Miss Chiao, why aren't you speaking? Jiang 13 stared at the young lady intently, trying to detect any change in her eyes. Official Jiang has mistaken me for someone else. Li Zhao's coldness pained his heart. How could she be so calm? Even if she recognized him, would there be no ripple in her heart? Of course, she only cared about her brother. Xiao Mu only cared about the champion Marquis, Xiao Mingyuan. Did he truly have no place in her heart? Then he forcefully pressed her hand to his chest. Even if you're not called Xiao Zhao now, my heart won't mistake you. How could there be such a heartless woman? Her gentleness had stayed with him since youth. She would reveal her identity for a mere guard, yet now she refused to acknowledge him. She was his formidable rival in heart, but was he truly insignificant in her life? Official Jiang has mistaken me. Li Zhao finally laughed coldly. Even if you haven't mistaken me, what then? Do you perhaps want to take me home as your concubine? Has official Jiang considered your fiancé's feelings? What if I have no fiancé? I can be without one, Miss Chiao. Jiang 13 blurted out, as if he had rehearsed this countless times in his mind. Li Zhao slowly shook her head. She now had Xiao Mingyuan. Whether Jiang 13 had a fiancé or not had nothing to do with her. At this moment, Jiang 13 seemed deflated, letting his hands drop powerlessly. Is he really that good? He hurt you once, yet you're still willing to get close to him. Li Zhao didn't answer this question. Since she had chosen Xiao Mingyuan, that was naturally the best answer. Watching the young lady's departing figure, Jiang 13 spoke with a final trace of unwillingness. So you admit it, right? You're that Xiao Zhao, the one from the wise illuminate others with their brightness. Meanwhile, Chen Guang was almost crying trying to find Li Zhao. Seeing Li Zhao return, he almost hugged her in excitement. After mentally repeating, "I deserve death" 3 times, he finally let himself off. We got separated by the crowd earlier. Let's go. Jiang 13 watched Li Zhao disappear into the crowd from afar, a slight smile forming at his lips. You're still alive. After this encounter with 13, Li Zhao lost interest in watching the festivities. Xiao Mingyuan noticed Zhao Zhao's mood and led her to a secluded alley. The man's mint-tinged scent occasionally reached her nose, and their tightly interlocked fingers gave the young lady some comfort. With a gesture from the man, 2 jade rabbit lanterns slowly rose by the riverbank. After the initial amazement, Li Zhao looked up at the man, clearly moved by his romantic gesture. Zhao Zhao, our rabbits are the biggest on the entire street. Li Zhao looked at him both helplessly and touched. That's why they say fools like big things. The man gently rubbed her head. As long as you like it. Thank you for making me undergarments. They're very comfortable. By the way, I see many girls wearing hairpins. Why aren't you wearing the pig hairpin I gave you? I don't like having extra weight on my head. You big fool. We could have had a good time if you hadn't mentioned the hairpin. Don't you know how people criticized you in the comments? Just then, they heard the sound of someone falling into water from afar. For Li Zhao's safety, Xiao Mingyuan stayed with her and sent Chun Guang to investigate. But when Chun Guang returned shortly after, his expression was strange. They've already been pulled out. It turned out the person who fell in was the Li family's eldest daughter, who was now at a riverside restaurant, delicately wiping her tears. There was too much information, so Chun Guang suggested they go see for themselves. When they arrived at the restaurant, before seeing the eldest daughter, they first saw the 3 peacocks. Sure can explain yourself. Tell us why you kicked Miss Li into the water. He shook his head helplessly. As outsiders, they didn't know the relationship between Li Zhao and Li Jiao, so it was best to resolve this on the spot. Did Brother Qi kick my elder sister into the river? Li Zhao's expression didn't change, but Qi reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She deserved to be kicked. Seeing the two holding hands, Qi felt uncomfortable. This guy was on a date with Li San to watch the lanterns, while he had inexplicably gotten into trouble. Actually, earlier, the eldest daughter had seen an opportunity and pretended to slip, trying to lean against Shirkan. You know, I've never liked women getting close to me, so I instinctively kicked out. The foolish peacock lazily explained what happened. She was saved by Zhu Yin and Du Feishue who were with them. However, things weren't that simple. Prince Rui was also with the 3 of them earlier. When she was kicked, the eldest daughter panicked and accidentally pulled off Prince Rui's waistband. If Prince Rui hadn't reacted quickly enough, his pants would have been pulled down in public by the eldest daughter. Unexpectedly, this Prince Rui turned out to be a lecherous old man. He shamelessly sent people to the Li residence to request her to warm his bed. Facing the Jade Prince's manners tyranny, the Li family was full of indignation. Prince Rui's wife had died early, and with no one to control him, he had let himself go. He had already worn himself out with women at a young age. He had previously shown some restraint due to Dr. Li's warnings, but now he had extended his reach to the Li family's Yahei courtyard. The eldest daughter bathed early and hurried to Qingsong Hall. She didn't know how Li Zhao would embellish yesterday's events, but she would need to explain to grandmother today. She walked worriedly to Qingsong Hall, but gradually noticed something was wrong. The passing maids and servants were all secretly looking at her. Could it be that everyone knew about her embarrassment last night? At this thought, her heart clenched tightly. Although grandmother now favored Li San, she still had some affection for her and wouldn't spread this matter. Then it must be Li San. At this thought, she quickened her pace. Her hatred for Li Zhao had now reached its peak. However, just then, a maid suddenly grabbed the eldest daughter, who was about to leave. Miss, you don't know yet? Prince Rui has taken a liking to you. He's discussing it with the elder madam right now. Hearing this, the eldest daughter's eyes widened in disbelief. Her mind was in turmoil, filled with images of Prince Rui's thin, shocked face from last night. Perhaps Prince Rui's visit to the Lantern Festival was meant to encounter a beautiful lady. Just as she reached the doorway, barely daring to breathe, her father's roaring voice could be heard from inside. Leave at once. My daughter will not become someone's concubine. The eldest daughter's legs nearly gave way as she listened outside. How could her father be so foolish? This was Prince Rui, the current emperor's son, with only 2 children. He could potentially inherit the throne. How many people would envy such fortune coming to a mere doctor's daughter? If father wouldn't let her enter the prince's manor, was he just intent on marrying her off to that farmer? She hurriedly instructed her maid to fetch last night's waistband. After briefly tidying herself outside, she stepped into the room. Seeing his eldest daughter, Li father's expression grew even more difficult. He had shouted himself hoarse, trying to prevent his daughter from becoming a concubine. But the eldest daughter had already decided to take this gamble. With a swift motion, she knelt down, holding up the white jade waistband. Grandmother, at yesterday's Lantern Festival, your granddaughter and the prince fell in mutual admiration. This waistband is the prince's token of love. Please, grandmother and father, give us your blessing. You unfilial child, shut your mouth. Li father was absolutely furious. Hadn't Li Zhao said the eldest daughter fell into the water by accident and grabbed Prince Rui's waistband in panic? If the waistband was a love token, wouldn't that mean the eldest daughter was already impure from last night? At this thought, Li's father felt dizzy. Even the elder madam lost her previous resolve. If the eldest daughter had indeed been compromised, there was no other path except the prince's manor. Though the eldest daughter kept her back straight, her body was trembling slightly. She had completely thrown caution to the wind. If this didn't work, she wouldn't even have the chance to become a farmer's wife. She had lived 17 years of oppression in the Li family. While Li San was now surrounded by admirers like a star, they wanted her to become an overlooked farmer's wife. She refused to live such a life anymore. Even at the cost of her virtue, she would take this gamble. Very well, since this is the path you've chosen, grandmother won't stand in your way. Seeing this scene, the prince's manor's people wore mocking expressions. The foolish father who had just adamantly refused now watched his daughter stake her reputation to enter the prince's manor. News of Prince Rui's interest in the eldest daughter spread quickly. When Li Guangwen heard it, he nearly choked on his tea. That fool of an elder brother had such incredible luck. One daughter becoming a marquis's wife, another entering the prince's manor. Was he going to ascend to heaven next? On the 22nd day of the first month, the eldest daughter was carried to Prince Rui's manor. Though she had to enter through the side door, the entire manor was decorated festively, showing her proper respect. Lying in bed, the eldest daughter remained determined. Though marrying a farmer would let her wear a red robe, what good would that do? Now, though she was only a concubine, she had the chance to become someone of high status. But after waiting all day, when Prince Rui arrived, he didn't approach her intimately. Instead, he kindly told her to rest early. The smile froze on the eldest daughter's face, hardly believing what she heard. This was their wedding night, yet the prince wouldn't consummate their marriage? Prince Rui was equally awkward, unable to fulfill his husbandly duties on such a special night. But remembering Dr. Li's warning about abstaining for a year, he gritted his teeth and reluctantly left the room. Time flew by, and soon it was Li Zhao's birthday. At General Zhang's mansion, Jiang Shiran was raging at Jiang Tang. I won't go. I hate Li San. Why must I attend her birthday celebration? Facing his precious daughter's fury, Jiang Tang lost all his commanding presence. But Li San had saved his life. He couldn't just go to the young lady's birthday celebration by himself. I thought you'd return to normal, father. I didn't expect you to still be under Li San's spell. If you want to go, go by yourself. I won't. Jiang Tang was both angry and helpless. After his wife passed away, he had devoted himself to raising his daughter, but he'd spoiled her so much that she now misunderstood him like this. After leaving, Jiang Shiran went to find Jiang 13, wanted to go shopping with her fiancé for distraction. But little did she know, the man by her side was thinking of someone else. Today was Li Zhao's birthday, and he had carefully prepared a gift for her. But he figured Miss Li wouldn't accept it since she hated him so much. Before she knew it, the young lady had led him to the Byway restaurant. However, her favorite room 1 was already reserved by someone else today. But the spoiled young lady didn't care about such matters. She rushed upstairs, determined to see who these important guests were. Miss, please stop. Our third miss is dining inside. It was Chen Guang standing guard outside. Hearing it was the third miss, Shiran felt inexplicably annoyed. She felt an unexplainable irritation. The next moment, the door creaked open, revealing Li Zhao, who was celebrating her birthday there. Upon seeing Li Zhao, Jiang Shiran was furious. It was Li San again, who always competed with her for everything. She instinctively raised her whip to strike. Jiang 13 quickly grabbed Jiang Shiran. Sorry, Miss Li. We'll leave now. Jiang Shiran stared in disbelief. You're defending her again? Why must I leave whenever we encounter Li San? Am I beneath her? Today is my birthday celebration. Could you two please not quarrel here? Hearing this, Jiang Shiran let out a cold laugh. You think you're so great? Li San always steals what others like. You steal my favorite private room. You steal my father's attention. You do the same with Brother 13. And you even steal Jinjin's champion prince. Just then, Xiaoming Yuan's cold voice came from behind. What exactly has my fiancé stolen from you? On Li Zhao's birthday, the entire capital was dominated by the killing intent of the Jingling guards. Just now, the arrogant Miss Jiang had once again provoked Li Zhao, making him extremely disgusted. Not only did she steal 13's attention and father's care, but also Jinjin's beloved Xiaoming Yuan. But these things couldn't be said openly. Seeing Jiang Shiran speechless, Xiaoming Yuan smiled smiled slightly. If my fiancé hasn't stolen anything from Miss Jiang, I hope Miss Jiang can apologize to her. Jiang Shiran immediately looked at 13. Since childhood, he had always protected her like this. Although Jiang 13 was unhappy with someone constantly referring to their fiancé, he silently acknowledged that Jiang Shiran should apologize. Regardless, it meant her temper needed to be controlled. The young lady looked at Jiang 13 in disbelief. Xiao Mingyuan's words meant nothing to her, but 13's silence hurt her deeply. Brother 13, why aren't you saying anything? Do you also think I should apologize to Li San? Why do other people's fiancés protect their wives wholeheartedly, while you choose to side with someone I hate? I never want to speak to you again. The young lady backed away and ran off, her eyes full of grief and pain. After Jiang's daughter left in anger, Jiang Tang felt somewhat uneasy. Later, when the Jingling guards learned she went to find 13, they finally felt relieved. Soon after, 13 returned alone, suggesting they had quarreled. Thinking of this, Jiang Tang felt somewhat displeased. 13's feelings for Ran seemed to be only brotherly. Though his daughter running away from home was common, he had arranged several Jingling guards to follow her. However, at this moment, a Jingling guard burst in with a pale face, stammering that they had found the young miss. But he dared not speak of the actual situation, only saying that Jiang Tang should see for himself. At this moment, Jiang Tang's unease grew stronger. Jiang Shiran was dead. She died in a remote alley, her wide eyes full of terror and surprise. Nearby lay two male corpses, the Imperial Guards who had been secretly protecting Jiang Shiran. Jiang 13 struggled to call out "Father" as he tried to support the swaying Jiang Tang, but he was pushed away the next moment. Why is Ran so disobedient, falling asleep outside? Get up, father will take you home. Before he finished speaking, a mouthful of blood spurted from his chest. Carelessly wiping his mouth, he stepped forward and picked up the already stiff young lady. The man's eyes were bloodshot as he walked step by step toward the Imperial Medical Office. This scene caused the Jingling guards behind to pale. The commander was so grief-stricken that he still couldn't accept his daughter's death. If he really brought Jiang Shiran to the Imperial Medical Office, it would shock the entire court. The Eastern Depot might even use Jiang Tang's mental state as an excuse to seize control of the Imperial Guards. Foster father, let's go home. Ran needs to be properly taken care of in this state. Jiang Tang responded with a harsh slap. What home? Ran is sick. She needs to see a doctor. Ignoring his adopted son's advice, Jiang Tang went to the Imperial Medical Office and ordered Jiang 11 to call for the head physician. Meanwhile, the man randomly grabbed a doctor and brought him to his daughter. Check my daughter first. Wait for the head physician to examine her later. The Imperial doctor was terrified out of his wits. The young lady was already dead. Before he could finish speaking, there was a crack. The doctor's neck was brutally twisted. Then Jiang Tang coldly looked at the others. This time, no one dared to say Jiang Shiran was dead. They trembled while pretending to examine the girl's corpse. Only when head physician Li arrived did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. But seeing the stiff body, he drew in a sharp breath. The young lady has been dead for some time. The next moment, another crack sound, identical to the previous scene. Seeing this, Jiang 13 acted decisively, knocking his father unconscious with one strike and carrying him back. In the following days, the entire capital fell silent. Jingling guards were searching everywhere. The emperor suppressed the news of Jiang Tang's killings, which made more people pay attention to the Jingling guards' movements. Inside the Jingling guard headquarters, Jiang Tang had just heard 13's account of that day's details. Did the champion prince warn Ran not to provoke Li San? Jiang 13 pressed his lips together. General Xiao didn't warn Ran. He just reminded me to keep her in check. The loss of his loved one made Jiang Tang extremely perceptive. He easily detected the protective tone in 13's words. Who was he protecting? Obviously not the champion prince, so it must be Li San. He had long noticed 13's feelings for Li San. Otherwise, he wouldn't have forcibly arranged their engagement. Jiang Tang's gaze made 13's heart skip. Foster father, I'm just telling the truth. I'm not protecting anyone. Ran was my fiancée. 13's heart was also breaking. Even if he didn't love her that much, she was still the sister who had called him brother for over a decade. The pain in 13's eyes made Jiang Tang's expression soften slightly. Go invite the champion prince and Miss Li. Tell them I want to see them. After 13 left, Jiang 11 entered and handed a jade pendant to Jiang Tang. This was found in Jiang Shiran's hand. The young lady had been clutching this jade pendant tightly before her death. This pendant belonged to Jiang 13. After Jiang 11 left, Jiang Wu rushed in. Foster father, during the Lantern Festival night, I saw 13 secretly taking Li San away. As soon as she finished speaking, an ice-cold chill enveloped Jiang Wu. Such an important clue. Why hadn't she mentioned it before? Subsequently, Jiang Tang thoroughly investigated everyone 13 had contacted. Finally, he found a useful lead. From Baiwei Restaurant to near the Yamen, they were together for half an hour. The more Jiang Tang thought about it, the paler he became. Did 13 kill Ran for Miss Li? Fortunately, Jiang Tang still retained some rationality and didn't immediately move against 13. Foster father, you know me. I'm awkward with romantic matters. After leaving the restaurant, I returned to the shops Ran had visited earlier. I bought all the items she had looked at. I thought it might make Ran happier. 13's explanation made Jiang Tang's killing intent gradually subside. After all, he did care for Ran. Then he asked about the man's missing jade pendant. 13 glanced at his waist, saying he lost it accidentally during the Lantern Festival. Jiang Tang didn't question further. After dismissing 13, he stared at the gifts. There were indeed many things girls would like. At this moment, Jiang Tang's heart ached terribly. How happy Ran would have been to see these things. She liked that stupid boy 13 so much. However, the next piece of news enraged Jiang Tang again. The Jingling Guard's investigation revealed that 13 had previously ordered jewelry from a shop, even personally drawing the design for the craftsman. A pair of delicate white jade ducklings, lifelike in the design. Looking at the drawing, Jiang Tang felt dazed, thinking the earring style looked familiar. But Ran didn't like ducks. 13 picked up the earrings on the 24th day of the first month. When they were shopping, he already had them. But when Ran ran away angry, 13 didn't take out these carefully designed earrings. And the next day, the 25th, was Miss Li San's birthday. Now Jiang Tang finally understood. From beginning to end, they were meant for Li San. He said he didn't understand romance, yet he personally designed jewelry for her. But for Ran, he only bought ordinary items. In this light, Ran's accusations against 13 were justified. Her anger was caused by 13's attitude. How wonderful. For Miss Li San's birthday, his future son-in-law carefully prepared gifts, while his Ran lost her life because of this. A tsunami of hatred surged in Jiang Tang's heart. His clenched fists made cracking sounds. Jiang 13, Li San, and the true murderer of Ran. He wouldn't let any of them off. In the following days, the atmosphere at the Jingling Guard was extremely strange. The once trusted Master 13 faced cold treatment. All his duties were temporarily managed by 11 and Jiang Wu. He was effectively being sidelined. Jiang 13 didn't care about others' looks, silently handling Jiang Shiran's funeral arrangements. By custom, since Jiang Shiran was unmarried, she shouldn't have had a grand funeral as a young lady. But Jiang Tang disregarded this, choosing the finest coffin for the young lady and setting up the grandest memorial hall, openly accepting condolences from various dignitaries. Most shocking was Miss Jiang's memorial tablet, which clearly stated, wife of Jingling Guard Commander Jiang 13. People dared not show any reaction outwardly, but their eyes held sympathy for Jiang 13. She was merely his fiancée, yet this arrangement made her his deceased wife. Given Jiang Tang's domineering style, Jiang 13 probably wouldn't be allowed to touch another woman for the rest of his life. But Jiang 13 showed no regret. Having accepted his foster father's arrangement back then, this was the price he should bear. He only hoped his foster father could get through this and not be consumed by Ran's death. However, Jiang 13's hopes were completely dashed. As soon as Jiang Shiran's funeral ended, Jiang Tang had Li's father arrested and thrown into the Jingling Guard prison. The Jingling Guard was feared because it could arrest and execute without going through the 3 law enforcement departments, naturally possessing the right of arrest and execution. The charge against Li's father was simple: loose talk about state affairs. Outsiders didn't understand why Commander Jiang targeted the Li family first. Others might not know, but Li Zhao understood. First, she kowtowed to her grandmother and mother, confessing about the unpleasant incident with Miss Jiang on her birthday. Then she rushed next door seeking help, hoping for her fiancé's assistance. After a long wait, Xiao Mingyuan returned looking exhausted, but his news left the young lady desperate. The emperor had chosen this time to go into seclusion, clearly letting Jiang Tang vent his anger. And since Jiang Tang chose to arrest Li's father, he obviously no longer cared about the champion prince's face. Zhao Zhao, didn't you have a trump card against Jiang Tang before? Hearing this, Li Zhao smiled bitterly. Previously, Jiang Tang had favored Li Zhao for her medical skills because of his illness. But his will to live was mainly to care for Jiang Shiran for a few more years. Now that his daughter was dead, he had surely placed life and death aside. As long as the emperor lived, Jiang Tang could act without restraint. Neither the Lan family, Xiao Mingyuan, nor even the two princes could match Jiang Tang's position. Only Miss Jiang had been Jiang Tang's weakness. Now alone, the great commander had become invincible. Facing such an ironclad opponent, even Li's extraordinary skills were useless, leaving her anxiously scratching her head. But just as they were at a loss, Jiang Tang died. The Jingming commander, Great Commander Jiang, the empire's authority, second only to the emperor, died silently in his own bed. When news of Jiang Tang's death spread, countless people fearfully gazed at the gray sky. Changes were coming. The once bustling capital suddenly became quiet, with formerly busy shops now empty. Outside the champion prince's mansion, fully armed jingling guards faced off against Xiao Mingyuan's personal guards. Jiang 11 coldly stared at the champion prince. We suspect the prince is connected to the commander's death. Come with us to the jingling guard headquarters. Hearing this, Chen Guang drew his sword to attack. Since when did these corrupt officials dare speak this way to frontier warriors? Xiao Mingyuan stopped Chen Guang. He was also curious about Jiang Tang's death, knowing that Jiang Tang's martial arts were unfathomable, possibly even beyond his own match. Just then, a graceful figure hurriedly approached, holding up her skirts. As she caught up, two jingling guards blocked her way. Xiao Mingyuan glanced sideways at 11, and seeing no reaction, he smiled coldly. He leaped forward and with two cracks, crushed both guards' wrists. They fell to their knees, screaming in agony. Don't point weapons at my woman. This is just a warning. Next time, even if Jiang Tang resurrects, he won't save you. Remember my words. The jingling guard was now leaderless. Jiang Tang's 13 adopted sons were eager for revenge. Meanwhile, Li Fu was still detained in the jingling guard prison. Xiao Mingyuan was also taken to the jingling guard for questioning. Fortunately, the caring shuriken brought Zhu Wuyang to help after learning about the Li family situation. In the current situation, the biggest beneficiary was Wei Wuxia, the Eastern Depot superintendent. Since the establishment of the jingling guard in Eastern Depot, the latter had always dominated. But after Jiang Tang took over the jingling guard, the Eastern Depot lived in its shadow. Then, there was Prime Minister Lan Shan. Though he and Jiang Tang were partners, Jiang Tang had some conscience, protecting many loyal officials who had offended Lan Shan over the years. Lan Shan, who had dominated court politics for decades, naturally resented Jiang Tang's behavior. But if these two were behind it, infiltrating the heavily guarded Jiang mansion wouldn't be easy. With Jiang Shiran's body barely cold, the jingling guard would have heightened security. Hearing this, Li Zhao pondered. The successive incidents with Miss Jiang and Jiang Tang were most likely an inside job. Even with hostile forces involved, only the jingling guard's 13 could succeed. Yang Er listened confusedly for a while, wondering why they took Mingyuan away. Were they just looking for trouble? Hearing this, Chi Chan smiled mockingly. Looking north, who would ever admit their own mistakes? So, they decided to visit the jingling guard. They weren't concerned about Xiao Mingyuan, given his military achievements, but worried about Li's father being mistreated in prison. After bringing Xiao Mingyuan back, before questioning could begin, internal conflict erupted within the jingling guard. Jiang 13 wanted to search for clues outside, but Jiang Wu accused him of having a guilty conscience. With both your foster father and wife dead, you're the prime suspect. Instead of staying at headquarters, are you planning to destroy evidence? Though Jiang Wu outranked Jiang 13, the latter was Jiang Tang's chosen successor. Fifth brother, have you forgotten your place? Jiang Wu laughed coldly, having anticipated Jiang 13's response. He slowly pulled out a jade pendant from his sleeve. Care to explain why Ranran had your jade pendant before she died? Jiang 13's face darkened. He didn't know how he lost his pendant or why it was in Jiang Shiran's possession. Fifth brother, are you saying I killed Ranran? Isn't it obvious? You killed Ranran, and during her struggle, she tore off your pendant. It's solid evidence pointing to you as the murderer. Then 11 discovered it and gave it to Father. Fearing exposure, you killed Father first. As soon as he finished, Jiang 13 started clapping. Though Jiang Wu's words made sense, they lacked motive. He was engaged to Jiang Shiran, and Jiang Tang was grooming him to take over the guard. Unless he went mad, what reason would he have? The onlookers nodded at Jiang 13's words. Who would suspect Jiang 13? Good question, 13th brother. If heaven hadn't let me witness that scene, no one would have guessed your motives. On Lantern Festival night, I saw you with a lady. It wasn't Ran, was it? Jiang Wu mockingly watched 13's changing expression. What if our sister discovered this? A quarrel between sister and 13th brother, leading to an accidental killing. Makes sense, right? Most importantly, I reported this to Father. Knowing you couldn't escape punishment, you killed Father too. Am I right? Should I invite that lady here to clarify? 13's expression turned frighteningly cold. Jiang Wu, you'd better not drag uninvolved people into this. Jiang Wu smiled, surprised that 13 still protected that lady. Clearly, his feelings ran deep. However, Jiang 13 ignored Jiang Wu, insisting on calling a coroner to examine Jiang Tang's body. No need, 13th brother. The imperial physician confirmed Father died from poison. Bring her in. The young lady's appearance startled Jiang 13. He hadn't expected Jiang Wu to actually bring Li Zhao. You two were together on Lantern Festival. It's pointless to pretend you don't know each other now. This revelation caused a stir among the onlookers. One was the commander's future son-in-law, the other the champion prince's fiancé. What were they doing together? Li Zhao was furious at Jiang Wu's words. She had wondered why the jingling guard treated her this way. Now she understood they believed she had broken the rules, and thought the champion prince would no longer protect his fiancé. Li Zhao couldn't help glaring at Jiang 13. She must have owed him in her past life to encounter such bad luck whenever they met. 13th brother, why don't you explain how you conspired with Miss Li to kill our foster father? Before 13 could answer, Jiang Wu brought in Jiang Tang's servant woman. Under his guidance, she detailed Jiang Tang's habits. Besides 3 meals daily, the commander would take a pill every night. Though she didn't know its purpose, she was certain the pills came from Li Zhao. Hearing this, Jiang 13's face turned pale. So that's why his foster father had always favored him, because he was treating his illness. At this moment, everyone turned to Li Zhao with undisguised anger in their eyes. But Li Zhao stood quietly in place, seemingly unbothered by the scrutinizing gazes. Jiang 13, your affair was exposed, and you killed Ran, but left fatal evidence. Fearing Father would find concrete proof, you plotted to kill him too. But Father was too skilled for you to defeat directly. So you and Miss Li poisoned his regular medicine. What a heartless beast you are. Then Jiang Wu brought in imperial physicians who examined the pills Li Zhao had prepared. They indeed contained poison. Just as Jiang Wu thought he had won, the girl's laughter pierced his ears. Are you finished, Lord Jiang? If so, let me speak. 5th Lord Jiang, isn't it inappropriate to be both witness and judge? Jiang Wu was stunned, clearly having never considered this point. Li Zhao's tone was full of contempt. Didn't Jiang Tang teach you proper conduct? Either be a witness and let others handle the investigation, or stop pretending to present evidence yourself. Hearing this, Jiang Wu coldly stared at Li Zhao. Young lady, hasn't anyone told you that speaking less helps you live longer? Jiang 13 actually chuckled. I think Miss Li is right. But as Li Zhao's cold gaze swept over him, Jiang 13 quickly withdrew his smile. Since I've been implicated, let me prove my innocence. On Lantern Festival night, I was with my fiancé. Coincidentally, he's also in the Imperial Guard. Why not call him to verify? Jiang Wu was completely stunned. He had personally seen 13 meeting Li Zhao. He couldn't be wrong about that. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought her here. But why did Li Zhao think the champion prince would forgive her? Jiang Wu's temples throbbed with anxiety. Everything had been under control until this girl arrived and things began to spiral. Fortunately, there was the rigid 11. He wouldn't release Xiao Mingyuan before questioning. However, the girl calmly walked up to 11. Bring the champion prince here, and I'll help you find the commander's true cause of death. Li Zhao knew how to handle people like 11. Such straightforward people would disregard any principle if you could give them the results they wanted. Hearing this, 11 hesitated briefly before nodding decisively. A short while later, Xiao Mingyuan sweetly recounted their romance. mentioning the rabbit lantern everyone had seen that night. I saw Li Zhao with 13 with my own eyes, Jiang Wu began, but Xiao Mingyuan cut him off. You must have been mistaken. Xiao Mingyuan's gaze chilled him to the bone. He sensed that if he persisted, the other would snap his neck without hesitation. Now he regretted involving Miss Li, making everything more complicated. But he didn't know that the upcoming developments would lead to his complete downfall. After proving her innocence, Li Zhao suggested examining Jiang Tang's body. She trusted physical evidence more than verbal testimony. Under everyone's suspicious gazes, Li Zhao fearlessly approached the coffin. After paying respects, she lifted the white cloth covering Jiang Tang. The corpse's face was frighteningly black, clearly a reaction to severe poison. Li Zhao took out silver needles and unhesitatingly inserted them into Jiang Tang's face. At this point, Li Zhao suddenly felt emotional. Not long ago, when Jiang Tang asked for her key, he had casually mentioned being patient with Jiang Shiran, saying the little girl was spoiled. Who could have imagined that just days later, both he and his beloved daughter would die tragically, killed by one of his 13 foster sons? After taking blood samples, she asked 11 for a bowl of clear water. After some time of this process, she reached a conclusion that left everyone speechless. The commander was indeed poisoned. Then she asked 11 to bring the earlier pills. After careful examination, she confirmed they were coated with crow's head red poison. Miss Li, are you admitting to being the murderer? Jiang Wu sneered, thinking the young lady had no real abilities. I only said the pills were poisoned, but the commander never took these pills, so there's no point discussing who the murderer is. Under everyone's gaze, Li Zhao decided to reveal everything, holding up the pills for all to see. Through the sunlight streaming in from the window, numbers could faintly be seen written on the pill's surfaces. The commander knew the meaning of these numbers. Each pill was dated and numbered. They had to be taken in strict order. The incident happened on the 28th of the 12th month. This pill is still here, proving he definitely didn't take it that night. These poison pills were meant to frame me as the murderer. If that's the case, how was he poisoned? 11 anxiously asked. Li Zhao casually picked up Jiang Tang's teapot and slowly filled a cup. According to the servant, the commander would take his medicine before bed, and she would always bring half a pot of warm water. Before his death, Jiang Tang broke his cup, clearly having drunk from it. Yet now there's more water in the pot than before drinking. Are you saying someone switched the water in the pot? Jiang 13 pondered, seemingly understanding something. More precisely, they switched the teapot. The original pot contained poison. To destroy evidence, the killer prepared an identical pot beforehand. But they still overlooked one detail, the patterns of habit. Hearing this, Jiang Wu applauded admiringly. Miss Li is indeed clever and articulate. But isn't it hasty to draw conclusions just from the amount of water? Li Zhao, annoyed by Jiang Wu's sarcastic tone and constant targeting, decided to reveal everything. First, she opened the pot lid to show everyone the new inner lining. A used teapot would have some tea stains that couldn't be washed away. Then she turned it over, showing the teapot and cup were clearly not from the same batch. Official kills mark production dates on their tea sets. Given Jiang Tang's status, he wouldn't use mismatched sets. Any other questions? Though she addressed everyone, her eyes were fixed on Jiang Wu. Miss Li, no need to target me. I only wanted to avenge father. I apologize for my rashness earlier. Jiang 13 had been watching. She seemed always composed and clever, though never this cold towards him before. The young lady's eyes now showed complete confidence. The commander's death appeared to be from crow's head red poison, which even the imperial physician was certain about. But Li Zhao lifted the bowl of bloodied water. The previously murky mixture had now formed dozens of bloodlines. The physician frowned at this strange phenomenon, searching his memory of medical texts, but this was too unusual. This poison is called snow lotus seed. I happened to read about it in medical texts. In Canaan grows a lotus with blood-like seeds, as deadly as crow's head red. When its blood meets water, red lines appear. Only freshly picked snow lotus seeds are lethal, so the killer must have been to Canaan and would claim to grow water lilies. Her gaze fixed on Jiang Wu and 13, who had both been stationed in Canaan. The killer had to be one of them. As soon as Li Zhao finished speaking, 11 drew his sword and struck at Jiang Wu. As Jiang Wu tried to resist, several others aimed their bows at him. As brothers who knew each other well, they naturally knew who liked growing water lilies. But seeing the jingling guards rushing in, intense hatred flashed in Jiang Wu's eyes. Disregarding his safety, he lunged at Li Zhao, who remained calmly standing. With Xiao Mingyuan beside her, no one could harm her unless they all attacked at once. Sure enough, Jiang Wu was kicked away by Xiao Mingyuan, coughing up several mouthfuls of blood. If you hadn't targeted my fiancé, you might have struggled a bit longer. What do you think you are? Just a pack of dogs raised by Jiang Tang. Only Jiang, 13, ever stood out. We all contributed equally since childhood. Why should he get to be the commander of the Jinling Guards? How is that fair to us? Jiang 13 gave Jiang Wu a deep look. Even in death, you try to poison our brotherhood? You hate our adoptive father just because he killed your informant. Back when Jiang Wu was stationed in Beiding City, he fell in love with a brothel girl who was an informant, nearly compromising their mission to monitor Su Luofeng. Shut up! You have no right to speak of this. These zombies deserve to die. You all deserve to die. The Jinling Guard command should have been mine. Madness filled Jiang Wu's eyes. Perhaps only from the highest position can one protect those they want to protect. Jiang 13, I curse you to eternal love. I curse all your efforts to turn to nothing. After struggling to speak his last words, Jiang Wu died. His curse made Jiang 13 instinctively look at Li Zhao, that glance containing extremely complex emotions. Jiang 13 smiled self-mockingly. Perhaps Jiang Wu's curse wasn't needed. He was already eternally in love. Xiao Mingyuan watched with bulging veins, feeling like someone was coveting his wife. Outside the Jinling Guard office, Shi Baobao was arguing fiercely with two friends. They had been accompanying Li Zhao to visit the Li residence when, before reaching the Jingling Guard office, those bastards had taken her away. If Li Zhao hadn't told them to stay calm, young Master Qi would have blown up the Jingling Guard. Li Zhao had been gone for an hour, and Sure Can's patience was exhausted. Damn it, why did my imperial uncle have to be in seclusion now? I'm going to the Jiang residence. Worst case, they'll arrest me too. At least I can see if Li San is safe. Sure Can's words lit up Yang Er's eyes. Given their family backgrounds, if they were all arrested, the Jingling Guard would be the ones worried. The two hotheads agreed immediately. As they prepared to execute their plan, Zhu Wu pointed at two figures in the distance. Mingyuan and Miss Li are back. They rushed to meet them, eager to hear what had happened. But Xiao Mingyuan wore a smug expression. Everything's resolved. Zhao Zhao found the killer. She successfully rescued me. Wen Yin quickly grabbed Yang Er, who was about to ask more questions. Can't you see this dog is showing off? So what if he has a clever and capable fiancé? I discovered her good qualities first. Damn it. Qi Zhen's heart ached. Xiao Mingyuan, you really deserve to die. In the Li residence, everyone gathered worriedly. With both Li father and Li Zhao in jail, it felt like the family had lost its backbone. Grandmother repeatedly sent people to check outside, but still no news of the two. Among them, only Second Madam remained completely steady, seemingly unconcerned about Li Zhao's safety. She had long noticed that anyone who crossed Li Zhao never came to a good end. Sure enough, a servant returned with news. Old Madam, the Master and Third Miss have been released and are on their way back. Third Miss discovered the true culprit was Fifth Master Jiang, who was killed by Third Miss's husband at the commander's mansion. Everyone exchanged glances at this news. Only Second Madam calmly tucked her hair behind her ear. See? What did I tell you? That evening, after Li father returned, Xiao Mingyuan fawned over him attentively. He made several delicious snacks for Li father and kept drinking with him until he passed out. Then Xiao Mingyuan shamelessly insisted that Li Zhao escort him home. As soon as they entered, he eagerly pulled the young woman into his arms, but the grievance in his voice made her heart tremble. Zhao Zhao, I can tell Jiang 13 likes you. I'm not happy about it. His words left Li Zhao helpless and embarrassed. She didn't know what to say, feeling that any explanation would seem like a cover-up. Though he's not much, his taste is as excellent as mine. He immediately recognized the best woman in the world. There's nothing between us, Dash. The young woman tried to explain, but was silenced by his kiss. I know. You only like me. Then he pulled her to sit down. Something Jiang 13 said to Jiang Wu today confirmed something for me. It's related to the previous deaths and the Jingling Guard. The deputy commander he sent to receive Xiao Zhao was named Su Luofeng, the one Jiang 13 mentioned today. After Ming Yuan's investigation, it was found that Su Luofeng had a close relationship with a brothel woman in Beiding City. Combined with the messages from Qin guards and Jiang 13's mention of Jiang Wu's dereliction of duty, it could be confirmed that the Jingling Guard was behind the attack on Xiao Zhao. Li Zhao was stunned. Back then, she was just an ordinary woman. The Jingling Guard had no reason to target her. The only purpose could be to suppress and control Xiao Mingyuan, and only that dog emperor on the throne could control the Jingling Guard to do this. After the zombie plague women's tragedy, the Li residents didn't find peace. The woman from Lingnan, Bing Liang, started causing trouble again. After Xiao Mingyuan's investigation, her true identity was revealed to be a Yangzhou courtesan. Regarding the emperor being behind everything, Xiao Mingyuan felt helpless. Sometimes he wanted to abandon his loyalty to the crown and simply kill that cultivation-obsessed emperor. But he couldn't. He didn't care about being labeled a traitor, but such action would throw the great Liang into chaos. For personal desires, innocent people would suffer. This was something Xiao Mingyuan couldn't do. In the palace, the emperor finally emerged from seclusion, but was completely stunned upon learning of Jiang Tang's death. Last time he came out of seclusion, his chosen son-in-law had become someone else's. This time his man was dead. The most capable minister sat on the dragon throne for a long while before summoning Jiang 13. No one knows what they discussed, but when Jiang 13 left the palace, he had become a second-rank official, succeeding Jiang Tang as the new commander of the Jingling Guard. The spring hunt that was supposed to be held in February was postponed to May due to the emperor's grief. This relieved Li Zhao of one worry. Her brother's burn wounds wouldn't heal quickly, and she had been concerned about making it to this year's spring hunt. Just as Li Zhao was feeling pleased, Xiao Mingyuan brought shocking news. Bing Yang wasn't from Lingnan County at all, but was actually a Yangzhou courtesan. Before Li Zhao could tell her grandmother this news, another terrible revelation came. Bing Yang was pregnant. The old madam was furious. She had assigned 2 matrons to watch Bing Liang and make her drink contraceptive tea daily. Yet somehow this accident still happened. Li Guangshu was now kowtowing repeatedly to the old madam, saying the child was fated to live, and since it managed to come into this world, they should let Bing Liang stay and continue the family line, begging the old madam not to be angry. The old madam was at a loss. She couldn't possibly abort a living child of the Li family. At this moment, second madam sought out Li Zhao, shamefacedly explaining the situation to the third miss. Second madam wanted to know why concubine Bing could get pregnant despite drinking contraceptive tea. She couldn't understand. Was it heaven's will to keep Bing Yang? Li Zhao shook her head. There was no such thing as heaven's will. It was all human manipulation. After examining Bing Yang's medicine prescription and dregs, finding nothing wrong, Li Zhao investigated the 2 matrons. Grandmother had ordered them to watch constantly. It should have been impossible to deceive them. The investigation revealed the truth. The 2 matrons, previously in dire financial straits, were suddenly living well. They had paid off their debts and even bought supplements for their sick family members. After bringing in the matrons, Li Zhao used hypnosis. The 2 matrons spilled everything, both relevant and irrelevant. It turned out Bing Liang had never drunk any contraceptive tea. The person who had bribed the matrons was her beauty-obsessed second uncle. They then took the matrons to Chingsong Hall. After hearing their confession, grandmother trembled with anger. She couldn't believe her second son would do such a thing for a vixen. Both matrons have confessed, you beast. You've lost all shame just to keep Bing Liang. As second uncle entered, he was immediately berated. Just as he tried to defend himself, the old madam cut him off. Don't explain. You're just a lustful fool bewitched by a concubine. If you're not ashamed, I am. If Bing Liang were truly honest and got pregnant by accident, we might keep her. But now that you've shown such devious thoughts, this old woman cannot keep her. Hearing this, Uncle Guangshu's face changed drastically. After all, Bing Liang had just gotten pregnant. Returning to Lingnan was almost impossible. I have grandsons and granddaughters. Your concubine's flesh ball can't threaten me, the old madam sneered coldly. But Uncle Li was full of contempt. Though Bing Yang is a concubine, she's still a county lady. Sending her back would bring shame. He shouldn't have mentioned this. It only made the old madam angrier, and she immediately slapped him across the face. You think I don't know what's in your mind? Since when did county ladies come from courtesan houses? The old madam then took out a register and threw it in front of Li Guangxu. After opening the register, Li Guangxu was dumbfounded. This was his ledger from Lingnan, clearly recording that a courtesan named Bing Liang was sent from a certain county. He wondered how this years-old ledger ended up in his mother's hands. Seeing the disappointment in his mother's eyes, Li Guangxu's heart ached as if pierced by needles. He felt he had done nothing wrong. He was no longer that young boy who wore patched clothes and had to kneel as punishment for mistakes. His official career had prospered, bringing glory to the Li family. What was wrong with taking a courtesan as a concubine? Mother, the child is innocent. Whatever wrongs the adults have done, he hasn't even seen the world yet. When born, he'll be a tiny person with little arms and legs who can cry and laugh. Li Guangxu spoke while repeatedly kowtowing. After all, it was his own flesh and blood. The old madam felt even worse watching this. This man, who once had a scholar's pride, was now bending his knee for a courtesan. Rong Mama, quickly go send Bing Yang away. Though the child is innocent, keeping such a vixen in the Li family would mean endless trouble. Who knows how many innocent people would suffer then? Seeing his mother was serious, Li Guangxu was about to chase after them. But he heard his mother's emotionless words. If you dare go, you can forget about your official career. Though I can't do much, I believe my granddaughter's husband has that power. Li Guangxu ultimately didn't chase after them. Lu Shi watched with only cold laughter in her heart. If Li Guangxu had truly given up his position and wealth for Bing Yang, she would have nothing to say. But when asked to make a sacrifice, he immediately abandoned his beloved's fate. He was nothing but a selfish and greedy man. Time passed slowly, but Rong Mama hadn't returned. Just then a maid rushed in. Old madam, Rong Mama is lying on the ground covered in blood. Two maids are also down in the room, and Madam Bing has escaped. Just moments ago, Rong Mama had brought two maids to the small courtyard to force Bing Yang to drink the abortion medicine. But Bing Yang resisted like a madwoman. First, she knocked out Rong Mama with a pillow. Then she killed the two maids with a hairpin, showing extreme brutality. The deaths of the two maids chilled the old madam's heart. She wondered about Bing Yang's true background. Even for a protective mother, no concubine would nearly kill 3 people just to avoid drinking contraceptive medicine. While everyone was still in shock, Cheng Wang approached Miss Li Zhao. That concubine Bing is interesting. She even learned to climb walls, but our men caught her in the act. Something seems suspicious, so I came to ask you. Cheng Wang was certain that except for Third Miss, any woman climbing walls must be suspicious. As for why Third Miss could climb walls, only naive people would ask that. Third Miss even had him pretend to be a ghost to scare people. What's wrong with climbing walls? Seeing Li Zhao again, Bing Liang's attitude changed dramatically. Her eyes were dark and deadly, as if she wanted to eat them alive. If you keep looking at us like that, girl, I'll gouge out your eyes and feed them to dogs. Bing Yu's temper flared up. She requested Li Zhao's permission to teach Bing Yang a lesson, but Li Zhao didn't agree. That Bing Yang could take down 3 people in such a short time and escape the mansion silently proved she was extraordinary. Normal courtesans don't have killing skills. In Chingsong Hall, grandmother finally decided to report to the authorities. Having killed 2 maids, such a dangerous person couldn't be allowed to escape and bring disaster to others. Mother, Bing Yang is my concubine. If we report this, my future will be ruined. Li Guangxu frowned deeply. He thought his mother was being foolish. This was a crucial time for official appointments, and if news of his concubine killing and fleeing got out, his career would be over. Just then, Li Zhao arrived with Bing Yang. Grandmother, don't rush to report this. I brought Bing Yang back. Learning that she was caught by Li Zhao's coachman, Li Guangxu widened his eyes in disbelief. Since when did their family's coachman have such skills? Was something wrong with him or with the family? Why had he been constantly questioning his life since returning to the capital? The old madam didn't want to say another word to Bing Yang. She simply ordered Lu Shi to personally escort her to the authorities. No matter how soft-hearted she might be, she couldn't keep a murderer in the household. Second madam sighed endlessly. She had thought Bing Yang was just a beautiful troublemaker, but now she knew she was a venomous beauty. But unfortunately for Bing Yang, she encountered Third Mississippi. As the saying goes, following Third Miss always leads to good fortune. At this moment, Li Guangxu stood up weakly, like a deflated ball. Mother, we've been together for several years. Let us say a few words before parting, to end this ill-fated relationship. After receiving grandmother's response, Uncle Li remained silent, just staring at Bing Yang without a word. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Bing Yang finally broke the deathly silence. I know what I must do now. I never expected Master's home to be such a den of dragons and tigers. There's no need to tell how about his birth mother in the future. I've been happy these years with Master. If fate allows, we'll meet again in the next life. Li Guangxu had already closed his eyes, clearly aware of what Bing Yang was about to do. With a dull thud against the wall, Bing Yang slowly collapsed to the ground. Cheng Wang was the first to rush over, checking the young woman's breathing. He needed to confirm if Bing Yang was truly dead, as she could still threaten Li Zhao's safety if alive. However, second uncle was angered by Cheng Wang's action and shouted for him not to touch Bing Yang. Cheng Wang completely ignored him. After confirming Bing Yang was dead, he muttered, "What's the act for? If you really cared, you wouldn't let her die before your eyes." He thought he spoke softly, but having been used to loud voices in the military, everyone in the room heard him clearly. These words left Li Zhao feeling uncomfortable. Though the woman's death wasn't worth mourning, her life had been too tragic. Raised from childhood to be a courtesan, and after marriage, she had tried to be a good wife and mother. But she trusted the wrong person. After death, she couldn't even be buried in the Li family cemetery, only becoming a small mound in some wilderness. However, Bing Yang's death planted a seed of doubt in Li Zhao's mind. She couldn't believe someone would kill just to avoid drinking abortion medicine. Perhaps Bing Liang wasn't just a simple courtesan. Looking at the chaos in the house, the old madam kept lamenting their misfortune. Her eagerly awaited youngest son had brought nothing but trouble since his return. The next day, a happy event lightened the young lady's mood. Chu Ru's engagement was settled, and they specially invited Li Zhao to gather at Chunfeng Tower. Hearing about Brother Zhu's engagement, Li Zhao seemed happier than if it were her own engagement. Along the way, the three Qi brothers had helped her tremendously, so it was natural to feel happy about their good fortune. Learning that the match was with the Minister of Personnel's family, Li Zhao was even more delighted. She recalled that calm and dignified young lady. Initially, it was Miss Su who had introduced her to the Mountain Society. Brother Zhu was exceptionally talented, and Miss Su was equally skilled. They would have much to enjoy together at home. The speaker meant nothing, but the listener took note. Zhao Mingyuan felt uneasy hearing this. His little wife was accomplished in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but he had focused on martial arts since childhood and was only passable at these arts. Moreover, Zhao Zhao was brilliant in medicine and extremely intelligent. The more the man thought, the more worried he became. He seemed to have nothing in common with Zhao Zhao. Noticing the man's silence beside her, Li Zhao raised her eyes to curiously observe him. As if having made up his mind about something, he said, "Don't worry, Zhao Zhao. Our life won't be boring either. We'll have many common interests." He had decided, since they had no common interests now after marriage, he would have many children with Zhao Zhao. The more children they had, the more common interests they would share. Yes, he would plan for 8 for now. Inside Chunfeng Tower, they were drinking and celebrating Zhu Wu's engagement. However, during their laughter and conversation, a harsh voice came from downstairs. "Quickly clear out your best private room. Don't you see our distinguished guests waiting?" Sure Kanki darkly muttered about the bad luck, wanting to see who dared to be so arrogant at Chunfeng Tower. Looking out, it was Zhang Hongshan, the minister of the Imperial Foundry, and beside him was an envoy from Shijiang. He frowned in disgust. While the people of Doliang deeply hated the Southern Hua and Northern Lu, they had no love for the seemingly neutral Shijiang either. Historically, Shijiang was a fence-sitter. More irritatingly, Shijiang's culture and customs were all inherited from Doliang. When Doliang was strong, they bowed in submission. But as soon as Doliang showed any weakness, they would immediately try to steal Doliang's culture, desperately trying to claim all of Doliang's history as their own. Qi Baobao sat down again in irritation. Perhaps because he was of royal blood, he naturally despised these foreign tribes. The newly appointed king of Shijiang was in his prime. Now that De Liang faced internal and external troubles, he surely came to take advantage. Watch and see, these envoys definitely weren't here with good intentions. The visiting envoys were half-siblings of the Shijiang king, a prince and a princess. The Shijiang princess appeared petite, seemingly attracted by Qi Can's beauty. She stared at him for a while before turning to Xiao Mingyuan. I've long heard of the famous champion Marquis of Wei, but Xiao Mingyuan merely nodded casually in response. He had long developed a habit of maintaining a stern demeanor with unfamiliar women. During his years in the north, the rescued women were extremely insecure. If he had been too polite, it would have caused countless troubles. Has Minister Zhang brought the prince and princess here for drinks? Chikan asked suspiciously. He couldn't understand what was wrong with this Shijiang princess. Looking at him twice would have been fine, given his good looks, but she stared at him for so long only to choose to speak with Xiao Mingyuan instead. This instantly infuriated Qi Baobao. Is this young master's beauty inferior to that warrior's? But upon seeing Li Zhao, the two exchanged an oddly meaningful glance. After everyone left, the Shijiang princess smilingly asked Zhang Xiqing, "Is that the champion marquis's fiancé? Such good fortune. In our Shijiang, we call this a phoenix rising from a humble branch." Hearing this, Zhang Xiqing silently clenched his fists. As expected of people used to stealing from others, they probably didn't even know the true origin of that saying. After returning to their lodgings, they eagerly discussed Li Zhao. Royal brother is better at concealing his thoughts than I am. When I saw the champion marquis's fiancée, I was shocked. She looks 90% similar to your dancing girl. Prince Gong's eyes flickered as he smiled silently. It was an open secret that Shijiang's nobility valued scholars and officials, pursuing refinement and favoring intelligent women. The dancing girl the Shijiang princess mentioned was her favorite one. How could such a character go unnoticed? The prince smirked. They say De Liang men are all hypocrites. Even after marriage, they won't consummate with women under 15. He found this ridiculous. He preferred girls of 12 or 13. That kind of innocence touched his heart directly. Before coming to De Liang, his brother had specifically mentioned to watch the champion marquis, saying that with him around, De Liang would be secure for at least 20 years. Originally clueless about this champion marquis, now he had some ideas. His dancing girl might prove useful. At the Taining Marquis's manor, as soon as Zhu Wu returned home, Du Feishua cornered him. Traces of tears still visible on her face. She had clearly been crying. Zhu Wu subtly stepped back and asked her purpose. But Du Feishua, with tears in her eyes, wanted to say, "Can you not get engaged? I'll try to become someone you like." But he couldn't. Her cousin's disdain was an unchangeable fact, yet she couldn't accept it. She had liked her cousin since childhood and had carefully treasured him in her heart. She wouldn't even mention him to her best friends, fearing someone might steal him away. But after waiting for so long, how could someone else take him away so easily? "Cousin, do you like Miss Su?" After waiting a while, she received no answer from Zhu Wu. The young lady's eyes brightened. "Cousin, you don't like her, do you?" At this point, Zhu Wu clearly understood the girl's feelings and knew she wouldn't give up without a clear explanation. So he patiently explained to her, "I've never had private interactions with Miss Su, so I can't say whether I like her or not. However, I believe we can get along well in the future. As long as she's a good lady, I will try my best to like her." But Du Feishua hated this male perspective. "So would you like any girl who becomes your wife?" "Not necessarily, cousin, but since Miss Su will become my wife, why shouldn't I try my best?" Hearing this, Du Feishua opened her mouth but said nothing, her heart gradually growing cold. Finally, under the man's calm gaze, she fled with her face covered. Inside the Rue Prince's manor, Dia hadn't had a single happy day since entering. Her mood grew more anxious with each passing day. She had thought the Rue Prince fell in love with her at first sight, but now it clearly wasn't the case. After all this time, the Rue Prince hadn't even touched a finger of hers, and even ignored her advances. But today, the letter from Du Feishua lightened Dia's mood somewhat. Du Feishua had liked young Master Zhu since childhood, and their elders hadn't hindered their interactions. If her aunt, Madame Zhu, were still alive, just a few tears before the old Madame of Taining Manor might have given Du Feishua a chance to marry into the Marquis's family. But there are no ifs in life. This proud daughter of heaven had finally lowered her proud head. Casually dismissing the maid who delivered the letter, she had enough troubles of her own without having to comfort this heartbroken girl. To welcome the Shijiang envoys, the two princes planned to host a luxurious banquet. The Shijiang princess even made a request, wanting to show the champion marquis's elegance to all of Shijiang. However, Xiao Mingyuan's polite refusal left them dumbfounded. Knowing that the Rui prince's concubine and Li Zhao were sisters, the Mu prince shifted the responsibility to the Rui prince. Although Dia and Li Zhao were blood sisters, she was just a concubine of the Rui prince, not even qualifying as the champion marquis-in-law. Fifth brother Jess. With this connection, the champion marquis won't distance himself from you, if only for his father-in-law's sake. The Mu prince's words carried deeper meaning. The Rui prince had gone along with taking in Li's eldest daughter, hoping to establish connections with Xiao Mingyuan. Though Dia and Miss Li III weren't close, young ladies' relationships weren't important. What mattered was that everyone knew he had connections to the champion marquis. If only his health wasn't poor. If Dia could bear him children in the future, he could make her his primary wife, becoming the champion marquis's proper-in-law. Whether the champion marquis acknowledged it or not, others would see him as aligned with their side. Thinking of this, the Rui prince felt excited. The one-year abstinence prescribed by Dr. Li was almost complete. The Mu prince watched his brother's thoughtful expression, recalling his spy's reports about the Rui prince secretly consulting a doctor. This useless fifth brother had lost several children early on. Now, having no heir was why the conservative officials supported him. But today he learned that the Rui prince's new concubine had been sleeping alone. The Mu prince quickly pieced it together. The Rui prince took in the Li family girl to connect with the champion marquis. He wouldn't neglect her without reason. Plus, who would ignore such a beautiful young woman? Combining this with the doctor's secret visit, the Mu prince trembled with excitement. The Rui prince must be like his brother-in-law, impotent. Considering his daily medicine intake, the Mu prince finally understood. The Rui prince must be treating his condition. If his health was ruined before recovery, the Mu prince's heart raced at the thought. He wouldn't need to compete. By simply staying healthy, the throne would eventually be his. As for the champion marquis, thinking military prowess could put him above princes, once he took the throne, he'd deal with him first. Meanwhile, Dia was happily preparing herself in the prince's manor. Usually, concubines couldn't visit their maiden homes after marriage. Though she'd married well to a prince, being unable to visit home made her success feel hollow. Today, the Rui prince gave her a task: invite Li III to the envoy's welcoming banquet. If Li Zhao attended, they wouldn't need to invite the champion marquis, as he would surely follow. Despite her reluctance, the chance to show off at home made Dia's heart soar. A series of troubles had exhausted the old madam at the Li residence. When servants reported Dia's visit, she immediately became alert. A concubine visiting home must mean something unusual. Dia returned to the West residence with the Rui prince's gifts. Surveying the small courtyard, she felt superior. The entire West residence was smaller than her current back garden. The servants who once looked at her differently now gazed at her with envy. But before Dia could boast, the old madam directly refused her. This unexpected move nearly choked Dia. She had no choice but to visit Li Zhao's courtyard. But Bingyu blocked her at the door, looking vigilant. Dia frowned slightly. This girl clearly had a face asking for trouble. How had she survived until now? It's been a while. I'm his third sister. The statement nearly made Bingyu laugh. She thought, stop joking. Even a fool can see through your intentions. She then claimed Li Zhao was at the marquis's manor. Unable to see the old madam and angered by Bingyu, Dia could only turn to second mother. But second mother was equally cold, indifferent to Dia's boasting. Finally, she tried to see her most supportive third brother, but couldn't even meet him. Young master says you're a noble lady of the prince's manor now. It's inappropriate for siblings to meet privately. These words left Dia's face alternating between green and white. She could only return to the prince's manor with a belly full of frustration. Facing the Rui prince's expectant look, the young woman changed her dejected expression and lied that Li Zhao was unwell and had no interest in going out. Late at night, Dia tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She vaguely heard people talking outside her door. This new concubine is really pitiful, so young yet sleeping alone. Another maid responded that the Rui prince was taking medicine, which affected his interest in that aspect. Now was the most fertile time, it just depended on which concubine had the ability. The next evening, the Rui prince finally managed to invite the champion marquis, though it wasted the favor Xiao Mingyuan owed him. He went to Dia's room in a gloomy mood, but today her room had an exceptionally pleasant fragrance. Watching the young woman's graceful movements, the Rui prince's desire grew uncontrollably. He pulled her before the mirror. Unexpectedly, the young woman actively offered her crimson lips. After waking up, the Rue prince's mind was blank. When his memory finally returned, he couldn't accept the cruel reality. Seeing the Rue prince's expression, Dia finally sensed something was wrong. But before she could speak, the Rue prince slapped her hard. Dia, already weak, nearly fainted from the blow. The Rue prince's eyes remained cold. Just when his recovery was in sight, this person had completely ruined it. He immediately ordered Dia to be confined in the small ancestral hall. But after consulting Dr. Fu, though his health was ruined, while the chances of having children were slim, after nearly a year of recovery, Li might actually conceive this time. This only hope still rested with Dia. The Rue prince was furious. He wanted to kill her, but had to keep her well cared for. The welcoming banquet for the foreign envoys proceeded as scheduled. Before everyone was seated, the Xizang princess couldn't contain herself. Such idle chat is boring, princess. Why don't we have a contest of talents? The losing side drinks as punishment. The banquet was split into two events, with the Mu princess hosting the women's side. Noble ladies often gathered to showcase their talents. It was a common occurrence. The princess's hesitation made the noble ladies anxious. How could the ancient culture of De Liang lose to this small foreign state? But this banquet was different. When it involved competition between two countries, things often developed unpredictably. Seeing the princess's long hesitation without speaking, she added, "Of course, if the princess can't handle alcohol, forget I mentioned it." This comment further provoked the De Liang lady's indignation. It was clearly mocking that De Liang dared not compete with the Mu princess. Though maintaining a smile, she was internally worried. The Xizang princess's confident challenge clearly showed she had something planned. But at this point, regardless of the princess's concerns, the competition was inevitable. Let's draw lots then. Music, chess, calligraphy, painting, singing, dancing, tea ceremony, archery, best of 5. We'll each select our representatives and compete in whatever we draw. Hearing this, the Mu princess grew more serious. In these areas, Xizang had learned from De Liang. What advantage could they have? However, the first draw was for archery. In arts and literature, the Fu Mountain Society ladies had no fear. But their best archer was now deceased, with fresh grass growing on her grave. Finally, they had to choose a general's daughter from Fu Mountain Society. I've heard that Fu Mountain Society gathers De Liang's most talented ladies. I've long admired it. These words made the ladies frown. Such high praise put pressure on them. If they lost now, it would be completely humiliating. Such nonsense. The Xizang princess was startled. It was Lan Xinong expressionlessly scolding her maid. Just serve the tea when told. Why ask if I want black or green tea? So much unnecessary talk. The princess understood Lan Xinong's indirect criticism and stopped talking. She selected a princess to compete. The two matched each other shot for shot, but at the final arrow, the general's daughter fell slightly short of Xizang. We were lucky to win this round. Thank you for your generosity, princess. She then personally poured wine for the Mu princess. Such sincere praise. It seems the princess can handle her alcohol well. When one person lost, everyone had to drink as punishment. The usually sweet wine tasted particularly bitter today. For the second round, the Mu princess drew lots herself, but the result made her face change dramatically. The lot clearly showed the character for dance. De Liang emphasized feminine modesty, with very few practicing martial arts. Yet sword dancing was Xizang's specialty, and they would surely send their best dancer. Against such preparation, this round was impossible to win. With this round, De Liang would lose 2 consecutive rounds. If they lost one more round, not only would the Mu princess face the emperor's questioning, but the Fu Mountain Society would also lose all standing. Please invite Miss Li. Whether in chess or calligraphy, she's the most talented lady I've ever seen. While everyone was troubled, Miss Su, Zhu Wu's fiancée, made this suggestion, as if suggesting seeking Buddha's help from the Western world. At this time, Li Zhao was sound asleep at home. Perhaps due to recent growth, she had been eating more and often feeling drowsy. Seeing Li Zhao half asleep, the elderly maid was bewildered. The third Miss Li had just woken up and seemed too groggy to be a match for Xizang's talented lady. The maid quickly explained the situation, particularly indignant when mentioning Xizang princess's contempt for De Liang. She was especially angry. Hearing Hearing about the contest between two countries, Li Xiao didn't hesitate to follow the maid to the Mu prince's mansion. While usually uninterested in girls' competitions, she couldn't refuse when De Liang's honor was at stake. When Li Xiao arrived, the second round was ending. After the Shijiang dancer's final move, a suffocating silence fell. The Shijiang princess personally poured wine for the Mu princess, saying, "I wonder about your highness's alcohol tolerance. There are still 3 rounds to go." These words made the princess's smile freeze, barely containing her anger. The Shijiang princess was too arrogant. The princess could only stubbornly hold on, hoping she wouldn't need to drink in later rounds. Hearing this, the Shijiang lady laughed, her laughter grating to the noble lady's ears. The third draw was for emotion, which made everyone sigh in relief. Fu Mountain Society's Vice President Su Jinghong excelled in emotional expression, but before everyone could relax, the Shijiang lady stood up first. "I am skilled in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. I will compete in all 3 remaining rounds myself. If your country has someone equally accomplished in all 4 arts, please come forward. If not, you may take turns competing against me." This declaration caused an uproar. She was challenging the entire Fu Mountain Society alone. If De Liang couldn't produce someone to match her, even winning all 3 rounds would feel hollow. "Third miss, how's your emotional expression?" Zhu Yin quietly asked from the crowd. "Since you all honor me with your trust, I won't disappoint you." Then the young lady slowly stepped out from the crowd. Li San, daughter of De Liang's Hanlin Academy scholar, wishes to compete with the Shijiang envoy. The Shijiang lady was surprised. It was the champion marquis's fiancé, whom she had met once. Her expression became ambiguous as she stared at Li Xiao and made a puzzling comment. "If only Miss Li could have participated in the sword dance. This Miss Li's appearance is identical to my brother's dancer. I wonder if she would look even more similar when dancing." Li Xiao keenly sensed the malice behind her smile, but didn't understand its source. She could only conclude that those of different origins must have different hearts. The first 2 rounds were De Liang's hospitality. The real competition begins now. These words rang clear, obviously telling the Shijiang lady she wouldn't win any of the remaining 3 rounds. However, these words made everyone nervous again. The bold claim was made. If they couldn't deliver, it would be extremely embarrassing. The Shijiang lady didn't believe a mere scholar's daughter could have such talents. "Princess, choose any instrument you know. All are acceptable." Li Xiao's tone stunned the Shijiang lady. She had never heard such arrogance. "Since Miss Li is so accommodating, I won't choose instruments unique to Shijiang. Let's compete with the Yaoqin. Though it originated in Shijiang, it's popular in both countries." Li Xiao was dissatisfied with the Shijiang lady's wording. "Princess claims the Yaoqin originated in Shijiang. Then could you tell me, what do the flat bottom and curved top represent? What does the wide front and narrow back symbolize?" Then the young lady walked to the qin and casually plucked its strings. "And what meaning do these 3 notes contain?" The series of questions left the Shijiang lady dumbfounded. She had only learned playing techniques and famous pieces. Who cared what east and west represented? "Let me explain to the princess. This is common knowledge among De Liang noble ladies. The flat bottom and curved top symbolize round heaven and square earth. The wide front and narrow back represent the distinction between nobility and commoners. This is the essence of De Liang's Confucian music philosophy. Of course, asking about such basics might be difficult for the princess, since you don't even know its origins." The Shijiang princess was stunned, thinking, "Great sage, please stop showing off. Where did this monster come from?" The De Liang noble ladies admitted this was their first time hearing these basics too. Even the madams changed their view of Li San. Though her reputation wasn't great, she wasn't one to provoke jealousy. At this time, Su Jinghong offered her seat, letting Li Xiao play her Yaoqin. Those who knew Miss Su were surprised. She usually treasured her possessions dearly, even doing her own maintenance. Yet now she was willing to lend it to Li San. The young lady casually plucked a few strings. The sound was like ice tinkling in snow, truly a fine instrument. By now, Su Jinghong was completely reassured. Just from that casual pluck, she knew Miss Li's mastery of the Yaoqin matched her own. "When first learning the Yaoqin, my teacher said it's the sound of the heart. Why don't we each play freely? Whoever can move the audience's emotions wins." What does Miss Li think? The young lady had short fingers, but exceptional talent. She had practiced for 10 years, focusing on emotional expression. She only mastered one piece, but that wasn't something others needed to know. The competition began formally. Since it was about moving hearts, playing first gave an absolute advantage. Once the audience's emotions were stirred, it would be much harder for the opponent to sway them. The Qin sound was melancholic and sorrowful, like a secluded lady staring at plantain leaves outside her window from dusk till dawn, day after day, full of sadness. However, just as everyone was about to cry, another melody forcefully parted the gloom, suddenly showing everyone blue skies and flowing clouds. As the music gradually stopped, a peaceful atmosphere settled. The Shijiang princess's face had turned deathly pale as she struggled to stand up from the Qin table. "You've won," she said with a bow, and Li Zhao rose to return the gesture. But Su Jinghong looked at Li Zhao with admiration. "A kindred spirit is hard to find. Miss Li, I gift this ice crystal Qin to you." Li Zhao met Su Jinghong's gaze, her eyes as clear as crystal. Such a girl was hard to refuse. By now, the Shijiang princess had recovered from her defeat and stepped forward, demanding the next round. But the Mu princess gently reminded her not to forget to taste De Liang's fine wine. "This damn girl." Earlier, when De Liang lost, she kept pouring wine and making snide remarks. Now that the tables had turned, did she think she could avoid it? Dream on? The Mu princess was usually quite fierce, but she had to maintain dignity in front of foreigners. The audience silently praised her. The frustrated young lady drained her cup, her face flushed red, and drew another lot. The fourth round would be calligraphy. The noble ladies cheered. Everyone knew Li San's calligraphy had been praised by Master Wu Mei. The Shijiang lady trembled. This girl's specialty was calligraphy. Having already lost to Li Zhao in music, she couldn't lose this round. Before leaving Shijiang, her elder brother had specifically instructed that while tribute-bearing was the pretense, probing De Liang's strength was the true purpose. To gauge a country's power, the most direct way was to challenge their pride and find their bottom line. If De Liang kept yielding and retreating, it would indicate their national power had weakened. That's exactly what Shijiang was waiting for. Even now, she couldn't forget her first meal with her sister-in-law, who had to explain all the unfamiliar dishes to her. She had decided then to become the most noble princess in the world, so no one would ever need to explain things to her again. At this moment, the young lady decided to take an unconventional approach. Since the scholar's daughter excelled in calligraphy, she would compete in speed instead. Having one person write characters for others to judge would be boring, Miss Li. After all, we're just drinking and entertaining. Why don't we each copy a book? We'll see who can write the most within one incense sticks time while maintaining quality. That's more interesting than pure calligraphy. Li Zhao was slightly startled. She wanted to compete in writing speed? She didn't know that Li Zhao's grandfather was the only great scholar of his time. Seeing Li Zhao's hesitation, the Shijiang lady's heart leaped with joy. Let's write the burial of flowers in small script. We might as well write the women's precepts that everyone knows. The young lady was extremely pleased with herself. While she might lose in terms of calligraphy beauty, she was certain to win in a pure speed competition. When the competition began after the incense was lit, the young lady's performance left everyone gasping. The Shijiang lady picked up brushes in both hands and began writing swiftly on the paper. Everyone thought this was troublesome. No wonder she suggested competing on speed. Meanwhile, Li Zhao had just begun moving, slowly taking 3 brushes from the brush holder. The spectators were completely bewildered. Writing with both hands required split attention, and while using the left hand could be understood with practice, where would the third brush go? Surely not in her mouth. Li Zhao soon provided the answer. She held 2 brushes in her right hand and 1 in her left. This sight was so shocking that one madam stood up immediately. It's Master Qiao's special technique. Master Qiao's calligraphy was divine. He could write with up to 6 brushes simultaneously. The commotion outside completely disrupted the Shijiang lady's concentration. How could anyone write with 3 brushes at once? The incense quickly burned out, and both sides' papers were exchanged for inspection. In that short time, the Shijiang lady had written to Chapter 5 of the Women's Precepts, an already impressive speed. When it came time to reveal Li Zhao's answer, the Shijiang young lady's face scrunched up like a bitter gourd. Miss Li has completed the entire text. Though the Shijiang prince was also shocked, he immediately stepped in to explain, I once read that the late Master Qiao actually had Shijiang blood. Such a talented young lady must have some connection to Shijiang in her ancestry. Unlike the women's side, the men's competition ended before it even began. The prince had specifically brought Shijiang's top warrior to test Xiao Mingyuan's abilities. But in just one encounter, their champion was thrown far away before he could even steady himself. To avoid further embarrassment, they gave up on the subsequent sword competitions. The man's words left everyone speechless, instantly losing any desire to continue conversation with him. Yang Er stroked his chin thoughtfully. This brilliant person must be Li San. I can't think of anyone else it could be. Hearing this, Chi Chan laughed, as if to say, did you really need to point that out? In a corner of the banquet, the newly appointed jingling guard commander drank alone. He looked at Xiao Mingyuan with envy, thinking this man had taken all the good fortune. Xiao Mingyuan seemed to sense something and turned to see Jiang 13 staring at him. After a brief eye contact, 13 looked away first. Xiao Mingyuan sneered, thinking this guy must still be thinking about Zhao Zhao. A strong murderous intent surged in his heart. He wanted to indulge himself just once and kill this man who kept thinking about his wife. Just then, Zhu Wu expressed his concern that Miss Li's recent prominence might bring unnecessary trouble. But Xiao Mingyuan remained composed. As long as his Zhao Zhao was happy, he was willing to let her shine brightly every day, rather than dim away in the inner chambers merely because of her gender. Although this world was unfair to women, he was willing to do his best to give her fairness. The women's competition had reached its final round. Li Zhao drew archery. The spectators began sighing. De Liang had become increasingly extravagant in recent years, with very few women learning archery. Everyone worriedly watched that slender figure, doubting if she could even draw a bow. While some worried, others rejoiced. The Shijiang side was all smiles. Archery was her best skill. She couldn't believe Princess Mu was so honest as to actually put archery in the lot. Looking teasingly at the petite girl, she asked, does Miss Li need a substitute? No need. The Liang people value their word. Even if defeat is certain, we'll see it through. The Shijiang lady was left speechless by Li Zhao's response. She simply picked up her bow and began shooting. The rules were 10 arrows each, with points awarded based on target marks. The Shijiang lady lived up to her lifelong training. All 10 arrows hit the bullseye. She proudly raised her bow toward Li Zhao, challenging her to match that. Meanwhile, Li Zhao stood motionless before the target. She recalled what her brother-in-law Xiao Shiyuan had said. Sister-in-law, since you have nothing to do every day, why don't I teach you archery? Sister-in-law, though you struggle with our Xiao family's martial arts, you have talent for archery. Second brother said that only when the heart is truly calm can one hit the target every time. Li Zhao stood motionless holding the longbow. An ominous feeling began to spread among the Gue ladies. Oh no, could it be that Miss Li 3 can't draw the bowstring? Just as people were whispering, Li Zhao moved. After drawing and shooting, she quickly reached for the next arrow. Meanwhile, her heart became completely still. It felt like she was back in that boring marquee mansion. Her movements were even faster than the Shijiang girls. After shooting all 10 arrows in one breath, she finally exhaled deeply. All 10 arrows hit dead center. This sight finally made the Gue ladies unable to remain seated. They never expected such a powerful soul to reside in such a delicate body. At this time, an attendant came up to announce the results. Both the princess and Miss Li 3 hit the bullseye. This round is... Before he could finish, Li Zhao interrupted, asking to send someone to check the marks on the target again. This request drew contempt from the Shijiang lady. She coldly snorted. Since it's already a tie, why does Miss Li insist on repeated checks? Could it be she wants to tamper with something? For fairness, Princess Mu's wife didn't make her own decision, but invited the male soldiers to judge. Soon after the soldiers came to inspect, they pointed at one of the targets. Whoever shot this target would be the winner. It was Li Zhao's target. The princess's target showed scattered marks, but Li Zhao's marks were all clustered in one spot. The Shijiang lady looked at Li Zhao in disbelief. Had this girl planned it from the start, deliberately shooting arrows at the same spot to ensure an undisputable victory? At this moment, the young lady felt intense unwillingness. Before coming to De Liang, she had sworn to humiliate these De Liang girls and bring glory to Shijiang. But why did she have to meet someone like this, who gradually made her feel powerless? Thinking of this, murderous thoughts arose in the girl. Someone with such ability and skill, once united with the champion marquis, would leave Shijiang with no hope of rising for decades to come. By now, Li Zhao was surrounded by admiring gazes. Having faced cold treatment since her rebirth, today's enthusiasm made her somewhat awkward. I don't deserve such praise. This is just the duty of a Doliang official. Afterwards, she excused herself, citing her grandmother's poor health, and slowly left carrying Su Jinghong's invitation. Watching her leave, Zhu Yin suddenly smiled. It seems we've found someone suitable for the position of Fushan Society President. Since Jiang Shiran's death, the position had remained vacant, with vice presidents handling daily gatherings. Everyone nodded at this suggestion. After today's banquet, Miss Li's name would surely become well known throughout the land. After the banquet, the Shijiang princess came to the respectful prince's room with an ashen face. "Brother, you don't know how much face I lost today. Give me that dancing girl from your mansion later. I need to vent my anger." Unexpectedly, the respectful prince shook his head in refusal. "Have you considered that we might use the dancing girl for something bigger? Like eliminating the champion marquis? Then we can take that Li San girl back to Shijiang and train her as a dancing girl. You can vent your anger however you want then." The Shijiang siblings had already secretly sent people out of the capital. They would send the warrior girl who resembled Li Zhao to Doliang. After the substitution, if she could get close to Xiao Mingyuan for just a moment, then Doliang would never have such a capable general again. But the Shijiang princess gave her brother a deep look. As long as brother isn't bewitched, that girl isn't someone you can control. Don't harbor any inappropriate thoughts. The dragon prince smiled, saying he knew his limits. His sister simply didn't understand men. An unmanageable woman was like a fine steed. That compliant little hen would become boring after a while. That night, a masked man searched along the walls of Li Manor, finally finding a suitable spot to climb over. But just as he entered the courtyard, he saw a fire poker, followed by intense pain in his head. Before losing consciousness, the man cursed inwardly. "This bastard doesn't know the rules. You're supposed to tie someone up and interrogate them first, not hit them in the head right away." Chen Guang pulled off the man's black mask. It was the respectful prince's top warrior. "This little thing isn't even as tall as the general's leg. Wonder where he got the confidence to challenge the general." Then he became troubled about how to handle this trespasser. If it were someone unknown, they'd just dig a hole and bury him. But involving another country made things complicated. Then Lil Qingwei had a clever idea and put the black mask back on the man. Now we don't know who he is. Then they dragged the man to a street corner like a stray dog and gave him a severe beating before leaving. However, he didn't know that after he left, another dark figure approached. After some searching, they seemed to confirm the man's identity. Then there was a flash of cold steel, blood splattered, and the man's life was ended directly. The next day, news of the Shijiang warrior's death in the streets spread throughout the capital. The Shijiang siblings were now being aggressive at Honglu Temple. Doliang is supposed to be a country of etiquette. We've traveled thousands of miles to pay tribute. Today, you must give us an explanation. Honglu Temple had been cursing since early morning. He was just responsible for hosting foreign guests, not investigating cases. We will thoroughly investigate. But there's one question. Please explain, Your Highness. Why was your country's warrior wearing dark clothes at night? This question stunned the siblings. They couldn't admit they sent someone to spy on Li San. I caused trouble for my brother. After Li Miss won at the banquet, I felt unsatisfied, so I sent Hua Sheng to investigate whether she practices archery at night. The Shijiang lady's words gave Si Qing a massive headache. How did the champion marquis get involved again? With no choice, he had to send someone to summon the Li household. The champion marquis's stable boy scratched his head in frustration. "General, I've caused trouble again." Then he explained everything in detail. But Xiao Mingyuan just glanced at Chen Guang coldly. "Next time someone breaks into Li Manor at night, just kill them directly. Why overthink it? I'll handle the aftermath." Just thinking about men climbing Li Zhao's walls at night made Xiao Mingyuan's killing intent hard to suppress. Meanwhile, Li's father was already furious at Honglu Temple. What nonsense! A foreign princess doing such despicable things, sending people to spy on my daughter. Why call me here for this? Just expel them from Doliang. Li's father was getting worked up. Are these three law officials all useless? Why call me for such an obvious matter? Li Xiuchuan, the Shijiang warrior, died last night. Hearing this, Li's father finally relaxed and resumed his usual gentle smile. I was just angry earlier. Since he's dead, I won't pursue the matter. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched in the Ministry of Justice, unsure how to respond. Our man died just like that. Shouldn't your country give us an explanation? These words made Li Fu open his eyes in disbelief. I didn't tell him to sneak around at night. What explanation can I give you? You should be grateful I'm not demanding an explanation from you. The respectful prince had never seen such a straightforward official. The others took a while to recover. But your Li manner killed someone. Should we just let it go? Li Fu looked at the Shijiang princess, his disgust growing. If you have evidence to arrest someone, you can't just decide who killed him. Besides, didn't you boast he was your top warrior? Is your best so worthless that he could be killed by a civil official servant? Please stop joking. By now, the Doliang officials could barely suppress their smirks. Well said. Let's see what the siblings could say to that. Just then, Xiao Mingyuan arrived at Honglu Temple. Hearing his father-in-law's grand speech, he almost laughed out loud. He walked straight into the room and went directly to the prince. I heard you sent someone to spy on my fiancée last night. The prince had never faced such murderous intent. The fierce aura made it difficult for him to speak, feeling that one wrong word would get his head twisted off. Seeing the respectful prince's silence, Xiao Mingyuan didn't press further, but swept his cold gaze across the officials. My lords, if there's nothing else, I'll take my father-in-law home. In the future, please don't trouble him with such trivial matters. Li's father also looked displeased. Exactly. I'm busy. My salary's been withheld by superiors. Are you responsible for that? The officials all rolled their eyes. Not only was he just a compiler with barely any work, but his monthly salary of a few dan of rice wasn't worth any official's attention. The Shijiang lady was still unwilling and quickly stepped in front of Xiao Mingyuan. Before she could speak, Xiao Mingyuan openly released his killing intent. As I said, bring evidence. Then, under the girl's terrified gaze, the man suddenly switched to a fawning expression. Father-in-law, please walk slowly. I'm sorry I'm late. Were you treated badly? Everyone in the hall was speechless. The ones who really suffered were them, being yelled at by these two without daring to show anger or speak up. But the Shijiang lady's expression was strange. This was the first time she experienced a man's dominance. Complex emotions lingered in her heart for a long time. At night, the young lady lay in bed, unable to sleep. Her mind kept replaying the man's domineering face. Just as she was fantasizing about things she shouldn't, a pair of large hands silently reached for her neck. Before she could make a sound, the hands suddenly tightened their grip. The Shijiang princess struggled desperately, but those hands were as immovable as mountains. Moments later, the young lady's hands fell limp, dying silently in this foreign land. News of his sister's death drove the prince completely mad. After personally killing several personal maids, he furiously confronted the Honglu Temple official. Now the prime suspect was Xiao Mingyuan, who had shown unconcealed killing intent earlier that day. The officials planned to report this to the emperor, but unexpectedly, the sixth prince had gone into seclusion again. Finally, they had no choice but to report to the two princes. But due to the serious implications, both princes passed the responsibility back and forth, neither willing to offend the champion marquis. At this moment, Xiao Mingyuan was sending a letter to Yang Heir at the ancient road outside the Long Pavilion. Although Yang Heir was usually cheerful, he deeply yearned for military achievements. Finally unable to resist, he planned to secretly sneak to the battlefield without his grandmother's knowledge. After seeing Yang Heir off, just as they entered the city gate, they were intercepted by anxious guards. After briefly explaining about the princess's death, they hurried to Honglu Temple. The one who finally took charge was Lan Shan, one of De Liang's 3 most powerful officials. Even the 6 departments and 9 ministers were present. When several officials saw Mingyuan, the respectful prince's eyes burst with endless hatred. You killed my sister, and now you act as if it's none of your business. Are the marquises in your country really above the law? Lan Shan first pacified the respectful prince, then expressed his position to Xiao Mingyuan, hoping the man would cooperate with the investigation. I'll say it again, show me the evidence. But Xiao Mingyuan didn't expect that this time, those behind the plot were well prepared. Soon, an official named Yi Xiang was summoned. Trembling, he claimed that last night, he personally witnessed someone dragging something out of Apricot Alley. Only after the person left did he gather the courage to check. The person was already dead, with a large gash on their neck. He then claimed to have seen the murderer's face. Yi Xiang's acting was quite good. Xiao Mingyuan didn't stop him. It was the young coachman from Li Xiuzhen's household. At these words, everyone looked at Xiao Mingyuan, but his expression remained unchanged. Soon after, Chun Guang arrived. After hearing the situation, he nearly burst with anger. Lan Shan spoke twice. Marquis, with witness testimony confirmed, let's hand this coachman over to the 3 law officials. Instead of responding, Xiao Mingyuan turned to Yi Xiang. He's lying. First, he said Chun Guang dragged something out and left it there before leaving. If the person's throat was cut beforehand, why were there no blood traces along the way? Moreover, this coachman is my personal guard, a skilled warrior I trained personally. If he intended to kill, do you think this Yi Xiang would still be alive? And even if, taking a huge step back, the Shijiang warrior was killed by Qin Guang, so what? What does that have to do with the Shijiang princess's death? Li Zhao stood behind the man. He had wanted to help defend his husband, but didn't expect his spouse to be so eloquent. After explaining, the man left with his young wife without looking back. The respectful prince reluctantly looked at First Minister Lan, hoping this imperial official would uphold justice. But First Minister Lan wasn't foolish. What benefit would he get from arresting Xiao Mingyuan without evidence? Even if Chun Guang did kill the Shijiang warrior, so what? Without proof, forget about the champion Marquis. He couldn't even hold the stable boy. Breaking into someone's home was just a matter of paying compensation. For the sake of relations between our countries, please keep this strictly confidential. Although First Minister Lan personally ordered this, the next day, news of the Shijiang princess's tragic death still spread. It was said that the champion Marquis, enraged for his beloved, personally strangled the Shijiang lady to avenge Li Zhao. Though the common people applauded this, Li Zhao clearly sensed something strange. This was clearly a conspiracy targeting Xiao Mingyuan. First, they killed the Shijiang warrior, using Li's household to implicate Xiao Mingyuan. Then the princess was murdered, pointing directly to her fiancé. Later, the night official's false testimony was confirmed. None of this was coincidental. The goal was to stir up public opinion, making people believe the champion Marquis was an impulsive person. Zhao Zhao, my mind is in chaos. Could you give me a kiss? The young lady immediately widened her eyes. What did this have to do with Qing Qing? How could he think about such things at a time like this? Though she wanted to coldly refuse him, seeing the exhaustion in her beloved's eyes, her heart softened. Blushing, she planted a quick kiss on his lips. Feeling the lingering warmth on his lips, the man gently rubbed Li Zhao's head. It seemed his little wife had grown taller. He wished she would grow strong quickly, so he could start his baby-making plan sooner. The Ministry of Justice's interrogation wasn't going well. That night, Yi Xiang mysteriously died in his cell. Even the cause of death was covered up, ultimately concluded as sudden death. The case reached a deadlock. The public's misunderstanding of the champion Marquis grew deeper. Today, new rumors about the champion Marquis emerged. In a tea house, someone animatedly shared gossip. You might not believe this, but rumor has it the champion Marquis was born to a concubine. The Jinan Marquis only adopted him as a legitimate son to give him status. I didn't believe it at first, but do you know who spread this news? It was Xiao Jinyuan, the Jinan Marquis' heir. Meanwhile, at the Jinan Marquis' mansion, if not for the heir's wife threatening suicide, Xiao Jinyuan would have been chopped to pieces by the Jinan Marquis. Though Xiao Jinyuan had spoken carelessly while drunk, he didn't feel he'd done anything wrong. He was just an illegitimate son who took his dead second brother's identity and ruined his parents' respectful relationship. Yet despite this background, he still enjoyed public admiration. Why shouldn't his shameful identity be exposed? He deserved to fall from grace. Just then, Xiao Mingyuan returned. The Jinan Marquis looked embarrassed seeing his second son, but Xiao Mingyuan waved dismissively, indicating he wanted to talk with his elder brother. Brother, I don't blame you for this. I just hope you'll tell me who you were drinking with that day. This was aimed at me. If I don't find who's behind this, it might affect the entire Marquis household. However, his words had no effect on his brother. What a joke. You're just worried about your career. I have nothing to say to you. If you had any shame, you'd never come to our home again. Hearing this, the wrong party spoke up. I've only moved out for a few days, and I'm already an outsider. He returned dejectedly to Apricot Alley, not expecting another surprise awaiting him. In the tea room, someone looked at him sternly. I've heard the rumors outside. Are they true or false? After a moment's silence, the man nodded slightly, admitting he was indeed an illegitimate son. After saying this, his ears reddened. Though he had earned his current position through military merit and didn't believe birth determined everything, he felt inferior only before Zhao Zhao's parents. Did you just learn this now? or did you know before the engagement? Li's father looked sternly at Xiao Mingyuan, clearly ready to break off the engagement if he answered wrong. Li Zhao was about to speak, but was stopped by her father's hand. He only wanted to hear Xiao Mingyuan's explanation. Before the engagement, my father told me I was wrong, that I should have told you earlier, father-in-law, the man answered honestly. The next moment, Li's father slammed the table. So the Jin Marquis' household deceived us in marriage. Is there anything else you're hiding? No, I haven't hidden anything from Zhao Zhao. I beg him not to tell you. I just wanted to marry Zhao Zhao so badly. Very well, Li's father nodded calmly. Remember what you said today. Now go cook something. Let's have a drink together. Xiao Mingyuan stared blankly at Li's father, unable to believe he'd passed the test so easily. His expression amused Li's father. What, do I need to cook myself? Soon after, several exquisite dishes were served. After several rounds of drinks, both men opened up. Actually, Li's father had called Xiao Mingyuan today, first to see if he would be glib, and second, to comfort the young man. He told him not to mind the rumors, as a person's character isn't determined by their birth. Does being born to a legal wife make one noble? Does being born to a concubine make one inferior? That's all nonsense. There are thousands of legitimate sons in this world, but only you, the champion Marquis, could stop Northern Qi and defeat them. Just be yourself. Treat those worldly prejudices as rubbish. Then he looked hazily towards his daughter. Zhao Zhao, you mustn't overthink because of noble ladies' backgrounds either. I've seen how well he treats you. Uncle had indeed drunk quite a bit, falling face first before finishing his words. At this moment, Xiao Mingyuan was deeply moved. Since childhood, his mother had treated him coldly. No matter how hard he tried, he never received any praise. Even when he returned victorious from defeating the Dazi, her first words were to curse him as a beast. As for his elder brother, there's no need to elaborate. Under his foster mother's guidance, he often set traps for him. Unexpectedly, at his father-in-law's home, he felt the warmth of family for the first time. At the Lan residence, Lan Shan pushed a piece of paper to his eldest son Lan Songquan, showing someone's birth date and time. Over the years, Lan Songquan had surpassed his father, devising many schemes against political enemies. He could be said to be thoroughly corrupt. Could this be the champion Marquis' birth chart? Lan Songquan looked at his father puzzled. Though he could guess whose it was, he didn't understand why his father wanted it. Lan Shan gave his eldest son a meaningful look. In the 5th year of Minkong, the guardian Marquis of Shanhai Pass was impeached by Lan Shan, and his entire clan was executed. However, the guardian Marquis' youngest son wasn't among them. It was said he died before the execution, but he had always doubted this. The Jinan Marquis had deeply loved his wife in his youth, their relationship as close as could be. Rather than believe the Jinan Marquis raised an illegitimate child, he'd rather believe he had substituted someone to protect the guardian Marquis' youngest son. Even now, Lan Shan clearly remembered that scene. During Prince Su's rebellion, he used the opportunity to eliminate opponents. Some officials even died hitting the dragon pillar while pleading for the guardian Marquis. The Jinan Marquis was among those who pleaded. At this point, Lan Shan's eyes turned cold. Better to kill wrongly than let someone escape. Whether or not the champion Marquis was the guardian Marquis' surviving child, he wouldn't allow Xiao Mingyuan to continue growing. Too much time had passed, and any traces had long since disappeared. After hearing the story, Lan Songquan smiled maliciously. Evidence can be fabricated by people. Moreover, when the emperor truly wants someone dead, he never looks at evidence anyway. Meanwhile, at the Jinan Marquis' mansion, Xiao Mingyuan was looking at his father in disbelief. The Jinan Marquis, seeing that things could no longer be contained, revealed the truth of the past to Xiao Mingyuan to prevent him from being troubled by his heir status. The story was long, taking a full hour to tell. Xiao Mingyuan was stunned to learn that the father before him was actually his savior, and his Zhao Zhao was betrothed to him because Scholar Qiao knew his true identity. Indeed, saving you back then was largely due to Scholar Qiao's help. Your life was preserved by many people, but judging from your performance these years, it was all worth it. At this point, the Jinan Marquis looked desolate. Lan Shan, cunning as a fox, had been searching for the guardian Marquis' surviving child all these years, never expecting to be undone by his own son. Xiao Mingyuan fell into deep confusion. Should he thank heaven for freeing him from the identity of an illegitimate son? But what about his entire clan's lives? The emperor he served loyally was the executioner who cruelly murdered his family. He knew such thoughts were treasonous, but the overwhelming resentment in his heart choked him completely. I've arranged for Xiao Shiyuan's escape. Leaving him here alone is enough. I am powerless, can only passively wait for Lan Shan to make his move. At this moment, his father seemed to age instantly. In the capital, military officials can never overcome civil officials. Once we military officials return to the capital, we must surrender our military power, like tigers trapped in cages. While civil officials here need only move their lips to decide the fate of a person or an entire clan. What about my elder brother and the others? Though he had some guesses, Xiao Mingyuan still felt reluctant. Your elder brother will stay with me. He is the heir. This is the responsibility he should bear. Or rather, this is the punishment he should accept. However, in Li Zhao's view, things might not be so complex. Little Digua explored Li's mansion at midnight. If it was premeditated, why wait until dawn to knock out Little Digua and hide? Unless someone was already secretly monitoring Li Fu. And the one who liked to have people monitored could only be that clingy person who had been caught several times but persisted. Upon hearing it was zombie number 3, Xiao Mingyuan couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up, ready to eliminate this person. He didn't believe the Jin guards had any reason to monitor Li's mansion. If it really was Jiang 13, his motives must have been purely selfish. Meanwhile, the emperor finally emerged from his closed-door meditation. Just as Prince Gong was about to file a complaint with his pent-up anger, shocking news spread throughout the world. The champion Marquis's identity was exposed by someone unknown. This legendary hero of De Liang turned out to be the surviving child of the treasonous guardian Marquis. And his purpose in killing the Western River woman was allegedly to ignite war between De Liang and Western River, hoping to throw De Liang into chaos for revenge. The emperor's first act after emerging was to throw the Jin and Marquis family and Xiao Mingyuan into the imperial prison. When Prince Gong heard this news, he was stunned. Happiness came too suddenly. Could the emperor of De Liang be on his side? Right after emerging, he dealt with that Xiao Mingyuan. Jiang 13 was responsible for the arrest. Today, my lord has offended this man, he thought with a faint smile. But Xiao Mingyuan merely gave him a cold glance and walked forward without a word. Jiang 13 was stunned. Was he too beneath notice? Even at this point, he wondered how this man could remain so calm. Just as he turned around, he saw that figure who often appeared in his dreams. The young lady was carrying a food box, clearly intending to bring some food to Xiao Mingyuan. But her eyes never rested on him for a moment. Out of duty, 13 carefully inspected the food box the young lady brought. But upon opening it, his scalp tingled. Besides some common snacks, there were more of those familiar bottles and jars. Sorry, Miss Li, these items cannot be brought in. He still vividly remembered the power of these little things. Li Zhao silently packed up her things and stepped aside. Seeing this, Jiang 13 could only give her a deep look. He turned away with Xiao Mingyuan and dispersed the watching crowd. As they left, the spectators' discussions grew louder. Some said the Guardian Marquis's crimes were heinous. Others said Xiao Mingyuan wanted to bring war. Li Zhao's heart turned cold hearing this. Indeed, common people were the simplest and also the easiest to manipulate and incite. Taking a deep breath, the young lady stepped into the center of the crowd. Have you lived in peace for so long that you've forgotten who brought these years of tranquility from the north? If the champion Marquis wanted De Liang to suffer, he could have done nothing. Just staying in the capital as a carefree young master would have been enough to let you all suffer the ravages of war. Someone in the crowd spoke with flickering eyes. Back then, he didn't know he was a traitor's son. Now he's just trying to avenge those traitors. Hearing this, Li Zhao's eyes blazed as she faced the crowd. A traitor's son? Do you know who these traitors you speak of were? Suddenly raising her voice, she sang a military song. Great swords circle to destroy, whose slaves exit Jade Gate. Die solving battlefields unsettled scores. No need for horse hide to wrap corpse home. This was the poem the Guardian Marquis sang before his execution. The same verse Xiao Mingyuan recited when drunk. 20 years ago, no one spoke for the Guardian Marquis. 20 years later, people remain just as cold. Now let me ask you, when iron cavalry again trampled the Liang's soil, when pirates' long swords pierce your family's hearts, without the champion Marquis to deter them, who will stand up to protect you? The watching crowd fell silent. The young lady's words made them feel ashamed. Scanning the varied expressions of the crowd. If you're all so cold-blooded, if the champion Marquis leaves and never returns, There will never be another champion marquis in this world. Gently wiping tears from her eyes, this was her descent to the Yellow Springs. She knew these commoners were powerless to change anything, but she just wanted to speak, wanted to make these people feel shame. Even if they called her petty, she accepted it. Why should her man shed blood on battlefields protecting these people, while they could comfortably watch his downfall? But at this moment, the crowd voluntarily parted to make a path. The man came directly to Li Zhao with a cold face. But the young lady's expression remained unchanged. Does Lord Jiang want to take me away too? Looking at the young lady's delicate face, the man finally sighed after a long while. Miss Chiao, must you do this? No need for the general to worry. I just want to know if that person was really you. The man's silence made Li Zhao understand. In this world, some people would shed blood to protect their country, while others would endlessly scheme for personal gain until country and home are lost. With such people, she had nothing to say. Watching the young lady's resolute departure, 13 unconsciously let slip Zhao Zhao. Hearing this, Li Zhao froze. Her good upbringing helped her suppress the urge to slap him hard. After returning to the Li residence, the whole family was waiting for her in Qingsong Hall. Don't be afraid, Zhao Zhao. Mother is here for everything. Even if the champion marquis becomes a commoner, as long as he still treats you well, I'll prepare an endless dowry for you. Looking at this daughter-in-law who had been silly since pregnancy, the old madam sighed deeply. Now there were only two possible outcomes for Xiao Mingyuan. Either the guardian marquis would be vindicated, or they would be executed as traitors. There was no chance of becoming commoners. Madame Yi became confused. Then what about our Zhao Zhao? Suddenly, a sharp pain struck her abdomen. Excessive worry had triggered movement in her womb, causing her such pain she could barely stand. Seeing this, Li Zhao quickly took out a small bottle from a stone box and gave her mother medicine. After slight relief, second madam helped her back to her room. Sister-in-law, if I don't make it through this, please take care of Zhao Zhao. Our Zhao Zhao is so pitiful, the mother said through her pain, eyes full of concern. Unexpectedly, second madam just rolled her eyes. Stop overthinking. Third son-in-law will definitely be fine. I usually don't like to say this, but given your condition, I must. Haven't you noticed? This past year, whoever offended our third miss met with misfortune. East Manor's second miss offended Zhao Zhao. Now she's disgraced and can't get married. East Manor's old madam has gone blind. Du Feishua's mother hanged herself last winter. Lin Wei's Miss Jiang died. His father arrested Big Brother and then died too. And that Jiang Wu, who came to arrest Zhao Zhao, also died. That princess who sent people to night talk, both she and her servant died. Several days after Xiao Mingyuan was imprisoned, the young lady who came to visit made his blood run cold. Didn't we agree you wouldn't come see me? The cold here is too harsh for your health. Though he immediately knew it wasn't her, he still couldn't expose the imposter directly. He didn't know what had happened outside these past days, nor if Zhao Zhao might be in danger. Silently accepting the food the young lady brought, he said, "Go back. This is no place for women to linger." The young lady nodded, only saying take care from start to finish. After she left, the man opened the food box. Taking out the silver needle Li Zhao had prepared for him before, he panicked, seeing its discoloration. If someone else had sent this food, he could have eaten it and made a scene about being poisoned. But the sender looked exactly like Li Zhao, clearly intending to implicate her as well. After some thought, he called Ling Wei to fetch 13. Though he knew 13's feelings for Zhao Zhao, and bowing to a rival in love was humiliating, Zhao Zhao's safety was more important. Zhang 13 had been waiting outside for a long time. He'd heard about Li Zhao's visit right when he returned, but hadn't rushed in immediately. He was human too, and it hurt to see the girl he liked feeding another man. However, when the young lady saw 13, she only paused briefly, curtsied, and left without lingering. But after she took just 2 steps, 13's eyes filled with fury. Then, disregarding propriety, he grabbed the young lady and left. Jiang, he was stunned. Though he knew Lord Jiang liked Miss Li, such forceful behavior seemed inappropriate. Entering the room, 13's eyes were cold. "Tell me who you are?" The young lady was clearly shocked. Under his fierce gaze, she shook her head. Then 13 quickly drew his dagger and mercilessly cut the young lady's fair face. After a scream, the young lady crouched trembling in the corner. "Don't expect me to show mercy. Who are you, and why are you impersonating third Miss Li?" He knew her too well. Xiao Zhao's unique temperament. He could recognize her even in a different body. The girl before him was full of flaws in his eyes. The young lady was terrified. The prince said I looked exactly like the champion marquis's fiancé. Just deliver one meal to the prison, poison the champion marquis, and he'd be a great merit to West River. Then he'd make me his princess. But why did this man see through me at just a glance? Don't waste my time. If you don't confess honestly, I'll cut your face off piece by piece. After the girl spoke, the man's face turned cold as frost. Prince Gong really planned well. Too bad among all his calculations. He didn't expect I would know her so well. Jiang He kill her. Hearing this, Jiang He drew a dagger, but facing that face identical to Li Zhao's, he couldn't bring himself to do it. The next moment, 13 snatched the dagger and ruthlessly stabbed it into the girl's heart. Jiang He was stunned. My lord, don't you like Miss Li? How could you kill someone with her exact appearance without even blinking? 13 ignored this dumbfounded man, completely destroy her face, and dump her at Burial Island. Moments later, the anxious Xiao Mingyuan finally received news. 13, someone came to deliver food, but it wasn't my fiancé. 13 gave a strange smile. How enviable, Marquis. Still getting food deliveries in prison. Who else could it be if not third Miss Li? Unless the Marquis wants to break off the engagement? 13's sarcastic tone puzzled the man. After a long stare, he suddenly turned back and sat down. With 13's intelligence, his deliberately evasive response after hearing this could only mean 13 had also noticed something wrong. Then he had nothing to worry about. That woman in 13's hands would only meet one fate. Never mind, I've already killed her. Miss Li is safely watching the show at Lee Manor. Unable to get to the champion marquis, 13 finally told the truth. At Honglu Temple, Prince Gong paced anxiously. Wu Ji's delayed return made him restless. Although the emperor had imprisoned the champion marquis, as long as he lived, variables remained possible. If he could use Wu Ji to eliminate the champion marquis, then eliminate Wu Ji himself, he could capture Li Zhao and escape. No one would suspect him. However, at that moment, there was a knock at the door. Outside the empty room sat only a stone box. After returning to his room and opening it, Prince Gong was nearly scared to death. Inside were a pair of bloody hands. Since Western Princess's death, Honglu Temple's security could be described as impenetrable. Yet despite this, someone had entered as if unimpeded. He couldn't stay in this ghostly place another moment. Several days later, at Prince Rue's manor. Since that day Dia seduced Prince Rue, he hadn't stepped into her room once. Yet her treatment improved greatly, with over a dozen maids and servants. Dia wasn't stupid. The prince must be hoping she'd become pregnant. Thinking about how such a grand manor had no heir, Dia's heart burned with ambition. A mother gains status through her son. If she bore a son, wouldn't the position of princess consort be within reach? To show her worth, Dia took initiative to visit Prince Rue's room, docilely massaging his shoulders and legs. I see your brows furrowed, my lord. Are you troubled by something? Prince Rue was indeed troubled by Prince Gong's matter. The four ministers had ultimately pushed the blame onto Prince Rue. But given the diplomatic relations with Guanliang, Prince Rue dared not be careless. He simply brought Prince Gong to his manor. But since being frightened that day, Prince Gong had fallen ill. After arriving at the manor, his condition worsened daily. Even the imperial physician's treatment showed no improvement. Hearing this, Dia's eyes gleamed. I have someone in mind. My third sister is divine physician Li's adopted granddaughter. He passed all his skills to her. Dia's words gave Prince Rue hope. The prince told her to invite Li Zhao. Dia laughed coldly inside, but showed hesitation on her face. My third sister is proud by nature, and being the champion marquis's fiancé, she might not come even for your highness. How about this? Say you're feeling unwell, and ask her to examine you. Dia secretly smirked. Li Zhao would never come to see her. She wanted Li Zhao's refusal. Then when she angered the prince, though he couldn't harm Li Zhao now, once he ascended to that position, Li Zhao wouldn't have peaceful days ahead. A moment later, Li Zhao's appearance confused Dia. Li Zhao actually came. Though their relationship had frozen, could she be here to plead for the champion marquis? The young lady casually placed her hand on Dia's wrist, since the pretext for inviting her was to examine Dia. The chest tightness and shortness of breath are caused by overthinking. Big sister should think less about messy matters. Dia's chest tightened. Was she implying she had too many schemes? Just then, Prince Rue pretended to pass by coincidentally. I didn't know third Miss New Medicine. Before Li Zhao could answer, Dia rushed to praise the young lady, making Li Zhao's scalp tingle. That's enough. If this act continues, I won't cooperate anymore. Your Highness, rest assured, my elder sister is very robust. Dia's smile instantly froze. What did she mean by robust? She knew this Li 3 wasn't any good. How could she describe her elder sister like that? After their hypocritical performance, Prince Rue finally brought up treating Prince Gong. However, when Prince Gong saw Li Zhao, he was so frightened he wet himself. Li Zhao felt something was off. She'd never heard of pregnancy doctors, so she dismissed everyone, leaving only military forces in the dark room. Then the young lady directly used hypnosis on Prince Gong. Under her guidance, Prince Gong quickly revealed the Wu Ji incident. Bingyu was utterly shocked. He never imagined such bizarre events had occurred where they couldn't see. Hearing how this scoundrel used her name to poison her fiancé, Li Zhao's expression immediately changed. When you return to West River, you'll comfortably soak in a bathtub. Then those hands will emerge from the depths and drag you completely into the abyss. Now sleep well. All your fears will disappear. After a while, Li Zhao coldly watched the sleeping Prince Gong. Since he dared poison her man, he could look forward to drowning in his own bathtub. She bid farewell to the manor with a pale-faced Bing Lu. Just as the young lady left, 13 quickly followed. Earlier, Zhang He had mentioned Li Zhao was invited to the manor. Not knowing Prince Rue's intentions, he used protecting Prince Gong as an excuse to protect the young lady. After learning she had left, he made up an excuse to slip away. He rode quickly to catch up with her. Miss Chiao, try to avoid contact with Prince Gong in the future. He's not pure-hearted. Getting too close might harm you. Their relationship was so tense, he didn't want to mention Wu Ji. The young lady thought he was seeking credit. 13's words made the young lady thoughtful. Did he also know about Wu Ji? He must have come specifically to warn her. Then the young lady and 13 traveled together to visit the imprisoned general. After several days, the man looked somewhat disheveled. Give me your hand. Hearing this, Xiao Mingyuan vigorously wiped his hand on his clothes, thinking Zhao Zhao wanted to hold hands. Unexpectedly, the young lady checked his pulse instead, leaving the man awkwardly frozen. Zhao Zhao, I've missed you these past days. I've inquired about that matter. Action might be taken in half a month. After I get out, let's marry. Living in these uncertain times, no one knew what tomorrow would bring. He just wanted to hurry and marry Li Zhao. If Li Zhao was initially reluctant through their interactions, these anxieties had been eliminated by the man's attentiveness. Marrying him wasn't losing freedom. With his support, she would gain even greater freedom. Xiao Mingyuan was completely stunned, unconsciously pinching his thigh hard. Only after wincing in pain did he smile foolishly. However, the man's contorted expression confused Li Zhao. He had proposed to her. Why such an expression? I might need to think about it more. Wenyan shamelessly grabbed her hand. If his almost wife flew away, wouldn't that pinch have been for nothing? A few days later, the prince's health recovered completely, but he became more convinced that De Liang was incompatible with him, desperate to sprout wings and return to West River. So he increasingly urged the emperor to find the culprit. Prime Minister Lan Shan also took the opportunity to incite the emperor, wanting to eliminate Xiao Mingyuan, this remnant. At this moment in the palace, the dog emperor was extremely irritable. These days had ruined his mood for alchemy. He randomly grabbed a eunuch and threw him into the furnace, only then feeling somewhat better. He also wanted to kill Xiao Mingyuan directly, but this blade was too useful. Once Xiao Mingyuan was gone, there would be no one to handle troubles in North Qi. Under the emperor's fury, all court officials feared for themselves. There was a sense of impending storm, and the real storm indeed arrived as expected. On a dark and windy night, North Qi's iron hose once again crossed Shanghai Pass, bypassing a county town and heading straight for the capital. The killing and looting lasted all night. The capital, at the emperor's feet, had always been the safest place in the Liang people's hearts. But when sunlight again shone on the capital's outskirts, the once prosperous villages were left in ruins. An old woman sat lifeless on the ruins. Of her family of 16, only she survived. After a while, a young man suddenly stood up. I know why. It's because the champion Marquis was imprisoned by the emperor. Knowing our war god was gone, they dared to come here and pillage. Thus, countless survivors flooded into the capital, all pleading for the emperor to release the champion Marquis. At this time, Prime Minister Lan's face was dark as water. AZ's arrival was unexpected. This had rendered all his recent efforts worthless. When the emperor learned of this, he no longer hesitated and immediately ordered Xiao Mingyuan's release. This day's arrival weighed heavily on the man. This month was when North Qi was between harvests. Once AZ heard of his trouble, he would surely come to plunder regardless of consequences. As for letting Xiao Mingyuan see daylight again, starving people only care about filling their stomachs now, not future catastrophes. The emperor orders you to lead the army while bearing your guilt. The eunuch finished reading the imperial edict rhythmically, waiting for the man to accept it. However, Xiao Mingyuan's response surprised him. If I am guilty, then I am unworthy to lead the army. Please take back the order, Your Majesty. Finally, the emperor had to bow to the man. Regarding the champion Marquis's threat, he could only rage impotently. Then he could only use Jingling Guard's name, saying Jiang 13 had investigated the old case. The Jinyuan Marquis case was declared a wrongful conviction, and he was posthumously titled Jinyuan Gongshi. The court officials were stunned, so he had been acting before. His words didn't match his heart. Had he considered their feelings? Prime Minister Lan Shan, who had impeached the loyal official, was exiled for 3 years and had to personally apologize to the champion Marquis in prison. After saying all this, the emperor felt wronged. He didn't want this either, but that little beast had threatened his empire. Outside the prison, Lan Shan tremblingly bowed and apologized to Xiao Mingyuan. Xiao Mingyuan remained composed. Prime Minister Lan needn't do this. I never wanted his apology. I want his life. Not avenging my father's murder would make me unworthy as a son, Jiang 13 coldly observed. He hadn't expected him to turn around from such a desperate situation. He had underestimated him. Donning battle armor and mounting his horse, the young general again held military power. The emperor demanded his immediate departure. He naturally knew the importance of speed, but he had just proposed to Zhao Zhao. Last time at least he had married before being sent to war. This time he couldn't even say goodbye. Meanwhile, the impulsive Bing Yu rushed into Li Zhao's chamber, pulling her outside. The son-in-law is going to war. If we don't go now, we won't make it. The gentle young lady didn't even bother to tidy up, rushing out with her maid. She had been waiting for this day to personally cook him a meal to ward off bad luck. Who knew the damn dog emperor would be so impatient? After running for a while, Bing Yu realized that while the young lady was good in every way, she was born with short legs and couldn't run fast. So she simply hoisted Li Zhao up and ran toward the city gate. The crowd seeing them off was shoulder to shoulder. The young lady couldn't squeeze through. Then the young lady had a flash of inspiration and blew hard on her bamboo flute. Sure enough, the man immediately stopped and turned, spotting the young lady's location at once. The man smiled slightly, removed his red tassel, and threw it to the young lady, then set off again on his journey. Wait for me, Zhao Zhao. Wait for me to return and marry you. The young cart driver looked at the general with envious eyes. Before, when the general went to war, Chen Guang, had been the closest to him. He only hoped the general would return victorious and marry Miss Li. After all, Bing Yu was becoming more attractive by the day. He had been pursuing Bing Yu for quite some time, just waiting for Miss Li's blessing for marriage. After seeing off Xiao Mingyuan, Li Zhao didn't return home, but went to the champion Marquis's mansion to visit his young sister. Now in the vast mansion, only the young sister remained. She wondered if the little girl could adjust. However, just as the young lady entered the mansion, she saw Qi Baobao, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. I knew you'd come here. Yang Er left. Mingyuan left too. Everything's become so dull. Would you drink with me? Qi Baobao's melancholy softened her heart. I'll go accompany Wanwan first, then come back to join you. But by the time she finished comforting her young sister, Qi Baobao had fallen asleep waiting. Hearing movement nearby, he opened his eyes. If you'd taken any longer, my hair would have turned gray waiting. Bai Luo's lazy voice rang out, as if he hadn't been the troubled one earlier. Li Zhao didn't drink much, just symbolically sipping. But Qi Baobao drank himself, completely drunk. No one knew what was troubling him, though it seemed he was making some kind of decision. After personally brewing and giving him sobering soup, she had Taoxing take him home. The sobering soup worked well. By the time they reached the princess's mansion, Qi Kai was much more clear-headed. So the man, emboldened by alcohol, went to his mother. "Mother, your son is coming of age this year. I wish to ask for your help in finding me a position." Hearing this, the princess was quite surprised, wondering what had gotten into her good-for-nothing son today. "I want to be a Liu Kage Shizhong." Princess carefully examined Bao Bao. Liu Kage Shizhong was an official position overseeing 6 departments, requiring at least a Jinshe degree. Although her son had been clever since childhood, he'd never shown interest in such things. Could the sun be rising from the west? Seeing his mother's silence, Shirkin feigned indifference. "If it's difficult, then forget it. I was just thinking out loud. Being a carefree young master isn't bad either." These words made the princess anxious. Her son had finally shown some ambition. "I'll go plead with your imperial uncle in the next few days. But don't forget your promise. Stay away from that Xiao Mingyuan in the future. Don't cause trouble for your uncle." In the Li mansion, Li Zhao held the red tassel lost in thought. She had so much left unsaid to him, and he'd left again without goodbye. After checking no one was around, she secretly brought the tassel to her lips. Unexpectedly, Bing Yu rushed in like the wind. "Miss, you haven't finished." She froze. "Miss, what were you just doing? Were you secretly kissing the tassel?" "Miss, if you like it, you can make a new one for the young master." Being caught was embarrassing enough, but Bing Yu's words made her heart sink. Did she look like someone who could make tassels? 3 days later, Li Zhao looked at the rope-like thing in her hands. She really didn't have any talent for women's work. "Miss, you're amazing. You've improved so much." These words made Li Zhao feel gratified. Only Bing Yu could lie so shamelessly. After the previous pregnancy scare, her mother successfully gave birth to a healthy baby boy. This delighted her father, who constantly visited the nursery to play with his young son. Before Li Zhao could enter, she heard her mother's strong, angry shout, "Li Guangwen, get out," followed by her father's pitiful voice. "I can only see him for a little while each day, and you want to drive me away?" Seeing Li Zhao arrive, her father finally relaxed. With his daughter backing him up, he wasn't afraid of this tigress anymore. After asking, she learned that while her father was playing with the baby, the little one couldn't hold his bladder, and her father had aimed the baby at her mother, resulting in her getting peed on. Due to sudden floods in the south, a Zhu's family had to flee to the capital. Unlike Bing Yu's liveliness, Li Zhao felt sorry for his Zhu's circumstances. Unloved by parents since childhood, she changed hands several times before being bought by the Zhu household and given to Li Zhao. Out of pity for the little girl, Li Zhao arranged for her sister-in-law to work at the Li mansion. But unexpectedly, this sister-in-law's behavior was strange, sneaking into Li Zhao's courtyard every few days. Li Zhao noticed but didn't stop her, wanting to see what this woman's purpose was. The woman became increasingly bold, eventually sneaking into Li Zhao's room. To test her, Li Zhao deliberately left valuable jewelry within reach. But the woman didn't take any valuables. She seemed to be deliberately searching for something specific. Until one day, the woman finally found what she was looking for. It was the Buddhist beads that Master Wu Mei had given her. The young lady promptly hypnotized the woman, but she didn't know who was behind it all, only the meeting place for after the deed was done. She had long harbored doubts about this Agarwood bracelet, but couldn't figure out its significance. Master Wu Mei seemed to value this bracelet greatly, yet for some reason gave it to her. In the 5th year of Mingkong, Xiao Mingyuan's identity was revealed. Master Wu Mei, who left the mountain that same year. What exactly did she experience then? Now this bracelet was the only clue. After threatening and bribing the woman, she had Qing Wang take her to the meeting point to catch the culprits. Meanwhile, Duke Gong finally couldn't hold on any longer and, taking the scapegoat the emperor had casually offered, hurriedly made his way home. Several major events occurred during this time. First, Chikan achieved his dream of becoming a high official. On his first day, he directly impeached the Lan father and son. The capital had been completely unaware of the southern floods. If not for Li Zhao's support, the emperor might still be in the dark. So the passionate youth impeached Lan Shoufu 3 times. First for failing to report disaster relief, second for Lan Songquan's corruption. The local funds were deliberately suppressed by Lan Shoufu, who didn't report the news, resulting in hundreds of deaths across several villages. The Lan family had wielded power for over a decade, never expecting this backdoor appointee would dare to challenge them head-on. What surprised the officials more was that after Qi Kan's 7 consecutive memorials, the emperor actually ordered the execution of local officials and severely reprimanded the Lan father and son. The officials were stunned. This was truly a case of a wild punch taking down an expert. Besides the Xing Wuyang and genuine marquee family extinction cases. When had the Lan family ever suffered such a defeat? But revenge was impossible. After all, his uncle was the emperor. Opposing the royal family would be suicide. They could only swallow this bitter pill in silence. When the princess learned of this, she severely scolded her son. I wasn't going to interfere, but you've caused too much commotion. Since you insist on this path, you'd better choose your allies carefully. Who will you rely on after your uncle passes? Her son hadn't thought that far ahead. He just couldn't stand the father and son's corruption. If we considered everything so carefully, young heir wouldn't have gone south. Mingyuan wouldn't have guarded the northern wall at 14, and even killed his wife Chi Baobao. After he left, the princess sighed deeply. She never knew how to treat him. Though she despised his face, they were ultimately different. Her son seemed to have suddenly grown up. While Lan Shan's power was immense, it relied solely on the emperor's favor. His wife Lan Songquan had chosen to join Prince Mu's faction. Since her son so despised Lan Shan, perhaps it was time to change her neutral stance. Her son could do as he pleased, but if others harbored inappropriate thoughts, they would face her wrath. The second major event was that the second madam truly became pregnant. At first, when the pregnancy was early, no one believed it. But when ordinary doctors could detect the pregnancy pulse, the capital's women's circles exploded with gossip. Everyone knew Li Manor's second madam had been infertile. Suddenly, Li Manor's entrance was crowded with young ladies and wives all seeking to meet Li Zhao. Though some scoffed at this, others were uncertain. Since Li San's return from being kidnapped, something had been different about him. People now felt that anything Li San did couldn't be fake. Recently, the prince had been having his pulse checked daily. Perhaps he could ask Li San for help, but she quickly dismissed this thought. She felt Prince Rui seemed to have taken a liking to Li San, always treating the youth differently. Finally, she painfully suppressed her thoughts. However, upon learning of this the next day, Prince Rui personally extended an invitation. But Li Zhao rejected all invitations from officials and noble ladies, including Prince Rui's. With Prince Rui's rejection setting precedent, the noble families had no complaints. If even a prince's invitation was declined, it was only natural theirs would be too. Only second uncle showed unusual behavior about this, seeming not particularly excited. Son, what's with that expression? You look like I've made you a cuckold. Hearing her daughter-in-law's words, the old madam gave second uncle a stern look. Your wife is pregnant. Why do you look like death? Is it not exciting enough? Do you want rumors tomorrow that you've been cuckolded? Meanwhile, after Cheng Wang left, Li Zhao sat in her room lost in thought, fingering the agarwood beads. Initially, she thought Master Wu Mei gave her the bracelet out of their brief connection. But the more she thought about it, something felt wrong. How could she compare to Princess Xinshin? The missing beads from the Shuaiying Temple massacre, the unique poison from Lingnan, these clues might be connected somehow. If Wu Mei's distress was due to the shouju being decoded, then giving it to her was undoubtedly meant to find a safe place for it. Thinking of this, Li Zhao shook her head and smiled. Such a hot potato, and she had happily accepted it. After examining it carefully for a long time until her eyes were sore, she still couldn't find any clues. With these doubts, the young lady fell into deep sleep. Early the next morning, Cheng Wang came to Li Zhao with a grim face. The trail had gone cold. The person had died. After realizing they were no match for Cheng Wang, they didn't hesitate to take poison, the same way as the great Buddha temple killer had died, using the unique poison from Lingnan. However, this time Li Zhao didn't choose to examine the corpse. Instead, she had Cheng Wang watch Madame Az's house, saying the culprit couldn't be working alone. A dark shadow stealthily crept into the room from outside the window. After confirming it wasn't Cheng Wang, Bingli became furious. You pervert! But before she could finish, the man pulled down his face covering, revealing a handsome, strong face. Ignoring the stuttering Bingli's shock, the man walked past the little maid and strode toward Li Zhao, who stood frozen in place. He then pulled her into his embrace and kissed her cherry lips. The shocked little maid became even more shocked. The general was taking advantage of her mistress. As a loyal head maid, though she found the scene beautiful, she felt she should do something. She grabbed a nearby waist-high vase. Then she saw her mistress responding eagerly to the man's kiss. After watching curiously for a few seconds, the little maid dropped the vase, covered her face, and ran away. Oh my, the young Mrs. So. After their passionate kiss, the man finally pulled away but kept staring at the girl he had been longing for. This separation had taught him that when longing reaches its limit, the heart truly aches. He had sneaked back during a lull in the military standoff. Although leaving camp without permission was a capital offense, this time he didn't want to leave without saying goodbye. Zazaho, 3 years ago on our wedding day, I was ordered to go to war. That departure without goodbye taught me enough of a lesson. This time I came back specifically to bid you farewell. Hearing this, Li Zhao burst into tears, large droplets falling like rain. But before her tears could dry, it was time for them to part again. Wait for me, Zazaho. Next time I won't climb through windows. I'll come through the front door properly, with betrothal gifts. Just then, Li Zhao's window was knocked on again. Xiao Mingyuan froze. What was this? Besides himself, someone else was knocking on Zazaho's window. Without caring who it was, he yanked open the window. Seeing Xiao Mingyuan, Cheng Wang was dumbfounded. General, why are you back? Xiao Mingyuan replied expressionlessly. Indeed, if I hadn't come back, how would I catch you climbing windows? Little Cheng Wang was terrified, clinging to the window frame with tears streaming down. The general was clearly jealous. He quickly turned to Li Zhao with a pleading look. Seeing this, Li Zhao gently tugged at the man's sleeve. I asked Cheng Wang to come. It's a long story. Weren't you in a hurry? You should go attend to your business. Unexpectedly, the man calmly sat back down. A long story, you say? Then let's sit and hear it slowly. Cheng Wang silently lowered his head, thinking, please sit down, 3rd Mississippi. If you don't sit, I'll have to kneel. Then the young coachman explained everything in detail. He had successfully captured a live suspect, who was now lying outside the window. The man gave Cheng Wang a cold smile. Very good. So this dog isn't the only window climber. There's another one. Although he knew it was for investigation, what man could accept someone climbing into his wife's window? And there were 2 of them, 3, counting himself, forcefully suppressing his jealousy. He didn't want to appear too petty in front of Zazaho. There would be time later to deal with this dog. On the way back, Cheng Wang had dislocated the person's jaw. Li Zhao easily retrieved a poison sac from their mouth. It was indeed the poison from the Lingnan red-faced spider. This proved they were all from the same group, or rather the same force. The person behind it might be connected to Prince Su's rebellion from years ago. Then Li Zhao took off her bracelet and gave it to her lover. Since they were so desperate to get this bracelet, she would make sure they failed. Please keep this bracelet for me. After the man accepted it, the young lady shyly took out that hemp rope. I made this with my own hands. Please wear it if you don't mind how ugly it is. The man was overjoyed. My helmet has been bare all this time. I'll wear it when I get back. As long as you made it, I'll like it even if it's ugly. Before he finished speaking, the young lady's face turned cold. Cheng Wang silently rolled his eyes on the side. Was their general stupid? Why would he be so brutally honest at a time like this? The frost on the young lady's face made the man flustered. He could only look to Cheng Wang for help. The young guard pursed his lips and silently turned his head away. How ironic. Earlier, he wanted to dispose of him, and now he's seeking his advice as an advisor? It's a bit late for that. After General Xiao Mingyuan left, Cheng Wang woke up that man. Unexpectedly, he was quite tough. After various methods failed, Cheng Wang lifted the man and asked, Binglu, does the kitchen have a pot big enough to fit a person? Binglu secretly glanced at the unfortunate man in Cheng Wang's hands. Cheng Wang, you're not going to cook him, are you? How will I eat afterward? Cheng Wang rubbed his nose in frustration. Why was his little Binglu focusing on such strange things? He was about to interrogate someone, and she was worried about eating? We can get a different pot, Cheng Wang said helplessly. Binglu finally realized, oh, you want to stew human meat? That's disgusting. In the end, Li Zhao had to step in. However, even her usually foolproof hypnosis failed to reveal the mastermind. After the man admitted working for Prince Su, Li Zhao couldn't extract any more useful information. Instead, the man's face turned red with effort, and then he suddenly bit off a piece of his tongue. By the time Cheng Wang came back in, the man was dead. This was Li Zhao's first time seeing a corpse's will. It also served as a warning that hypnosis wasn't invincible. Although the trail went cold, they confirmed the person behind it was from Prince Su's faction. Thinking of this, Li Zhao felt a massive headache. Why did all troublesome matters seem to find her? The next day, the old lady was disturbed early in the morning. As soon as she opened her eyes, her maid told her that someone from the prince's mansion came with good news. Concubine Li was with child. The old lady was stunned for a while before realizing that this concubine, Li, was her granddaughter Daya. But these 3 words made the old lady's chest tighten. The Li family had produced 2 imperial scholars. The old lady had raised 2 sons alone. Both properly earned their positions. They were a respectable family. But now, they had someone who rushed to become a concubine. Perhaps others might think being a prince's concubine was something to be proud of. Maybe she could even become an imperial consort. But the Li family didn't care for such things. "Please convey my congratulations to the prince," she said, though her face showed no trace of joy. The prince's steward was stunned. Had the old lady become confused and forgotten who Concubine Li was? "Madam, Concubine Li is your eldest granddaughter." The old lady gave him a look as if he were mentally challenged. Of course, she knew that without his reminder. Concubine Li especially misses her family now that she's pregnant. You know how emotional pregnant women can be. The prince fears it might affect the royal child, so he specially sent me to invite third miss to the mansion. The old lady frowned. Though the steward was all smiles, his constant mentions of prince and royal child were clearly pressure tactics. If anything happened to Daya, they would blame it on third miss not being there to accompany her. Unfortunately, just as the champion marquis left for war, Zhao Zhao fell ill. She really can't go to the prince's mansion now. Prince Rui was actually quite displeased with Li Zhao's refusal. "When third miss feels better in a few days, I'll send someone to invite her again." Unexpectedly, Daya cleverly touched her belly and told Prince Rui not to bother. Even if they tried again, she wouldn't come. "Does my lord think I'm being unreasonable? Actually, I invited third sister because she can tell if the child is male or female." She then told him about her mother's pregnancy. After catching the prince's interest, she deliberately stopped there. She knew Li Third would never give the prince face, so let him be rejected a few more times. Even the most patient person would grow resentful after repeated rejections. As for the child in her womb, she wasn't worried. She and the prince had been together only once, and she conceived immediately. Clearly, heaven favored her, so the child must be a boy. Outside the Li residence, most of the guards Xiao Mingyuan left behind stood watch at the front gate. Prince Su's remnants were fierce. Over the past few days, they had caught more than a dozen people trying to infiltrate the Li residence. No one knew what purpose that bracelet served, but it made Prince Su, who had been dormant for 20 years, so persistent. These days, Li Zhao was hiding in the Li residence, not daring to go anywhere. Invitations from the prince's mansion kept coming, each time from increasingly higher-ranking officials. Today, they even sent a genuine 5th-rank official, but grandmother still resolutely blocked them. Li Zhao felt warmth flowing through her heart. Having an elder who stood firmly in front of you was truly wonderful. However, while the young lady was leisurely strolling in her family garden, suddenly everything went black and she lost consciousness. When she regained consciousness, the young lady didn't immediately open her eyes. The sound of hooves and wheels grinding against the ground told her she was in a carriage. She wasn't sure if it was the humiliated Prince Rui or Prince Su's remnants who had kidnapped her. She tried to suppress her fear and remove the blindfold, but a cold voice beside her discouraged the thought. "Miss Li Third, I advise you not to move around." Meanwhile, the Li residence was in chaos. Binglu was the first to discover Li Zhao's disappearance. After informing Cheng Wang, they turned the small Li residence upside down, but found nothing. At this time, Li father stumbled home drunk. "Mother, why are there so many people at home today?" The old lady didn't know how to begin. "If I tell you, you must stay calm and not cause more trouble." Li father laughed carelessly. Mother still doesn't understand her son. Unmoved even if mountains collapse. "Isn't that exactly what describes your son? Zhao Zhao is missing. We've searched everywhere, but can't find her." After hearing this, Li father's expression didn't change at all, surprising the old lady. Was her son really this composed? Just as she was about to speak, though his expression remained the same, he suddenly fell straight backward, clearly having fainted. When he regained consciousness moments later, Li father was furious. "It must be Prince Rui's mansion. I'm going to settle accounts with him right now." Seeing Li father turning to leave, the old lady quickly ordered people to stop her eldest son. "Without evidence, don't cause trouble." What happened to being unmoved, even if mountains collapse? Hearing this, Li father pouted. "Who cares about that? My daughter being missing is as serious as the sky falling." For a moment, the old lady thought her son made quite a lot of sense. After Cheng Wang questioned the servants, they finally reached a conclusion. Only second uncle had left carrying large items today. But just then, the servant sent to fetch second uncle rushed in. "Madam, second master died in the government office." Meanwhile, as the blindfold was removed, Li Zhao saw her kidnappers clearly. The two looked ordinary, but their eyes showed no emotion. They were death guards. "Miss Li Third, don't harbor false hopes. No one can save you here. Hand over the bracelet obediently, and I'll let you go back." Just as Li Zhao was about to explain, the man slapped her across the face. "Don't think about fooling us. Give us the bracelet, or you might lose more than just your freedom here." The young lady remained silent, looking down. After thinking for a moment, she suddenly looked up at the two. "It was my second uncle who handed me over to you, wasn't it?" The two were stunned for a moment. After a while, they finally spoke, praising her. "Miss Li Third is indeed clever. Since you think I'm not stupid, then you should know why I won't tell you the bracelet's whereabouts." Before she finished speaking, a cold blade was pressed against her neck. "Little miss, your status as the champion marquis's fiancée means nothing to us. Don't think you're untouchable." Li Zhao looked at the dagger and found it amusing. Not long ago, Wang had done the same to their people, and now she was in their hands. But she couldn't reveal the truth. Not speaking might mean torture, but would keep her alive temporarily. If she spoke, this dagger would end her life without hesitation. She wanted to live, wanted to become Xiao Mingyuan's proper wife, wanted to be filial to her parents and relatives as Li Zhao. Don't count on the champion marquis's guards to save you. Finding any clues is impossible. Hearing this, Li Zhao suddenly understood. Their confidence meant second uncle must already be dead. Second uncle had been a prefect in Lingnan for 5 years and brought back a witch doctor concubine. Most likely he had been bought off and came to the capital with a mission. The young lady's silence finally enraged the kidnapper. He raised his whip and struck her violently. The young lady's small body immediately began to convulse. Only after she completely collapsed did the man throw away the whip. "You wouldn't drink to our toast, so now you'll drink to our punishment. Why be so stubborn, little girl?" Li Zhao was too weak to resist, only able to watch helplessly as her clothes were torn by the dagger. The young lady couldn't help but close her eyes. At this moment, she felt as if she was back on that city wall. "Xiao Mingyuan, why haven't you come to save me? I'm in so much pain, little girl. If we strip you bare, do you think the champion marquis will still marry you? I thought you were death guards, but I was wrong. You're not even worthy of being called guards. You're just a bunch of cowards hiding in Lingnan, too ashamed to show your faces. Come on, it's just this worthless body. I can take it." The girl's words finally crossed one man's line. He reached out to stop his companion. "She's just a little girl. Why use such crude methods?" Then, before the terrified girl's eyes, he slowly inserted a silver needle into her fingertip. This pain, which even most men couldn't endure, finally scared the young lady. But it wasn't the physical pain she feared. She was afraid of never being able to write or draw again, never living normally like others. As consciousness faded, she thought, "Xiao Mingyuan, hold me, I miss you so much." Just before she fainted, she vaguely heard the sound of the door being kicked open. Then came a man's trembling roar. "Keep them alive. I want to flay them alive, piece by piece." Meanwhile, far away on the battlefield, Xiao Mingyuan felt a strong sense of unease, his eyelid twitching for quite a while. Their side had already gained the upper hand, so the problem must be with Zhao Zhao. Having been through countless battles, Xiao Mingyuan trusted his instincts, no matter how absurd they seemed. Just thinking that Li Zhao might be in danger made him want to rush back to the capital immediately. His anxiety drove him to advance unstoppably. After successfully taking the final position, he decisively chose to return to the capital. If something happened to Zhao Zhao again, even someone as strong as him would have no choice but to die with her. Meanwhile, after 13 broke down the door, he suppressed his rage and reached for the pouch at the girl's waist. Then calmly took out the medicine and carefully applied the powder to the girl's fingertips. 13's eyes had already shifted from rage to heartache. Though he was used to seeing and using such torture, thinking about Li Zhao, so delicate and small, being treated this way made his hands tremble as he held the pouch. "I came too late. Miss Chiao, don't worry. I'll make those two suffer. They won't die easily." Looking at the girl's bloodless face, 13's heart felt like it was being squeezed tighter and tighter. Why? The girl he loved faced so much misfortune. Whether as Miss Chiao or Miss Li, her suffering far exceeded that of ordinary girls. "Does it hurt, Miss Chiao?" 13's tone held a careful tenderness, as if afraid speaking too loudly might hurt her. But his gentleness made the young lady particularly uncomfortable. She had always felt they were from two different worlds, yet they kept intersecting at life and death moments. The girl's silence was like a soundless toy. Looking deeply at the woman before him, her delicate features had already begun to show stunning beauty. But these weren't what he loved. He loved her calm gaze, liked her light and gentle smile. At this moment, 13 felt somewhat intoxicated, even hoping time could stop forever at this moment. That way, he could grow old with the girl he loved. As the carriage stopped swaying, they arrived at the civilian residence 13 had prepared earlier. Compared to the lifeless Jiang mansion, he preferred the homely atmosphere here. After instructing the old women to change Li Zhao's medicine, 13 stood quietly waiting outside. The dozens of whip marks caused the old women to cry out in shock, making 13 extremely anxious, wanting to rush in to check Li Zhao's injuries. By then, Jiang He had finished dealing with the aftermath. The two kidnappers had their tongues cut out and jaws dislocated, awaiting 13's disposal. 1,000 cuts each while they're alive. Be careful not to kill them. Then start with their limbs, chop them to pieces, and feed them to the dogs. 13's coldness made Jiang He shudder involuntarily. After glancing secretly inside the room, he couldn't help but ask, "Is Miss Li all right?" However, 13 merely gave Jiang He a cold look. "Do you want your tongue cut out too?" Jiang He quickly fled. The master was threatening him again. How exhausting. When Li Zhao woke up again, she found herself back in a carriage. "We're still some distance from home. You can sleep a while longer." "Is it because it doesn't hurt when I'm asleep?" Li Zhao smiled gently at the attentive 13. "I won't sleep anymore. I'm not afraid of pain." The girl's smile completely stunned 13. He thought she would never smile at him again. Finally, 13 couldn't suppress his curiosity. "There's something I'm very curious about. Time and time again, he's never there when you're in danger. Is such a person really suitable to be your husband?" Though his tone was curious, it concealed intense resentment. Just because that person was born into privilege, possessing things he could never dream of in his lifetime. Even after destroying the most precious person, he could still regain what was lost. Li Zhao looked at the man seriously. "This is fake. In my heart, he is naturally perfect in every way. Even when he's not by my side, love is just such a wonderful and unreasonable feeling." Tasting the words perfect in every way, 13's heart ached. "I hope you can always think that way." However, at that moment, a disheveled figure blocked the carriage's path. It was Xiao Mingyuan, who had rushed back thousands of miles, finally returning after exhausting 2 war horses. After returning and hearing about Li Zhao's disappearance, the man didn't dare rest for a moment. Following Chen Guang's leads, he traced the path to the cottage where Li Zhao had been kidnapped. Seeing the signs of struggle, Xiao Mingyuan immediately thought of Jiang 13. Following the wheel tracks, he finally found Li Zhao. When the man appeared, 13 realized that even from thousands of miles away, he could appear so quickly, risking beheading. At least Li Zhao's true love hadn't been in vain. He decisively chose not to prevent their reunion. "The Marquis is covered in wounds. You'd better not touch him." Then, after taking one last deep look at Li Zhao, he escorted them to Xingzi Hudong. After a formal bow, he turned and slowly walked into the shadowy carriage. Xiao Mingyuan's hands trembled, not daring to touch Li Zhao. At this moment, Xiao Mingyuan deeply hated his status. If he were just an ordinary person, he could protect Li Zhao at all times. Those bastards, how much pain his Zhao must have endured. He wished he could take that pain 1,000 times over himself. But when she was suffering, he wasn't there. Instead, another man was protecting her in his place. He slapped himself hard. Zhao, I came too late. I'm sorry. Truly sorry." Suppressing the urge to check Li Zhao's injuries, his eyes seemed to be brewing a storm. "Those people would regret it. Sun Tzu is useless. We haven't found Li Zhao's attackers yet." Only then did the old woman notice Xiao Mingyuan. She wanted to ask why Sun Tzu wasn't at war, but the timing seemed inappropriate. However, just in that brief conversation, Xiao Mingyuan had fallen asleep by Li Zhao's bedside. Seeing this, Chen Guang quietly explained that his general had rushed thousands of miles without rest. The old lady sighed and led everyone out of the room. Later, when Li's father returned from searching for his daughter, he anxiously entered Li Zhao's room. Unexpectedly, the scene before him left the old father dumbfounded. Why was there a man at his daughter's bedside? The single-minded Li father, disregarding his daughter's condition, grabbed a fire poker and swung it. But even in deep sleep, Xiao Mingyuan could clearly sense surrounding dangers. Catching the fire poker, he said pale-faced, "Father-in-law, it's little Su Wang." Then the old lady's voice came from behind. It was Mingyuan who brought the third daughter back. Li father stared at his mother in disbelief. "This rascal hasn't even married Zhao Zhao yet, and you're letting him sleep in her room? Are you really her grandmother?" Seeing this, the man reluctantly looked at his beloved, about to leave, when he heard the girl murmur drowsily, "Xiao Mingyuan, don't go." In front of her grandmother and father, the man's face reddened, but his feet seemed rooted to the spot, unable to move. Li father looked at his sleeping daughter, his feelings complex. They say you can't hold on to a grown daughter, but his daughter wasn't even grown up and he couldn't hold on to her. The next day, Chen Guang knelt before Xiao Mingyuan. After detailing everything that had happened, he drew his sword, ready to take his own life. Seeing this, Xiao Mingyuan kicked him away. Then, exhausted, he waved at Chen Guang. "She came back, so why would I need your life? If she hadn't returned, why would I need your life either? I'm the one who failed. I'm the one who deserves to die." Chen Guang's eyes showed terror. He hadn't realized the general's feelings for Miss Li were so deep. He had nearly caused the death of two people. At this time, Li's father walked angrily through the garden. Upon seeing Xiao Mingyuan, he suddenly choked up. Then he suspiciously examined the man before him. "Why are you still at my house? You're not thinking of becoming a live-in son-in-law, are you?" Hearing this, Xiao Mingyuan froze. If father-in-law doesn't mind, that wouldn't be impossible. Li's father coughed violently at these words. "A live-in son-in-law can't be an official. Our son-in-law earns 2,000 dan. Without income, wouldn't he have to live off those 8 dan? This shameless fellow, what sweet dreams he's having." Then the two men walked together to Chingsong Hall. The Ministry of Justice had responded today about second uncle's death. The final conclusion was sudden heart failure. From childhood, he had quarreled with his brother often, but they were still brothers born of the same mother. How could he, as the eldest brother, not be heartbroken? The sudden heart failure conclusion clearly couldn't satisfy him. Xiao Su believed they should accept second uncle's cause of death. His death might be related to Su Wang's remnant forces. It would be best to let this matter rest quietly. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Xiao Su had sent people south. They found that Lingnan had been active, and even the court had sent the Jingling Guard to investigate. Second uncle's courtesan had been carefully trained, aiming to compromise court officials. Xiao Mingyuan didn't elaborate further, but everyone in the hall understood. The pain of losing a son was instantly replaced by rage. This unfilial son deserved death. How could he do such an outrageous thing? The old lady's face was full of hatred. Back then, the Jinyuan Marquis was connected to Su Wang, resulting in the whole family's death except for Xiao Mingyuan. Are they afraid the Li family isn't dying fast enough? After calming down, the old lady still couldn't understand why Su Wang's remnants would target Li Zhao. At this point, Xiao Mingyuan stopped concealing things. He planned to announce that the Shouzu was in his possession anyway, to free Li Zhao from those remnants' entanglement. But after hearing this, Li's father showed contempt. "Are you stupid? Let me give you advice. You know Lan Songquan, the son of the prefecture chief. That bastard loves receiving gifts. Give this thing to him as a treasure. If you can't bear to part with the real one, give him a fake. Just let those beasts know it's not with you." He didn't know what was harmful about it. It could be given to anyone, as long as it didn't harm his daughter and son-in-law. While Xiao Mingyuan, as a general, was better at warfare, the father-in-law's suggestion was truly good. Then Li's father waved his hand with a dark face. "Go see Zhao Zhao. This stupid son-in-law is so foolish. It's irritating just looking at him." Hearing this, Xiao Mingyuan immediately brightened up. He had thought he wouldn't see Zhao Zhao today. Unexpectedly, father-in-law was so considerate. Arriving at the girl's chamber, Xiao Mingyuan carefully examined her. Seeing her face still pale, he wanted to hold her in his arms for comfort. Taking the porridge from Binglu, he fed it to her spoonful by spoonful. Binglu watched from the side, feeling somewhat envious. Why did she suddenly want to get married too? Then the man told her about her father's thoughts. But Li Zhao shook her head. "That was given by Master Wu Mei. It wouldn't be appropriate to give it to others. Besides, I'm more curious about Shouzu's secret now." The man's face was full of tenderness. "I've said before, in our home, you make the decisions. When you're better, we'll study it together. Their eyes met, creating a sweet atmosphere. Just as they were about to do something, Li's father's voice came from outside. The young general touched his nose, so letting him see Zhao really meant just taking a look. After the man left, the girl still stared at the door dazedly. Bingla couldn't help but giggle. My lady, is the young master really that handsome? Li Zhao turned her head curiously to look at Binglu. He is quite handsome indeed, but I think young Master Qi is the most handsome. Li Zhao didn't respond to Binglu's words. Somehow, she just felt her man was the most handsome. Because second sister was pregnant, the family was hiding second uncle's death from her. But with the funeral approaching, grandmother finally had Li Yin tell her mother. Looking at her kneeling daughter, Lu's first question was, "Tell me first, have you offended your third sister?" Hearing her daughter's denial, she finally relaxed. As long as they hadn't offended the third daughter, nothing major would happen. Mother, father is dead. Yesterday, third sister disappeared. Father had her sent away in a book chest. Unexpectedly, Lu let out a long sigh of relief. Oh, it's just your father who died. I thought you had offended your third sister. This time, Xiao Mingyuan didn't deliberately conceal his whereabouts. Instead, he walked boldly into the imperial palace. First, he pleased the emperor with news of victory in the north. Then he claimed he dreamed someone would harm the emperor, so he traveled thousands of miles to protect him. His words left the emperor nearly disoriented, immediately forgiving him for leaving his military post without permission. After the initial joy, the emperor suddenly remembered Xiao Mingyuan's disrespect. His heart ached sharply. He should have been his son-in-law. After leaving the palace, the man returned to Xingzi Hudong, skillfully climbing over the wall into Li Zhao's courtyard. I remember someone said recently that next time he'd come properly with betrothal gifts. Hearing this, Xiao Mingyuan smiled bitterly, wishing he could beg the old lady to expel second uncle from the family. He thought after defeating Daji, he could marry his beloved. Who knew second uncle would die at this time? Why was it so difficult to marry his little wife? Xiao Mingyuan gazed at Li Zhao's fair face, seemingly never getting enough. I need to go north one more time. We must complete the proper procedures. Unexpectedly, the girl raised her chin proudly. You're just leaving like this? But after pouting for a while, the man still stood frozen. She pouted again, slightly. Kiss me. It felt like after their engagement, this guy had turned into a wooden block. Could those previous times have been illusions? But she didn't know that those were all suggested by the strategist, Chen Guang. His burning lips met Li Zhao's cool mouth, parting only after a long while. Satisfied? Zhao Zhao. The refined young lady blushed. How can you ask such things? She deliberately put on a stern face. It was acceptable. After the man left, Bingli carefully peeked out. After confirming the general had truly left, she started giggling secretly. Li Zhao was puzzled by her laughter. My lady, your lips are swollen from the kiss. After saying this, she ran away. But after leaving, she became worried. With the lady and general always like this, what if there was a baby? What would happen then? In the following days, the Li family was busy arranging second uncle's funeral. As relatives and colleagues came to pay respects, those young ladies waiting to see Li Zhao for medical treatment finally left. A few days later, news of Champion Marquis's great victory over Northern Qi arrived. Suddenly, more people came to pay respects at the Li residence. However, as Li Zhao hadn't appeared due to her injuries, outsiders began speculating about her condition. Not even showing up at her second uncle's funeral? Third Miss Li must be dying. As the Champion Marquis's prestige grew, many people's thoughts became active. Although marrying a military official was risky, fortune favors the bold. What was a little risk compared to the possibility of immense wealth and status? Li Zhao didn't know she was supposedly dying, nor did she know her husband had become many people's ideal match, even catching the attention of someone in the palace. Though the emperor didn't know Li Zhao's true condition, he naturally had his own methods. First, he summoned Jiang 13, then had a eunuch present a tray before the man. In 7 or 8 days, the Champion Marquis will return to the capital. Commander Jiang, before his return, we hope you can deliver this to Third Miss Li. Since everyone says Third Miss Li is dying, let's follow public opinion. By now, the dog emperor had made up his mind. Whether Li Zhao was truly ill or not, she had blocked his path, so she must die. Then, whether it was the 8th princess or 9th princess, or even both, could marry Xiao Mingyuan. 13 looked at the seeping on the tray, his eyes trembling. To hell with following public opinion, he thought. This dog emperor's thoughts are so vicious. Your Majesty, the Li residence is heavily guarded by the Champion Marquis's personal guards. If I send someone, it might alert them. If something happens to Miss Li, then we can't explain it to the Champion Marquis. The Emperor fell silent for a moment, surprised that the little brat was so cunning. If discovered, it would be counterproductive. After dismissing 13, he summoned Consort Li, the 9th princess's mother. Upon seeing Consort Li, the Emperor was momentarily stunned. After years of cultivation and abstaining from women, he had forgotten he had such a beautiful consort. We hear that Jinjin is close to 3rd Miss Li. Rumors say 3rd Miss is gravely ill. We plan to betroth Jinjin to the Champion Marquis. You understand our meaning? He had the eunuch bring the tray again. Seeing Consort Li's pale face, the eunuch softly laughed. Don't worry, Your Grace. Let His Majesty handle everything. This isn't something that takes effect immediately. It usually takes 3 to 5 days for someone to die from it. After returning to her chambers, Consort Li told everything to the 9th princess. But unexpectedly, the young girl refused completely. Li Zhao had cured her face, which was her greatest pride. It's your father's will. Either give it to Li Zhao or keep it for your mother. Consort Li felt helpless. If possible, how could she force her daughter like this? Her only wish was for her daughter to find a good match and live peacefully. She couldn't let Li Zhao ruin everything. After long consideration, the 9th princess accepted the small bottle with tears in her eyes. Jinjin, don't feel too pressured. Everyone in the palace looks clean, but those in high positions all have blood on their hands. Once you get through this, you can live a clean life afterward. After bidding farewell to her mother with a bitter smile, the young girl touched her face with trembling hands, tears flowing uncontrollably. After returning to the Jingling Guard office, 13 wrote a letter. After thinking it through, he felt it wasn't appropriate and decided to send Jiang He personally. Hearing this, Jiang He's face immediately fell. He didn't want to see that damn Xiaoqing at all. Though that fellow smiled brightly, he was actually full of schemes. After careful disguise, Jiang He appeared near the Li residence carrying candied hawthorns. He felt his disguise was particularly skillful. However, as soon as he arrived, Chen Guang caught him. Kid, you think I wouldn't recognize you in that outfit? This jingling guard was still lingering near the Li residence. If anything happened to 3rd Miss again, he might as well cut his own throat. Stay away from me first. Watch your words. Our master wants you to tell 3rd Miss Li to be wary of visitors from the palace. Jiang He was actually quite disgruntled. Just because the Champion Marquis was better, their master's courtship of the young lady meant he had to be inferior to Chen Guang. But Miss Li had clearly liked their master first. At this moment, the 9th princess also arrived at the Li residence with her mission. She took out delicate pastries from her food box. How is Miss Li's health? These are pastries I made myself. Please don't mind them. At this moment, Li Zhao understood 13's warning. Could it be that the 9th princess would harm her? But what would be his purpose in doing this? Before Li Zhao could answer, the girl continued speaking. I've only had Ran as a friend all my life. Besides him, I've interacted most with Miss Li, so I don't know if we count as friends. Li Zhao still didn't know how to answer this question. To her, true friendship meant sharing both joys and sorrows, life and death. But her interactions with the princess were all unpleasant memories. The girl's hesitation filled Jinjin's eyes with loneliness. Miss Li's courtyard is so beautiful. I don't want to return to that cold palace. Every brick and tile there feels heartless. After the 9th princess left, the girl tested the pastries with silver needles but became confused. They weren't poisoned. She took a bite and tasted it carefully. There really wasn't any problem. Could there be some other plan? Or was 13's warning intentionally misleading? Miss, you should lie down and rest. Everyone outside is saying you're critically ill. They're all speaking ill of you. You must get better soon, or the general will be heartbroken when he returns. At this moment, Li Zhao fully understood. The emperor wanted his critically ill fiancée to step aside. But Jinjin had left the pastries and done nothing. Thinking back to the 9th princess's expression, Li Zhao's heart sank. So she had Bingla call for Chen Guang. Go invite Commander Jiang here. Bring him in over the wall. Hearing this, Chen Guang was dumbfounded. It was one thing for him to enter Miss Li's chambers, as he was the general's closest subordinate. But 13 had coveted Miss Li for a long time, leading another man to meet Miss Li privately. Chen Guang shuddered at the thought. If the general found out, he would surely have him chopped up and fed to dogs. You must promise not to tell the general, or Binglu will become a widow. Seeing Li Zhao's serious expression, Chen Guang couldn't worry about much else. Soon, 13 appeared in Li Zhao's courtyard. But upon seeing the girl, he suddenly didn't know how to manage his expression. He could only maintain a stern face and ask what she needed. Thank you for the warning, Lord Jiang. Does the emperor want my life? The 9th princess came today and brought me a box of pastries. At that moment, anger surged in the man's heart. Though he knew the clever girl wouldn't be harmed easily, he still couldn't suppress his rising fury. For the emperor to scheme against a noble lady like this was truly despicable. Ambition isn't the problem, but I'm worried the 9th princess might harm herself. I'd like to ask Lord Jiang to help deliver something. Li Zhao's face was full of shame. Even if the palace wanted to harm her, they wouldn't be too obvious about it. They would most likely choose a slow-acting poison. If the 9th princess had taken it unwillingly, there was still a chance to save her. But what reason do you have to save her? 13 asked bluntly. Even if the 9th princess is saved, she'll still face the same situation. I don't know if she wants to live, but I want to give her another chance to choose between life and death. After she spoke, the man readily agreed. Though they clearly stood on different sides, he always unhesitatingly took her side. I will surely repay Lord Jiang's kindness in the future. Looking at the girl's serious expression, the man laughed bitterly. Must you keep such a clear distance? Li Zhao avoided answering and took out 2 porcelain bottles from her sleeve. The medicine inside can counter all poisons. I entrust this to Lord Jiang. The other bottle is a gift for you. 13 preciously tucked the bottle into his clothes. This was the first gift he had received from her. Was she trying to bribe him to handle things carefully? Though usually clever as ice, sometimes she was as adorable as a little girl. But that's exactly why he liked her this way. In the palace, Consort Li worriedly looked at her daughter. You didn't watch her eat it? Princess Jinjin sneered. What could I do? I couldn't force the pastries into her mouth. The girl's words stunned Consort Li. What's wrong with you? How can you speak to your mother this way? Are you blaming me? Her mother's words brought tears to the girl's eyes. She quickly turned away. Mother, I'm tired. After Consort Li left, the girl broke down in tears holding the empty bottle. She knew this was all her father's idea. She didn't want to die. She was only 17, living carefully in the deep palace. She had achieved her current position only by pleasing her royal grandmother. She wanted to be the champion marquis's bride more than anyone. But she was a princess of DeLeon. To use such despicable means for personal gain, to repay kindness with betrayal, she found it shameful and beneath her. Let me just die then. It won't trouble mother, and it won't hurt. Miss Li walked dejectedly in the imperial garden. Just then, a small eunuch sneakily approached her. Your Highness, the lady you visited yesterday sent you a bottle of antidote. Hearing this, Jinjin's expression changed dramatically. She hadn't expected her to know already. That lady said dying is easier than living. The living can die, but the dead can never come back to life. She's still waiting for you, her friend, to visit her again. After speaking, the small eunuch disappeared into the darkness. As she heavily planned to return to her chambers, what had just happened felt like a dream. Just then, a light laugh came from behind. Isn't this 9th sister? Why leave when you see me? Jinjin's steps halted. She turned and stared at the 8th princess for a while. Because you're too ugly. The 8th princess was stunned, unable to believe her ears. I said because you're ugly, and you're hard of hearing too. That's why I leave whenever I see you. After speaking, she floated away, leaving the 8th princess bewildered in the wind. Has 9th sister gone mad? At this moment, Jinjin experienced Li San's freedom. No matter what prejudices or slander people had against her, she could still live so freely and uninhibited. Looking at the antidote Li Zhao sent, she accepted this kindness. But if she took the antidote to live, her mother would face the emperor's fury. Taking her mother's life would only take a word. Thinking of this, she threw the medicine pill far away. Before she could rest, Consort Li, who had been scolded by the Empress Dowager, rushed over again. "Why are you so willful? Jinjin, the 8th princess, is speaking ill of you to the Empress Dowager. If you don't explain yourself, you'll lose favor." However, Jinjin calmly interrupted her mother. "I don't want to go. I just hate her. Why should I speak sweetly to someone I can't stand? I've had enough. I don't want to please anyone anymore." Bipping's face instantly turned extremely unpleasant. She didn't know if her daughter was possessed today. The usually obedient and sensible child seemed like a different person. Seeing her mother about to say more, Jinjin finally became impatient. "Even if you want to scold me, can it wait a few days? I'm very unhappy right now." The next morning after waking up, Jinjin was noticeably weak all over. Even light coughing brought up traces of blood. She carelessly tidied herself up. Perhaps becoming sentimental before death, she called for her guard Long Yin. For years, they had maintained this relationship, one speaking, one listening, letting out all their inner troubles. As if having vented all her desires, the girl fell into a deep sleep and never woke up. Her personal maid was the first to discover the girl's serious illness and quickly called for the palace physician. However, the physician only shook his head, indicating to Liping to prepare for the worst. Meanwhile, outside the palace, Jiang 13 also received this news. It seemed the 9th princess hadn't taken Miss Qiao's antidote. He intended to let it go, but the small porcelain bottle in his sleeve made him hesitate. If the 9th princess died, she would be very sad. If doing this could lessen her sadness, he decided to give this to a small palace eunuch to pass to Long Yin. If the 9th princess could take this antidote pill, perhaps she could pull through. The rest would depend on her own fate. Long Yin, usually obedient to the princess's every word, somehow found courage today. After receiving the antidote, he directly burst into the princess's chamber, first knocking out Consort Li and the maids. After giving the princess the antidote, he carried her to a secluded place. The girl's ashen face caused him extreme pain. Though Long Yin was quiet by nature, he was meticulous in thought. Recalling his recent heart-to-heart with Princess Jinjin, he guessed she had no chance of survival if she stayed here. Better to risk taking the 9th princess out of the palace. If they failed, he would simply die with her. When Consort Li discovered Jinjin's disappearance, her first reaction wasn't to search for her daughter, but to immediately order the execution of a maid. After simply dressing the maid in the princess's clothes, she placed her on the bed. Since someone had rescued her, the palace naturally needed an explanation. As for the physician's examination, she wasn't worried at all. Involving royal secrets, revealing the truth would be seeking death. Meanwhile, Long Yin successfully escaped with the 9th princess, heading straight to Xingzi Alley without stopping. Since Miss Li could give Her Highness the antidote, she must have a way to save her. A moment later, Chen Guang's appearance made Bing Li very dissatisfied. "Chen Guang, you call this staying on duty? The general told you to protect Our Lady, yet you climb through windows more often than he does." Chen Guang laughed bitterly. Since following Miss Li, he had experienced more exciting things than fighting in wars. After getting Li Zhao's permission, Chen Guang finally brought the two into the room. With a life at stake, Li Zhao didn't refuse and forced herself to treat the girl's condition. After an incense stick's time, watching the sleeping Jinjin, Li Zhao sighed in relief. They had made it in time. Several days later, when the 9th princess awoke, she was bewildered because her body in the palace was now lying in a grave. The Empress Dowager had held a grand funeral, and the emperor still didn't know his daughter had died because he was in seclusion again. After waking, the first thing Jinjin did was slap Long Yin hard. "Who gave you the courage to do this? What if you had gotten my mother killed?" She continued hitting and kicking him while Long Yin silently endured the princess's temper. After a while, he painfully reminded Her Highness, "Please rest, Your Highness. Your hands will hurt. Let this servant do it himself." He began slapping his own face hard with both hands. Princess Jinjin was both angry and anxious. When the man stopped her, she stared at him intently. No matter what happened in the future, since her mother had covered this up, she could never return to the palace. This meant she was no longer a princess. Thinking of this, the girl felt secretly happy. This meant she could go to many places she wanted to visit. Suddenly, Jinjin hurriedly felt her waist. "Oh no, all my private savings are in the palace. Long Yin, why didn't you bring money when you took me out? How will we live without money?" Unexpectedly, Long Yin didn't answer, but eagerly ran out. Soon he returned with a small bundle. Inside were gleaming gold ingots and jewelry. "These are all the rewards Your Highness has given me before. I am your highness's guard. Since my life belongs to your highness, naturally this money is yours too. Princess Wenyin was slightly stunned. She had never noticed this wooden block could be so smooth-tongued. I'm not a princess anymore. Just call me Jinjin from now on. 3 days later, Jinjin tearfully bid farewell to Li Zhao. After saying goodbye to Miss Li today, she and Long Yin would leave the capital, probably never to return. Her ties to this cage were finally severed. Though the mountain above her head was removed, she couldn't help feeling some sadness. After all, this was where she had lived for 17 years. Before parting, Jinjin's face turned slightly red. I know I wasn't likable before, and even caused you trouble, but now I'm leaving. No matter what, I considered you a friend in my heart. I'm glad to have known you, Miss Li. You're also a friend worth having in my heart. Goodbye, Jinjin. Li Zhao stood there stunned for a long while, wondering if Long Yin would take good care of Jinjin. Chun Guang looked at Li Zhao in surprise. Third miss, you don't think Long Yin's feelings are just pure loyalty to his master, do you? Li Zhao's bewildered expression made Chun Guang feel deeply sorry for his general. So third miss is this dance about feelings. It's remarkable the general has endured this long. But come to think of it, while I'm clever and smart, why haven't I found a wife yet? He looked resentfully at Li Zhao. When will you arrange for Binglu to marry me as you promised? Perhaps guessing Chun Guang's thoughts, Li Zhao smiled mischievously. Binglu, come back with me. A grown man being such a gossip. No wonder he has no wife. At this moment, the capital streets were packed with people. A general in silver armor slowly rode into the city on horseback. Only the red tassel on his helmet seemed somewhat jarring to the eye. But the commoners voluntarily parted to both sides, watching this bravest youth of Daliang with fervent expressions. Oh my, the champion marquis is so handsome, a young girl screamed, covering her face. Of course, the champion marquis is the capital's most handsome man. Wait, isn't young Master Qi the capital's most handsome man? The young lady's discussion made Qi Baobao, at the back of the crowd, frown darkly. That news is outdated. A true handsome man is a great hero like the champion marquis. Those who can't even tie up a chicken, like young Master Qi, can only be considered good-looking men. Qi Baobao grew increasingly angry listening to this. Enough! If you want to praise someone, just praise them. Why put others down? How am I unable to tie up a chicken? I can take down 3 or 4 ordinary men. Angry and full, he decided not to even watch his friend and pushed through the crowd to head home. Meanwhile, on the second floor of a tavern, a young woman's eyes sparkled as she watched the beloved Xiao Mingyuan. Thinking back to last year, she found it amusing. Back then, the man had returned triumphant after killing her. She seemed to remember throwing a cactus at him. Now all those resentments had turned into longing. But the scene below angered Binglu enough. Several flirtatious girls were trying to catch the young master's attention, so she shouted loudly at the general. This finally made Xiao Mingyuan notice Li Zhao. Once their eyes met, they couldn't look away. Look, the champion marquis is looking at that lady upstairs. No way. A great hero like the champion marquis. How could he be staring at just one girl? Amidst the admiring chirps of the surrounding ladies, the man dismounted. Indeed, I am looking at that lady. She is my fiancée. After speaking, he removed his armor and strode toward the second floor, until the man's figure disappeared upstairs. The young girl finally came to her senses. Oh my, the champion marquis spoke to me. Well, whether or not the champion marquis has a fiancé, it won't be her turn anyway. Just having exchanged words is enough to make her sisters envious. On the second floor, watching the man gradually approach her, Li Zhao felt inexplicably nervous. This time it was truly under everyone's attention. I couldn't see clearly from below. I wanted to come up to see you, Wenyin. Li Zhao's face reddened. Quick, go back down. So many people are watching. Being romantic here will disappoint them. But Xiao Mingyuan just smiled carelessly. He wasn't afraid of disappointing others. He had never lived as a great hero in others' eyes. If these honors belong to me, then they also belong to her. My success and fame are inseparable from her quiet support, whom I couldn't protect in time. Then the man handed his helmet to the young woman before leaving. The peculiar red tassel on it was the one Li Zhao had woven herself. Was he trying to tell all the young ladies in the capital that the champion marquis was claimed by his Miss Li? Watching the departing procession, Binglu covered her face and screamed, "Young miss, I'm completely smitten by your future husband. I suddenly don't think young Master Qi is that handsome anymore. What should I do?" Help! Li Zhao glanced at her little maid. You can ask Chen Guang behind you about that problem. Binglu instinctively turned around to see Chen Guang smirking darkly. Don't ask me. I'm still smitten by third miss myself. I don't know what to do either. In the palace, the emperor emerged from his long seclusion. Perhaps due to previous scares, his first question was whether anything major had happened outside. The eunuch's denial visibly relieved the emperor. But before he could fully relax, Your Majesty, while nothing happened outside the palace, the 9th princess has died inside. The emperor thought for a long while before remembering that the 9th princess was the pretty one. During this seclusion, he had reached a state of unity with heaven, and many worldly matters had become unclear to him. Though he didn't care much about losing a daughter, there was still the 8th princess. He felt annoyed that Xiao Mingyuan had slipped from his control. Isn't there any good news? The eunuch racked his brains and finally remembered something under the emperor's pressure. Oh yes, one of Prince Rue's concubines is with child. The emperor's expression finally softened. Prince Rue was the eldest son and naturally had priority in inheriting the throne. His previous childlessness had worried the emperor. Moments later, the eunuch brought numerous rewards to Prince Rue's mansion. This delighted Prince Rue so much that even his gaze toward Daya became gentler. This concubine was truly remarkable. Her temperament and beauty were excellent. She spoke with gentle refinement and came from a scholarly family, truly someone who put others at ease. Daya lowered her head shyly, while concealing the triumph in her eyes. It proved her initial approach was correct. As long as she bore an heir, the prince would naturally grow fond of her over time. The emperor's rewards further demonstrated his favor toward the prince. Now she just needed to birth a son, and she could become the future empress. By then, what would a merely son amount to? When she visited her family, the entirely household would have to kowtow to her. Meanwhile, Prince Mu listened to this news with a vicious expression. His plan to have Daya compromise Prince Rue had unexpectedly resulted in pregnancy. Originally, if he had just stayed steady, that position would have been his. Who knew this accident would cost him the throne? At this thought, a murderous glint flashed in Prince Mu's eyes. He turned and quietly ordered his 5th servant. That concubine cannot live. Find any means to destroy her body. At this moment, Xiao Mingyuan had also arrived at the palace. Though he won the battle, the emperor couldn't stand the sight of him. He had just learned that this youth had stopped to chat with his fiancée on his return, showing Li San's importance to the champion marquis. Now it would be awkward to betroth the 8th princess to him. Since he couldn't become the emperor's son-in-law, he felt even further from the emperor's favor. Xiao Mingyuan lowered his eyes and smiled coldly. What did it matter if the emperor disliked him? As long as he had the ability to command armies, even the highest authority would have to tolerate him. As for the future, a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. As long as the emperor didn't harm the person he cared about most, he would remain a loyal subject. After leaving the palace, the man headed straight to Xingzi Alley. Just as he sat down after entering, the old madam sent Li Zhao away. Xiao Mingyuan immediately became nervous, unconsciously straightening his back. The old lady was about to discuss their wedding date. Usually, this should be discussed with Marquis Jinan, but since Xiao Mingyuan had his own residence now, he could make his own decisions. 3rd Mrs. Mourning period will end next year. How about setting the date for February next year, Marquis? Xiao Mingyuan immediately went to Li Zhao to complain. Seeing his despair, she thought he was exhausted from fighting. I'm not tired. I'm heartbroken. We still have to wait 10 months to marry. When can I implement my 8 children plan? His words left Li Zhao puzzled. Just as she was about to ask what the 8 children plan was, he changed the subject to ask about the 9th princess. Learning that the emperor had planned to use the 9th princess to poison Li Zhao, the man's eyes suddenly narrowed, rage building in his chest. Once again, while he was fighting bloody battles, the dog emperor who enjoyed the peace he brought had set his sights on his beloved. Loyalty to the emperor and patriotism were beliefs ingrained in his bones. Must he be forced into a corner until he had no choice but to commit treason? But when he looked at the young woman, her eyes were full of trust and love for him. If that person reached for his beloved again, what did it matter if he was labeled a traitor? A month later, near the spring hunt, the long-absent young Master Qiao finally returned. Though his appearance had returned to normal, due to his previous ordeal, that once dazzling brilliance had been completely subdued. Li Zhao couldn't help but hurry forward to grab Xiao Mo's hand. This was was truly her gentleman brother, as refined as jade. Originally, Qiao and Mo had to observe 3 years of mourning for his parents and couldn't take the imperial examinations. But after Li Zhao cleared the Qiao family's name, the emperor specially granted permission. Qiao and Mo wasn't rigid about traditions. His sister had been fighting on the front lines all this time. If he used filial piety as an excuse to hide like a coward, that wouldn't be filial piety, but selfishness. Now only the imperial examinations could quickly bring him close to the center of power and give him the ability to contend with Lan Shan. On the way home, though Xiao Mingyuan behaved better in front of his future brother-in-law, Qiao and Mo could still sense the tacit understanding between the couple. Upon hearing their wedding date was set, Qiao and Mo frowned deeply. Zhao Zhao would barely be of age by then. Isn't it too early? I think we could wait 2 or 3 years. Hearing this, Xiao Mingyuan broke into a cold sweat. Thankfully, the Li family matriarch was in charge now. Why did everyone want to obstruct his 8-children plan? After Qiao Mo's return, Dr. Li left again. He had planned to give Li Zhao a maternal home, but the endless stream of patients seeking treatment exhausted the old man. So he simply took Yi Luo and went wandering. A month later, the imperial examinations ended, and it was time to post the results. Many noble families were ready to capture outstanding scholars. They had been preparing for 3 years, waiting for this chance to snatch good sons-in-law. Xiao Mingyuan repeatedly instructed his guards to protect Xiao and Mo well. He couldn't imagine Li Zhao's expression if her brother was kidnapped in a sack. At the results board, one candidate shouted excitedly that he had passed. His wife's hair had turned white supporting his studies, and now he could finally repay her. But before he left the alley, a sack was thrown over his head. In a nearby tea house, Shirkan watched Zhu Wu's dumbfounded expression. See? That would have been your fate too. Zhu Wu had also taken the examinations. If he could luckily pass, along with Miss Su's affection, it would truly be a perfect match of marriage and success. At this time, Xiao Mingyuan and Xiao Mo arrived one after another. As the grandson of the great Xiao Zhu and a prodigy who passed the provincial examinations at 13, Xiao Mo was confident about placing in the top 3. As for becoming the top scholar, that was uncertain, as the examiner's preferences could affect rankings. Soon, Tao Sheng squeezed back through the crowd. Zhu Wu placed 126th. Though not a top ranking, it was enough for him. Xiao Mingyuan was genuinely happy for his friend. Look how smoothly his friend could marry. Next month he'd become an imperial scholar, and surely the bride's family would be doubly delighted. Thinking how he still had to wait 8 more months, Xiao Mingyuan fell into deep self-doubt. Had he offended the god of marriage in his previous life? As expected, Xiao Mo became the top scholar. When top scholar was announced in the tea house, everyone became restless, pulling out sacks and searching around. Seeing this, Shirkan had an idea and pushed Xiao Mingyuan out, shouting, "The top scholar is here." To the nobles, Qiao Mo, who had won first place without family protection, was the perfect target. They grabbed at Xiao Mingyuan without hesitation, some even reaching for his belt. Finally, unable to endure, the man shouted, and everyone realized it was the champion marquis. "I just touched the champion marquis's bottom." After a brief silence, the crowd became even more frenzied. Getting any item from the champion marquis would be an instant family heirloom. Xiao Mingyuan was completely stunned. Had he done something wrong? When someone tore off Xiao Mingyuan's pouch, the general finally lost his temper. He kicked that man flying, and the crowd immediately fell silent. What happened to being the empire's guardian? What about loving the country and its people? Xiao Mingyuan retrieved his pouch from the man. How dare they steal the bag Zhao Zhao had sewn for him herself? To hell with loving the country and its people. He wasn't the one on the dragon throne. It wasn't his turn to act patriotic. Then, under everyone's terrified gazes, he threw down a silver ingot and strode away. Meanwhile, Zhu Wu looked worried. Shirkan, it's not right to set up Mingyuan like that. Shirkan looked at Zhu Wu in confusion. What's there to worry about? Those commoners can't hurt Mingyuan. When Yanzhu smiled gently. He wasn't worried about Xiao Mingyuan. He was worried about Shirkan getting beaten up. If he dares to hit me, I'll tell Li San that he got his pants pulled down in the street and young ladies saw his bottom. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a chill run down his neck. Damn, how did this dog come out so quickly? Seeing Xiao Mingyuan cracking his knuckles, Bao Bao instinctively stepped back. Xiao Mingyuan, don't be rash. Li San and I are very close. Besides, young master already gave up his chosen cabbage to you. What more do you want? Thinking of this, Chi Bao felt bitter. He decided he would never marry and stay single for life, making this dog feel guilty forever. 10 years of study unknown. One success brings fame throughout the land. After recovering his appearance, Qiao Mo's top achievement quickly made him a new noble in the eyes of various factions. Prince Mu's hidden weapon was finally deployed. On a familiar small path she often took, she somehow slipped today. When she came to her senses, there was blood beneath her skirt. After the household doctor examined her, he shook his head. The child likely couldn't be saved. Prince Rue panicked immediately and sent someone to summon the imperial physician. At this moment, do you struggle to sit up? Your Highness, please invite my third sister. She's Dr. Li's disciple. Only she can save our child now. Prince Rue knew that summoning the imperial physician would only provide comfort, but could Li San really help? Dia barely opened her eyes. Third sister definitely can, but servants probably can invite her. Hearing this, Prince Rue's face darkened as he said word by word, "Then this prince will go invite her personally." As Prince Rue's footsteps grew distant, Dia closed her eyes in despair. Why was she always so unlucky? Even though she had been extremely careful, why did such an accident still happen? She could already feel the life slipping away inside her. If that's the case, she might as well drag Li San down with her. She couldn't accept it. Why did she, the legitimate first daughter, face misfortune at every turn, while a daughter born to a crude doctor could live such a splendid life? Champion Marquis's wife or not, if Li San couldn't save her child this time, the prince would surely remember this grudge. If he ascended to the throne in the future, there would come a day when Li Zhao would pay for her child's life. Soon after, Prince Rue arrived at the manor with Li Zhao. Li Zhao had no choice. When a prince personally came to request her presence, if she still refused, the prince would hold a grudge against her for life. At this moment, Dia was in a terrible state. When she looked at Li Zhao, surprise flashed briefly in her eyes. But before Dia could speak, "Elder sister, don't talk first. Let me stop the bleeding." For someone who had always schemed against her, she truly didn't want to hear her voice at all. What if she accidentally killed her while distracted? After half an hour, she finally managed to stop the heavy bleeding. However, she still needed medicine to protect the pregnancy. After leaving a prescription, the young woman sought out Prince Rue alone. "On my way here, I met two ladies whose dress suggested they were your concubines. Judging by one's walking posture, she should also be pregnant. Courtesy demands reciprocity. Since everyone was scheming against her, she might as well share some good news to make everyone happy." However, Li Zhao's words made the imperial physician scoff with disdain. A little yellow-haired girl daring to make conclusions from just one glance. But Prince Rue had no time for the imperial physician. Not knowing which concubine Li Zhao had seen, he simply ordered all concubines to be summoned. Moments later, Li Zhao looked at the sea of beauties before her, almost overwhelmed by their perfume. She gave Prince Rue a strange look. This seemed even more than the emperor's harem. Prince Rue awkwardly rubbed his nose. Wanted to say he wasn't really a lecher, he just purely wanted a son. But since Li Zhao was an unmarried young lady, he could only keep these words to himself. Then Li Zhao carefully looked around several times and finally confirmed that 3 concubines were pregnant. Prince Rue was almost crazy with excitement, so his condition had been cured long ago. The imperial physician's expression changed from disdain to admiration. If the divine doctor's disciple was this skilled, what level must Dr. Li himself be at? After Li Zhao left, Prince Rue excitedly walked into Dia's room. Although there were no more worries now, Dia's child was still the firstborn. "We're really fortunate to have third Mrs. Help. My dear, do you know? Just now third Miss diagnosed 3 pregnancies." Hearing this, Dia's eyes widened suddenly. Then she rolled her eyes back and fainted again. As soon as Li Zhao returned to the Li residence, the old madam called her for questioning. "Third girl, is your elder sister's child a boy or a girl?" Upon learning it was a girl, the old madam finally breathed a sigh of relief. In such a dangerous situation, if it were a boy, his life would be full of crises, and surviving to adulthood would be questionable. Meanwhile, Although Qiao Mo was new to officialdom, Scholar Qiao's former students across the land would open many doors for him. Su Sifu, who graduated the same year, couldn't help but sigh. He couldn't surpass Qiaozhou back then, and now even their grandson's generation couldn't match up. Though he couldn't produce such a grandson, he could make Qiao Mo his grandson-in-law. Although Qiao Mo was still in his 3-year mourning period, a verbal agreement could still be made. Receiving Su Sifu's invitation, Qiao Mo felt complicated. Over the past few days, undercurrents had been stirring, and he hadn't even attended the imperial banquet yet. The invitation cards he received could pile up into a small mountain. He truly experienced the vast difference between being an insider and outsider. Even Su Sifu, second only to Lan Shan, was now extending an olive branch to him. Su Mingda looked at Xiao Mo across from him and nodded secretly. He had heard that young Master Qiao's appearance rivaled young Master Qi's, and now he saw it was indeed remarkable. After some pleasantries, they got to the main point. I have a granddaughter, 4th in the family, not ugly and well-educated. What does young Master Qiao think? Hearing this, Qiao Mo was stunned. It was actually the famous Su Jinghong from Fushan society, whose reputation even he had heard of. Su Sifu didn't rush him, but rather let Qiao Mo go home to think it over carefully. Qiao Mo pictured Su Jinghong's appearance while recalling his father's words. Su Sifu was patient and low-key. Many thought him incompetent, thoroughly suppressed by Lan Shan. But if Lan Shan showed even a slight weakness, Su Sifu would definitely strike fatally and take over. In this light, the Su and Xiao families' goals were originally aligned. If he married Miss Su, at least there wouldn't be concerns about future political standings. When Kofu learned that Xiao Mo had passed the examination, he also formally invited the brother and sister. During this time, the grandmother deliberately tried to match him with Ko Zimo, but unexpectedly, Ko Zimo claimed illness and hid away. When cousin used to stay at the mansion, the elders guarded against them meeting like thieves, but now they were calling him to meet cousin. How could someone as clever as cousin not understand? How could he face him now? He and cousin were probably destined to remain apart in this life. Days later, officials came beating drums and gongs to announce at the Marquis's mansion that Xiao Mo had achieved the top score, and the news instantly spread through the capital. Along came the emperor's appointment. Xiao Mo was assigned to the Hanlin Academy, with Li Zhao's father Li Guangwen as his superior. In just a few days of taking office, he received praise from many colleagues. He respected his superiors, got along with colleagues, and handled affairs beautifully. Xiao Mo is really quite good. He never shows any perfunctory attitude when playing chess with me, and he's efficient in his work. It's a pity both my daughters are married off. What a shame to miss such a good son-in-law. Several months of peaceful life made Xiao Mingyuan extremely anxious. This year's late autumn was particularly cold, and it was almost time when the northern Qi people would go hungry again. If trouble broke out in the north again, he might have to go to war right after getting married. Just thinking about this made Xiao Mingyuan feel terrible. He must have had a grudge with the matchmaker god. He decided to ask Li Zhao directly about her wishes. Zhao, let's marry early. Don't think about anything else. Just consider whether you're willing. Li Zhao thought for a moment. Since she had already chosen this person, she naturally hoped for a smooth marriage. The girl's shy response made the man overjoyed. He pulled her into his arms and kissed her. After separating, he looked at the young woman with eyes full of love. Just wait to become my bride. After walking a few steps, he seemed to remember something and turned back to look at the smiling young woman. Zhao, have you finished embroidering your wedding dress? The young woman's expression suddenly froze. How could he ask such a mood-killing question at this time? Was he going to let her happily get married or not? The young woman's expression made the man realize he had said something wrong. The wedding dress is too complicated. Never mind about making it. We can just get one ready-made from the embroiderer. Li Zhao nodded. The dog at least knew his limits. Have you finished embroidering the veil? Li Zhao was stunned. Forget it. Let whoever wants to marry him do so. In the palace, the emperor's mood had been getting worse lately. Life without meditation seemed gloomy. Celestial Master, I've encountered many obstacles in my meditation. Please divine when I'll be able to meditate properly. Remembering the champion Marquis's instructions, the Celestial Master firmly shook his head. It's not suitable for meditation now. However, if there's a marriage to serve as a bridge, using someone else's joyous occasion, there will be no worries. But the chosen couple must be of high status. Royal relatives or important court officials would do. These words left the dog emperor dazed. After long thought, it seemed only the champion Marquis was getting married soon. But thinking of this annoying brat made the emperor irritated. Better to just grant the marriage and meditate in peace. Announce our decree. We grant marriage between Champion Marquis and Lady Li to be completed in 7 days. Receiving the emperor's marriage decree, Uncle was completely confused. Why grant marriage when they were already engaged? This dog emperor must be too idle. Why meddle in his subjects' private affairs? After seeing off the eunuch, Li's father looked questioningly at Li Zhao. What's this about? Li Zhao blinked her big eyes. What else could it be? Someone was obviously too eager and shameless. But she couldn't say that in front of her father. Perhaps it's because they need to send Manhwa to battle to appease people's hearts. Uncle nodded silently. This reason seemed reasonable. The old madam also thought marrying early was fine. After all, military officials faced more uncertainties than civil officials. Since the children were in love, it was better to unite them sooner. But she was dissatisfied. 7 days wasn't enough. The dowry wasn't ready yet. By the way, Zhao Zhao, have you finished embroidering your red veil? Li Zhao's face darkened. Don't mention this. How could she happily be a bride now? But she was curious about all the dowry her mother mentioned. Could her mother be a hidden wealthy woman? She had never lacked for anything growing up. Meanwhile, in the Hamlin Academy, colleagues were thoroughly jealous. Normally, even a top scholar had to spend 3 years in the Hamlin Academy before leaving. But after visiting the Su Mansion a few times, Qiao Mo rose straight to the top. He was transferred to the cabinet right after entering the academy. The cabinet was the ultimate destination for officials. With good performance, one could become a minister within 20 years. His colleagues' gazes made Qiao Mo's feelings complex. Su Sifu's support had an obvious reason. He had agreed to the Su family marriage. Though they couldn't formally engage during the mourning period, there was no room for backing out. Learning his sister received an imperial marriage decree, Qiao Mo rushed back to the Marquis's mansion to protest. What's going on? Hearing Qiao Mo's voice, the man immediately hid his smugness and innocently claimed ignorance. He would never admit that he wanted to marry the girl before her mourning period ended. If she knew, he'd definitely get the cold shoulder. Inside the weighing gate, Jiang 13 had been stunned for quite a while after receiving the news. Jiang didn't dare speak beside him. No one could stop this. Heartbreak was inevitable. Sooner or later made no difference. Moments later, 13 walked out of the courtyard, looking frail. The biting cold wind hit his face, but he felt nothing. No outside cold could match the chill in his heart. 7 days was indeed too rushed. The Li household was incredibly busy, but managed to prepare everything before the wedding day. Madam, he was exhausted, even losing the weight she'd gained after childbirth. But it was worth it. She would only marry off one daughter in this life. Her Zhao Zhao deserved the best, so the dowry had to be perfect, leaving no room for criticism. Though Madam, he lacked sophistication and great abilities, she had a rich farmer's daughter's instinct. Those who thought the Li family was poor were all waiting to see her daughter fail. She couldn't do anything about other matters, but she could use money to silence the gossips. As expected, on the wedding day, all eyes in the capital were on the Li family. After all, the gap between the two families was too great. A mere editor's salary of 30 to 50,000 barely supported a family. When colleagues heard Li Guangwen was marrying off his daughter, many came to join the excitement. Hearing their discussions, his face darkened. What, 3 or 5 dawn? They actually received 8 dawn monthly. People really looked down on them. Moreover, Xiao Mingyuan wasn't just the champion marquis. As an orphan of the Zheng Yuan Palace, he could naturally inherit his father's title. Though Xiao Mingyuan didn't like it and hadn't changed it, his current treatment was no different from a duke's. Soon, the red-decorated dowry was carried out from Apricot Alley. The first item was a pair of imperial jade ruby scepters. An imperial marriage blessing, together for 100 years, was the best blessing for newlyweds. Following were 10 connected boxes, each containing a clay brick. Seeing this, everyone gasped. According to custom, each brick represented 100 mu of good farmland. 10 bricks meant 1,000 mu of land. Then came various crystal items, over 100 carriers, boxes so heavy they almost bent the carrying poles. The jewelry was mostly gold rather than silver, followed by all kinds of fine silks. The onlookers were completely stunned. Wasn't the Li family supposed to be poor? Where did all these items come from? They didn't look newly made either. All were rare treasures. The dowry totaled over 100 carriers of items large and small. This scale was second only to a princess's wedding. At the end of the procession were more than 10 identical boxes that looked particularly heavy. A curious wandering warrior in the crowd flicked a pebble. When the servant flinched in pain, he stumbled. The tightly sealed box was jostled open, and several silver ingots clattered out. An eerie silence fell over the scene for quite a while, until the procession had gone far in a Song village. Only then did people come to their senses. From the moment he gave her that cactus, their fates seemed bound together. The encounter at the great Buddha temple, the wandering journey to the South Sea. She had gradually been moved by the man. She loved him deeply. He was the good match her grandfather had chosen for her. On the wedding day, the Li family truly achieved 10 li of red dowry, 10 li long. A grand wedding indeed. Over 180 carriers of gold, silver, and jewels, plus thousands of mu of good farmland as gifts. In the Li residence, Madam He smiled as she listened to the maid's discussions. It reminded her of her own wedding day. As an only daughter marrying into a scholarly family as a second wife, they feared she might be bullied. Her father had almost emptied his savings for her dowry. The scene then was no less grand than today's, even trending in the capital for 3 days. She thought this tradition was excellent. Her Zhao Zhao deserved the highest standards. However, when the news reached Prince Rui's ears, he felt unsettled. Zhao, did you know about third sister's early arranged marriage? Hearing this, Dia's heart stirred, thinking there must have been some oversight due to the rush. It made sense. Her father was muddle-headed, and her stepmother was foolish. It wouldn't be surprising if they made a laughingstock of themselves in such a hurry. But she had already secured her position in the prince's mansion, so her natal family's affairs no longer mattered to her. Even I was surprised by your third sister's dowry. It truly lived up to the name, 10 li of red dowry. At this point, Prince Rui secretly regretted. Had he known the Li family was so wealthy, he should have taken the eldest daughter as his concubine. With such a laid-back father as emperor, he as a prince had little to gain. But when Dia heard this, her expression changed dramatically. She hurriedly clutched her belly and asked the prince to call for a midwife. Several hours later, she successfully gave birth, but upon learning it was a princess, Dia suddenly became hysterical. Impossible! How could it be a girl? In her agitation, she began hemorrhaging. While some celebrated, others worried. At the champion Marquis's mansion, red lanterns hung high, and countless dowry items made the entire reception hall gleam with gold. Xiao Mingyuan finally understood why Zhao had been indifferent when he gave her silver before. His wife clearly didn't lack money. Thinking of the word wife, the man felt sweetness from inside out, as if honey had filled his heart. Just then, the Jinan Marquis entered with an odd expression. Though Xiao Mingyuan was already in his 20s and had been married once, he had left for battle before the wedding night. With his personality, he definitely wouldn't have acted improperly. The old father was worried sick, not knowing whether his son was capable or not. As a rough man, he didn't know how to broach the subject delicately. The aging Jinan Marquis kept scratching his head awkwardly. After drinking 2 cups of tea, he finally hesitantly took out a small booklet. If there's anything you don't understand, just look at this booklet. After stuffing the booklet into the man's arms, the Jinan Marquis hurriedly left. Xiao Mingyuan calmly took out the booklet, wondering what it was since it didn't even have a title. Upon opening it, his face instantly reddened. He quickly closed it and tucked it away, casually returning to his living quarters. Only then did he slip under the covers to study it carefully. Meanwhile, at the Li residence, they were similarly worried about their daughter's pre-marriage education. Li Zhao thought her mother wouldn't think of such things, but it was the same familiar scene, with the same familiar little booklet. Even now, Li Zhao remembered how awkward it was when her mother gave her this education before her first marriage. But her mother now was completely composed, saying, Zhao, I bought the most expensive ones. Look, these figures are even colored. Watching her mother flip through the booklet, Li Zhao covered her face in embarrassment. She was wrong. While the scene was familiar, the mother was different. This mother was famously bold. Mother, why don't I just read it by myself slowly? Madam, he firmly refused. How could that work? You're still young. How could you understand it alone? It's better if Mother explains it carefully. Look, this is like this, and that is like that. Mother knows you're embarrassed, but I'll explain it several times. Listen carefully. Only after a quarter hour did Madam He finally leave, satisfied. Li Zhao was so embarrassed, she had practically dug a 3-room apartment with her toes. The next day, looking at Li Zhao ready for marriage, Li Fu felt reluctant to let her go. So this was how it felt to marry off a daughter, something he hadn't experienced with Dia. Back then, before he could process it, she was carried away in a small sedan chair. leaving him only with burning embarrassment. If she had married properly, she should have been here beside Li Zhao for her wedding. But Diyu was only a concubine and couldn't even come home despite having given birth to a little princess. Soon, Li Zhao was escorted to the flower hall by maids and servants. With the bridal veil covering her head, she could only see the man's clean shoes. After bidding farewell to her parents, Li Hui was already waiting at the door. Though thin, the young man steadily carried the young lady to the bridal sedan. Li Zhao had never felt so clearly that at the Li family, she not only had her loving grandmother and parents, but also this shy third brother who cared for her and loved her. Third sister, don't worry. I'll work hard to achieve merit, so you'll have someone to rely on at your maiden home. Watching his sister enter the sedan, Li Hui couldn't help wiping his tears. He had always thought he would carry his eldest sister to her bridal sedan. He had long wanted to become someone his family could rely on, but big sister didn't need him. But it didn't matter. He was still the eldest young master of Li family's West compound. He could still support third sister in the future. The subsequent ceremonies were no different from any other wedding. After the tedious wedding ceremony ended, Li Zhao was half dead by the time she entered the bridal chamber. To avoid embarrassment on this day, she hadn't drunk a drop of water for 2 days. Fortunately, she had been fed some apple during the journey. Otherwise, she might not have lasted until the groom entered the chamber. After some time, Xiao Mingyuan finally entered, saying, "You must be starving." He deftly lifted the bridal veil for the young lady. After the young lady ate a little, the man gazed at his bride adoringly. "You look so beautiful today." After Zhao Zhao drank the ceremonial wine, the man clumsily removed her bridal crown, then took a strand of her hair and tied it together with his own. He then cut off the knotted hair with scissors and placed it in a box, binding hair as husband and wife, loving and trusting forever. On the day of returning home, after some pleasantries, Li's father wanted to advise his son-in-law to be careful with his salary and not waste it. After all, he would need to support a family, something Li's father was quite experienced in. Xiao Mingyuan listened respectfully and replied, "Father-in-law means my 5,000 Dan salary? I'll give it all to Zhao Zhao in the future." Li's father was about to nod in approval, but then he froze in place as he processed it. Wasn't it 2,000 Dan? How did it become 5,000 Dan? I'm humbled. It's all thanks to my late father's legacy. The Jinyuan Marquis was posthumously titled as Jinyuan Duke, so the title's benefits naturally fell to me. Hearing Xiao Mingyuan's explanation, Li Guangwen was dumbfounded. 5,000 Dan meant over 400 Dan monthly, while he only got 8 Dan per month. Such a huge difference. Wasn't this forcing people to rebel? Afterwards, Xiao Mingyuan was polite to everyone, even showing great respect to third brother Li Hui. The old woman was increasingly pleased with his courtesy. Only when a man truly loves his wife will he show proper respect to her family. At this time, Madame He pulled Li Zhao aside. After ensuring no one was around, she took out a familiar little booklet. Pointing at the colored figures inside, she asked Li Zhao if she had followed mother's recommended methods. Upon hearing her daughter's denial, Madame He immediately raised her voice. "That won't do. You're too young to drink contraceptive tea." Seeing her mother about to continue nagging, Li Zhao quickly interrupted her mother's lecture. Goodness, why did she have such a responsible mother? Could she exchange for another one? But upon learning they hadn't consummated their marriage, Madame He first froze, then lowered her voice in surprise. My goodness, could the rumors in the capital be true? Is the champion Marquis really unable? Li Zhao was mortified. Heaven knows why she was discussing this with her mother. Mingyuan is being considerate of me. He said we'll have children after I'm older. Madame He hugged Li Zhao, saying her daughter had truly married the right person. Time flew by, and it was soon the 12th lunar month. Over time, Li Zhao had become adept at managing household affairs, and with Xiao Mo and Wan Wan's companionship, it was the most comfortable period since her rebirth. However, when Xiao Mingyuan returned today, he seemed rather serious. After half a year of investigation, he had finally uncovered the secret of the pearls. The discovery was made by craftsmen under Xiao Mingyuan, who used special tools to magnify their view. 4 of the pearls were each carved with characters that together spelled Qianling Hotel, which was a waterfall in Chongfan County of Lingnan. Xiao Mingyuan had already sent people to investigate, and results were expected soon. As the new year approached, Xiao Mo was constantly busy, coming and going at all hours. During the new year, the most troublesome task was handling congratulatory memorials from various officials. This was also when the emperor was most diligent all year, as these memorials were full of praise for him. One day, while others were eating, Xiao Mo quietly returned. He quickly took out a memorial, and began copying it. After writing, he carefully compared them several times. Satisfied they were identical, he smiled contentedly. The two memorials differed by just one character. Even the original writer wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Since entering the cabinet, Xiao Amo had been the most diligent at menial tasks, aiming to familiarize himself with the handwriting of court officials, especially the Lan father and son. Now, he could perfectly forge their writing. The next day in court, the emperor indeed flew into a rage. He had been happily reading the official's flattery until he saw Lan Songqiwan's memorial, where his expression changed dramatically. The character for Heaven and Son of Heaven had been written as complete. If not for Lan Shan's desperate intervention, Lan Songqian would have been executed on the spot. Finally, under the emperor's guidance, the Lan father and son donated 100,000 taels of silver to the treasury to resolve the matter. Xiao Amo knew that for the Lan father and son, who had controlled the court for years, this small matter was nothing. But it felt good to get some revenge, considering it advance interest. Time quickly arrived at New Year's Day. As a duke's wife, she had to enter the palace to pay respects to the Empress Dowager on the first day. Li Zhao's presence immediately made the noble ladies jealous. Among those present, aside from royal relatives, Li Zhao was the youngest, yet highest in status. When they were in their teens, they were still serving their mothers-in-law, but Li Zhao had already become a new noble of the empire. The Empress Dowager's gaze kept examining her. She had long known the girl was different, but never expected a mere Hamlin's daughter to scheme her way up to the champion Marquis's branch, instantly becoming a golden phoenix. Though disdainful inside, she concealed it well. But if the Empress Dowager disliked Li Zhao 5 parts out of 10, Princess Changrong disliked her 10 parts. She most despised vixens who seduced men. This young woman had first seduced her son, then married her son's good friend. How could a mere girl know the champion Marquis? She must have bewitched her son first, then used him to make connections. Li Zhao keenly felt Changrong's gaze. Her eyes fell on her belly and paused, lingering for a while before looking away. Princess Changrong frowned. Why does Lady Li stare at me so? Nothing, Your Highness. This subject merely offers congratulations on your joy. Hearing this, Changrong gave Li Zhao a cold glance, too disdainful to speak further with her. The Empress Dowager's interest was piqued. She knew the young woman had inherited medical skills from the divine doctor. After dismissing everyone, she immediately sent for the imperial physician. Sure enough, Princess Changrong was indeed pregnant. The Empress Dowager's face immediately darkened. A widowed daughter's pregnancy was hardly something to be proud of. Most importantly, Princess Changrong kept numerous male servants in her household, and they didn't even know who the father was. She hadn't conceived since giving birth to Qi Kan, so how could she suddenly be pregnant at this age? Recalling Li Zhao's earlier ambiguous words, "Congratulations on your highness's joy," it was outrageous. That little girl had actually mocked her. Princess Changrong, having lived in luxury for years, had never suffered such humiliation. Upon realizing this, her hands trembled. The princess returned home that day with a sour expression. Qi Kan was puzzled, and the household physician was evasive when questioned. Could his mother have some incurable illness? The thought pained his heart. Whatever issues existed between mother and son, she was still his mother, the mother who had given her blood for him to drink in desperate times. After persistent questioning, the physician finally revealed the truth. His mother was pregnant, and due to her weakened constitution from earlier years, this pregnancy was extremely dangerous. Forcing an abortion would risk her life. Returning to Changrong, Qi Kan was silent for a long while before saying, "Son congratulates mother. What does mother plan to do next?" Changrong raised her eyebrows in surprise, staring at his face that increasingly resembled his late father. "Didn't you just congratulate me? Of course I'll keep it. Since you already know I'm pregnant, why ask? Would you rather I die than bring shame to you?" Changrong's smile grew colder. Qi Kan, being particularly sensitive, felt as if his heart had been struck by a hammer. Was this how his mother viewed him? He nearly coughed up blood, but managed to suppress it, then took his leave. Only after returning to his quarters did he spit out the blood. Today was the 6th day of the first lunar month. Chunfeng House, which shouldn't have been open, had smoke rising from its chimneys. The scene of drinking with friends remained before his eyes. But in the blink of an eye, Yang Air had gone south. Wu and Xiao Mingyuan had married in succession. Now he was the only one left with nowhere to go. Upon receiving the news at the Marquis's mansion, Xiao Mingyuan immediately put on his coat. During the new year, If a friend went drinking alone, something must be troubling them. Li Zhao stopped her husband, saying Princess Changrong would surely not keep the child, which was why she hadn't mentioned it to him earlier. Now it seemed Qi must know too, so she told her husband about Changrong's pregnancy. When Xiao Mingyuan arrived, Qi was already drunk. After staring at his friend for a while, he laughed bitterly. Li Sin told you, right? She's willing to tell you, but not me. Is this the precious cabbage he's been protecting? It's my mother who's pregnant, not Xiao Mingyuan's mother. Xiao Mingyuan patiently explained that he had just learned about it himself. Then why didn't he tell me earlier? Was he waiting to laugh at me? Xiao Mingyuan could understand Qi Can's feelings, as he too had been despised by his mother since childhood. Besides, it wasn't something to be proud of. The Empress Dowager wouldn't keep this child, so naturally Li Zhao didn't want Qi Can to know and be hurt. My mother wants to keep the child, Qi Can said, tears of grievance filling his eyes. Xiao Mingyuan opened his mouth, but didn't know how to comfort his friend. Do you also think that's why I'm upset? Qi Can was so drunk he could barely support himself. How could she think of me like that? Would I risk her life for some meaningless face? What am I to her? At this point, he broke down sobbing. When he was young, he always tried to figure out what he did wrong, thinking if he tried harder his mother would like him. But as he kept trying, he grew up. After venting, Qi Can became calm again. I hope it's a son this time. Then she can just be herself, free from any expectations or constraints. Learning that Changrong was too weak for an abortion, the Empress Dowager was at her wit's end. The only person she could think of now was Li San, whom she had looked down upon. Lady Li, you knew about Changrong's pregnancy, didn't you? The Empress Dowager's directness surprised Li Zhao. She had thought she could beat around the bush, but now it seemed she couldn't play dumb anymore. I had the imperial physician examine her. Changrong's pregnancy is extremely dangerous. Forcing an abortion could cause hemorrhaging. That's why I had to turn to Lady Li. Hearing this, Li Zhao hurriedly replied, Your Highness honors my father too much. It would be his privilege to help solve your worries. He wouldn't dare accept such a request. However, Li Zhao's words stunned the Empress Dowager. Something seemed off. From what she had heard about Lady Li's reputation, she wasn't usually this compliant. Why was she so agreeable today? Then I'll trouble Lady Li to make a visit. That child absolutely cannot be kept, but at the same time, Changrong's health must not be harmed. Li Zhao found the Empress Dowager's demands amusing. Such demanding requirements. Why not ask for the moon while you're at it? Moments later, just as the young woman entered the princess's mansion, she saw a purple figure leaning against the wall, violently vomiting. Young master, the Marquis's wife has arrived. What Marquis's wife? What's it to me? Shirkan hadn't yet adjusted to this new title, but his servant was anxious. Although his master had completely given up on Li San, as a man himself, he knew one should maintain some dignity in front of a woman one used to like. After coming to his senses, Shirkan wiped his mouth and quickly blocked Li Zhao's path. Are you here to abort my mother's child? Li San, you've really outdone yourself. Li Zhao was enveloped by the smell of his hangover. Is it that everyone who enters this circle turns from pearl to fish eyes? Li Zhao twitched her lips, but said nothing. If Shirkan thought this way, perhaps it wasn't a bad thing. She hoped he would no longer carry her shadow in his heart and would eventually marry a good girl and live a happy life. But before she could take a few steps, her wrist was firmly grabbed. With no choice, she had to face this drunk. You can't go. If the Empress Dowager tells you to perform an abortion and you do it, what's next? If she tells you to kill someone, will you do that too? By now, Chikan had forgotten that the person before him was married. The Li San he knew shouldn't be like this. Too many people had already changed beyond recognition. He could accept that the fresh cabbage he had picked up had grown in someone else's garden, but he couldn't bear to see it turn rotten. The Empress Dowager sent me, Li Zhao replied expressionlessly. Shirkin was stunned, not understanding what she meant, and could only watch as she walked away. So the Empress Dowager still sent you. Princess Changrong seemed in good spirits, her eyes still carrying mockery when looking at Li Zhao. Li Zhao took in this mockery completely. Parents' influence was indeed subtle. Even though Qi Can had many complaints about his mother, their moments of pride were identical. After a moment, Li Zhao gave the same diagnosis as the imperial physician. The Empress Dowager had sent her to examine the patient, and she couldn't refuse. But no one said she had to cure every illness. As she left, the young woman gave Changrong a deep look. When she had declared her inability to help, she had clearly noticed the princess's momentary relief. This meant she actually wanted to keep this child too. Somehow, this made Li Zhao happy as well. Returning to the palace, upon hearing Li Zhao's diagnosis, the Empress Dowager's eyes were full of disappointment and reluctance. But Lady Li is the divine doctor's disciple. I merely received some guidance from Dr. Li. My father and he are worlds apart. Hearing this, the Empress Dowager could only resign herself. Looking at the abortion medicine sent by the imperial physician, Princess Chongrong smiled sadly and raised the medicine to her lips. Just then, the door was suddenly kicked open. Chikin rushed in and knocked the medicine from his mother's hand. Ignoring his stunned mother, he turned and coldly stared at the physician. Go tell the Empress Dowager that if she wants my mother's life, she won't get it. She will give birth to this child. Then he strode away. Outside, he seriously instructed his servant to find some street gossips and spread the news of the princess's pregnancy as quickly as possible. Since the Empress Dowager valued face over his mother's life, he would remove that option entirely. Once everyone knew, let's see how the Empress Dowager could silence all the gossip. When mother was entertaining men, you turned a blind eye. Now that mother is pregnant, you suddenly care about face? Isn't it too late for that? Indeed, before the Empress Dowager could prepare a second dose of abortion medicine, news of Princess Chongrong's pregnancy had spread far and wide. When Li Zhao heard this, she couldn't help but laugh. This was indeed Brother Chi's style. The 25th day of the first month was Li Zhao's coming-of-age ceremony. However, such ceremonies were usually held before marriage. Rather than a coming-of-age ceremony, it was more like a 15th birthday celebration. Due to second uncle's death, no one from the main household could come, but most of the girls from Fushan society attended. While everyone was chatting and laughing, Su Jinghong seemed distracted, her eyes constantly stealing glances toward the men's side. Her grandfather had betrothed her to young Master Chiao. Being so close now, how could the young lady not be curious? The meal was simple yet elegant, and everyone enjoyed themselves. Afterward, Li Zhao had servants lead the guests to the garden to admire the bamboo. She stayed behind to have some intimate conversation with her mother. However, before the young lady could speak, her mother pulled out the illustrated book again. Don't be afraid, Zhao Zhao. This is something you'll have to face sooner or later. Just focus on remembering these key points I've drawn for you. Li Zhao's smile instantly vanished. Feeling so embarrassed, she wanted to beg her mother to change the subject. Fortunately, Bing Lu appeared just in time, allowing the young lady to breathe a sigh of relief. Miss Su and young Master Chiao are in the bamboo grove. Concerned about her officer brother's future happiness, Li Zhao immediately became interested. However, they only exchanged 2 poems across the bamboo, without much other interaction. This was understandable, as both had gentle personalities and would feel uncomfortable meeting privately in public. Still, being able to converse was quite good, showing they both had expectations for their future life together. That evening, after washing up, Xiao Mingyuan waited early in the room. Seeing the young lady enter, he cleared his throat, trying to appear composed. He quickly closed the illustrated book he was studying. I was a bit bored, so I was just casually reading some military texts. Being such a serious person, he couldn't let his wife think he was reading illustrated books. You're holding the book upside down. Xiao Mingyuan looked down, and indeed, the book was upside down. This was bad. Zhao Zhao would think he was too eager, though he actually was. Li Zhao had been nervous too, but seeing someone even more nervous than her, she suddenly relaxed and laughed. The young lady's laughter seemed to flip a switch. Xiao Mingyuan no longer tried to hide it, tossing the book aside and lifting the young lady by her waist. With a flick of his hand, he extinguished the candle. Only their soft breathing remained in the dark room. What follows is the part everyone dislikes, so I'll be brief. Due to the divine doctor's previous warning, Xiao Mingyuan was concerned about Li Zhao's health and stopped halfway. But Li Zhao couldn't bear to see him suffer, saying in 3 years you'll be old, before pouncing on him herself. After all, she had remembered all the key points from her mother's talk. The next day, Li Zhao didn't wake up until afternoon. Bingyu was shocked to see Li Zhao covered in blue and purple marks. Miss, that must hurt so much. The little maid was terrified. Marriage is so scary. I'd rather serve the young miss for life. Hearing this, Li Zhao glared at Bing Lu with a flushed face. Can you just do your work quietly? As in, without saying a single word. What she needed was quiet time to adjust to her transition from maiden to wife, not someone chattering beside her, constantly reminding her of last night's events. But compared to Li Zhao's delicate weakness, the general seemed refreshed and energetic, as if years of accumulated frustration had been swept away. Even his smile was brighter than usual. He naturally sat close to Li Zhao. Now truly husband and wife, their intimacy had unconsciously deepened. The soldiers watched enviously. Aju, I think the general and his wife are so well-matched. Time flew by quickly. The Prince of Rue had recently gained confidence as 3 of his concubines gave birth in succession, adding 2 sons and a daughter to his household. The emperor was equally pleased, sending rewards flowing into the prince's mansion like water. But where some rejoice, others worry. The Prince of Mu had been waiting for an opportunity to eliminate the Prince of Rue, but as he waited, the Prince of Rue's descendants only grew more numerous. The emperor already favored the Prince of Rue, and time was running out for any maneuvering. But soon, the opportunity the Prince of Mu had been waiting for finally came. As winter snow began to melt, flooding occurred near the capital. Dozens of villages were submerged, with countless dead and injured. This was followed by border unrest, with North Qi and West Jiang joining forces to cause trouble at the border. Dao Mingyuan led troops to battle once again. After arranging everything, the emperor began to wonder which deity they had offended for disasters to strike so frequently right after the new year. However, when he proposed going to Lingtai Mountain to pray for blessings, he was immediately met with unanimous opposition from his ministers. In the end, he could only reluctantly summon the Celestial Master. But the Celestial Master dared not take on this responsibility. The emperor's frail constitution couldn't withstand such a journey, so he suggested selecting a prince to perform the ritual on behalf of the Son of Heaven. The Prince of Rue was bewildered upon receiving the imperial edict. Father Emperor actually wanted him to perform the Son of Heaven's duties. Didn't this mean his claim to the throne was secure after Father Emperor's passing? Thinking about the upcoming journey, the Prince of Rue still made a symbolic farewell visit to Dia. Ever since giving birth to a daughter, Dia had not been herself. She had thought the 3 concubines would also bear daughters, but 2 of them had sons instead. Her status in the prince's mansion went from being the center of attention back to being invisible, just like when she was in the Li household. After 18 years of marriage, the woman saw her husband again, but as a hostage used as a bargaining chip in war negotiations. The enemy pressed a dagger against the woman's throat, shouting to the city, "General Xiao, if you withdraw your troops, I'll guarantee your wife's life." The next moment, all that remained in their hands was a female corpse. For the sake of national righteousness, the Northern Campaign General Xiao Mingyuan personally ended his wife's life. In the end, he returned to the capital triumphant and was awarded the title of Champion General. His wife, Lady Qiao, remained forever on that city wall. When the woman opened her eyes, she found herself reborn from Qiao Zhao, wife of the Northern Campaign General, into Li Zhao, a 13-year-old girl who had been kidnapped and was being taken by traffickers to a brothel. Li Zhao listened to passersby talking about her brother and former husband, gradually becoming lost in thought. This video ends here for now. I am Xiao, Enun's commentary channel, with more excellent works. Thank you for watching, liking, and following.